Hello everyone, my name is Emily. I also go by Foamy Once on the interwebs, and I have the very special pleasure of journeying through Lost with you and discussing the unique array of literature dispersed throughout its twists and turns. Before we jump right into it, I wanted to give you a little background so that you'll know what to expect and what's coming up. In college, the first time around, I was an English major. This in no way makes me a literary expert. Definitely doesn't give me a special key to all the answers. However, I love to read, and what's more, I love to talk about what I read, so this job is quite perfect for me. Many books and authors featured in the series I've already read, like Uncle Tom's Cabin, Left Behind, the Bible, Jurassic Park, Stephen King, Lewis Carroll, and then there are ones like Valis by Philip K. Dick and Fear and Trembling by Soren Kierkegaard that I am looking forward to reading during this rewatch. If there is a book, article, story, or poem you'd like to see me cover, or if you'd like to correct a mistake I might have made, please shoot me an email at foamyonce@gmail.com. Without further ado, let's dive into literature pertaining to the two-part pilot. Island by Aldous Huxley was written in 1962. It's his last novel, and it is a carefully crafted summation of all of his idealisms. If you've read Brave New World, this is that novel's antithesis. The novel reads like multiple essays articulated in intentional settings, like you might expect one of the dialogues from Plato, Aristotle, or Socrates to read. In terms of delivering their ideas, the only real difference I find between Aristotle's The Politics and Huxley's Island is that Huxley crafts scenes in order for the main character to learn about the island, its inhabitants, and change his pattern of thinking of the world. But Huxley believes that the island of his novel's namesake is built on humanity and rationality and is constantly encouraging you to strip away the world you live in and look for the inner goodness within yourself, whereas Aristotle assumes that man is inherently flawed and his philosophies on loss stem from that belief. Back to the novel. Will Farnaby is a journalist who finds himself initially experiencing vivid flashbacks of his life after being shipwrecked on the island of Paula. While trying to climb a cliff, he fell after getting spooked by a snake and suffered injuries for which he was given a lot of sympathy and leeway from the islanders, who open up their lives to him, and he spends a month learning from them and also conspiring against them. Much of the novel, as I mentioned, consists of multiple discourses where Will learns about the different facets of the community that comprises the whole. Ultimately, Will betrays the people of Paula and their utopian society, just as he realizes that it is, in fact, the ideal society. By no means does this novel give a verbatim or rigid structure for Lost. In fact, at times, Jack and Will Farnaby are so completely different that they are almost foils for one another. Dr. Jack Shepherd is structured, disciplined, and logical, whereas Will Farnaby, the journalist, is a free spirit, open to all that the mind has to offer, and desiring knowledge beyond what he knows. Both are clever men, both are intelligent men, and at times their paths do become parallel, but because their purposes and destinies are so entirely different on the island, they naturally take different courses. Will is the first journalist to make it into that pristine and innocent society on the island of Paula, whereas Jack is subjected to its terrors and inconveniences by a crash landing. However, both men are incredibly lucky to have survived the wrecks they endured and take advantage appropriately. Very quickly in the book, we get our first direct reference in Lost. Let me quote for you. "This tree, under which, for no known reason, he found himself lying, this column of gray bark with the groining high up of sun-speckled branches, this ought by rights to be a beech tree." This first quote reminds me of the opening scene of the show, where Jack opens his eyes and is lying amidst the forest after having been tossed from the plane during the crash. Here's a second quote, which doesn't occur long after the first. "Who's there?" he croaked again. There was a rushing in the bushes on his left, and suddenly, like a cuckoo from a nursery clock, out popped a large blackbird the size of a jackdaw. The bird in this second quote reminds me of Vincent, at first startling Jack, but then providing him with the motivation to get up off his back, fight through the pain, and remember who he is. As Will makes his way toward civilization, the birds sing in a language he knows, echoing attention and here and now all around him. They become a nuisance, and he doesn't understand their phrases. Finally, a young girl explains it to him. She says, "That's what you always forget, isn't it? I mean, you forget to pay attention to what's happening, and that's the same as not being here and now." The birds singing these phrases around Paula remind me of the whispered voices that can be heard in the silence of the jungle. There is another moment toward the end of the second chapter when the birds are given another dimension, and I quote, "A moment later, the bird on her shoulder joined in with peal upon peal of loud demonic laughter that filled the glade and echoed amongst the trees, so that the whole universe seemed to be fairly splitting its sides over the enormous joke of existence." As Lost develops through its first season, and well beyond, of course, there is a very certain focus paid to each person's role on the island and how they project their own future. Some are highly ambitious to find any means off the island, either to protect a loved one or to get back to a life they left behind. One of the most poignant aspects of moving into season 4, of course, and the namesake of this podcast, is that it's only after many of the survivors make it off the island that they realize that they need to go back. Not enough attention was paid to the here and now, and so much time was wasted in trying to find a way off that by fighting against the island, the castaways often encounter more problems amongst one another, or even, you might say, create their own enemies, than if they had been intent on surviving and living together in the first place. We see through the series that many parties want the island for their own means, for its resources and mystery. As these factions develop, the survivors align themselves with whomever fits the bill for what their own motivations are. Will Farnaby has an open mind, but he's driven by selfishness, and even though he can listen to and appreciate, if not wholeheartedly accept, the innocence of the Palanese community, he still conspires against their livelihood because of what's in it for him. One theme that becomes prevalent almost immediately in Lost is considering the island itself as a character. It changes people, heals people, preserves people, saves people, and takes people. Because, as Will comes to see in the novel even, everyone from Hurley to Ben Linus to Nikki and Paolo, from the trees to the smoke monster to the ants, every living organism becomes the island and has a direct effect on how it behaves and reacts. As the castaways become more integrated and knowledgeable of the others and the Dharma Initiative, external help looks good to some and menacing to others. In the novel, the different external factions wanting to change life on the island are driven by their own selfishness or greed, and the pretty words of influential men with deep pockets help to glaze over any hesitations they might have. And in Lost, it's that blind desire to get home that often causes some survivors to make decisions that put their fellows in harm's way. Or to the common man who sees struggles of the island because he has fresh eyes, aligns himself with those opposed to Ben Linus, who have the means and ideas to bring about passage off the island. In both the novel and the series, these alliances have the potential to simultaneously alter the unique and tranquil properties by which the island observes its transcendent lifestyle. As the threat of oppression from the outside looms over the island's isolation, it serves to excite the problems on the home front, such as leadership, so that the purpose of the island's existence is sort of corrupted. The awe, the wonder, the splendor, the mystery, all that the island gives us in the first season, it morphs. In very lax terms, I'd compare it to wanting to preserve your favorite park, where it's peaceful and beautiful, and then the local daycare learns of its existence and brings a couple dozen of their messiest, noisiest kids there. The park is still there, but now the sandbox is peed in, and there are children hanging from tree branches, and it's not quiet anymore. It's just not the same. Because the kids don't come in thinking, oh gee, this would be a nice place to sit and read Run Spot Run. Because Will and other idealistic leaders choose to pursue advancements for Paula that would fundamentally change the nature of its society, and in doing so counteract the centuries worth of dedication it took to build that society, it presents horrors that men should never have to face. To close out, I want to quote a couple lines from Huxley himself. In an interview before his death, he was asked what was basic and substantial in a man's life. And to this he replies, two indispensable qualities are intelligence and goodwill or charity. And here's his comment on intelligence. It also includes intelligence in the sense of general awareness, an awareness on the nonverbal and non-conceptual level. We are living in many diverse and in some sense incommensurable universes at the same time, and that our business in life is to somehow make the best of not only two worlds, because there are in fact more than two worlds, so to make the best of all worlds. He goes on to note that we must make sense of the scientific as well as the philosophical, and that, without question, is a theme dispersed throughout Lost, and originally throughout Island. While I don't agree with or condone most of what Aldous Huxley has ever written, there are certain general concepts that I can take away from the novel. But I think ultimately the words of Patrick O'Donovan, who was a contemporary critic of Huxley's, put it best when he was writing about Huxley's novel. He says, "There is left from all this picking and choosing a mysticism without God, a love without understanding, and a compassion without heart. This is a private paradise, and as dangerous as atoms. You end by feeling rejected, but it does not seem to matter greatly." The feeling I have after reading Island is not at all the feeling I get after watching Lost, because the series doesn't begin by presenting a perfect world with its perfect people and perfect medicines. It relies on natural and mystical terrors to tell a story of how humanity survives outside a rigid structure, and beyond that, why and how people save one another. Well, that wraps it up for this edition of Lost in Literature. This is your bookie signing off. Greetings, Lost fans. This is Emily back with another segment of Lost in Literature. What you just heard was a clip from the popular YouTube video entitled The Lock Rap by Aaron Collin. The video is just as much fun to watch as it is to listen to, and I'd recommend giving it a watch if you haven't already seen it. This week, I read the first 2 of 4 books in John Locke's essay concerning human understanding, which is ironically entitled Essay because it's more like War and Peace, and Aristotle's De Anima. Before you freak out, though, I cannot read Greek. I read a translation of Aristotle's work, which in English means On the Soul. I'll tell you, as much as I love reading philosophy, these are 2 of the most meticulous, learned men in philosophical literary history, and I am not exaggerating. The precision with which both writers articulate and describe their thoughts concerning anything that they are attempting to convey is extraordinary. Sometimes it serves to expound on their points in advantageous ways, and other times it just makes me want to skip ahead and read the end first. But unfortunately, these are not novels, and much like we'll find Lost to be, the qualities which make these philosophers' work so important is the journey they took to bring us along with them in their process. The end isn't exactly a nice, conclusive summation of the book's contents because the point isn't necessarily to make sense of the whole, more to make sense of the pieces. I chose these 2 books because, naturally, the title of the episode is Tabula Rasa and refers to theories brought forth by both of these men. The Latin phrase, which means blank slate, is often attributed to John Locke, but neither he nor Aristotle explicitly use this phrase. Most historians can go as far back as 430 AD, and De Anima is the earliest recorded writing that conceptualizes the idea of a blank slate. In Book 3 of On the Soul, Aristotle essentially compares the human mind to a writing tablet on which nothing is written, which is to say, the mind has the capacity and is designed to hold thoughts, but those thoughts do not come already embedded in some form on the human mind upon entering this world. I'll get into this more as we continue on, but basically the phrase tabula rasa is heavily used in our modern culture and refers to the epistemological theory that humans are born without knowledge. If you want, think of it as nature versus nurture in a sense, and that the human mind is completely dependent on nurture to fill it with stuff. Often the phrase isn't used precisely as the underlying philosophy stated, but whether you're referring to the fundamental properties of the mind or using it to tell Kate that it doesn't matter what she's done and she deserves a fresh start, it has a similar effect. The 2 takes on a blank slate nicely parallel both Kate and Locke's stories in Lost, as well as the general concept facing all of the survivors of Oceanic 815. To start off, the phrase tabula rasa was first used by an Islamic philosopher by the name of Avicenna, who said, "Human intellect at birth is rather like a tabula rasa, a pure potentiality that is actualized through education and comes to know, and knowledge is attained through an empirical familiarity with objects in this world from which one abstracts universal concepts." There were several centuries between Aristotle and John Locke, during which many theories were put forth, and much was written on the actual phrase referenced by the episode title. At the risk of boring us all to death, I won't go into great deal on these philosophers, even if it seems like I should. I chose John Locke for the obvious reason, and Aristotle because he was the earliest one to pose the theory, but frankly, there are plenty of resources out there if you're genuinely interested, and for the sake of time, colloquially, we tend to use the phrase fresh start or blank slate. Ray Mullen tells Kate that everyone deserves a fresh start, and ironically, he uses this to get her to stick around another day because he's already learned of her true identity and intends to turn her in. Later on in the episode, Jack tells Kate that their lives before don't matter here on the island and that he doesn't need to know the crimes she's committed in her past. The contrast in circumstances is quite telling because, on the one hand, Kate attempts to live under aliases as she survives as a fugitive, kind of like creating a blank slate every time she goes to a different location. But simply running away from her problems, she can't force a fresh start. It's only when the circumstances of her life make it such that her criminal past becomes irrelevant and she no longer has to run from it and can use that opportunity to also make a fresh start occur inside herself. Let me put it another way. In Tabula Rasa, Kate interacts with two groups on the island. The first is the little triangulation group, and the second is the Hurley-Jack duo. The first group is not aware of Kate's fugitive status and perceive her level-headedness and general freckly cuteness to mean that she should be the one to hold the gun. Ironically, this scene occurs right after we see Hurley and Jack have completely different reactions to Kate's mugshot. Jack says that they don't know what she's done and it's none of their business, whereas Hurley states the obvious. We know she's in that mugshot, and that guy keeps mumbling, she's dangerous. Jack gives Kate a vague opportunity to tell him the truth, and Hurley just runs away from her with his tail between his legs. I bring up this contrast between the groups because it occurred to me while reading Locke's essay concerning human understanding that the way tabula rasa is used contextually, giving someone a fresh start has as much to do with other people giving someone a clean start as it does for one to abandon one's own past for the sake of the future. For the time being, Jack is willing to see that the past lives of his fellow survivors are not intrinsically relevant to surviving. In Locke's essay, he frequently asks the question, how is it possible for man to know truth and at the same time be ignorant of it? His intention throughout, his meticulous precision to narrow in on why man is not born with thoughts imprinted on the mind, always comes back to the impossibility of knowing and not knowing simultaneously. If one individual is born with thoughts, then it must also be assumed that all individuals are born with thoughts. And if the latter is to be assumed, then it must further be implied that these imprinted thoughts are universally assented to concepts. And that, in and of itself, is an unfathomable and irreconcilable concept. If there were any universally assented to idealisms in this world, how is it possible that we have such broad disagreements on practically every issue that matters? And, of course, the argument might be made that it's how we interpret the thoughts that counts, but whatever. The idea, then, of knowing something and being ignorant of it at the same time brings us back to the conversation that Jack and Kate are having on the beach. In a sense, Jack knows that if Kate tells him about her past, it could be very difficult for him to separate her from that person. And because he's already decided that her past doesn't matter, he can genuinely give her a fresh start, a real one, by not muddling their relationship up with irrelevant baggage. Of course, he doesn't exactly extend the same generosity to everyone. Jack references Sawyer's past and makes assumptions of who Sawyer was before the island, even though he doesn't even know yet that Sawyer isn't the dude's real name. James has taken upon himself already to reinvent himself, to give himself a fresh start, beginning with his name. Meanwhile, Shannon, Hurley, Charlie, Boone, they're not even making an attempt to change. Shannon is still using vulnerable, easy souls like Charlie in order to get what she needs, and Hurley? Come on, man, everybody loves Hurley. Back to the matter at hand. So Aristotle takes deliberate care to distinguish the parts of the soul between its matter and its form, or between its potentiality and its actuality. He and Locke match up really well here because Locke also puts forth the idea that the human mind is born with the capacity to comprehend thoughts, but until it acquires even abstract objects to apply within itself, it only has in and of itself the operations of understanding. Think of your mind like a kitchen and thoughts like food. The kitchen is fully equipped with a stove, oven, sink, knives, cutting board, everything that cooking and baking requires. And it has the potential to create a meal, but without food, without ingredients, and without the human Combining both together, it's nothing but a framework for a certain module. The concept of innate knowledge seems to me to put less emphasis on our ability as humans to reason, because to know something and to deduce something are entirely different. It's like completing someone's sentence, having the ability to anticipate what someone is going to say versus knowing for certain what someone said. You may be correct, you may successfully complete someone's sentence, but that is because you applied reason. You've gathered abstract concepts from your environment based on pre-existing variables. A child can't do this. And though it might be not be PC anymore, Locke frequently refers to the inability of children and idiots to reason or make sense of the world as a general everyday man like you or I might. One of my favorite lines from Locke's essay is this: "The ready assent of the mind to truth isn't dependent on reason or native inscription, but on the faculty of the mind, the ability or general capacity to hold information." The mind already has the framework to reason. It's just a matter of filling it with things to reason about. Okay, moving on to walkabout. I'd first like to just state what John's definition of a walkabout is, as he describes it to his boss. A journey of spiritual renewal where one derives strength from the earth and becomes inseparable from it. Because John has conveniently left out the matter of his handicap, he makes it all the way to Australia, to the little avis from which the bus for the walkabout will leave before he's stopped, and it's revealed that he's confined to a wheelchair. Upon reflection, then, we can see why his boss was so nasty about John leaving for his walkabout. And I'll tell you, John telling his supervisor about the walkabout is kinda how I felt trying to explain my upcoming trip to Dragon Con to my family. Don't tell me what I can't do! For some reason, I wrote down in my notes, spontaneous tourniquet, and at the moment, I don't really know what that means. Anyway, a journey of spiritual renewal. Plug that into Google, and you'll get everything from writings from the Pope to self-help books, using a wide range of methods to obtain healing. Mostly, it seems these are referring to internal healings, and yeah, it would seem that, in general, one would choose something like this to rid themselves of the excess things in life that bog them down. But it sounds like someone's desiring a fresh start, huh? The fact is, John inadvertently comes into the greatest healing a man in his position could ask for. But I visit John's story not because of what exactly happens in this episode, but what happens later on. I hate to get too far ahead of where we are currently in the rewatch, so I'll just sum it up as best I can. If this is your first time through Lost, you may want to skip ahead a minute or two. So far, we've learned from Locke and Aristotle the theory that humans are born with an unscripted tablet, full of potential but altogether lacking in concrete characters that compose what commonly referred to as thoughts. Well, in a show like Lost, not everything is going to be so cut and dry. In Season 4, Episode 17, entitled Cabin Fever, Richard visits 5-year-old Locke in 1961, pretending to be someone who runs a school for special children. In this scene, Richard notices a drawing that young John made, in which a bunch of squiggly lines is attacking a stick figure. From experience, of course, we know this to be the smoke monster. But to Locke, this is an abstract drawing. He's not considering it as we know it to be, or as Richard knows it to be. So does the fact that young John drew this picture indicate knowledge imprinted on Locke's mind? Or is it merely a coincidence? As time travel and the nature of existence become a much grayer gray throughout the series, it often becomes difficult to determine whether these characters fall into circumstances because it is their destiny, or whether it is all wrapped up in a bootstrap paradox. I thought it was interesting, however, that this scene came to mind while I was reading John Locke's essay concerning human understanding. I have no problem believing that John's drawing was prophetic, and I also have no problem believing that the drawing was completely abstract. Even though the picture he drew resembles a scene from an episode in Season 6, it could just as easily be a coincidence. And with that, I will leave you with words from John Locke, the philosopher, not the character, who writes in his essay, "But everything does not hit alike upon every man's imagination. We have our understandings no different than our palates. Considering the island as everyone's opportunity to leave their pasts behind and press on with a clean slate, it's a nice thought, but we know it can't last. The past and present and futures of these people are so hokey that often their slates are fresher in the future than they are in the past. Or fresher in the past than the future. Or, ouch, brain melting. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off." Hey Lost fans, this is Emily back with another segment of Lost in Literature. So we get to detour from the rigidity of clear-cut philosophy this week and dive into a much more satirical account of logic. Charles Dodgson, a.k.a. Lewis Carroll, had a slightly different approach when Alice's Adventures in Wonderland was created. Now, this is one of my favorite books of all time, and it still seems as relevant to me today, if not more so than when I first read it, 15 years ago? I'm going to spoil it, so 150-year spoiler warning. What I love about this story is the tremendous amount of information we still have today about Dodgson's process in compiling Alice's adventures. He composed the story verbally while entertaining 3 little girls on a boating expedition to Godstow on the River Isis, across the pond. Dodgson was a mathematician, and he says in his diaries that jumping into that storytelling mode was not unlike the story that unfolded. He sent Alice down a rabbit hole with no idea where that would take her. And just like that, he let the story play out as he told it to these little girls. If you're familiar with the story, Dodgson injects a lot of real life into these characters and events depicted in Alice's adventures. For example, near the 7th chapter, Alice is having tea with the Hatter and the March Hare and a Dormouse. During tea, the Hatter and the March Hare request a story of the Dormouse, who tends to fall asleep quite frequently, even during storytelling. So they beg him to tell him a story and try to keep him talking so that he would finish his story before falling asleep. This is a game that Dodgson used to play with the girls. He would be right in the middle of telling them a story and either say something like, "Well, that's all until later," to which the girls would respond, "It is later." Or he would pretend to fall asleep right as things were starting to get exciting, and the girls would have to wake him up so that he could continue on. I mention this because even though Alice's Adventures in Wonderland seems absurd or ridiculous at times, it is a dream, it is also very organic, and it's very symbolic of the manner in which the story unfolds. Within its madness, we can find sanity. We've reached a point in Lost with the latest installments of White Rabbit and House of the Rising Sun where some of the survivors need to take a sharp look at reality. There has been little to no structure, no trust, no loyalty, and particularly no one to stand up and take charge. When Boone tries to force his leadership, it's absurdly ineffective and almost comical in the way that he fails. Depending on the state of mind you are in while reading anything, there will be certain themes that stick out to you more. Even in Lost, there are certain storylines that some of us care for and others we couldn't give a rat's about. It took some whittling, but I have shaved this segment down to 2 themes so that we wouldn't be here for 4 hours. The first theme is an overarching one, which is to say we need to look at the entirety of the book in order to see how saturated the story is in paradoxes. As a writer, Dodgson took great strides to expose what weaknesses he could in the work of his contemporaries who studied what he considered to be soft math. Alice's Adventures is filled with word problems, and Dodgson utilizes scenes to present concepts like symbolic algebra and then work them out to their logical conclusions in order to expose what he considers absurdities in mathematical theory. Luckily, contradictions between logic and madness are prevalent through other literary tools, such as the use of homophones and puns, which are easier for me to catch while reading. For example, here's an abridged version of the scene when the mouse and Alice find their way onto shore after swimming through Alice's tears. At last, the Dormouse, who seemed to be a person of some authority among them, called out, "Sit down, all of you, and listen to me. I'll soon make you dry enough." They all sat down at once. "Are you all ready? This is the driest thing I know. William the Conqueror, whose cause was favored by the Pope, was soon submitted to the English, who wanted leaders, and had been of late much accustomed to usurpation and conquest." The mouse believes that he can make them all dry by telling them a dry story. Carroll's satirical play on logic is present from scene to scene. Alice frequently grows frustrated because she is constantly offending the creatures of Wonderland by her conversation topics or failure to follow the stories told to her. In Chapter 2, she talks about dogs and cats in front of that mouse, who is terrified of such animals. But a great example of the line between logic and madness occurs in Chapter 9, when Alice is in the company of a mock turtle and a griffin. During the course of this conversation, the two creatures act more like inadvertent stand-up comedians. Get this. Their old schoolmaster was a turtle, but they called him a tortoise because he taught them. But you kind of need a Brooklyn accent to make that one work. A tortoise. The subjects they learn in school are reeling and writhing, and their branches of arithmetic are ambition, distraction, uglification, and derision. And then they lead her right into the pun where lessons, as in school lessons, are called such because the duration of each session lessens from day to day, from 10 hours to 9 hours to 8 hours. Basically, Alice enters into Wonderland unprepared, as a child who was always the wrong size for the world manifesting around her. She's too small to play fetch with a dog, too large to be proper company in the White Rabbit's house, and she acknowledges this. In the conversation with the caterpillar in Chapter 5, he asks her, "Who are you?" And she responds, "I hardly know, sir, just at present. At least I know who I was when I got up this morning, but I think I must have been changed several times since then." Alice is in a constant state of flux, and it is depicted in her literal size. Likewise, Jack is being held back from taking on the leadership role in the survivors group because of the awful morality that his father fed him as a child, telling him not to make choices and not to be the hero because he doesn't have what it takes. Jack pursues his father in the jungle because he sees something impossible, and by venturing through, fighting against the lies his father imbued him with, he faces a lot of contradictions about what he is capable of and what he has been told he is capable of, or not capable of. Mostly, this theme of paradoxes resonates for me in White Rabbit because Jack sees his father in the jungle, and all logic and reason tells him he's probably hallucinating and low on sleep. But regardless, he pursues him into the jungle, expectations far removed from anything having to do with his ultimate destination, and in doing so, comes across the very thing that the survivors need most, a source of water to sustain life. Second theme is this. White Rabbits tell us a lot about an individual's perception of the world. On the one hand, there is the figure itself. What is the white rabbit? And on the other hand, there is the hole into which it dives and then which the person follows down. Both Jack and Alice were enticed to follow their white rabbits because they noticed something out of place, not strictly because they are curious people. And this draws on the first theme in many ways because it is the inconsistency and the impracticality or illogical nature of their rabbits that lead them into their adventures, while their continual rejection of the madness around them finally permits them to work through their wonderlands and return to reality. Alice's comment upon seeing the rabbit right off in Chapter 1 is this. Suddenly, a white rabbit with pink eyes ran close to her. There was nothing so very remarkable in that, but when the rabbit actually took a watch out of his waistcoat pocket and looked at it, and then hurried on, Alice started to her feet. She doesn't comment on how peculiar it is that a rabbit is speaking to himself, nor that he was wearing a coat. No, she touches on the fact that she has never seen a rabbit carrying a pocket watch. Whatever an individual's character might be, as in whatever components construct an individual's personality, there are certain modes of curiosity that entice each of us to learn more about our surroundings. For Dodgson, and by extension, Alice, it had a lot to do with time. As I mentioned a moment ago, Alice's attention is piqued by the rabbit because of his pocket watch, and the rabbit constantly mumbles, oh dear, I shall be too late." But also later on, Alice observes the dormouse's watch tells time not by what o'clock it is, but by what month of the year it is. These are just two examples, but they kind of work in showing how Wonderland is a place riddled with strange, might we say, faux logic, so as to draw out sound logic. What is the point of a pocket watch that doesn't give you a more intimate account of the time scale? Well, in Alice's adventures, time is a person, or an entity. And in this sense, Dodgson predates Einstein's infamous quote, "Time is the culprit." If we want to get all psychoanalytic on Alice, when we lose our linear perspective of time, what comes forth is a new paradigm of logic by which her dreams are constructed. And Carl Jung would describe Dodgson's descriptions of Alice's adventures and how she loses herself in the space-time dimension of Wonderland. He would say that it is connected with the queer uncertainty of spatial and temporal relations in the unconscious. When Alice loses hold on her perception of time, she also loses hold on who she is, which brings us back to that conversation she had with the caterpillar. Jack doesn't chase after his father because he sees a well-dressed man in the jungle. His perception of the world is such that he cannot reconcile the knowledge of his father's fatality with the figure of his father seemingly alive and beckoning him deeper into the jungle. The flashbacks we see of Jack's various encounters with his father in his past serve to show us some of the baseline qualities for which his character has been formulated. But it also serves to detach him from time and enter into this whirlwind as he chases his father through the jungle, where he sees the past and the present colliding. He sees things and he doesn't see things, and loses his identity in the lies of his past. But he nonetheless runs into the jungle without giving a thought to how he will find his way back to the beach. And frankly, after what he's seen of the jungle and the smoke monster, it is quite telling that he doesn't give it a second thought. Once inside the jungle, or once inside Wonderland, there is a different mode of operation by which both Jack and Alice must live. There are extreme adjustments to be made. When the Cheshire Cat is giving her advice on where to go next in her adventure, he describes both the Hatter and the March Hare as being mad. "But I don't want to go among mad people," Alice remarked. "Oh, you can't help that," said the cat. "We're all mad here. I'm mad, you're mad." "How do you know I'm mad?" said Alice. "You must be, otherwise you wouldn't have come here." This conversation might most closely be paralleled to the one that Jack has with Locke in the jungle. Jack and Locke discuss the impossibility of Jack's white rabbit. Locke says to him, "Is your white rabbit a hallucination? Probably. But what if everything that had happened here happened for a reason? What if this person that you're chasing really is here? Even if it is impossible, let's say it's not. I don't know, but I've looked into the eye of this island and what I saw was beautiful." Locke hones in on the idea that we are all a little mad from time to time by capping the conversation off with his comment of looking into the eye of the island. I believe much of the significance between the stories lies within our protagonists grasping onto reality and using that to draw logical conclusions about their mad excursions. Alice was having a dream, but not one that couldn't bear meaning. Jack might have been hallucinating, but it helped him address some of the false insecurities preventing him from connecting with his fellow survivors, and perhaps allowing the leadership role to become him. Well, like I said, I'm just covering 2 themes today, even though I could probably talk about this for hours. So just wanted to mention that I started a private Goodreads group. If you're familiar with the app, it's also a website. I gave the link to Darrell to put in the show notes so that if you want to join or follow along, see what I'm reading, or read along with me, you can get updates as I add things to the bookshelf. We can also have discussions to carry on some of the topics that are raised here, and for you to give me direct feedback or suggest things for me to read for this rewatch. Thanks for joining me. This is Emilee, your bookie, signing off. Greetings, this is Emilee, once again bringing you the fluffy tales of Lost in Literature. This week I read Watership Down by Richard Adams. We get to see the book in 3 consecutive episodes. Sawyer's first reading it during House of the Rising Sun, and then we see it more clearly in The Moth, and finally, both Boone and Sawyer reference it directly in Confidence Man. I'll tell you, if you're expecting The Velveteen Rabbit or The 100-Acre Wood, you're going to be surprised. But much like Charles Dodgson composed Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, Richard Adams also dictated the events of Watership Down to his daughters during long car trips. And much like Alice Liddell, Adams's daughters begged him to turn this story into a book. And I don't know exactly what the story was that he told to his daughters, but this is not a children's book. It's written for adults. It's got violence, it's got a rabid language, swearing, and a heavy story filled with concepts that are much too dry for children. To kick things off here, Adams tells us explicitly in the introduction to the book that he didn't write this as an allegory for anything. Unlike Huxley's Island or Dodgson's Wonderland, he was just telling a story to his daughters, free and clear of any hidden meanings. That being said, there are so many skeletons he uses to construct this story that I found myself lost in comparisons. At times, I found it similar to the Israelites' escape from Egypt, from the story told in Exodus of the Bible, and Moses leading them into the desert based on instructions from God. And then other times, it reminded me of Cassandra in Greek mythology, who was given the gift of prophecy and then cursed never to be believed because she had spurned Apollo's advances. And even beyond literature, I found myself thinking about 7 Brides for 7 Brothers. So yeah, figure that one out. I struggled while reading this one, to be honest, trying to find the kind of parallels I was finding in the first 3 weeks. So instead of it being a direct parallel to the episode or to specific events, I found it more thematically symbolic. So I'm going to start off a little differently here and give you a rundown of this book. In a warren called Sandalford, the rabbits live somewhat peacefully. There's a strict order of business and everyone lives modestly. One day, a rabbit named Fiver has a premonition about impending doom coming on the warren and voices his paralyzing fear to his elder brother Hazel. Hazel, who knows and trusts these feelings or premonitions that Fiver gets, immediately begins an initiative to move all of the rabbits out of the warren. The chief rabbit dismisses Fiver's warning, and only about a handful of rabbits actually run away with them. This premonition actually comes true, and later on, the band of vagabonds meets up with the only survivors of the attack on Sandalford. In the meantime, these escapees journey several miles across the English countryside, evading enemies and using their cunning rabbit instincts to survive, looking for a new place to dig in and call home. But on their way to a place where Fiver believes that they will be safest, they run across another warren whose inhabitants invite the homeless rabbits in to stay. Fiver has bad feelings all over about this new warren. There's something funny about it. He goes into a depression. And indeed, after a day or so, they realize that these new rabbits are being manipulated by a local farmer. The farmer feeds them and lets them run around freely, but traps and kills them off in small numbers. And the rabbits don't question anything when another rabbit goes missing, choosing instead to play the odds and live in false safety. But the new rabbits aren't so keen to stay and potentially become that evening's meal. They escape from this warren too and run off to the place that Fiver originally wanted to set down roots in the first place, which is what they call the Downs and thus Watership Down. This proves to be a very good choice, except for one minor detail. All of the rabbits in this new warren are male. They have no lady friends. So the next mission is to find the mothers. Through the help of a gull, don't ask, the rabbits locate a warren about 2 days' journey from Watership Down and go in search of does. To their horror, this warren, called Ephrafan, is a heavily guarded compound ruled by a rabbit named General Woundwort. Even though there are enough rabbits in Ephrafan to actually comprise several warrens, he refuses to let the does leave. Our Watership Down rabbits devise a plan to jailbreak the women from this warren, and in doing so, begin a war with General Woundwort. And even though they initially escape with all of their own rabbits and plenty of does to go around, Woundwort and his minions track the rabbits back to their home and rage war again. All the rabbits band together to bring down Woundwort and only really overcome him by the interference of a dog. Woundwort is killed and the other rabbits save each other from the dog and thus eliminating the oppressive threat of the Ephrafan general and allowing the rabbits to live in peace. Bunnies are interesting animals. As you know, they hop. Also, they're generally pretty small. They're skittish and shy, scared of everything, but hunch down to a bunny eye view for a moment. Imagine that you were a rabbit hopping along an open field with the goal of reaching the other side. As a bunny, your instincts and your senses are your lifeblood. They warn you when danger is near. So there are many things in play as you're hopping across that field. Your perspective of the world is always bouncing up and down with your eyeline. In order to make sure you aren't in any danger and then to also refocus on your destination, you stop periodically to check the air for scents and look around to correct your path. In general, your lolloping movements are casual when you don't sense danger, but if you're frightened, you'll make a beeline for cover. As it goes, it takes a while for you to cross that field because of all the components that go into keeping yourself safe. When the rabbits leave Sandalford Warren, everything they do is unnatural to them. In order to survive, they must learn to fight and solve seemingly impassable obstacles, and they must physically dig out their own warren in a completely new and untouched territory, as opposed to living in holes dug by rabbits living generations before them. Each rabbit is required to become more than what they are. The beginning of Lost thrusts our characters into much the same scenarios as the bunnies when they left Sandalford. These survivors are used to amenities in some form. Not necessarily all on the same scale, but I would put money on the fact that each one of them is going somewhere with running water and the ability to buy food. Slowly, the resources that crashed with them will deplete, and they'll be forced, as they already have been, to find native resources. Additionally, turning the caves into a camp is their way of domesticating, to avoid the feeling of being dirty vagabonds. They dig into their surroundings and make for themselves a home. Overall, we see a bunch of people who are used to one way of life adjust to living in a very foreign place, full of dangers and unforeseen obstacles. And because of such things, their own perspective of the world is challenged. Aside from their natural state now, rabbits have a lot of enemies, and that trek across that field is made even more difficult because you must make a decision as to how best escape from a threat. Escaping from a man's gun, for example, is a lot different than escaping from a dog or a fox. Rabbits are fast, as I know from watching my dad try to shoot them in the backyard of our garden growing up, and they can dodge and escape from other fast creatures a lot of the time. And these elements are present in Watership Down and in Lost, but we also see enemies presented in another way. The fiercest enemy the rabbits encounter in Watership Down is the Ephrafan army, the enemy warren with all the single ladies. General Woundwort rules Ephrafan with an iron, tyrannical paw, but his warren isn't in danger of extinction. If anything, it's in danger of being overcrowded, and no opportunity for rabbits to just be rabbits. When the does escape with the Downs rabbits, Woundwort wants to recover them out of pride and a sense of ownership, and so the rabbits fight viciously between themselves because of an inability to be civil and spread out amongst the vast English landscape. Projecting a little further out in Lost, then, once the midsection survivors meet up with the tailies, there are some significant tussles. There is mistrust, suspicion, a general fear of the unknown because of all that the tailies have suffered through. The other survivors have their own leadership, their own way of doing things, and even though it is in everyone's best interest to work together, both groups have survived for as long as they have by trusting what they know works in a world that would have otherwise unraveled before them. And then even further out, the way Ben Linus handles his native Dharma folks is near the severity of General Woundwort. Ben relies on manipulation, murder, and fear to control the hostiles. Ben instructs his people to hold Jack, Sawyer, and Kate hostage. Of course, with the intention of manipulating Jack into operating on him. As events unravel, Ben makes every effort to keep his rivals like Charles Widmore from returning to the island and to keep everyone currently on the island where they are. Even congratulating Locke for blowing up the sub. The characters in Watership Down were my favorite parts of the whole. At times, Hazel feels like Jack. He's a natural leader, but would not assign that title to himself. He becomes a leader because people look to him as a leader and has just this general natural ability to organize people. Bigwig, a former soldier at Sandalford, is strong and cunning and sometimes reminds me of Locke and other times of Saeed. One of the yearlings, Pipkin, could be Boone or Charlie, and with an eagerness to help but general lack of experience. Essentially, the significance I find in the characters comes from the fact that you'll find people fall into these roles wherever you go. Stereotypes might be a harsh word to use, but our brains utilize stereotypes to make sense of things, and because of that, I don't really have a problem with parodies to label characters. Kinda the way Homestar Runner identifies its teen girl squad. And if you don't get that reference, shame on you. Well, I'm afraid I've barely scratched the surface of this book. It's a long one, and I know that as we watch more, there will be instances that remind me of things that happen in this book. As they come up, I'll try to throw them out there. It's an interesting read. It's pretty dry, but it has really good elements. I enjoy thinking about it. I'd say a lot more than I enjoyed reading it. That's all till next week. This is Emily, signing off. Hey all, this is Emily. I thought for something new and different this week, we might take a look at the next philosopher-inspired character on Lost, Daniel Rousseau, who of course is named after Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and the episode Solitary is most closely connected to his book Reveries of the Solitary Walker. I sure hope you're ready to foray into the mind of a contradictory and controversial thinker. I don't know much about this philosopher, but I did accidentally read volumes 1 and 2 of the Confessions before Reveries. The Confessions is Rousseau's autobiography, and autobiographies are odd reads, usually entertaining for me, but while I'm reading, there's always questions cycling through my mind, wondering whether this is really the way things happened or if it is the author's interpretation of them. And Rousseau is rather unique in that he tells us that, to him, truth in his writings isn't necessarily a verbatim and chronological account of events, but rather an interpretation of them that reveals to others the sentiment and purpose behind the events. As a man, he looks back and interprets his being and action with much more sophistication than his younger self was probably aware of while it was occurring. While the young Rousseau was undoubtedly apt, intelligent, and keen to learn more of the world, he was terribly arrogant. By the end of Volume 2, he's still only 16, but the trials and passions he describes, namely his mother dying at his birth, being beaten by a supervising adult, and falling inconsolably in love with 2 unattainable women, these unquestionably shaped the rest of his life. But he's as much a victim of the events of his childhood as he is a perpetrator of his own circumstance, by which I mean he did nothing to absolve his situations or seek restoration inside himself so as to better himself as a human being. He gave into his passions and let them drive his action, as opposed to adopting an intellectual objectivity. As I mentioned, I didn't know much about Rousseau before I started reading this week, so I was surprised when the text presented me with one of the most fundamental underlying philosophies Lost uses throughout its run. Sometimes it's more overt on the show, particularly in conversations Locke or Richard Elpert have. Other times it's less obvious, specifically in Jack and the exposition of Sun and Jin's story. Though the term didn't originate with him, the psychologist Abraham Maslow was the first to really flesh out the concept of self-actualization with his theory of the hierarchy of needs. Essentially, Maslow describes the self-actualization principle as the intrinsic growth of what is already in the organism, or more accurately, of what is in the organism itself. Or if you'd prefer, self-actualization is the full realization of one's potential. Interestingly, during Rousseau's time, there was an increasing sentiment that Europeans were losing touch with their true selves, and this is still something that we as a society struggle with today. But it was Jean-Jacques Rousseau who first called for a need to seek out and experience one's true nature, which had yet been poorly addressed by his contemporaries like Kant and Hume. So banking on his own influences, such as Socrates, he takes the command know thyself extremely literally. And it's a huge branch of philosophy that still remains incredibly relevant today. So before I move on, I want to draw focus to two things to think about as I continue. First of all, self-actualization first requires the awareness of one's natural being in order to strive for his or her potential. And number two, it is crucial to experience one's true nature in order to fully comprehend how one's self must be actualized. So basically, awareness and experience. All right? Cool. In context, we might look at the character of John Locke in Lost as one who puts this into practice. In Walkabout, Locke says to his supervisor Randy that a walkabout is a journey of spiritual renewal where one derives strength from the earth and becomes inseparable from it. Awareness of a need, intention to seek out an experience. In Walk 3 of Reveries, Rousseau writes, meditation in retirement, the study of nature, the contemplation of the universe, force a solitary man incessantly to pour out his soul to the author of things, and seek with a pleasing perplexity the end of what he sees and the cause of all he feels. Let's look at it another way. We have 40-plus people forced into solitude right now on the island. Solitude, relief from a society that has caused them all to lose touch with themselves. A drug addict, a cripple, a former member of the Republican Guard, a con man. You get what I mean. They are unwillingly exiled from their lives for various reasons, and we learn those reasons throughout the series, especially as the idea of candidates becomes more prominent. But this episode, Solitary, is so crucial in showing us that even though there are a couple dozen survivors attempting to survive together, they haven't yet become a community. They are scared, and Jack is treating hypochondriacs. Then Hurley comes up with the idea of a relaxing activity to help people connect. Even Sawyer eventually comes out of his shell and tries to reconnect with the group from whom he's alienated. Further down the road, however, and once again particularly in the latter part of the series, each character must become aware that the reality they are living in is not the intended one, or not the original one. And as Maslow says, what a man can be, he must be. This we call self-actualization. The awareness of their isolation doesn't force them into experiencing their true nature, except arguably Locke. But this certainly ups the ante concerning the theme of fate or destiny, and that if the survivors change the past, if they stop the plane from crashing, do they ever really become all that they can become? If they don't understand that their experiences have shaped them for the better? Does the island give all these characters the greatest possibilities for success through the opportunity to learn about and discover themselves apart from the distractions of society? I mentioned Walk 3 in passing just now, and Reveries of the Solitary Walker is split into 10 sections, which Rousseau calls walks, and each carry its own theme. I'm only going to draw from two more relevant themes here, even though we could, probably talk about them all. During the later part of his life, Rousseau's philosophies were so controversial that he was pretty much run out of town and lived his life in exile from a society he had once been addicted to. He thrived off attention and seemed to be the sort of person that would make everyone around him miserable if he was miserable, and not in the good way, if there is a good way to do that. But he could also excite and engage a room. In the first walk, he alludes to his current circumstances as the outcast of a community for which he can never see a reconciliation take place. It was very difficult for him. He wrote, "As soon as I began to perceive the whole scope of the plot, I forever gave up the idea of regaining the public favor during life." And also, "All is at an end for me in this world. No one can do me good or harm. I have nothing more to hope or fear. And here I am tranquil in the midst of the abyss. Poor, unfortunate mortal." The opening of the episode Solitary follows Saeed as he ventures into what is presumably day 2 of his self-imposed exile. Unlike Rousseau, who was an egotistical maniac and whose relationships in the real world were extremely intense and unhealthy, Saeed felt guilt for what he had done to Sawyer and saw himself as a negative component to the stability of the survivor society. So he removes himself from the equation with the mission to walk the shoreline, map the island, and find the French woman. Here, once again, we see Saeed have an awareness that he is not being the man he wants to be and seeks out the experience to help him understand what's wrong. This sense of obligation and intentionality is a sentiment that Rousseau addresses in Walk 6, which is primarily focused on the dichotomy of duty versus freedom. How do we approach our involvement in society? But this also brings up something that I tend to overlook, and what I'm trying to notice more as I read these books and describe to you the things I'm noticing. Here in the analysis of his own thoughts, Rousseau continually jumps back and forth between what he knows and what he feels, and Saeed does this some too, as do many other characters we could draw parallels to for this book. But I would say that we, you and I, as the fourth wall, the audience, we have a very unique opportunity to witness the self-actualization of the island through Saeed's solitary journey. We've already seen it begun. It began long before the survivors landed on the island, but it's the first time that, to me, it's really drawn into such a sharp focus. And this is where the series is surprising me so far in this rewatch, in that when I think about the show, I think about all the characters and getting to know their backstories through flashbacks. But these characters are also learning about the island in real time, and we have so many stories going on simultaneously, but really the exposition of the island is constant. The self-discovery of the island is one long thread weaving these seasons together. Locke has already voiced his unnatural communion with the island to Jack, indicating that he has looked into the eye of the island, and then throughout the first couple seasons talking about sacrifices that the island demands. And to a certain degree, Locke is right. There are certain qualifications that the keeper of the island must have, but the question will always be whether the keeper is ultimately anointed because he is the only one perfect for the job, or because the island, quote, chose him. Just some things that I will be chewing on during the rewatch, watching the process of self-actualization the island undergoes. Well, I kind of took you in a roundabout way through a couple of points here. As far as Reverie goes, it's actually quite good. Rousseau has an easy, open style. I find him unbearably overconfident, uncomfortable, and childish most of the time, but that's pretty much why he's entertaining, so it's definitely worth a shot. Just want to say thank you to all who have joined the Goodreads group so far. Feel free to start discussions, ask questions, or do whatever. I promise not to bite. Until next week, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey everyone, this is Emily. Again, you are either going to love me or hate me after this particular segment because I read a book whose author is much beloved by readers, young and old, and who in theory I love as well. But this book... Alright, The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne. Classic, right? The biggest mystery about this island is why it was worth it for Jules Verne to actually write it. 792 pages of fictional exposition, 4/5 of which is a cookbook, packed with recipes for survival, assuming you become stranded on a deserted island with 5 of the most amicable, courteous, and able-bodied individuals, and led by a man who knows everything about everything. The remaining 5th is an offhanded curiosity about the, quote, mystery of the island. This might be the only time I ever say this, so please soak it in. The movie is better. The 2005 made-for-TV movie produced by Hallmark is better. Gabrielle Anwar, Patrick Stewart, Tom Mison, Kyle MacLachlan, they star in the coarsely CGI'd, heavily modified adaptation of The Mysterious Island. If you watch the movie, it's all you need to know. It's on YouTube even. Or the abridged version of this book cuts out 95% of what I didn't like, and it's only like 30 pages long. I will preface the rest of this segment by saying that I don't really have any partitions in my brain ready to store data pertaining to sciences I cannot comprehend. If you like learning about how and why castaways use certain animals or plants to produce their daily necessities, then, hey, you will get more out of this than I did. Jules Verne is the father of what we might call hard science fiction, which is to say, he doesn't stretch beyond what man is capable of crafting, regardless of the remarkable circumstances his characters find themselves in. So for what it's worth, yeah, Verne is amazingly intelligent and makes life on a deserted island not only seem possible, but easy. Okay, maybe not easy, but I would expect something like this to appear on the Discovery Channel. Here's a little breakdown for you of the book. 5 Union sympathizers, a reporter, an engineer and his slave, a sailor, and a 15-year-old boy and a dog escape by hot air balloon from a Confederate prison camp in the summer of 1874. This is at the height of the Civil War in America. They are wildly thrown off course by a hurricane and crash land on this island. After immediately resolving that they must live out their time on the island as though they will never be rescued, they map the island, which they later dub Lincoln Island, and begin to develop ways to sustain their lives, including building tables, couches, figuring out clothing situations, making candles, and swiftly hunting and trapping animals so that there is never want of food. No one gets sick because there aren't any doctors, and no one fights because that just wouldn't be cool. The resident engineer knows everything they might possibly need to know, not only to live off the native resources of the land, but to potentially profit off of it should they ever be rescued. And even though they escaped from the Confederate prison camp because they were fighting for the Union, they seize the first opportunity to enslave an orangutan to be their servant. Dangers befall them, but they miraculously escape unscathed. In fact, some truly unusual and, might we say, mysterious happenings occur around them that often make the difference between survival and death. Quite often, the question is posed whether the island possesses some supernatural essence, but time and time again, it is refuted, and a logical explanation is given to explain away the mysteries. Soon the logic proves to be true as they realize that a shipwrecked man, the infamous Captain Nemo from 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea, has been living on the island for years and was the one saving the castaways from their various troubles. For the nearly 4 years the men have lived on the island, Captain Nemo has remained hidden in the shadows, aiding them as they needed, but no more and no less. A day or two after the parties are united, Nemo dies. And shortly after that, the island starts to explode from the supposedly dormant volcanoes, making it altogether uninhabitable and destroying all of the work the men have put into sustaining life. But it's okay, everyone manages to escape to an outcropping, the only piece of rock that is untouched by the carnivorous island's nasty case of heartburn. And after days and days of surviving on what provisions they managed to scrape together, and near the point of death, they are rescued, and everyone lives happily ever after. Alright, so that was a bit sarcastic, if you couldn't tell. At its heart, The Mysterious Island was an adventure, but as it stands compared to Lost, I felt like the book was the intrinsic opposite of the show. Here are 3 examples, and I'm approaching this logically, not existentially. First, as I mentioned in the summary, these castaways all knew each other to a certain degree, and came from the general vicinity in America where they were intent to escape from. Lost, on the other hand, unless the characters are related or married or dating, no one knows each other. Even more so, they were not escaping from Sydney. Second, within the first chapters of the book, the survivors realize that there is a great likelihood they will not be rescued, and resolve to make most of the island, even as far as moving inland completely, moving off the beach. I hope I don't have to explain how Lost is nearly the exact opposite. Third, the first human the castaways encounter on Lincoln Island is met cordially and with an abundant supply of compassion and sympathy. Even though they suspect him to be a criminal exiled to this island, which he is, they don't ask questions, they don't judge him, and they don't worry for their own safety. Jack and Hurley had quite different reactions to Kate, as we can recall. And Jack attempted to have the same reaction to the suspicion of a fugitive amongst them, but he quickly turns the tables and reacts harshly toward Kate, making her feel alienated, which is the most important difference between the 2 situations. Jack does come around and tell her that they all have a chance for a clean slate, but then 2 episodes later, he brings it up again. And then again. Okay, I'll stop ripping on the book now. Basically, what drew me to this book at this stage of the rewatch are 2 comments Shannon makes in whatever the case may be. Her first comment comes after Saeed criticizes her translation of Rousseau's scrap paper, calling it, a load of bollocks. And to this she responds, okay, A, I told you that my French sucks, and B, this isn't my nonsense, okay? Did you ever think that after 16 years on Mystery Frickin' Island, your friend might not be quite adjusted? As I just said, the first human the castaways come across is a criminal who was marooned on the island 12 years prior. The man was a murderer and a conspirator and was left on the island with nothing but regret and self-loathing to keep him company. And he admits to his new friends that the years of solitude had driven him insane. It took him several weeks to acclimate to being around humans again before he felt comfortable amongst them, but he never fully integrates himself. Sound familiar? There is something to be said for a group of people crash landing together and learning to survive together versus a single person trying to survive alone. Most, if not all of these characters in Lost would go insane if they were left alone to dwell on the lives they left behind. But as they band together to discover the mysteries of the island, they keep one another from insanity by encouraging life to continue. And this is represented wonderfully in the Rose and Charlie dynamic in this episode. The second comment Shannon makes comes when she remembers why Rousseau's scribblings are so familiar to her. It was a song in French that occurs at the end of a movie, and she says to Saeed, the guy from Saint-Tropez, he had this kid, a real snot, who hated me. His name was Laurent. And he watched this movie over and over and over again, every day, all day, the way kids do, 900 times. It was a cartoon about fish. One of the computer ones. Of course, she's referring to Finding Nemo, which then points to Captain Nemo. And I'm sure it's meant to be ironic, particularly in 20,000 Leagues Under the Sea. But in Latin, Nemo means no one or nobody. And that is basically who the man has resolved to become in devoting the latter part of his life to research solely on the island. As I mentioned, Captain Nemo has been the source of the mystery surrounding the happenings on Lincoln Island. The roots of why Nemo came to the island bear a lot of similarities to the origins of the Dharma Initiative. I'm going to read a little excerpt of Nemo's character and of his role on the island from Part 3, Chapter 16 of The Mysterious Island. From the age of 10 to that of 30, Prince Dakkar, endowed by nature with her richest gifts of intellect, accumulated knowledge of every kind, and in science, literature, and art his researches were extensive and profound. Still, for long the love of science triumphed over all other feelings. He became an artist deeply impressed by the marvels of art, a philosopher to whom no one of the higher sciences was unknown, a statesman versed in the policy of European courts. To the eyes of those who observed him superficially, he might have passed for one of those cosmopolitans, curious of knowledge but disdaining action, one of those opulent travelers, haughty and cynical, who move incessantly from place to place and are of no country. The warrior became the man of science. Upon a deserted island of the Pacific, he established a dockyard, and there a submarine vessel was constructed from his designs. By methods which will at some future day be revealed, he had rendered subservient the illimitable forces of electricity, which, extracted from inexhaustible sources, was implied for all the requirements of his floating equipage, as a moving, lighting, and heating agent. The sea, with its countless treasures, its myriads of fish, its numberless wrecks, and not only all that nature supplied, but also all that man had lost in its depths, sufficed for every want of the prince and his crew, and thus was his most ardent desire accomplished. Never again to hold communication with the earth, he named his submarine vessel the Nautilus, and called himself simply Captain Nemo, and disappeared beneath the seas. Initially here, we are given the picture of a man with ambition and love of knowledge whose expertise and cognition becomes overburdened by the prospect of living amongst people who were prone to commit the same errors and endure the same cyclical sins of humanity. He then resolves to quit civilization and instead devote his time to discovery, and thus initiates an enterprise on a remote island. I love this part of Nemo's history because it inadvertently paints a fairly accurate picture of the design of the Dharma Initiative, and I don't know whether it was intended to, but, I mean, as King Solomon says, there is nothing new under the sun. This also circles us back to a lot of Rousseau's philosophies on self-actualization and coming into one's full potential. You know, like we were talking about last week, there are many people who seek to escape from their lives because of various mistakes they've made or regrets they have, and endure self-inflicted or state-imposed exiles. Said or Nemo being an example of the former, and Jean-Jacques Rousseau an example of the latter. But what Lost repeatedly reveals to us is that no individual life is devoid of meaning and purpose. Charlie might be a washed-up VH1 has-been drug addict, but he's still a human being, and he still played a vital role in this show. And the irony is that these people didn't crash on the island because they wouldn't be missed, or that the world would be better off without them. But together, they become, essentially, the best versions of themselves in order to bring out the best in other people. It is difficult and painful and unbearable at times, but as the series finale reveals to us, there is an element of fate involved in the lot life deals us that pushes us into circumstances that craft who we are, and, if you choose to believe, so that we can be with the right people. The most ironic part of this book is definitely that Lincoln Island was in no way supernatural. Some of the experiments Nemo was pursuing at the time could be considered magical in his day and age, but the island of Lost is in itself a character that reacts, produces, demands, and extracts in ways that the island of the book never does. The island that the men in the mysterious island crash landed on merely provided them with the framework to survive despite the odds. But it was a combination of the men's intellect and skills that manipulated the natural resources to bring them rapidly along the course of human evolution, because they start with nothing, and they return to civilization all the better for it. And I believe that this is the most significant parallel to Lost, in that the castaways experiencing the flash sideways soon realized that it was experiencing life together that made a difference in their lives. Well, long book means a lot of things to parallel. Thanks for sticking with me. Until next week, this is your bookie, signing off. Hello again, bookworms. We've got another hefty piece of literature to get through this segment. I chose The Stand by Stephen King because there weren't really any direct references to literature in the episodes Heart and Mind or Special, unless of course you want to count Walt's Libro Cómico en Español. I've mapped out the rest of my reading schedule for the remainder of the podcast run, and this will happen a couple more times, so there will be definitely an opportunity to revisit The Stand, as well as other thematically relevant works the writers have cited as influential, such as The Island from week 1. There are also a couple books I will refuse to read, so, you know. Well, Kari, I should point out that Darrell is correct. I mainly read off my Kindle, but there is nothing like the fresh, crisp page of a book. You are correct. I dread paper cuts, and I have super dry skin. So back to business. The Stand was published in 1978, and then again in the early 90s. When it was first published, King was forced to exnay like 150,000 words from the book. And then in the second edition, he put them all back in. So my dad read the first edition back in the 80s, and here I am plowing through it nearly 3 decades later. It is very much a timeless tale. It's relevant in the progressive age as the threats it addresses flirt with each generation. Flu outbreaks occur, but they don't cause as many deaths as epidemics did in the earlier decades of the previous century, or really any of the decades preceding eras with established vaccine development, production, and distribution centers. But in cases like the one the Stand establishes, vaccines are nearly a moot point because it creeps up so fast you're gone before you realize what hit you. Or those who are immune to the sickness are incomparable to create a vaccine when it matters. Here is what we need to know of the Stand. Now, unfortunately, I couldn't make it through the whole book by the time I had to record this, so I'll be cluing you into parts 1 and 2. The book is split into 3 parts. Part 1 is commonly coined or referred to as Project Blue or Captain Trips, and refers to the strain of influenza that the U.S. Army weaponized and which inadvertently found its way into civilization, spreading like wildfire. As one person infected 3 people, a child in a sandbox infected 6 children, and etc., etc. Pay it forward at its finest. It also introduces us to a lot of the main characters, and there are a lot of main characters. The ones who are immune to the strain of the flu, that is. Most importantly, Part 1 paints a very raw picture of how society suffers a total collapse as its streets become littered with corpses, and there's no one left to operate the technology that we don't even realize we rely on every day. The power goes out eventually, and people have no means of communication. And at a certain point, these survivors realize that they are completely disconnected from the world because there's no means of determining who is alive and where all the alive people are. Now, Part 2, On the Border, draws focus to the dichotomy of good and evil that has been alluded to thus far, but has of yet been unaddressed or unspecified. While 3 groups of survivors find their way to Mother Abigail, who is the embodiment of good, another group is drawn to Randall Flagg, or the Dark Man, who is the embodiment of evil, and possesses supernatural powers. The surviving humans begin to have dreams about both as they make their way to either of them, and it's often due to proximity, like who they're closer to, but it also has something to do with the nature of the heart. In chapter 46, King writes this piece of dialogue. What interests me about these dreams, Glenn went on, is that they seem to presage some future struggle. We seem to be getting cloudy pictures of a protagonist and an antagonist, an adversary, if you like. The plot really begins to come together here in Part 2 and actually explodes into something much bigger, because the first part was all over the place in getting the primary characters off their butts and really introducing us to them and then thrusting them into their adventure. So Mother Abigail and the parties that join her head toward Boulder, Colorado, where they establish the Free Zone. And this is where they clumsily and inefficiently make a go at implementing their own interpretation of democracy. Meanwhile, Flagg and his minions find reestablishing society much easier in Las Vegas and soon have enormous resources available to their cause. Flagg is a fearsome tyrant, however, and deals with dissent swiftly and brutally. And actually, I see a lot of General Woundwort in him from Watership Down. Clearly, I won't be able to hit all the parallels in 1 or 2 segments, even just from reading 2/3 of the book. So for now, I'm going to hit on some of the overarching concepts, starting with this little nugget from Damon Lindelof and Carlton Cuse.
You know, our model in many ways have been other things, including Stephen King's book, The Stand, which we acknowledge as kind of a good model for how you can tell a long, sprawling, really compelling, character-based story. And Charles Dickens is also a great source of inspiration because here he was writing these great, wonderful, sprawling, serialized books.
Also, Dickens, the master of coincidence, you know.
Yes.
His story is always hinged on the idea of, like, all
the
the characters
interconnectedness,
connecting and, you know, in a very strange and inexplicable way.
There's a lot they say in this podcast that, as a writer myself, I know means so much more on a developmental level than what is actually said aloud. Often writers will cite influences as to cover their butts if anyone wants to slap them with a lawsuit. But the thing that the Lost writers knew heading into the show was that they were going to have a lot of characters and needed or wanted to sustain the show over a long period of time, as Damon says. So either way, the one thing King does extraordinarily well in this book is create a smattering of critical characters, all completely disconnected from one another, and then he slowly assembles them. He brings them together through geography and a natural inclination to find community, and he does it methodically. It's not like they all happen to find each other on the side of the road and decide, hey, let's go kick it in Boulder. They are all given bits and pieces of the whole, such as through the dreams they have of the Dark Man and of Mother Abigail. Glenn, who I quoted earlier in my Part 2 breakdown, is a lifelong teacher who has been mulling over the state of the dreams and their potential meanings. And within the same scope of that previous comment, he also takes note that he believes these dreams they are having are constructive, despite the fact that they frighten those who have them. And I think this is a very critical point in moving forward with certain dreams that certain people are having on the island. But overall, the way that this is depicted in Lost is a little bit different. It still very much clings to the framework King created in his novel. In the book, these characters are literally spread out everywhere and at times find themselves absolutely alone. In Lost, the aloneness is a little more figurative. It takes time for everyone to get situated and even longer to get them to trust one another. And then you have people who are literally isolated, like Jin, who cannot even speak the language. But as a whole, they are isolated from the rest of the world, living completely independently of the resources they used to have. So clean slate, just like in The Stand. You know, you're starting from the ground up, gathering all of the people who have survived and deciding to move forward with life. They're living independently of the resources they used to have, but they also must deal with the supernatural island in conjunction with the varying factions of all vying for control or authority over the group. And in regard to whether, in the book, they go to Las Vegas and unite with the Dark Man, or to Colorado and unite with Mother Abigail, King's character Glenn refers to their situation as a fourth-dimensional free will, the chance to choose in advance of events. And this isn't so much a literal interpretation on Lost as it is a sort of depiction of survivors uniting in the face of adversity, living together or dying alone, you might say. By living together, in a sense, Jack is telling his fellow survivors that they have this fourth-dimensional free will because they don't all possess the skills necessary to survive individually, but their chances of survival are much greater when they work together. There are some more detailed points I'd like to make, too. One character from the book, Larry Underwood, remarkably resembles Charlie, and I think at one point the writers even said that Larry was an inspiration for Charlie. Larry is a one-hit wonder. Baby, can you dig your man? He starts off in the book running away from trouble, returning home to his mother, and looking for protection. He's very much a taker. So far, through part 2 of the book, he has fought desperately to overcome those shortcomings and take responsibility for himself and others around him. Also, another character, Franny, becomes pregnant before the book begins. She decides to keep the baby and ditch the father, but as the super flu outbreak spreads, she finds that her own support system crumbles. She joins up with another group of survivors heading toward Mother Abigail and falls in love with one of the men in that group who becomes invested in her and her unborn child. Notably, Franny keeps a very detailed diary, which struck me as perfect for this segment, as it turns out, because of the time in the episode spent on Charlie rescuing and retaining Claire's diary in special. There are 2 things in particular about the diary, quick. First, both Franny and Claire keep it as a sort of point of reference for their child, initially anyway, but they also do it to help make sense of things and sort through things. Second, they both keep track of the men in their lives, how they feel about the man they are falling in love with. Claire says that Charlie makes her feel safe, and Franny says much the same thing about her interests, too. Alright, that's all for now. I've got to go finish reading the book. Until next time, this is Emily, your bookie, signing off. I seemed distinctly to perceive that my own individuality was now merged in a joint stock company of 2, that my free will had received a mortal wound, and that another's mistake or misfortune might plunge innocent me into unmerited disaster and death. Therefore, I saw that here was the sort of interregnum in Providence, for its even-handed equity never could have sanctioned so gross an injustice. The idiom of the white whale is very saturated in our culture. Even if you haven't read Moby Dick or seen the movie, The story and its characters are familiar. Ishmael, Ahab, Starbuck, Queequeg, and Moby Dick. They're some of the most symbolic and heavily used characterizations in both literature and visual media since the novel's boost in popularity. Honestly, I don't remember the episode Outlaws from my first time through Lost, and I found it to be so incredibly well done. What I loved is that they were able to pay homage to the dark romanticism of Herman Melville's Moby Dick without ever explicitly referring to the boar as a white whale, or to have Sawyer make some witty nickname out of one of the novel's characters. The most obvious parallel, without even describing the book, is the past and present white whales Sawyer is hunting down. The man who ruined his life as a boy, and now the boar who is stalking him. The episode, I think, serves as a very important model for the minute explanations of the final season. The state of a man's soul. It's not about immortality. As Guitar says to Milkman in Toni Morrison's novel Song of Solomon, it's not about you living longer. It's about how you live and why. And even though the novel is titled Moby Dick, the object of Captain Ahab's obsession, the story just as plainly depicts an ignoble universe where fate and free will fight for the upper hand in each of the characters' lives. Ahab of the novel is the tyrannical captain of the Pequod, the ship and crew which the narrator Ishmael joins on the whaling voyage that takes us through the novel. When the story begins, Ahab has already had an encounter with Moby Dick. He says, it was Moby Dick that dismasted me, Moby Dick that brought me to this dead stump I stand on now. Ahab's purpose, then, his motivation for whaling in the context of this book, is completely oriented around hunting Moby Dick down. And it isn't simply that Moby Dick bit off his leg that Ahab chases him across the seas. The whale has become a frustration. The whale, as a creature being the object of his profession, is within his right and means to kill, but this beast has proven to be the master of him. The difference between Ahab's vendetta and whaling in general is that a whaling ship doesn't usually target specific whales for their kill, but Ahab, in his seafaring madness, believes the whale is the manifestation of evil. Being aboard the Pequod with Ahab is a bit unique for all the working sailors. Ahab is a passionate captain, and the longer they pursue Moby Dick and the scarcity of news of the whale only contributes to his increasing fixations. He becomes much more intense as the months pass, and essentially putting the whole crew in danger because of his own agenda. And yeah, they harpoon and capture whales as they go, and they process them for oil. But there is an objective at play that makes these accomplishments almost insignificant. Funny story, I found my notes from college and the paper I wrote from my senior year on Moby Dick. I got a D on the paper because I hadn't read the whole book by the time I wrote the paper and simply guessed at the ending. Yeah, who knew that Captain Ahab didn't actually get to kill his whale in the end? I guess I never heard of Spark Notes back then. I bring this up because I incorrectly thought that the book ends with the death of Moby Dick and the victory of Ahab, and this isn't the case at all. The entire crew of the Pequod is lost in 3 final devastating battles with Moby Dick at sea. All are lost, except for Ishmael, I should say, because otherwise who would have told the story? Herman Melville was one of 3 significant authors who contributed to the dark romantic genre of literature, and once again we are met with an author who draws focus to the inevitability and inclination of humans towards sin and self-destruction. And the story tells us a lot about mankind. There is a distinct progression of events that carries Ishmael through the entire experience, oriented around what he refers to in chapter 1 as the grand program of providence, which is to say, his destiny, or perhaps simply fate in general. And Ishmael's destiny is inevitably intertwined with Ahab's agenda, and that starts us in the discussion of free will and fate. Ishmael begins with a skepticism of the grand program of providence, and he sort of mocks his own circumstance. He sees the world as the place for an adventure, and that his course is fated by his quick friendship with Queequeg and the decision to join the Pequod's crew. But he's a comical figure, almost pitiful in his naivete. Then he moves toward a disbelief of fate altogether, following the prophecy of the Pequod's disaster, largely due to the fact that the man who prophesied was an insane bum named Elijah. But once he's able to internalize the prophecy, he moves from disbelief into acknowledgement without giving fate credence, and actually sets himself against the grand program. Not just from the bum Elijah, but all through the novel there is a constant, heavily intertwined feeling of impending doom. In chapter 44, Ishmael says, "There are certain queer times and occasions in this strange mixed affair we call life, when a man takes this whole universe for a vast practical joke, though the wit thereof he but dimly discerns and more than suspects that the joke is at nobody's expense but his own." In the last quarter of the novel, then, Ishmael finally disassociates himself completely from Providence, and that life is sort of what we make of it. Life is just a series of chances that ultimately bring about a man's end. I'm left with a dull sort of impression that it could be fate that all these characters were brought together, but the finality of these sailors could just as easily be contributed to a mess of personality, ego, and ambition that, when mixed together, can bring about no other end. Since this is a very Sawyer-centric episode, I'll break down the comparisons through him. Ahab and Sawyer share some similarities, but they also share important differences. Both men were orphaned at a young age. Both have a great sense of pride and honor that drive them forward in their agendas and make them single-minded in their pursuits. In chapter 34, Ahab says, "I'd strike the sun if it insulted me." And it seems like that's something Sawyer would say. Both of them possess charisma, but also have a very raw edginess to them that can scare people into doing what they want. On the other hand, the way in which both men deal with their white whale makes the application and comparison of these traits quite contrary. Ahab lost his leg to Moby Dick during their first encounter, and then made 3 consecutive unsuccessful attempts to kill the whale at the end of the book, which ultimately resulted in his death. Sawyer, on the other hand, drew back on his first chance to get his whale, by which I mean kill the man he was told ruined his life. When he decides to fulfill his mission, Duckett's dying words reveal that he's just the poor patsy who owed Sawyer's associate a lot of money. He's not the man Sawyer's looking for. Sawyer thinks he's killing his white whale, that his lifelong mission is coming to an end, but he has been played, and his Moby Dick still roams the ocean free and clear. As Sawyer stands ready to shoot and kill the boar in his final triumph of the episode, the parallel situation is very obvious to Sawyer, as it is to us, and he's able to walk away from the boar when he finally finds it. So this is a huge important difference. Ahab was unable to walk away from Moby Dick, but Sawyer was able to say, "It's just a boar." I say this is important because, well, I made a guess at the novel's end because I grew up learning that there is victory over sin, and that even though times are hard in this life, there is a better life to come in which we can live in freedom from sin and from the oppression of the darkness of this world. Not understanding that this was not Melville's intention, I had a very false perception of this novel and of the purpose it serves as a dialogue on human nature. To me, victory over sin is the ultimate moral of the story, but it certainly doesn't fit into the context of this novel. However, the contrast between Sawyer and Ahab in this context speak to what we've been seeing throughout literature thus far in the rewatch. There is depravity, there is pain, there is social exile, there is deception, but there is also the hope that that is not all there is. Huxley's Island ended with the pacifist Taoist society dissolving at the hands of a more powerful neighbor, despite a philosophy founded on inherently good principles. Even the Mysterious Island ended with each of the survivors taking what they'd learned off the island to succeed in trades they might not have otherwise been attracted to. And Rousseau, who pushed Europeans to seek out and experience their true natures, to create an awareness of oneself that transcends one's status in life, equally speaks to this seemingly very inconsequential choice Sawyer makes to let the boar live. It's just a boar. It's not the manifestation of evil. It's not his arch nemesis. It's just a boar being a boar. And as we anticipate what is to come in the later seasons and the reason they all crash-landed together, it becomes more obvious to me that it's moments like these that contribute to that final moment in the church. Right now in season 1, without the context of the full series, we know there's something else going on that links at least a few of these characters together off the island, and just the fact that Sawyer and Christian were in the same bar in Australia speaks to that point. Taking the full series into account, then, we see that it isn't a coincidence all of these people have crashed here together. Unlike Ishmael's circumstance or his perception of providence, there's a purpose in the relationships here, where both Ishmael and Ahab neglect the compassion in the object of their pursuit. Kate and actually Locke draw focus to the human element again and are the reminder to Sawyer that the quality of his soul still hangs in the balance, no matter what he decides. Hoy, I'm out of breath, but I'm so glad to get all of this off my chest. Until next week, please don't call me Ishmael. This is Emilee, your bookie, signing off. I've been debating taking a ship to Hawaii, if I end up going, because clearly planes are not the way to go. Like Lost, Lord of the Flies by William Golding depicts the aftermath of a plane crash, though in this case, the survivors are an unknown quantity of British schoolboys, not an ethnically and geographically diverse group of adults. And their plane is shot down, not passing through an electromagnetic field. You'll recall that in the episode, in translation, Sawyer says to Jin, "Folks down on the beach might have been doctors and accountants a month ago, but it's Lord of the Flies time now." Immediately after the scene, we jump into the past, where Jin carries out a mission for Mr. Paik, where he beats a man almost to death because the man was unable to deliver on his boss's fiscal and entrepreneurial objectives. Back on the beach, Sawyer throws Jin into the midst of the survivors, and Michael confronts him, throws a couple punches, and it finally provokes Sun into revealing her super secret language skills. Sawyer's statement is a direct reference to the novel, but as I hope you'll see, once again, even though a novel presents a premise for an episode, it also sets up an example of how things could go very wrong. In translation, like last week's Outlaws, depicts a very different resolution than the novel does. And the usage of this story extends much deeper into the show as a whole and continues to broaden the scope of what the writers are actually trying to get at. The boys in the novel crash on a small island in, assumedly, the northern Atlantic. None of the adults survive. The boys are scattered all over, and the two boys we were introduced to first, Ralph and Piggy, find a conch and blow it to summon everyone to them. Their first order of business is to elect a leader, which is Ralph, and then to survey the island. So far, so good. The miniature society of law and order the boys attempt to erect on the island starts off relatively solid, with certain boys being the hunters and others creating shelters. The general consensus is that while they wait to be rescued, they are going to have fun. But soon the divisions begin. The most primary is between Ralph and Jack. Ralph is the oldest and the tallest, and was the first to demonstrate leadership by blowing the conch. Jack is bold and cunning, and gradually becomes more lethal as the novel wears on. He is the leader of the hunters and is constantly at odds with Ralph about the way things are run. Ralph is adamant about doing all they can to be rescued while on the island and determines that keeping a fire burning at the top of the mountain is their best chance of being noticed by passing ships. So he puts Jack and the hunters in charge of keeping it burning, keeping it smoking. But Jack is so intent on killing a pig that a hunting expedition supersedes the hunters' attention to the fire, and a ship passes in the distance when the fire has gone out completely. The meeting that ensues to address Jack's lack of consideration sparks a conversation about the most intriguing mystery of the book, the beast. Before this point, the young boys called it a snake thing. They were dismissed because logic says that nothing large could live on an island the size of the one they're on. Ralph and the older boys chalk it up to nightmares. But the nightmares continued, some of the little kids crying out in their sleep because they see things moving in the darkness. At this meeting, there is a very interesting correlation to how fear finds a way to manifest as something real, something corporeal, so that it doesn't have to be abstract. The older boys state with absolution that there is no beast, and at one point, Piggy says that life is scientific, and explains that whenever there is something out of place, there's always someone to set it right, so there can't be anything to fear in the forest unless they become frightened of one another. Unfortunately, it is much at this point that their society begins to unravel. At night, while everyone is asleep, there is a battle in the sky, and a dead parachuter falls onto the mountaintop right near the fire where a couple of Jack's hunters are fast asleep. When they awake, they think the silhouette of the parachute is the beast, and run and tell everyone that they've been attacked. Jack and Ralph go to investigate, and Jack is sadistically stimulated by tracking the beast down. But he's also unfocused and encourages their group to stop, relax, and eat. Ralph is frustrated by their lack of progress and by Jack's relative instability. That is, until they begin to hunt a pig, and Ralph becomes enamored by the chase. They lose the pig, but are so exhilarated by the hunt that they begin reenacting the almost kill on one of the boys, Robert, to the point that the boy is beaten and bloody. All at once, Robert was screaming and struggling with the strength of frenzy. Jack had him by the hair and was brandishing a knife. Behind him was Roger, fighting to get close. The chant rose ritually, as at the last moment of a dance or a hunt. Kill the pig, cut his throat, kill the pig, bash him in. But then the reenactment stops, and with hardly a thought toward the whimpering Robert, the boys refocus and continue on their way. Making their way up the mountain, all the boys are spooked by the parachute, not seeing it for what it really is, and then return to camp to animatedly tell the boys that they've seen the beast. But Simon sneaks back to the mountain to investigate, and there he meets the Lord of the Flies, which is a pig's head on a stick, buzzing with flies. And in his fear, it becomes animate, feeding on his worst fears and finally revealing this. "Fancy thinking the beast was something you could hunt and kill," said the head. For a moment or two, the forest and all the other dimly appreciated places echoed with a parody of laughter. "You knew, didn't you? I'm part of you. Close, close, close. I'm the reason why it's no-go? Why things are what they are?" After this encounter, Simon discovers the dead man and the parachute and runs back with it to camp to explain to the boys what he's found. but engaged in a dancing frenzy like the one they had experienced while beating Robert. When Simon appears at camp with the parachute ballooning behind him, they mistake him for the beast and brutally murder him. Basically, the final chapters depict a complete abandonment of humanity in nearly all of the boys. Jack pollutes the minds of the boys who take his side over Ralph's, and they turn into savage natives and celebrate the blood of those they kill. In the last chapter, Jack has put out a kill order on Ralph, and Ralph is chased to within an inch of his life before smoke from a fire that was started to try and trap him is spotted by a naval ship, and they're finally rescued. There's a lot in this novel that could be used directly for plot points or characterizations, or that could just be inadvertent similarities, literary tools to make these characters three-dimensional. Piggy has asthma, as does Shannon. It's not unique, but it's purposeful. Piggy also has glasses, which are used to make fires, and which Piggy relies on totally to see. As we'll see next week, this is something that Sawyer will be diagnosed with. Both have characters named Jack. Both islands have a mysterious monster and boars that hunters can kill to cook for everyone so that they're not only eating fruit. In the book, there are twins named Sam and Eric, but no one can ever keep them straight, so they're called Sam and Eric, all one word, much like what we see play out with Scott and Steve. Less obviously, there's a division between the older kids called Biggins and the younger kids called Little Uns. And this division plays out a lot like the major and minor characters on Lost, with the major characters making the decisions and the minor characters voicing their concerns from time to time, but without much resolve. So these could be purposeful, but I'm certainly not going to say that the writers intentionally said, well, Piggy has asthma, so let's give one of our characters asthma. But there are a lot of parallels set in motion between Lost and Lord of the Flies that, like Moby Dick, are perhaps a good reference for what not to do. The book, in many ways, is the antithesis of Lost. Last week I did a compare-contrast of Sawyer and Ahab, saying that even though they have similar vendettas, the way that they handled them was very different and contributed to what I believe embodies the purpose of putting these characters on an island together. Remember my best chance of success rant from a couple weeks ago? Sawyer might tell Jin that it's Lord of the Flies time, having been subjected to torture himself, but the fact of the matter is that because these people were doctors and accountants before the crash landing here, they have a much more solid paradigm of morals and ethics. Even the recovering drug addict has a moral center, even if he doesn't always use it. But most importantly, Jin knows from experience that a person might do something because they are forced or scared into doing it, not because it defines them as a person. One of the most moving moments for me in this episode was listening to Jin explain to his father why he couldn't talk to his wife anymore. This week, there is a broader agenda than the humanity of just one character. Everyone but Sun, and Walt, I guess, believes Jin set fire to the raft, and his burned hands nearly scream of his guilt. The parallels between the show and the novel aren't exact, of course, so from the novel, let's just take this summation. The boys hype themselves into such a frenzy that when there is something they need to deal with seriously, they mistake it for what it actually is, abandon sense, and instead resort to animalistic inclinations in order to deal with the problem at hand. Contrarily, Lost shows how the angry majority gets worked up and mistakes Jin for having set the fire. But the outsider is thrown into the midst of an angry mob, and those who lose their minds over it are brought back from the brink by Sun finally revealing her ability to translate. Because Sun revealed her secret, Michael and Jin move on from their feud and begin to develop a really solid relationship, one where language even isn't a barrier. The monster or beast on the island of the Lord of the Flies was as enigmatic as the creature on Lost seems to be at this point. The pig's head on a stick that spoke to Simon as the Lord of the Flies was put there by Jack and his hunters as an offering to the beast. But there is no beast. Children are afraid of the dark, even ones who have the sense to know otherwise. But the mere suggestion creates the possibility, and before long, the beast isn't known necessarily as something real and tangible, but as fear itself. And fear can cause us to go crazy, either with worry or paranoia, because it's as elusive as the wind. We can't see it, but we can see the effect of it. In the novel, the Lord of the Flies is nothing more than the spirit of animalistic power and barbaric cruelty that led Jack to put the pig's head on the spear in the first place. In Lost, as far as we know thus far, the monster has a form and it makes a sound, it just hasn't been seen. Unless Locke has seen it, but, he hasn't shared that. Though we know the monster now fondly as Smokey or the Man in Black, at the time the scariest part of the monster was not knowing what it is. Eventually, as we learn the history of the Man in Black and how he came to be Smokey, The unknown primordial fear of children is made manifest in something real and is not abstract, but part of the island's supernatural nature. The biggest moral I took away from examining Lord of the Flies is that the survivors of Lost are not immature children, left to their own devices, knowing that there is no formal means to deal with murderers and thieves, no prisons, no judges, no juries. To a large extent, they work together in order to resolve conflicts or deal with threats. When factions arise, and when the rivalry between Jack and Locke becomes dreadfully overdone, each still operates out of a belief that they are doing the right thing based on what they know. Man of science, man of faith. Lord of the Flies was a great, fast read. If you have some time to kill on a Saturday, grab it from the library, sit with a cup of coffee, and just cruise. I personally recommend it. It's not, the most inspirational read, but it's fun. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Can you believe we've been at this for 10 weeks already? We are 16.39% of the way through this adventure. There is a long road ahead of us, and every week I fear I'm going to get repetitive or won't find anything to parallel. But after reading A Wrinkle in Time by Madeleine L'Engle, well, let's just say I surprised myself by what I found, and I hope you will enjoy it. It also makes me hopeful for all that is to come. A Wrinkle in Time is probably my favorite new book of the rewatch so far, where so many of these books have ended with less than hopeful endings. L'Engle takes a much more liberal approach to faith, and as such paints a more promising vision of mankind overcoming the looming threat of darkness in the world. In the book, high schooler Meg Murray and her young 5-year-old brother Charles Wallace are recruited for a mission to travel through space and time and rescue their father, who has gone missing. Mr. Murray is a very intelligent scientist who discovers the fifth dimension, called the Tesseract, and used it without knowing exactly what he was doing. But he never had the chance to tell his family what he was doing and inexplicably disappeared a year ago. Charles Wallace is a unique boy. He possesses telepathic abilities and is also extraordinarily intelligent. He and a celestial being called Mrs. Whatsit form a psychic bond, and she comes for him to aid in the rescue of his father. With the help of Mrs. Whatsit and two other celestial beings called Mrs. Who and Mrs. Which, Meg, Charles Wallace, and their friend Calvin leave on the adventure to rescue Mr. Murray. Now this is where we learn that wrinkling through time is a nickname for the act of moving through the fifth dimension. It's a shortcut. For example, instead of traveling from one mountain peak to the other by going down one mountainside, through the valley, and up the other mountain, the Tesseract works like pushing the mountains together and hopping from one peak to the other. Before landing on the planet where their father is imprisoned, the kids learn of a being called the Black Thing, which most people simply call it, and how it is slowly taking over the universe. Even Earth is succumbing to it, but many worlds have already been completely engulfed, like the one their father is on. The celestial beings, although very powerful, cannot see beyond the darkness and therefore cannot see Mr. Murray, nor can they save him. So instead of going themselves to retrieve the man, they must equip the children to do it. The kids are given gifts by the celestial beings in order to combat the Black Thing, but once on the planet Camazotz, only Meg really understands how to use the gifts. On Camazotz, everything and everyone behaves and looks the same because it is all under the influence of this disembodied evil. The being pulsates at a very specific rhythm, a rhythm that Charles Wallace hears in his head, and they find it everywhere around them. Children bounce balls to this rhythm, men tap their shoes to it. Monotonous tasks are done to its beat, and those who do not engage in the beat are either foreigners or outside the influence of it, so they are taken into custody and fixed. On their way to rescue Mr. Murray, Charles Wallace neglects the warning given to him by Mrs. Who that he doesn't know everything and succumbs to the temptation of the answers it promises him. And when he is possessed, the usually intuitive, kind, loving, and respectful Charles Wallace becomes mean, nasty, and uses his observations to wound others rather than to help them. When Calvin and Meg find and extract her father, they are forced to leave Charles behind as they escape because the power of the Black Thing threatens to control their minds. But Meg, Mr. Murray, and Calvin reunite with Mrs. Whatsit, Mrs. Who, and Mrs. Which to determine how they are to save Charles Wallace. They observe that the Black Thing isn't used to people resisting it. Usually it's easier for people to simply give in to its power. They also realize that Meg alone has the ability to save Charles from the Black Thing because of the connection they've always had. So, faced with the prospect of going back alone to rescue her brother, Meg must face the insecurities that have plagued her thus far in the novel, such as subpar intelligence, awkwardness, and the fact that she thinks she's generally boring and stupid. But Mrs. Which tells her that she has something that it has not, and this something is her only weapon. She needs to only learn it for herself. Meg's triumph over the darkness is dependent on two very important things. First, she acknowledges that hating the darkness gives it more power over her. Second, she realizes that the something she has that it does not is the ability to love, and instead of hating it, she loves Charles Wallace and breaks the bond it has over him. They escape through the Tesseract, and all of them are reunited with their families. Fun, inspirational book. I absolutely loved it. And like Watership Down, Sawyer reads this book over the course of a couple episodes. I was trying to figure out what page Sawyer was actually reading, and I suppose if I was watching it on high-def Blu-ray, I might have been able to figure it out, but I wasn't. So he always seems to be in the middle of the book, though, whenever he's shown reading it. Moving on. We get a clear picture of it in Deus Ex Machina when Jack is trying to help him pick out a suitable pair of glasses. And glasses play a really cool role in the book. Meg does wear glasses, but for their journey to Camazotz, Mrs. Who actually gives Meg her own pair of glasses and tells her to only use them as a last resort. Meg finds a use for them when she, Charles, and Calvin find her father imprisoned in this transparent column. You know in season 4 of Fringe when Peter puts on the Faraday cage and walks into the time bubble? That's what I thought of in this scene. The glasses turn the transparent column into a 3-dimensional space so that Meg can pass through it and save her father. Now, I would like to draw your attention to 2 specific elements from the book. First, Meg wears glasses, as I said, and believes this contributes to her outrageous plainness. She hates being an oddball and thinks that if she weren't so repulsive looking, it would be easier on everyone. Second, I mentioned that it pulsates at a very specific rhythm, and it also makes everything look and act similar because, well, think Stepford Wives, or Shigel's World Domination from Kim Possible, A Stitch in Time. So then just before Meg and company find Mr. Murray, Charles Wallace says, "On Camazotz, we're all happy because we're all alike. Differences create problems." Then he tells her that this is why she's unhappy at school, because she's different. Truthfully, things on Camazotz do run smoothly and efficiently, but that's because there is no free will. Meg does concede that maybe she doesn't like being different, but she also doesn't want to be like everyone else either. And this is why I like books for younger audiences. It's easier for kids to kind of get tricked into overcoming their insecurities. By the time you get to be my age, you're stuck with most of your insecurities unless you actually address them head on. But when you're a kid, those insecurities aren't cemented. They're on the surface and really only hold you back because of the lies you've been told. And I know that there are exceptions to this, but at least in young adult literature, serving as an instrument for life lessons, it exposes the innocence and simplicity of good and bad. C.S. Lewis did it brilliantly in The Chronicles of Narnia. Charles Wallace has been Meg's closest friend and largest influence despite his young age, and she loves him very much. But now he has turned into this evil person who is the complete opposite of the boy she loves. And when they are reunited with their father and he's still possessed by it, she keeps saying, "But that's not Charles Wallace." So she can see the lies because of how well she knows her brother, and by stripping away Charles Wallace as her crutch, she is inadvertently given the push she needs to be more than she ever was. She can't afford to be insecure. And so to wrap this all together, it's Meg who is given the glasses because she's not too intelligent that she would be lured by curiosity into the black thing, but she's also too smart to be sucked in by false logic. Okay, so on the surface, Sawyer has an ailment. His hyperopia is causing him serious headaches, and if he's going to continue reading, he's going to have to wear glasses. The contrast to Meg, of course, is that Sawyer is a fairly competent dude, much because he's a tall, brawny man with an awesome head of hair, but also because his profession relies on him playing a character that he's made up in order to trick something out of someone else. He uses bits and pieces of his real self in order to play these characters, but largely, I would assume that he has to be as unique as possible from his true identity in order to put enough padding around his false identity. And if you've taken anything away from my analyses thus far, I hope it's the idea that who we are to other people, the person that we portray and the manner in which we behave toward others is hugely influential in the course relationships take. Divisions are natural because ego creates incompatibility. And the divisions we are seeing now in Lost will take us all the way to the very end. However, the divisions also shape these characters into being something more than they ever were before, ever were without each other. It might bring out some of the most unlikable characteristics in many of them, but it also forces them to compromise in ways that they never had to apart from this new society where it seems impossible to escape from. It forces them out of their comfort zone, it forces them to address the lies they've been told, and it forces them all to put on a new pair of spectacles in order to solve seemingly impassable problems. Sawyer might make a profession out of it, but a lot of these characters are putting on a facade too. Kate is hiding her fugitive status. Locke is hiding the fact he was paralyzed. Up until a couple episodes ago, Sun was hiding her knowledge of English. Whether it's embarrassment or self-preservation, most of these people believe they are doing others a solid by pretending to be different. But really, it's when they are most themselves that they contribute the most. Jack is able to bring Charlie back from the dead practically because he's too stubborn to give up. He pours his own blood into Boone because he's confident as a physician, and people can see the effort Jack puts into saving others and instinctively trust him. He's able to overcome the lies his father spoon-fed him as a kid because he functions outside that bubble of insecurity. Meg is able to rescue her father despite the lies Charles Wallace is yelling at her because she uses what has been given to her. She doesn't have to come up with something new. Deus Ex Machina is a Locke-centric episode, of course, and I know this analysis didn't spend any time on that fact, but to close out here, I think Locke is comparable to Charles Wallace once he's been consumed by the Black Thing. Locke has been saying weird stuff like, the island will tell us what to do. But right here and right now in Season 1, Locke has been deceived by his own ego-driven intellect. Instead of being careful, bringing more people into the fold, heeding the natural warnings that accompany, finding an abandoned drug mule plane in the jungle, instead of acting like a normal person, he acts selfishly. He pursues the plane and asks his very impressionable protege to climb up and check out that plane when he is unable to. He has been sucked in by the mystery of the island, and I believe he cares much more about the island than he does about any living person. And this might sound harsh, and I'm not saying that he doesn't feel sorry for what happened to Boone, but he is so intent on overcoming what has held him back in the past, and the island has given him the means to do just that. Well, I guess that wraps it up for this week. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. This week's segment of Lost in Literature is a special feature. I couldn't make any direct comparisons to literature, at least no more than I've already read so far. So I said to myself, why not, with the last 2 episodes of Season 1 next week, revisit what we've read so far and take a different look? Most specifically, looking at the variety of monsters in literature against the developing mystery of the smoke monster. What I love to look back on over the course of books in this first season is how the underlying thread of culturally relevant books create a deeper world on the show simply by alluding to associated paradigms. And I know that this is only going to grow from season to season. Julian Barnes, who you might know best as the author of The Sense of an Ending, said a couple years ago that when you are writing fiction, your task is to reflect on the fullest complications of the world, to say things that are not as straightforward as might be understood from reading nonfiction. A large percentage of the literature in Season 1 feels to me like the writers are reflecting on the scores of ideas that have come before them and contemplating how they can show this vast world of thought within the scope of survivors on a deserted island. And so far, the most telling aspect of this for me is noting that they cannot do so without a supernatural element. Whether you wish to believe it is faith-based or the disembodied essences of good and evil manifesting on the island, there is a tense line the writers are towing, and it is beginning to bust wide open. There is a line in Stephen King's The Stand that I feel fits this idea well. He writes, "The beauty of religious mania is that it has the power to explain everything. Once God, or Satan, is accepted as the first cause of everything which happens in the mortal world, nothing is left to chance or change." It encompasses that idea that since the supernatural element has been alluded to, it doesn't matter whether it is supernatural or not. Characters will treat it as such, and that gives it power. The beast in Lord of the Flies was completely non-existent. It was the disembodied fear the children had of the island and of the dark. But because they gave that fear a legitimate property in their minds, it became the cause by which their madness unraveled, and it forced divisions. I don't pretend to know the writer's mindset while they were developing the story of Lost, but I can tell you that from experience, I can understand having very broad ideas that don't become complete until I've written quite a bit of the story. So this is all just speculation. Howard Jacobson, author of The Finkler Question, said in an interview back in March, "Read other writers, but don't be other writers. Find your own voice and revere it." And that's what I see the writers doing at this stage. They are looking at centuries worth of literature, looking at all of the ways other minds have thought about villains and evil manifesting in a world just stewing in its own filth, and are looking for how exactly their monster is going to become what they want it to become. Maybe they have that Season 6 vision for the smoke monster right here in Season 1, or maybe they don't. What they do clearly have is a concept of a serious, ominous threat that seems to have no MO, but is still deadly and purposeful. So first I took a look at the monster as we know him in Season 6, in the fullness of what he has shown to us. The light at the heart of the island is protected by one individual for as long as they can manage. It seems that there's only one protector at a time, though many are qualified to protect it, and it's that protector's responsibility to recruit candidates to take over for them. The protector alone knows of the cave's location, and the light, in Mother's opinion, is the source of life, and a small portion of it exists in every man. Men covet and desire it because of the potential power it has, and her adoptive sons were forbidden from going into the light because it would cause a fate worse than death. Take it or leave that summation, but for the purposes here, I hope that will do. And then after Mother transfers guardianship to Jacob and is killed by the Man in Black, Jacob and his brother fight, and Jacob pushes them into the light. When the light consumes the Man in Black, it produces the smoke monster. While the Man in Black is physically dead, his spirit, his consciousness endures in a sort of way through the smoke monster. But because the smoke monster was created out of the Man in Black, it seems to consistently possess his desires, even though the monster takes on the personage and seemingly the memories of other dead people. There are some really interesting theories about the origin of the spirit that became the smoke monster, like that it only finally took on the smoke form when the Man in Black was hurled in, because at one point, Claudia, the dead birth mother, appears to the boy in black to reveal the truth about his origins. So the desire to escape from the island might have existed long before the Man in Black became Smokey, but the essence or the spirit itself might have targeted him because of how well their goals lined up. But I digress. There are opposing powers on the island, one that wants to preserve and protect the island, one that wants to get off the island. Before I get too far ahead of where I want to be, I just glazed over this so that we can keep in mind what the smoke monster is at the conclusion of the series, so that we can kind of track its development up until that point. There is a passage in Book 6 of John Milton's Paradise Lost that goes like this. There is a cave within the mount of God fast by his throne, where light and darkness in perpetual round lodge and dislodge by turns, which makes through heaven grateful vicissitude like day and night. I bring up this piece of literature because Paradise Lost is one of those epic stories from literary history that describes the fall of man by drawing out the narrative elements to the creation story we don't get just from reading Genesis, because a lot of that story is found elsewhere in the Bible, particularly in regard to Lucifer and the fallen angels that become demons. But what Milton does with Paradise Lost is use the metaphor of war between God's angels and Satan's angels to describe to Adam lessons of morality between two very real but wholly intangible forces of good and evil. So just something else to keep in mind. There are two spirits at play on the island. One just happens to be made of smoke and sounds mechanical. So let's take a look. You might remember from my analysis of Huxley's Island, I felt like the island of Apollo was sort of a private paradise where all of the carefully crafted idealisms exist to no real purpose. That even though they're introduced to supposedly create a better society, it conveniently provides opportunities for corruption and using those very idealisms against the society. One of the main perpetrators of the novel is someone on the inside seeking to dissolve the community for the sake of monetary gain. From this very abstract parallel, we can start to see the monster as something that has manifested out of things gone wrong on the island itself. Alice in Wonderland might possess one of the most unique monsters in The Queen of Hearts. Her infamous line, "Off with their heads!" is both terrifying and unspecific, because the Queen will order anyone's head to be cut off when they make a mistake or displease her. But it is one uniform death sentence she has, and she says it so offhandedly it's almost not taken seriously at times, but it's still adhered to. The game of croquet as played in the Queen's court is sheer madness. There are no rules, and because there are no rules, the Queen is able to subjectively declare people are breaking rules she creates on the spot. Alice perceives the Queen as an extension of her uncertainty in the world, and because of this, the rather psychedelic and mad nature of Wonderland itself validates the woman who reigns in dominion over it. And in this sense, we can see the monster on Lost as a security system, like Hurley says, but one that doesn't really have a certain set of rules by which it functions, at least not yet. The monster blends right into the uncertainty and madness of the island. There's no natural defense, no predicting its justice. In Watership Down, the rabbits suffered at the paws of General Woundwort, the tyrant who didn't want the rabbits to leave the warren, didn't want the rabbits inside to have any sense of free will. Woundwort actually scared most rabbits into believing that there was a more fearsome danger laying beyond the warren than the threat he himself posed, and because of this, was able to control them. When Hazel and company escape with the does from Efrafan, the new Warren is hunted down by Woundwort's army out of a sense of ownership, and the final battle plays out as such that the rabbits fight and hold their ground until they've drawn a dog into the vicinity of the downs. Like Ahab, Woundwort stands his ground against the oncoming threat, expecting his army to do the same, and is killed by the dog. Ahab and Woundwort then paint a slightly different picture for the monster, giving it the added dimension of vengeance and possession, respectively. Both characters become villains in their own right because of a very specific and narrow and selfish objective. And though we can't see this missional characteristic in the smoke monster yet, it certainly gives us more perspective in hindsight as to its knowledge of why these individuals have crash landed on the island. He knows why Jacob has brought them here. Let's see what's left. I touched on the beastie from Lord of the Flies at the beginning. I really actually wanted to do this segment because of how significant and symbolic I found the Black Thing in A Wrinkle in Time, and I think that villain really encompasses everything I've talked about here. All at once, the Black Thing is internal and external. It spreads like a plague, taking over people's minds and using people against each other in order to put the resistant under its control. What the monster on Lost has done so far is make the survivors fearful of entering the jungle unless it's absolutely necessary. It's kept most of them from making frivolous forays into the unknown. To some, like Locke, this enigmatic quality is the precise reason he's drawn into the jungle, because he sees the monster as a seamless extension of the island's mystery. And the Black Thing is an intriguing contrast to the smoke monster because it doesn't possess everyone, but without a host, the Black Thing has no voice. And in Lost, without a host, the monster holds no credence. For example, in the form of the Black Man, it threatens Jacob's guardianship. And in the form of Locke, it lures unsuspecting individuals into its trust for a time, and then uses threats and violence to hold them in place. It's so symbolic of how that kind of evil can get into our minds and ensnare us, something that seems good or seems to hold our own interests that eventually reveals itself to be other than what it appears to be. In conclusion, it seems to me that the writers had an idea for the monster and probably had that final vision in mind in some form, that it was an opposing force to the goodness on the island, desperately trying to separate itself. But there's so much to consider when developing that type of villain that I am glad it took its time in becoming Smokey. Alright, I'll be back next week with Memoirs of a Geisha, so stay tuned. And until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Let's play a little game. Which one of these is not like the other? Your options are Watership Down, Moby Dick, and Memoirs of a Geisha. Let's be honest, you'd be right if you picked any of them or none of them. I thought it was going to be a stretch to analyze Watership Down for Lost, but I may have met my match with Memoirs of a Geisha. This novel was written in 1997 by Arthur Golden. It's technically classified as historical fiction, but it reads very much like a memoir, and I definitely prefer this form over flat-out first-person POV. But the woman Golden interviewed for background information on the life of a geisha actually sued him for defamation of character and then went on to write her own biography. Now that she's outed, it's called Geisha, A Life. I'll probably have to read that at some point. Apparently it portrays a very different world from the one Golden tells us. Before I tell you about the book, let's just get a couple important facts out of the way. A geisha is not strictly a prostitute. Their primary functions are to act as a hostess in a very specific environment. They are well trained in the arts, accomplished musicians and dancers, but the majority of their role is a facade because their intention is to create an illusion for customers. Up until the late 1800s and early 1900s, I think, prostitution was still legal, so much of their role was sexual, but not explicitly so. There was a well-held tradition and belief at the time period in which this novel was written that marriage was more of a legality design, uniting families, establishing political ties, but also a wife was necessary to produce heirs and raise children. For sexual pleasure, then, men entering into this type of marriage would go elsewhere, and in Japan it was the geisha districts. Young Chiyo was born into poverty, a fishing village in a very undesirable part of Japan. Her mother is near death and her father would be unable to care for 9-year-old Chiyo and her 15-year-old sister Satsu once she was dead. One day, Chiyo meets a well-established businessman, Mr. Tanaka, who was very taken with the remarkable gray-blue color of her eyes and general demeanor. He makes a deal with Chiyo's father to sell the girls to the geisha district. The girls actually think that Tanaka is going to adopt them and go along with the plan willingly, but it doesn't take long before reality sets in and Chiyo realizes what is happening. She's separated from her sister, and Satsu gets thrown into a life of prostitution because she's rather ugly, while Chiyo is placed in an okya, which is a geisha house. The typical okya has a matriarchal hierarchy, grandmother, mother, auntie, etc. The eldest always holding the most authority. Life at the okya is difficult. Chiyo is a beautiful young girl with a very promising future, but the established geisha of the house, named Hatsumomo, has it in for her and makes her life so difficult and sets so many obstacles in Chiyo's way that it seems impossible for Chiyo to ever become a geisha. The okya mother finds Chiyo too big of a risk to continue giving her lessons to enter into proper geisha training, but Hatsumomo's arch-rival, Mameha, takes Chiyo under her wing and persuades mother to give Chiyo a chance. Sure enough, under Mameha's tutelage, Chiyo becomes a popular, well-accomplished geisha known across Japan for her startling gray-blue eyes and exquisite beauty. She becomes Sayuri. Of course, it's not as straightforward as I make it sound. Sayuri suffers a lot as a maid and an apprentice. She suffers loss of family, loss of friendship, and goes through a long period of dreadful loneliness. Sayuri never really understands her place in the world of the geisha. She always feels like she has an extreme debt to pay and is willing to do whatever in order to express gratitude, suppressing the inner self. There are two men in particular that are very forefront to her story. One she calls the chairman, and he expressed a moment of kindness to her before she actually became a geisha. He gave her his handkerchief, and she kept it throughout her life, always holding a more than special place in her heart for him. But he never seemed to be interested much in her services. The other man is named Nobu, and he's very literal, forward, and an assertive businessman who desires Sayuri very much. She develops a friendship with him and is able to look past his external blemishes. In particular, he's missing an arm and is dreadfully scarred over the right side of his body. But her primary reason for continuing to throw him off and thwart him is because Nobu and the chairman work for the same company, and she fears that by entering into a long-term contract with Nobu, she will spoil her chances with the chairman. Sayuri and Nobu are very close to a contract when Sayuri takes measures into her own hands. She grabs fate by the throat and does something that Nobu finds unforgivable. This leads to a direct confrontation with the chairman, who finally confesses that he is the one who helped her get her start back when she was still a maid, being bullied by Hatsumomo. The chairman owed a great deal to Nobu, and when he witnessed the affection his business partner had for her, he stepped aside. But when Nobu finally bowed out, the chairman confessed his deep affection for Sayuri, and the two lived as happily ever after as any businessman and his mistress could. So, taking a quick look at Lost. During one of the Jin-Sun flashbacks in the multi-part finale, Sun returns with food and beverages for the two of them to share at the airport. She nervously spills the beverage on Jin and tries to help him mop it up, but Jin curtly refuses her help and goes to the bathroom. In the background, an American couple are reading and eating, and the woman says, "It's memoirs of a geisha come to life." Gina defends herself to her husband by saying, "Relax, they don't speak English." But of course we know by now that Sun can very well understand what she's saying. I'll be the first to admit that I don't know a lot about Eastern culture, but I feel like it's highly derogatory and ignorant, maybe even racist, to reference a popular work of fiction set in the Eastern world and assign it to anyone else from that general vicinity. It's not the same as mistaking a Minnesotan for a Wisconsinite. Rivalries aside, there's no racism involved in that mix-up. But Memoirs of a Geisha is set in Japan, and Sun and Jin are clearly Korean. That's just plain rude. That's like mistaking a Minnesotan for a Canadian. Was that rude? Sorry, Mark and Patty. The comment Gina makes is also rude because it clearly indicates a lack of knowledge of the book and thus a lack of knowledge of geisha. Unless she's seen the movie or something, but I haven't seen the movie, so I can't really speak to that. As I said before, geisha are hostesses, not wives. They are entertainers and artists. A lot of this novel has to do with destiny, which I believe has more to do with the Japanese culture and the superstitious way in which the geisha conduct their business than it necessarily has to do with the literary tool in a work of fiction. Nevertheless, this plays right into my analysis. I might not be able to make the kind of comparisons as I have in the past, but remember that quote from last week? Julian Barnes said that the goal of fiction is to reflect on the fullest complications of the world and use analogies to express literalities. A geisha isn't literally trapped the way a prostitute often is. Once she pays off the debts she accrued from her training, she's free to do whatever she wants, really. What traps them in the life of a geisha is more the notion or the lie that they cannot do anything else. They've trained their whole lives for this one purpose, and to leave that lifestyle and become something else would just be a culture shock, because these women live and sleep in the geisha world. Outside of the geisha district, what they are doing is essentially illegal, so they must physically live within the borders and carry on their business within the borders. That's what I got from the novel anyway. So Memoirs of a Geisha does a great job of relating a world in which a young woman's life is constantly under oppression from this course she's been set on, not able to express her feelings to the man she loves, not able to develop friendships with those she wants to. The life she lives on the outside is very different from what's going on the inside. Sometimes she has to play a character, to be someone else. She's forced into relationships that paint her in a bad light, and her family is made up of a bunch of money hounds who could care less about the person beneath the makeup. How does a young woman rise above that? There are two really cool quotes from the book that I want to point out as it relates to destiny and then tie it into what we see on Lost, because even though the correlations aren't exact, they are still relevant literary concepts. Over midway through the novel, Sayuri is at the height of her problems with Hatsumomo, the woman who has been the bane of her existence. She describes the influential words of an admiral from the Japanese Imperial Navy. The admiral was telling a group why he never loses, the secret to his success. He said, "I never seek to defeat the man I am fighting. I seek to defeat his confidence. A mind troubled by doubt cannot focus on the course to victory. Two men are equals, true equals, only when they both have equal confidence." The rivalry between Jack and Locke is given its label in the season 1 finale, man of science versus man of faith. Both sides require a great deal of confidence because both require the men to be persuasive so that others will take their side. When these men lack confidence, they lose supporters, and the divisions between the survivors are agitated. And primarily it is the man in black and the evil forces of the island, I would guess, that are trying to defeat that confidence. In season 1, the time when Locke and Boone build that trebuchet to break through the hatch and it fails, Locke's confidence suffers and his leg becomes injured. And in a sense, he's like Peter looking away from Jesus while walking on the water. He loses faith and begins to sink. And Jack comes from a very troubled history of his father continually wearing down his confidence, making him believe that he doesn't have what it takes. When Charlie and Claire are abducted, he takes that on himself because he's promised to keep these people safe, and the abduction of these two breaks his confidence and really others' confidence in him. A lot of the upcoming events will rely on these men holding their ground and attempting to poke holes in each other's confidence and to avoid killing one another. But for the most part, their rivalry is so enduring because their confidence is equally matched. The second quote comes from Nobu when he's trying to bring the inner Sayuri out into the open. She told him that she would do anything for him, even possibly enter into a contract with a less than desirable man. Nobu says, "I don't misjudge people. If you aren't the woman I think you are, then this isn't the world I thought it was. Do you mean to say that you could consider giving yourself to a man like the minister? Don't you feel there's right and wrong in this world, and good and bad? Or have you spent too much of your life in Gion?" I think it's safe to say that at one point or another, we've all spent too long under the influence of a lie. Operant conditioning, I believe it's called. If you treat a person like a criminal long enough, they're going to become a criminal. If you tell someone they're worthless long enough, they're going to believe they're worthless. Nobu was a dear friend to Sayuri, but not what her heart desires. Yet he's still able to wake her up so that she can act on her heart. And in a similar way, the island is the bondage breaker. It separates these people from those who have held them back in the past to provide them with opportunities to overcome their insecurities. The majority don't want to stay there forever, but at a certain point I can't help but think they all come to appreciate it in some form or another. Maybe it's not until they're all about to walk into the light, but nonetheless. That's all for Memoirs of a Geisha. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. I am super excited to share with you The Third Policeman by Flann O'Brien because it is outstandingly brilliant. As usual, there is too much in this novel to relate to you in 10 minutes, so I'm obliged to pick and choose. Please forgive me. In 2005, USA Today published an article in which Craig Wright, who co-wrote the premiere, said the book will be featured at a key moment in the show, and that anyone familiar with the book will have a lot more ammunition in dissecting lost plot lines. He wasn't joking. The Third Policeman opens with the narrator describing a bit about himself. He's a young man who has taken to a simple life due to having a wooden leg. He devotes most of his days to the study of a philosopher named De Selby. His friend and business partner, John Divney, brings the narrator in on a plot to murder a rich old farmer named Mathers and steal his fortune, which is kept in a small black box. The murder is carried out, the narrator delivering the fatal blows to Old Mathers, while Divney takes the black box and hides it somewhere unknown to the narrator. He claims they must forget about it until things die down. When Divney believes that the time has come to retrieve the box, he apologizes to the narrator for withholding the location of their prize and tells him where to go find it. It's buried in the floorboards at Old Mathers' abandoned farmhouse. The narrator goes to retrieve it, but as he reaches for the box, he finds himself in a very peculiar situation, in that Old Man Mathers is sitting in that very room, drinking a cup of tea and looking as dead as an alive man can be. They engage in a very odd conversation, the end of which leads the narrator to understand that the black box he seeks was moved to the police barracks nearby. The narrator makes his way to the barracks and meets 2 of the 3 policemen whom Old Mathers spoke of, Sergeant Pluck and Policeman McCruiskin. The 3rd policeman, Fox, is never seen, but he does his part to keep the parish in working order. Both Pluck and McCruiskin are monstrous men, both in stature and personality. Pluck is a man concerned with diseases from the teeth and is street smart. McCruiskin is more intelligent and speaks to the narrator with great complexity. The narrator doesn't wish to reveal what he's truly after when he comes into the barracks, which is the black box, so instead he tells Pluck that he's lost his American gold watch. Pluck finds this incredulous. He says he's never heard of anything stolen or missing but a bicycle, and as we soon come to learn, bicycles are the pinnacle of this parish. In the course of developing a search for this watch, Pluck arrests the narrator for the murder of Old Mathers and locks him up. It's a very relaxed arrest, though, and as they prepare to hang him, he's brought in on various goings-on at the barracks. Often the narrator must accept things both men say as true, even if it seems radically absurd, because to deny as true one fact would make life itself seem impossible. For example, the concept of atomic theory is introduced early on. In this strange parish, men are becoming bicycles and bicycles are becoming men because of the way atoms move and how heavily each person relies on a bicycle for their everyday activities. Pluck steals a certain man's bike every Monday and hides it just to slow down the process of his becoming a bicycle. But by far the most intriguing and relevant adventure the narrator is taken on is when the narrator inquires about the readings that the policemen take. 2 different times, McCruiskin came into the barracks and related certain figures to Pluck. Pluck agrees to show the narrator the origins of these readings, since the narrator isn't long for the gallows, and takes him to the lift, which drops down into what the policemen call eternity. They call it that because you don't grow older there. When you leave, you're the same age as you were going in. Eternity is an immense labyrinth of repeating corridors and doors, wires, clocks. There is one door that can produce anything requested of it. But more to the point, the readings that the policemen record are described as such. The great thing is to keep the beam reading down as low as possible, and you are doing very well if the pilot mark is steady. But if you let the beam rise, where are you with your lever? If you neglect the charcoal feedings, you will send the beam rocketing up, and there is bound to be a serious explosion. But the secret of it all in all, continued the sergeant, is the daily readings. Attend to your daily readings, and your conscience will be as clear as a clean shirt on a Sunday morning. Basically, the remainder of the novel concerns the narrator attempting to escape from custody before he's hanged, and when he finally does escape, he tries to go home, but passes by Old Mathers' house where he notices an odd light. There he meets Mathers again and discovers that he is the elusive policeman Fox. To his shock, Mathers tells him that he's had his black box all along and that it contains omnium, a delicate stone that has the power to create anything. And with the omnium, Mathers created the labyrinth and set the other 2 policemen to the task of attending to the daily readings merely to keep them occupied. The work the men had been doing was of absolutely no consequence. The narrator is sent home and comes to find that his friend Divney is 20 years older, is married, has children, and has grown fat. Divney dies from fright on seeing him and admits in his final breath that he planted a bomb in Mathers' house when the narrator originally went to retrieve the black box. The narrator has been dead all along. When Divney makes his way back to the parish, enough is revealed to indicate that the afterlife is a cyclical realm of illogical complexity and occupation. Perhaps you noticed that I referred to the main character as narrator the whole time. This is because he doesn't reveal his name at the beginning, and by the time he's asked for it, he has forgotten completely who he is. I find this significant for much the same reason I found John Locke significant in his theories about a clean slate. Names are arbitrary identifiers that really only bear significance because of their powers of clarification, but they aren't connected to our soul or personality in any tangible way. Names can even be deceiving, such as they often are on Lost. Sawyer being James Ford, Kate's many aliases. Later on, the Man in Black takes on the form of John Locke, and people come to realize that it's not actually Locke, but often refer to him with that title anyway because of his appearance. So not only are names deceiving, but appearances are as well. The cool thing about this in both situations is that the parish or the island which they've all come to knows who they are without them telling anyone. Pluck knew that the narrator murdered Old Mathers, and likewise, Jacob knows the names and qualifications of all the candidates he brought in. Like the narrator's arrival in the parish, when the survivors crash on the island, they are, by all intents and purposes, dead. Or mostly dead. The island, as I've said many times, has its own structure and set of rules by which it operates, and this often leads characters to many strange conclusions. We've already seen oddities with compass navigation and the tide so far, and things only continue to become more bizarre. The scientists on the island understand better what's going on than the survivors do at this point, but no one, probably not even the writers, really understands the whole picture. Within the novel, there is this concept of an eternity within an eternity. There is the eternity that is unknown to the narrator, which is the parish itself, representing a personal hell, and wherein the narrator does not realize he's dead. The eternity he finds within is a deliberate attempt to reveal the hokey nature of the parish, but is also representative of a collective hell from which all mankind suffers. J.W. Dunn was a huge influence of O'Brien's when this novel was written, and Dunn has extremely interesting theories about time, which I think appealed more to fiction artists than scientists in his heyday. In his book, An Experiment with Time, he discusses all sorts of experiments with time that explore coincidences and moments of clairvoyance from the dream state. Death, Dunn writes, is the arrival of a traveling field at a boundary and is not a serial element. It is, like sleep gaps and the various time irregularities in the substratum, one of those solely first-term characteristics which must exist in any series which has a beginning. Before I lose myself in this, the point I'm trying to get across is that time on the island is not consistent in the way it's shown to us, nor in the way that the characters experience it, but considering the island as the parish, or the character's, quote, first death, it allows for an additional sidestep from, perhaps, the laws of physics. And like the parish of the narrator's experience, there are certain layers to this. There's the cognitive conception of time, the linear progression of the mind, but then there's also the fourth dimension of the universe within which one's mind exists. And this is a puzzling complexity that Lost loves to play on us, and certainly, in some form, pays homage to the novel. Now, I see the black box from the novel as the hatch in Lost. The black box with Old Mather's fortune is the catalyst by which the narrator's weird adventure begins, and likewise, the hatch is the focus of John Locke's hope for clarity of the island's vast mystery. What both the narrator and Locke have in common, then, is that they are after what's inside of their fixation, but both have a barrier to overcome. The Swan Station to Locke is like the omnium inside the narrator's black box, because when they get inside, they find that its purpose is far more grand and further from whatever could have been expected. The Swan Station is the first of many other stations the survivors locate on the island, and also their first real clue to the mystery of the strange electromagnetic field which it controls. There are 2 points I want to get across as it pertains to going down the hatch in the premiere. First off, as I described in the book recap, the policemen take readings to ensure that eternity will not cause a massive explosion. This shares a relationship with the way someone must punch in the numbers and push the button in the Swan Station. The hell of deliberation they experience inside the Swan Station is tied to choices inextricably linked to every living thing on the island, and whereas in the book the threat is merely a placebo, in Lost the threat is real, but there is a possibility that it is a placebo. Locke even carries unto destruction his belief that the action is meaningless. There is even a video they find later on that creates an illusion that the Swan Station is a psychological experiment to disguise what its true purpose is. Secondly, there are features of the island that have long been sought out by various parties, all desiring it for various reasons. And man is constantly finding arbitrary applications for the wonders of the world, ones that suit their own agendas and means, but ultimately have no bearing on the natural order. When the narrator learns that there is omnium within the black box, his mind goes from visions of publishing his commentaries on the philosopher de Selby to ideas of grandeur and revenge on the policeman who had so messed with his mind. There will be many hands in the proverbial decision pot, as not only the survivors must decide what to do with the Swan Station, but beyond this localized point, whose side they should take in what should be done with the other phenomena they find. Should they trust Charles Widmore? Should they trust Henry Gale? Should they trust Ben Linus, who lied about being Henry Gale? Well, I guess that means next time I visit this book, we'll be focusing more on the fake philosopher within the novel, de Selby, particularly his theory that a journey is a hallucination, and then maybe zero in a little more on the literary concept of being dead the whole time. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey everyone, Emilee here. This week I'm changing up the format of this segment a little bit. There was quite a bit of literature either directly referenced or alluded to in the 2 episodes we looked at this week, and I want to talk about 2 books. I'm sure you noticed that The Third Policeman was actually shown to us in orientation, but as I had Darrell mention last week, I wanted to review that book to kick off season 2 because of its overarching relevance to the show at large. But here and now, I want to focus on Hurley, because I never really get to talk about him. I'll be talking about The Outsiders by S.E. Hinton, and then I'll jump into The Pearl by John Steinbeck. But before I begin, I wanted to note that this episode of Lost was very powerful to me because I see it depict the collision of internal and external conflicts that are ultimately resolved by a third party. Rose has the wisdom of someone detached from Hurley's former life, and even of her own secret suffering from cancer. There's a unique contrast here that isn't really explicitly mentioned on the show, but we know that Rose has a strong faith. We've seen her pray with Charlie, and she really does have a compassion that permeates every conversation she has. Meanwhile, Hurley is convinced he's under a curse, which is adhering to a whole different kind of faith, one that actively works against a person's soul instead of encouraging it to endure. And not that she necessarily convinces him that he's not under a curse, but she definitely provides him with a means to get over this obstacle. Once again, through this chance encounter, we get to see another instance of how influential and important an interaction between 2 survivors was. Rose not only saves the food from total destruction, but she also shows Hurley a way to turn a so-called curse on its head, turn a negative into a positive. The first book, The Outsiders, did a lot to paint a larger picture of the internal struggles of a protagonist in the face of changing events. It's referenced in Everybody Hates Hugo in a couple of ways. I'm going to assume most people are familiar with the story, so I'm not going to give a rundown of the book like usual, but I will remind you of a couple particulars. Johnny and Ponyboy are best friends in the book, and after Johnny kills the Soch named Bob, they run away and hide out together in an abandoned church. Randy is Bob's best friend, and while Johnny is in the hospital with a broken back, he confronts Ponyboy to tell him he's not going to fight in the big rumble later that evening. In this conversation, Ponyboy starts to see the Soches as real people and not just the stuck-up phonies everyone thinks they are, and when he's asked about the conversation with Randy later on, he comments, "He ain't a Soch, he's just a guy, he just wanted to talk." Finally, the woman in the music shop, Starla, reminded me of Cherry Valance, even though the names aren't the same, but I'll get to that in a minute. In the episode Everybody Hates Hugo, then, Hurley's coworker at Dr. Cluck is named Johnny, and after they quit the fast food joint, the 2 go on a bit of a wild rampage across the city, playing hooky at the music store and collecting gnomes to arrange in Randy's front yard in the form of Cluck You. Johnny refers to Hurley as Ponyboy, alluding to their rather delinquent behavior on their free day. The parallel, I believe, is the depth of their friendship, as it's alluded to by Hurley's plea for them to always stay the same. The irony of the reference is that in the novel, it's Johnny's dying breath that's given to Ponyboy, telling him to stay gold. You'll remember that Ponyboy recited Robert Frost's poem, Nothing Gold Can Stay, when they were at the old church. And Johnny takes this to mean that all things that are good eventually come to an end. But he doesn't want that for Ponyboy. He wants him to stay strong amidst the changes and adversity ahead of him. Here again, the irony is that you can see in Johnny's eyes in Lost that his resentment for Hurley is beginning already. In that same moment, he learns Hurley is about to graduate from a greaser to a Soch. And that brings me into my next point. Greasers versus Soches. Class division. Other than Randy's name being the same as one of the Soches in the novel, I don't really see much direct connection to the character. But the theme of class division still seems really strong in the Lost episode. Randy, the Soch, is upper management, whereas Hurley and Johnny are the greasers. Almost literally, they're the grunt workers. Randy has set himself clear above Hurley by reviewing the security cameras and telling him he owes Cluck World for the chicken he ate. Hurley's boost of confidence comes from the promise of excitement, of knowing things are about to change, but Johnny doesn't know that. He believes that he and Hurley are in the same situation, fearful for their future of unemployment and taking a huge, uncalculated risk by ditching Cluck Farm. With Ponyboy, there's never a chance that he'll become a Soch, but he's intelligent enough to rise out of the East Side and go to college, which will lift him out of that existing rivalry. Johnny of the novel knows this about Ponyboy, but Johnny of Lost does not know Hurley is about to come into some money, which is why it's Hurley that must plead for them not to change. Once again, the irony here is that it's Johnny's final letter to Ponyboy that gets him back on the straight and narrow, toward a future using his brain instead of his brawn. Whereas in Lost, Hurley rises out of his greaser status and leaves a resentful Johnny behind. Starla is a good parallel to Cherry Valance in the way that she likes Hurley in spite of the odds. When Cherry and Ponyboy meet at the movies, she just likes to talk to him. She thinks he's a nice boy, not hardened like the other greasers. Most importantly, Cherry and Ponyboy connect over interests that have nothing to do with what side of the tracks they live on, like literature and sunsets. Toward the end, Ponyboy asks Cherry, "Can you see the sunset real good on the west side? You can see it real good on the east side, too." Which is referencing back to a comment she had made earlier that everyone looks at the same sunset. Yet he acknowledges here that no matter where you are from, you can enjoy the same thing, just perhaps in a slightly different way. So in this way, Starla and Hurley have a connection through this music store, which has nothing to do with appearances or attractiveness. And I'm not trying to be superficial here, but, both Cherry and Starla can look past the initial outward impression and see the person beneath it. The second book I mentioned is The Pearl by John Steinbeck, and I believe it does a lot to broaden the scope of the external struggles Hurley faces on and off the island in this episode. The premise of the book is very straightforward, though it's heavy in symbolism and meanings, and in so many ways it's a direct parallel to Hurley's entire life. In the book, Kino is a pearl diver whose son Coyotito is bitten by a scorpion. In order to pay the doctor to save the infant, he goes on an ambitious mission to find a pearl grand enough to pay the dues. He finds it. He finds the pearl of the world, and he knows he's got it made. He has a vision to rise above his lowly social class and the poverty-stricken society he's trapped in, but the pearl does more harm than good. The doctor tries to steal it from him, the pearl buyers collude to rip him off from what the pearl is honestly worth, and when he tries to run away because he's unsatisfied with the deals offered to him to purchase the pearl, he's tracked down maliciously and is ultimately forced to kill his pursuers. In doing so, however, he also kills his son, who was in the arms of his wife, because they're both hiding out in a cave, and because of all the misery the pearl brought him, he casts it back into the water in the end. We've seen Hurley's wealth in prior episodes, but mostly as it concerns the curse he believes is set on everything he touches. This episode is tremendously important to that endpoint, to Hurley's understanding of that curse, because of how it depicts his relationship with anticipation. He has internalized that curse so drastically that it inadvertently paints a sour picture of what really is a blessing, the food, that they find in the station. In the novel, Kino never cashes in the pearl for money, but it still represents vast wealth. The pearl is a credit card, one that he racks up charges on and is never able to settle. The very first parallel I can make then is that Hurley walks around clutching his winning ticket in much the same way Kino clutches his pearl. The difference is that the entire village knows of Kino's score immediately after he finds the pearl, and Hurley's is still a secret. It doesn't remain one for very long, of course, but until that ticket becomes money, it's only the promise of how much it's worth. And like Kino, it's more money than Hurley has ever seen cumulatively in his lifetime. Interestingly, the money that the lottery ticket represents is less foreboding than the physical food within that pantry. On the one hand, Hurley clutches onto his ticket, anticipating a future that will undoubtedly wind out of his control. And on the other hand, he could be Scrooge McDuck skiing down the side of this storeroom of food. The food in the pantry might be worth $156 million to him or anyone else on the island right now, but it certainly won't distribute in the same way. And if he wasn't able to make everyone around him happy when he quite literally had too much money, how can he make everyone happy when there's no way this food can adequately be distributed equally? Hurley's afraid of greed, though, as much as he's afraid of being hated for the decision he has to make. He's seen greed transform the people around him from amicable, loving people into savages wholly dependent on the materials vast wealth brings. Unlike Ponyboy's intelligence, the pearl and the lottery ticket are very tangible evidences that their owners can rise out of their current status. Ponyboy was at risk of completely ruining his chances for the future by giving in to his depression over Johnny's death, much like Hurley was at risk of seriously damaging the Swan Station by blowing up the pantry. On the other side of this, then, is the double external threat. First, by the sheer fact that the pearl is an object that has been the focus of Kino's vocation, and thus very much within his means to find. And second, by the rarity of the pearl as a commodity, an object so rare that its value is too high. In Lost, it's perfectly within Hurley's right to buy a lottery ticket, but the amount of the jackpot makes winning this a very unique and drastically life-altering circumstance. Like Kino, Hurley is providing opportunities for himself to rise out of his circumstance, essentially shaping his own destiny, but also taking a huge risk, as the great wealth which accompanies these risks also brings forces out of a single human's control. Kino is trying to find a means to save his son who has been bitten by a poisonous scorpion, but I suppose you could call what he finds to be a bit overkill. I don't think anybody could ever expect to win a $156 million lottery, or whatever the full number was. And that's the second part of this external threat, is the rarity of a prize and then the insanity that accompanies it. Kino had the opportunity to rid himself of the pearl, either by selling it or just giving it away, which I know sounds stupid, but instead he holds it closer, and like Frodo in the ring, it slowly drains him of the person he once was. The odd thing is, and maybe this is what makes Hurley overall such a remarkable character, he never seems to go down the same path as Kino did, or even as the people who benefited from his wealth did. He was never taken in by the wealth and just seems to have a solid desire to connect with people or protect them from himself. And that'll wrap it up. Thanks for listening, guys. I'll be back next week with more from The Third Policeman. So until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Remember how much I disliked The Mysterious Island by Jules Verne? Feels like forever ago that I trudged through that book. Luckily, Flann O'Brien restores my faith in science fiction novels. The model Craig Wright intended to use by referencing this book becomes much clearer to me as I reread The Third Policeman. It's kind of like Penrose Stairs, the impossible staircase that utilizes optical illusions and forced perspectives to depict a continuous loop staircase that only ascends or descends depending on your point of view. Each turn appears to be a normal flight of stairs, but the way they connect to each other as a whole is altogether inconsistent and impossible. I hardly did the book justice with the summary in the first segment, but unfortunately it's just not something I can dutifully accomplish here. If you don't want to read it, at least go to SparkNotes, but I do recommend giving it your time and attention. Now, onward we go. O'Brien wrote The Third Policeman in the late 1930s, but it wasn't published until after his death in the late 60s. 1938 to 1946 are what we call the golden age of science fiction writing. I've been making my way through Astounding Science Fiction, the monthly magazine of sci-fi stories published in that time period, and I'll tell you, they're nothing like what O'Brien wrote, which isn't to say they're bad at all. From Isaac Asimov to John W. Campbell to my personal favorite, Ray Cummings, there's a lot of intergalactic travel, a lot of robots, and a lot of parallel universes, but I haven't read anything yet to match The Third Policeman. Why do I say all this? For starters, Season 6 has been a tense subject for many fans. A lot of people I talked to simply didn't get what the writers were trying to do, and or felt let down by what the finale revealed. I am definitely not here to defend or criticize the ending, but I would like to help shape our perspective from a literary standpoint. Back in 1940, when O'Brien was trying to get someone to publish his book, he wrote the following to a friend. I think the idea of a man being dead all the time is pretty new. When you are writing about the world of the dead and the damned, where none of the rules and laws, not even the law of gravity, holds good, there is any amount of scope for backchat and funny cracks. It was interesting to me to know this of the author's perspective, because it certainly isn't something that could be claimed in this decade. I remember some of my peers just being lambasted in creative writing workshops for revealing at the end of the story that their character had been dead the whole time. Such a cliche! In our age of television, the trope of being dead the whole time carries with it a negative stigma, a feeling that we've been conned into caring about something that ultimately didn't matter. And I believe this is a very sad way to look at it all, because it seems to suggest that it's only the end that matters, not the journey. My argument for the Fringe series finale is that we were shown a future that had to happen so that it would never happen, and that the efforts the Fringe team put forth were intrinsically important to both the future and the past, because the problems weren't localized to the time period of the Observer's invasion. Honestly, the caveat I believe Lost fell into was the hype over where all of these events were leading. So much mystery and so much intrigue, and then what? Everyone walking into the light? I said in the previous policeman segment that when the plane crashes, the survivors are by most accounts dead. I didn't mean this literally. Their physical bodies aren't dead, nor are their souls, but to the world at large, they are dead, and when they come back to the island after they left the first time, they appear dead to the world again, but they're not dead. So, what do I mean by dead? This made me take a closer look at O'Brien himself, because clearly there's a message here that he wants to relay, and like Penrose Stairs, he does it so that when looked at separately, they make sense, but when assembled together, the story overall is puzzling. And yet, by the sheer fact that they don't fit well together, helps the story make sense. A sort of consistency from the inconsistencies. O'Brien was raised Catholic, and by all accounts, he remained committed to his faith throughout his life. When he was publishing a book prior to The Third Policeman, his publisher mistakenly thought he was writing a parody of religious eternity, but O'Brien calls him out on it. He writes back and tells the guy that he had no intention to jeer at God or religion, but actually roast the people who do. And I think this is important to keep in mind because the purpose behind telling us something in fiction, whether it's a novel or an episode of Lost, is often as important as what actually happens. And I think the same holds true for how something ends as well. It's easy to say, oh yeah, they were dead the whole time. But it's much more difficult to realize that the madness they were part of was an avenue to describe varying intimacies of humanity and relationships outside the context of what is possible or outside the limitations of the known universe. There's one critic I've just loved reading while studying this book, Landa Davis, and she makes this great observation that I want to read for you quick. She writes, O'Brien critiques modernity's substitution of religion with scientific empiricism and Enlightenment rationalism, arguing that if these distinctly modern values continue unchecked, the result will not be an idealized heaven on earth, but rather a hell of endless futility. This just blew my mind, and not just with the man of science versus man of faith battle, but really within each person who's on the island. The island, like I said last time, is kind of like a personal hell because many of these survivors are fixated on something or other from their past, while the madness of the island draws out the relevance of their personal histories. Through the wrong lens, this eternity can look hopeless and subversive, but what I feel like the writers are doing is showing how this place that gives everyone nothing but time to think about everything they've left behind is only as hopeless as they make it. A person ultimately ends up where they deserve to be. The narrator willingly took part in the murder of Philip Mathers. No one forced him to beat the man to death. And we all do or will suffer the consequences of our actions regardless of how we end up committing the sin for which we have to pay, or even how we end up in our final resting place. I'm not saying that the island is an opportunity for redemption, or even that it's purgatory, but it certainly throws the past of these characters into sharp relief. It's interesting to see that Rose rejects, and will continue to reject as the seasons go on, the, quote, enlightenment that going down into the hatch provided the survivors in terms of understanding the goings-on of the island. As their peers get deeper into the island's mythology, which is by all accounts a gargantuan onion, Rose and Bernard keep it all at arm's length, aware but unattached. In the novel, when the narrator goes down the lift into eternity, he learns that from one room he can ask for whatever he wants, and before long, the narrator has ordered a bottle of whiskey, precious stones worth 200,000 pounds, bananas, pen and paper, new clothes, underwear, shoes, banknotes, matches, and a weapon that will totally wipe out anyone who tries to harm him. These things are given to him without any explanation requested. But then, as they are about to leave, the narrator learns that he can't bring anything out of eternity with him. If you ascend the lift weighing more or less than you did coming down, it will fail and you will die. When this truth is told to him, the narrator describes his emotional state as this: I leaned against the plate wall and searched my wits for some reason and understanding and consolation in adversity. I understood little except that my plans were vanquished and my visit to eternity unavailing and calamitous. A large emotion came swelling against my throat and filling my mind with great sorrow and a sadness more remote and desolate than a great strand at evening with the sea far away. Looking down with a bent head at my broken shoes, I saw them swim and dissolve in big tears that came bursting on my eyes. Rose made her decision, not based off certain knowledge of what the hatch contained, but of what her skepticism of a mechanical replacement for a natural process means on a large scale. We continue to become sucked into this technological age that makes everything go faster and is supposed to make our lives less difficult. Ha ha. And yet we run the risk of them controlling us completely. Not unlike what the hatch has become. Attendants go through shifts of pushing the button, each told the same story as to why this must take place, but each new person is one more further removed from that original purpose. And in Lost, when expectations aren't met as to the functionality of each new discovery, it's much like losing one's religion, and produces a similar despair to what the narrator felt when he couldn't keep any of his new things. So when I say they've been dead the whole time, I merely mean it as a metaphor. The author said his parish was the land of the dead and therefore provided him with the ability to disregard the rules that prevent absurdities from interfering with reason. And as they blend together, particularly in the depiction of men becoming bicycles and vice versa, we see a very unique take on the cognitive misappropriation of the world that comes after this one. So it isn't so much that they are literally dead, but they are on a journey in which either to regard or disregard the state of their existence here is the fundamental difference between a stagnant life in the land of the living or a full and purposeful life on a mysterious island. but not the mysterious island, thank goodness, which is like the land of the dead because of its remoteness and isolation. I mentioned previously that the narrator is obsessed with a fictional philosopher named de Selby, and this is the last point I'll make before wrapping up. In Chapter 4, the narrator describes a bit about de Selby's theory of a journey is a hallucination. Human existence, the narrator narrates, is defined by de Selby as a succession of static experiences, each infinitely brief. This theory leads us down a strange road. The philosopher conducts an experiment to travel to another city, not by physical transport, but he locks himself in a room and travels, allegedly, through the assemblage of photographs, mechanical clocks, and gadgetry. It seems like he was trying to carry out his own theory that motion is an illusion of an infinite number of rests between point A and point B. Think Zeno's paradox. Photographs represent this illusion very well as they capture moments we pass in and out of in a fleeting second. Now, I'm only analyzing here and theorizing, so these are just thoughts, but there seems to be a correlation between technology, space, and the physical presence of man in both the way de Selby conducts his experiment and then in the way the narrator experiences life in the parish, again in regard to the bicycles. De Selby wanted to get from point A to point B, and so he creates for himself his own personal, unobstructive, and unchallenged means to do so. To me, this feels just like what they did on Lost. They show characters using bizarre technology to harness the strange electromagnetic energy, and the Dharma Initiative isolated themselves away on this island, away from prying eyes, left to their own experiences. And the things that happen there happen for them, but remain a mystery to everyone else. So on the one hand, the journey is a hallucination in terms of the way time unfolds, but also from the outsider's perspective, it's only at the word of another that things are true. The writers were able to explore the enigmatic extracultural interactions between a diverse assembly of humans by implementing something mechanical within the natural peculiarity of the island, and in effect, letting us peek into that world in a way that no one was able to peek into de Selby's room in The Third Policeman. Well, that'll wrap it up again for The Third Policeman. Thanks for sticking around for a second segment. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey, Lost fans, guess what I get to talk about today? Okay, I'll tell you. It's the Epic of Gilgamesh. This is one of the oldest, if not the oldest, epic narratives of world literature. Its origins trace back to 2800 BC Mesopotamia, and its text is only partially preserved on 12 clay tablets. A lot of the words have been lost to history, but the narrative itself endures in other forms, including 2 forms of the tablets, with slightly varying stories. These points are very significant to me in terms of the story we get on Lost, before even touching on the contents of the epic itself. The bittersweetness of television is that we get to see stories carry on for several years, but when it comes to a story like Lost, we get a very select, very controlled story due to time limitations. Even now, looking back, we reflect on how many answers we would have liked, but because the writers were forced to choose the story they wanted to tell and then follow that the best they could, many storylines dropped off or were left unsatisfied. The Epic of Gilgamesh, amongst other ancient literatures, is a lot like that, partially preserved so as to understand the general story, but often a lot of the specifics are lost, or debates rage on between which version is the true version, the Old Babylonian or the Akkadian. And then into the differences of the stories themselves, it's super interesting to learn how drastically just a couple alternating factors between 2 versions of the same story can relate a totally different tale. It's like that movie Vantage Point with Matthew Fox and Dennis Quaid. The same story from several different points of view. Each time the story is retold, we get a bigger picture. We get thrown onto the Gilgamesh Trail by just a couple frames from collision. Locke is in the hatch, manning the button and finishing off a crossword puzzle. His clue is Enkaidu's friend, and the answer is Gilgamesh. Now, if you take a nice look at the freeze frame, there are some weird things about the crossword puzzle. First, the handwriting used to fill in the blanks, every single letter, is different than every box on the page that we can see. Everything from the weight of the pencil to the typeface of the writing is different. Second, none of the surrounding answers make a lick of sense. There are words I've never seen before, and I've seen a couple words, like acalms and gar and cyand. So either the writers really wanted to make a point to reference this piece of literature, or they should have seriously fired the person in charge of props that week. It actually makes me twitch a little bit, to be honest. Why bother making a legitimate clue and not make it fit into the crossword puzzle? Alright, ending my diatribe. Onward and henceforth we go. As you may know, epic poems are long narrative poems revolving around important heroic deeds significant to a culture or a nation. The poem we're looking at today tells a tale of a Sumerian king named Gilgamesh. Most accounts say that he is the son of a goddess and a man, and as the tale goes, is the strongest and best-looking chap in all the world. He is an arrogant man, taking advantage of the people he reigns over in Uruk, enslaving the men and raping the women. The people cry out to the gods for help, and Anu hears their call, and another being is created to be his match, his counterpart, his equal. Enkidu is created, a wild man who lives off the land and is hairy and uncivilized like a wild animal. In a dream, Gilgamesh learns of his existence and believes they are destined to become companions. He finds him, then sends a woman to open his eyes to the civilized world and integrate him into human life. Enkidu learns of the horrible way Gilgamesh treats the women in Uruk and goes to confront their king, catching him right before he tries to violate a wedding. The two fight, Gilgamesh ultimately winning, but they become friends and companions and go on adventures together. Some wise men advise Gilgamesh not to fight Humbaba, the great monster of the cedar forest, but he ignores them and takes Enkidu with him to hunt down and kill the terrifying presence haunting the woods. I paraphrase the following from Tablet 4. The roaring of Humbaba was like that of a storm cyclone. His mouth was full of blasphemy, his breath killing like hot wind. Whosoever descends into his park, pestilence will overtake him. As Gilgamesh and Enkidu prepare to battle Humbaba, Gilgamesh goes through a couple cycles of begging for a vision from the gods. After each dream, he believes it to be foreboding, but Enkidu puts a positive spin on its interpretation, and this happens several times, and in a way, Gilgamesh appears to be stalling or fearful of confronting Humbaba, but it also serves the purpose of preparing him for battle and ensuring he has the strength of the gods behind him. When the companions meet Humbaba in the forest, he doesn't attack them physically, but psychologically. He teases Enkidu and tries to set him against Gilgamesh. The gods send massive winds to distract Humbaba, and Gilgamesh is able to get close enough to kill him. But then Humbaba begins to beg for his life, and Gilgamesh stops short, almost sympathizing with him. Enkidu pleads with Gilgamesh to kill him off, and Humbaba, who realizes that he's got no chance of survival, lays a curse on Enkidu, praying that he would die before Gilgamesh. Enkidu ignores him, and after much coaxing, Gilgamesh finally finishes the monster off. In celebration, they cut down the largest cedar in the forest and make a door out of it. There's a lot I don't understand about what comes next. At the end of Tablet 6, Enkidu finally has a dream foretelling of his death. And in the dream, the king of Enlil claims Enkidu must die because he chopped down the tallest tree in the cedar forest. When Enkidu tells all of this to Gilgamesh, his friend is brought to tears out of confusion, not understanding why he is to be spared, while Enkidu suffers the consequences of their exploits. Enkidu kind of goes crazy, going through the 7 stages of grief, and eventually falls ill. He's sick for 12 days before ultimately dying. As Gilgamesh mourns the death of his friend, he changes his lifestyle up a bit. He cuts off all his hair and begins wearing lion's skin. Most interestingly, Gilgamesh begins to fear death and sets out on a journey to obtain immortality. Because he's part god, he's able to accomplish feats that mortal men cannot do. He meets a man named Utanapishtim who tells him that the days of death are unknown to man, that the immortality he seeks is futile, even though he himself obtained immortality. But Utanapishtim gives him a chance, saying that if Gilgamesh can stay awake for 6 days and 7 nights, he will grant him immortality. But the moment Gilgamesh sits down, he falls asleep, totally failing at this task. Given one more chance, Gilgamesh is instructed to retrieve a magical plant for Utanapishtim, and he sets out to get it. But when he finds it in a spring of water, he takes a bath, giving a snake time to steal it away and leaving him with nothing to give Utanapishtim in exchange for immortality. Alright, now please note that I paraphrased and skimmed through a lot of this story. There are a lot of particulars that I decided would be too difficult to explain and don't really serve to benefit this segment. But in any case, I hope you get the general idea. In order to get a lot of the parallels in here, I had to take a look ahead into the Mr. Echo storyline. There are a lot of aspects to the Gilgamesh Enkidu story that are not spot-on comparisons, like Gilgamesh being part god, part man, and a king, Enkidu being created for the purpose of balancing Gilgamesh out, being a wild man tamed by the lust for a woman. However, setting these things aside, Locke is manning the button in the hatch when he first meets Echo, and for the last 48 days, Echo has been living in the woods, mostly under his vow of silence, which is a tame, but nonetheless existent comparison. Locke has an interesting way of communicating with the island, including the visions we saw in Deus Ex Machina, and this is definitely a lot like Gilgamesh. With both men, there's always this sort of balancing act between an entitlement complex and a fear of not being able to understand the future, and as the gods use visions to communicate things to Gilgamesh, so does the island use visions to communicate with Locke. There's an element of frustration in not knowing precisely what the visions mean, and in general, the crypticness and strangeness of visions themselves. When Locke believes that the vision is telling him one thing, he often comes to learn that it's not everything it appears to be. I mean, in that vision in Deus Ex Machina, he sees a bloody boon, yet doesn't factor that into his pursuit of the plane. On the other side, then, Echo came from the woods, wild in appearance and giving the general feeling of being untamed. But his wild upbringing with the crime lording in Nigeria, in contrast to Locke's life, creates the same kind of gap between the two characters as existed in the epic. Depending on your point of view, of course, there were more resources available to a young Locke, and perhaps less opportunities for corruption, save a small pot farm, most especially when compared with Echo's life. The vision Locke had of the Beechcraft was also a clue, mostly for us viewers, about what is to come with Echo, his brother having been one of the priests in the Beechcraft. But more to the point, I feel like what the writers were trying to get across by including the reference to Gilgamesh was this balancing act between these two men. Echo is very sensitive to tradition and following tasks through, much like in Kaido. He's able to stand up against the monster at least 2 times without his confidence or gut faltering. The first time he survived the staring contest, and the second time he was brutally killed. Locke is calculated, but also very emotional. He gets frustrated easily by things he thinks should be simple, and he takes it very hard when tasks he sets upon himself do not end up being what he thinks they will be. There are several times throughout the Gilgamesh epic where the powerful and strong Gilgamesh breaks into tears and must be reassured and coddled by his companion. Locke doesn't often break down in front of other people, but it certainly guides his behavior in terms of dealing with new evidences they find in regard to the island's mystery. I believe Echo dies in the cost of living and is rather delirious on the whole throughout the episode. After he's beaten by the monster and is about to die, Locke finds him and his dying words are, "We're next." And this definitely reminds me of Enkaidu's final days. After Enkaidu knows he's going to die, he goes a bit crazy, cursing people and things, and, as I said, kind of going through the stages of grief. He's sick for several days before finally dying, and Gilgamesh is there with him when he dies. The parallel to Lost, I believe, is the effect Echo's death has. His dying words lend a great deal of awareness to man's mortality. In his final days, Echo was chasing the ghost of his dead brother, the man telling him to confess his sins, but Echo remains unwavering in his belief that he did what he had to do, and it shows us a slightly different dimension of the smoke monster. In the epic, Humbaba delivers some psychological and colorful fulminations against his attackers. Likewise, the smoke monster seems to be drawing out of Echo his own inner struggles so that when Echo finally comes to his end, he's in full accord with all of his past actions. Echo's final words don't exactly send Locke on a quest for immortality. So instead, I was able to note that in the writings of John Locke, the philosopher, he writes about identity and diversity in his essay concerning human understanding. In chapter 27, Locke writes that personal identity is a matter of psychological continuity, once again throwing us back into the idea of tabula rasa and experience shaping the mind. What Gilgamesh struggled with, and what I believe a lot of people struggle with, is this idea that our own personage will stop existing upon death, and there's a terrible emptiness in that. Locke proposed that in order for life to go on after death, there must exist continuity in consciousness, that the person or consciousness that exists on either end, whether live or dead, must be the same. And I believe this is quite ironic in terms of how Locke's story plays out on Lost. When he dies and the smoke monster assumes his physical identity, they share some characteristics by default, but overall it's not the same person. Moreover, the Man in Black's immortality is a perfect foil for that because while one man's appearance might be preserved after death, the Man in Black's physical appearance is always changing. I just love it when they mess with us like this. Well, that's all I got for you on the Epic of Gilgamesh. To all the Americans out there, happy Thanksgiving. And until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Sometimes the differences in book genres week to week gives me whiplash, but I'm not complaining. Coming off the most ancient of literatures last week, What Kate Did gives us a good old 1990s mystery novel. By Sawyer's Sickbed, we see the book After All These Years by Susan Isaacs. According to the interwebs, it's a little unclear whether the placement of this book was a prop error due to the published date versus when the station was built, but hey, this show has time travel in it. It's a tasteful and engaging story that mirrors Kate's life in the aftermath of killing her father. It's not an exact mirror, of course, but it bears nice similarities and draws out some consistencies in the human condition that exist regardless of a person's guilt. Rosie Myers is a 40-something wealthy suburbanite from New York recently separated and soon to be divorced from her husband of 20-something years. When we join the story, Rosie is enduring another period of sadness and wallowing, thinking about her husband Richie, who is trying to divorce her as quickly as possible so as to marry a younger and a classier woman. She makes a 3 a.m. trip to the freezer for some ice cream and trips over her husband's body. He's dead. He's been stabbed in the gut. The man hasn't been to the house in months, yet here he is dead in her kitchen. She made a frantic and emotional decision to try and pull the knife out of his stomach, and that's when everything starts to change for Rosie. She's immediately the focal point of the investigation. Means, motive, and opportunity. A crime of passion, not premeditated. After Richie's funeral, Rosie realizes that the police are never going to pursue other suspects as long as she's the center of their attention, so she runs away to piece together her husband's life herself. Coming from such posh security, she doesn't adjust to this new way of life quickly, evading the law and living without creature comforts. But the more she learns about her husband's not-so-secret double life, the easier it is to adjust. Everyone but Rosie seems to know of Richie's extracurricular activities. Her husband, lo and behold, was a serial cheater. He didn't just have other women on the side. He made a point of shaming his wife. Cheating was a game to him. Woman after woman, he fell in love but refused to break it off with Rosie until Jessica came along and changed everything for him. She was classy, had a brilliant mind for business, and was hard to get, everything he wanted Rosie to be. As Rosie pieces together what was going on in her husband's other life, a new story starts to form. Richie left spurned women in his wake of tearing it up in his high-class, fast-paced life, and one of them just couldn't let go. One of Rosie's best friends, Stephanie, is the wife of the city's most sought-after plastic surgeon, Carter Tillotson. Several months back, Dr. Tillotson introduced Richie to Jessica on business grounds in the midst of having an affair with the woman himself. Knowing about her husband's unfaithfulness, Stephanie enters into a relationship with Richie and falls in love with him. Then Richie dumps her for the woman her husband had been having an affair with, and she is heartbroken. The night Richie turned up dead, she had seen his car parked in their secret meeting spot and hoped that he had returned for her. But when he explains that he's marrying Jessica and there's nothing to change his mind, she snapped. In the end, Rosie discovers that she has a hard outer shell and was made stronger by her experiences on the lam. She turned out to be a gutsy dame. She reconnected with her high school flame and first love, made some allies, and learned something about who her true friends are. She also learned that holding on to an idealism of who someone is and how things were is unfair to both herself and to that person's memory. And this is evident on both sides of the line. She idealized both her relationship with Tom, the high school flame, and with Richie, her husband of 25 years, whom she hardly knew. She makes two observations that put both relationships into perspective. First, in regard to Tom, she says, "It's terrible to meet a wonderful boy when you're still a girl because he becomes the standard no one else ever measures up to." And second, in regard to Richie, did I truly love Richie Myers, or did I just love a character with that name whom I created? I find this book to be a very casual illustration of what the Lost episode alludes to, but what I liked about reading it before watching the episode was the depth of understanding I had about laying low while on the run, particularly from a woman's point of view. Both Kate and Rosie come to a point where they realize that they've got to avoid law enforcement. Kate doing it because she's guilty of murder, and Rosie because she's innocent. Both women are being pursued by a man in law enforcement because they believe the woman to be guilty. While Kate believes she did what she had to do and did the right thing, the law doesn't exactly agree with her. Conversely, the law, forensics, and police procedure said that Rosie was guilty even though she didn't do anything wrong. I mentioned at the top of the segment how this book was able to draw out some of the consistencies in the human condition when it comes to dealing with alleged guilt, and I think that we can all say that in one form or another, we've either been the perpetrator or the victim of this. We all look at different things that make people guilty, whether it's the clear-cut fact of young woman kills drunkard stepfather, or scorned ex-wife stabs husband. Some people can look at Kate's situation and see her actions as an act of love toward her mother. Others see it as cold-blooded murder. Likewise, some people can look at Rosie's situation and think, gee, you just never know some people. Or they can step away from the scene of the murder and immediately start to see a larger picture form, starting with her husband's many distasteful predilections. Almost immediately when we take a step back from a situation, something on the periphery can completely change the game, but generally doing this requires an ability to abandon preconceived notions or initial deductions and gut reactions that tend to be the most powerful basis for reason in our own minds. And what made 12 Angry Men so brilliant was devising a situation in which a group of people were forced, by the doubts of one person, to look at a case in a different way and not make the easy conviction. Darrell, 12 Angry Men is a movie. Kate and Rosie take calculated risks by visiting people while on the lam based on a need for information. Both visit high school flames, which coincidentally are both named Tom. Rosie connects with her Tom on a much more intimate level and in a long-term sort of way, whereas Kate is really just using her Tom to get access to her mother. But each pair reminisces about the old days, reflects on the things that they wanted for the future and where they saw themselves headed. Interestingly, the roles were switched between the pairs. Rosie looked ahead to a future with her Tom when he ended up leaving her behind, and Kate always wanted to be on the move and ended up leaving her Tom behind, who was just looking forward to a life with Kate. In terms of needing information, however, this gets really interesting to me. It blurs the line between a guilty and innocent conscience while still defining completely the difference between actual guilt and actual innocence. Kate so adamantly believed that she did the right thing that she was brazen enough to approach both her father and Tom. The man whom she always assumed was her biological father was not. The man she killed was. But she wasn't looking at what the man's title was as much as she was looking at how he projected himself onto the world. One man dedicated his life to protecting others and showed her love, and the other dedicated his life to serving himself and was abusive to everyone around him. Through it all, Kate never claims to be innocent. The decision to kill her father forced her to constantly be on the run, but in a way, that is what she needed to do in order to survive, regardless of being wanted for murder. Removing the threat from her mother's life actually gave her the freedom to remove the threat of stability and immobility from her own life. She isn't on the run with a guilty conscience, just the truth of being guilty. On the other side of this, Rosie visits people in her husband's life that were essential to understanding the crevices she never had access to in his life. She visited a former employee of Richie's who unwittingly set her onto Stephanie's trail, but was also the first indicator, absolutely, of Richie's unfaithfulness. She visited Tom, as I've said, who eventually was able to bear witness to Stephanie being in the company of Richie in public. She visited Stephanie before she knew of her friend's betrayal, and while she still considered her a very good friend because she believed Stephanie had a very key detail to her husband's life. And she visited her best friend Cass, who pledged to help Rosie at any cost. When Rosie reveals herself to these people, however, it's only because there's no other place to turn. There was no way to obtain a piece of information without prying it away from the primary source. She never once conceded defeat. She never once acknowledged it was within her means to actually kill a man she professed to love. So neither was Rosie on the run because of a guilty conscience, merely that the current interpretation of truths set her in the crosshairs of the law. The mind of an innocent woman on the run has the singular goal of finding the truth, while the mind of a guilty woman on the run has the singular goal of evading the truth. I think this comes into play a lot in literature. In the Bourne books, Jason doesn't know enough about himself to say for certain what has happened to him. But by his skill set and his muscle memory and such things, it makes him look guilty of all that he's been accused. Or even when Johnny and Ponyboy were on the run, Johnny had been terrorized by the Socs and was acting out of self-defense when he killed Bob. Yet the knowledge of his actions drove the boys to believe that the only way to be treated fairly was to remove themselves completely from society, to lay low. Often when the decision to hide is chosen over facing the cameras, I have this image in my mind of Adam and Eve hiding from God in the Garden of Eden, newly aware of their nakedness and ashamed. But this isn't always the best model for the concept of hiding from facing the consequences. In Adam and Eve's case, the knowledge of good and evil wasn't power, it was their death. And when God comes seeking after them, it was to commune with them in peace, only to find that they had disobeyed him. Neither Rosie nor Kate had God seeking after them. They had fallible, mortal men trying to decipher the facts, trying to understand a situation. As much as we'd like things to be clear-cut in life, it's helpful to see illustrations like these so as to prevent us from making fast judgments. The place I am most guilty of this is while watching the news. The way something is presented to us is often not the full story, and frankly, sometimes we never get the full story. When it comes to Kate, I'm never quite sure what to believe out of her mouth, but I think the only thing I ever really do believe is that she loved her mom and hated to see her in pain, and she took care of that in the only way she knew how to do it. As her father said, she had murder in her heart. So my question is then, is this action what made her a viable candidate to Jacob, making such a tough decision? Well, that'll wrap it up for After All These Years. Happy December, everyone. 24 days until Christmas. Hey, here's a tip for you. Buy someone a book for Christmas, huh? Hit me up for some recommendations. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Turns out that there was quite a bit of literature associated with the episode What Kate Did. I overlooked the novel What Katie Did by Sarah Chauncey Woolsey and had forgotten about the story Echo Tells Locke about Josiah. And then in the next episode, we get even another reference to the Bible in the appropriately named Psalm 23, the end of which sees Echo and Charlie reciting the poem found within. The introduction of Echo's character gives the existing religious themes a great deal of depth with his knowledge of the Bible, and more specifically of his application of spirituality and experience in the priesthood, however that truly played out. So I'm going to revisit the episode and the story Echo told Locke. As many of you probably know, the Bible, as we know it and read it today, has been translated into many versions so that we who speak English can understand the message. Since I can't read Hebrew, I rely on the English Standard Version, and that is what I will be quoting from today. Before I get into my own explanation of the story of Josiah from the Bible, I just want to recap for you quickly Echo's explanation. It is as follows. Long before Christ, the king of Judah was a man named Josiah. At that time, the temple where the people worshipped was in ruin, and so the people worshipped idols, false gods, and so the kingdom was in disarray. Josiah, since he was a good king, sent his secretary to the treasury and said, "We must rebuild the temple. Give all the gold to the workers so that this will be done." But when the secretary returned, he had no gold. And when Josiah asked why this was, the secretary replied, "We found a book." What the secretary had found was an ancient book, the Book of Law. You may know it as the Old Testament. And it was with that ancient book, not with the gold, that Josiah rebuilt the temple. This is all that Echo tells Locke in the Swan Station before giving him the book with a spliced reel. Now let's take a closer look. The story of Josiah is found across a couple of books in the Bible. His birth is prophesied in 1 Kings 13 after the sons of King Solomon have split the kingdom into two, and King Jeroboam builds altars and brings to God's temple idols of other nations, forsaking the God of his fathers, and beginning the downward spiral into leading the nation of Israel into wickedness. 300 years later, Josiah is born, and 2 Kings 22 tells us that he takes the throne at the age of 8 years old. Josiah begins his life differently than his forefathers and begins to follow the God of Israel, either because he wasn't able to be influenced by the wickedness of the kings before him, or because, quite possibly, his mother feared the Lord and steered him away from the life that his fathers had led. 2 Kings 21 tells us that Manasseh, Josiah's grandfather, was so evil that he seduced the people of Judah into sin. Every formidable and abominable thing that could be done in the holy place of God was done, and it provoked the Lord's wrath. The wickedness of the people violated the covenant that had been established with the Lord following their deliverance from Egypt. God says to them, "Behold, I am bringing upon Jerusalem and Judah such disaster that the ears of everyone who hears of it will tingle. I will forsake the remnant of my heritage and give them into the hand of their enemies, and they shall become a prey and a spoil to all their enemies, because they have done what is evil in my sight and have provoked me to anger." So when Josiah took the throne, he had been raised 8 years at least in a nation that worshipped idols and had, for the most part, shoved the God of Israel so far from their minds that the Book of Law had been buried far from sight. Before Christ, it was the responsibility of the tribe of Levi, who were the designated priests, to be the intermediary between God and the people, to lift up prayers, to make sacrifices for the sins of the people, and to deliver the word of the Lord to the people. But the priests themselves were so caught up in idolatry, as they had been led by evil and wicked kings for 300 some years, that they had removed everything telling them that they were in the wrong. Remarkably, when Josiah was about my age, he began the huge undertaking of repairing the temple of the Lord. Now, in the midst of this, he himself was following the God of Israel, but he was only imparting band-aids to the wickedness going on in the land. He was hiding the Virgin Mary statues away, so to speak, instead of destroying them. When the building of the temple was underway, he sends a scribe to the high priest to collect funds from the treasury in order to pay the workmen repairing the temple. In the course of collecting money, the high priest discovers the Book of Law, which he then shows to the scribe, who then brings it to Josiah. When Josiah reads the book, which at the time was most likely written on tablets, he was so wrought with guilt for the degree to which God's people had strayed from the commands outlined in the Deuteronomic Code that he tore his clothes. In verse 13, Josiah says, "Great is the wrath of the Lord that is kindled against us, because our fathers have not obeyed the words of this book, to do according to all that is written concerning us." With the words of the book, Josiah learned about the covenant that had been established between God and his people following their deliverance from Egypt, and he was scared of God's wrath. But God saw that Josiah reacted appropriately to the discovery of these words and told him that Jerusalem, while still doomed, would not be destroyed in his lifetime. As a result, Josiah gathered all of the people of the nation together and read the book of the law to them so that they too could understand. It's quite likely that many of the traditions he read had been passed from generation to generation through oral narratives, but hearing the words that had been dictated to Moses was a very powerful move because Josiah wasn't forcing the people to rely on word of mouth, but on the very words that God had given to them as instruction. In 2 Chronicles 34, where more of Josiah's story is told, we are told that Josiah took away all the abominations from all the territory that belonged to the people of Israel and made all who were present in Israel serve the Lord their God. Most accounts say that the purge and purification of Judah took place before the repair of the temple. I'm certainly not smart enough to get into specifics here, but I might posit a guess that based on Josiah's limited knowledge and understanding of God before the book was discovered, he was attempting to amateurly repair the temple, but when the book was discovered, he was able to confidently repair the temple. But more importantly, he was able to restore, at least for a time, the covenant between God and his people. He was purging the nation of all its wickedness so that the book of the law could be the basis on which he ruled. I think it's safe to assume, for the sake of the show, that Echo was going for a bit of a dramatic effect when telling Locke about the book he discovered. I mean, it nowhere near matches in importance what the book of law meant to Josiah, but it does convey a couple interesting parallels. But before I get into the parallels, I want to clarify something. It's my understanding that money was actually retrieved and delivered to the workmen building the temple. Echo says that it's not with gold, but with the book that the temple was built. And I find this just a little misleading because there's a certain importance put on the honesty of the workmen. 2 Chronicles 34 describes how the money was distributed and says that the men did their work faithfully. I do believe that Echo was largely speaking figuratively and that the book was the foundation on which Josiah built his kingdom. But Josiah was a good king who did not overlook the value of his workmen. Now for some parallels. First, in the way that Josiah had begun to rebuild the temple before finding the book of the law, so did the survivors push the button every 108 minutes before watching the orientation film. They recognized that it had to be done before they understood why it had to be done. Second, the book of law contained details on the temple, on the covenant with the Lord, and for the Passover in the way that the orientation film explained procedures for the Swan Station. Third, the high priest and the scribe discovered the book of the law, hidden away by priests of generations past who were attempting to shut God out, and the spliced film was found in the Arrow Station, edited at Rudzinski's discretion. We can try saying that 10 times fast. We can make assumptions as to why both were hidden away, but it's never really explicitly stated. Fourth, the book of the law outlined the covenant of the Lord, which also described the punishments associated with disobedience. Likewise, the splice section of the orientation film contained a warning about what might happen if the computer is used for communicating with the outside world, not only compromising the integrity of the project, but in the foreboding vagueness described as the incident. This, ironically, is referring to the disastrous electromagnetic disturbance which the survivors themselves were a part of in 1977. On a less specific level, the book of the law gave Josiah an assuredness to follow the Lord with conviction and truth, to lead his people out of the wicked ways of their forefathers and back into a life living in the covenant God had designed for them. It focused Josiah. Now, Locke has had this conviction about the island, being one of 3 people who wanted to stay and communing with the island in ways other people thought was crazy. And despite not being religious, he has an ability to have faith nonetheless. It's super interesting to see how little things like this motivate Locke into action. He becomes discouraged from time to time when things don't go the way he planned, but he follows through on his gut feelings 99% of the time. And this film is stimulating to Locke, but it doesn't cause him to gather all of the people together and show them the video so that they can all understand and take part of the same information he has. While there are certainly valid arguments for drastically differing circumstances, there has always been a significant lack of openness amongst the survivors. We've heard Locke and Jack have at least 2 conversations about discretion and using their own judgment in order to determine who needs what information at what time. What will cause the people to go into panic? What is important to their survival? Well, the very valuable lesson I learned from Josiah's story is that it wasn't just the temple that benefited from the discovery of the book, but also the state of Josiah's heart in terms of understanding his own sin and understanding God's covenant with Israel, and in terms of carrying on traditions that remembered the remarkable ways in which God had saved the Israelites from slavery in Egypt. It seems to me that if people are given information in a context that will help them understand why it's important to them, the potential for panic and chaos is not only reduced, but prevented in future circumstances. To wrap up this segment, I'll just point out some fun stuff. There were some lost numbers in the course of Josiah's story. For example, he takes the throne at the age of 8. In 2 Kings, the story of Josiah is found in chapters 22 and 23. In 2 Chronicles 34, verses 15 and 16 describe the finding of the book of the law and delivering it to Josiah. So just a couple fun things. Anyway, until next week, this is your bookie signing off. Hey bookworms, this is a bittersweet installment of Lost in Literature because, on the one hand, I read a book written for Lost in the Lost universe, but on the other hand, I really didn't like it. This book does something that has made me wary about the literature shoutouts in Lost all along. Are there too many? Do the constant references to literature diminish the story they're trying to tell? Or do they try to incorporate too many themes and external ideas to a show that so very rapidly developed its own mythology? Sometimes it seems like a book is thrown in so that they don't have to explain in much depth a certain point they're trying to make, such as John Locke or Jean-Jacques Rousseau. The references are overt and subtle at the same time. They are clearly referenced on screen, but at the same time, they're not banging us over the head with the respective literary paradigms. For fans like us who watch shows despite their twists and turns and forays into various rabbit holes, I'm going to say that's probably not too overt. It probably helps, in fact, because we take the time to uncover those Easter eggs, but sometimes it can just seem like too much, and this book made me realize how silly it can feel at times. Bad Twin by Gary Troop was referenced on Lost now what will be the first of 2 times. Both Hurley and Sawyer will read the manuscript found within the survivor's luggage, belonging to the fictional author who was supposedly aboard the plane. The actual book, the one that I read, is a hardcover book that is fictional from cover to cover, ghostwritten by Lawrence Shames. The declared author is a metafictional character. There are fictional letters between the author and the publishers, and the author dedicates the book to Cindy, the flight attendant. This book has so many Easter eggs that its Easter eggs have Easter eggs. It almost got to the point of insulting my intelligence. There was absolutely no subtlety whatsoever in its references, and that might have partly been due to the narrator being such a simpleton, but as it's also set in the Lost universe, I'd compare its progression through various literary references to the way Lost does it. It hints at various themes and characters throughout literature and tries to find its place in it all. Sometimes a book is thrown out there just to pose a theory, only to it later being discounted completely. It took me 10 minutes to get over how horrible the opening line is in the book, but as the story progressed, it eventually became bearable, until the ending, when I realized that pretty much everything set up at the beginning of the book was a means to tell us that no one really had any idea what was going on. And seriously, at the end of the book, I had a reaction similar to many over season 6. What was the point of this? Paul Artisan is a private eye of the type accustomed to tracking down cheating spouses and unbased medical lawsuits, until one day he's visited by a wealthy executive. Cliff Widmore's twin brother, Xander, hasn't been seen in months, and he's starting to get worried. It isn't unlike Xander to disappear for large chunks of time and resurface when funds are low, but before he disappears this time, Xander appeared to be turning his life around and contributing to the family business. Cliff's father, Arthur, wants his son found and pushes Cliff to hire a private eye, but they don't want the publicity, which is why they hire Paul. Hesitant at first, Paul talks it over with his 80-year-old best friend and former professor Manny, who references A River Runs Through It, and decides to take the case. The hunt for Xander starts off slow. Cliff tells a convincing tale of his brother, the wayward son and bad seed of the family, which initiates Paul's idea of the good twin and the bad twin. Cliff being the good, responsible son who takes over and runs the family business as her father is in ailing health, and Xander being the bad, reckless son who squanders his wealth. Manny retells the story of the prodigal son from the New Testament, and as a couple leads start to form, Paul tracks down Keith Baker, aka Moth. He's a pothead, but he's the first person to plant a seed of doubt in Paul's mind about Xander being the bad twin. Manny references The Great Gatsby and throws out an idea that perhaps the man who introduced himself as Cliff is actually Xander, and Xander has killed his brother to assume the good twin's identity. Keeping this in the back of his mind, Paul investigates the suspicious death of Cliff's wife, Shannon, who allegedly overdosed from pills and alcohol some months back. The coroner was suspicious about the circumstances surrounding her death, and Manny references Dante in order to discuss with Paul the idea of purgatory. But they're interrupted by a phone call from a frantic Moth who dies gruesomely while on the phone with a detective. After establishing that Moth's death was not an accident, Paul makes a trip to Key West to track down another friend of Xander's, a yoga instructor by the name of Sky. She only gives him a few hints, one of which leads him to a rugged and tattooed boatman named Crunch, who tells Paul that he might have taken someone who looked like Xander down to Cuba a couple days back. So, using the money Cliff endowed him with to hunt down Xander, and after getting an earful from Manny about the novel Trent's Last Case, Paul takes an impromptu trip to Cuba and hits a dead end in the form of some harsh-talking Cubanos who were promised something from Xander. Hightailing it back to the States and home again, Paul soon gets a call from Sky, who tells him Crunch's boat was blown to smithereens. Concerned for where this case was headed and the foreboding trail of dead bodies in his wake, Paul drums up a lead from Xander's father and stepmother Vivian about a small town in California which Xander frequented. As Paul sets to fly off, Manny expresses his concern for Paul's safety and references Lord of the Flies. But Paul presses on and finds himself in Luna, California, and to the nudist colony Xander belonged to. Here, his assessment of Xander is once again challenged as he learns about the enormous change the Widmore twin underwent from being a careless rich kid to a thoughtful, albeit occasionally rash, young man. By this point, Paul's understanding of the case is totally rattled. Certain facts are starting to come together, such as Cliff always caused trouble for Xander growing up, getting him into trouble and pointing the finger at him. And now the elder Mr. Widmore seems more concerned about Xander's well-being over the loyal Cliff. And Cliff is the younger brother by 23 minutes. Mr. Widmore is going a bit senile, and Manny has a suspicion that he might be adopting old Scottish traditions. If he adheres to the custom of bequeathing his entire fortune to the eldest of his sons, Cliff would be SOL. And this fuels Paul's suspicion that Cliff is actually the one trying to kill off his brother. In Luna, Xander's mentor revealed that the twin was headed to, wait for it, Sydney, Australia. Paul hops a flight to Sydney and, en route, meets Prue, a beautiful Aussie. She seduces him and they share an intimate night together before Paul finds a gun in her purse and she admits that Cliff hired her to tail Paul and warn him when the detective was getting close to finding his twin. She works for the Widmores under different circumstances, including tailing Cliff's stepmother Vivian to her weekly Thursday night motel liaisons for photographic evidence of the woman's infidelity. It turns out that Cliff didn't want Xander found and had hired Paul because he didn't actually think he could get the job done. Prue listens to all of the evidence that Paul has uncovered and promptly changes sides, pledging loyalty to the detective she just met. Since there's no Manny to interject with new literature references, Paul woos Prue by regurgitating all that Manny has told him about the case's ties to certain literary works, and she, needless to say, is smitten with him. Together, they venture to Lizard Island and they find Xander perfectly alive and healthy. All they know about his business there is that he's doing something with black pearls. They introduce themselves as honeymooning tourists and sidle up close to the Widmore twin and stick around long enough to save his life and reveal their true purpose in being there. Shocked, Xander listens to their story and agrees to come home with them. On the way home, they learn a lot about Xander from the primary source himself, including that even though he's always resented his brother, he's never wanted what Cliff has. When they reach the LAX airport, news reaches the trio that Cliff was shot and killed in his home. Xander takes the news very hard, but is soon reunited with his father. The two share a very touching moment where the father apologizes for an argument they'd had before Xander left. Paul and Prue still have work to do. Cliff's death could not have been a random one, but if someone was out to kill Cliff, that means Cliff wasn't out to kill his brother, meaning there is an entirely new suspect pool that neither had ever considered before. They don't have to wait long, though, because at Cliff's funeral, a suspicious black car rolls up and open fires on the crowd, aiming for Xander. Prue and Paul shoot back, and the car eventually stops. A bloody man stumbles out, and to everyone's surprise, stepmother Vivian walks right up to the man and shoots him. As the story finally unravels in the aftermath of the funeral, the man in the black car was Vivian's first husband, who had connections to the mob in his former life. But just when everyone assumed him to be dead, he returned to the States and reconnected with his wife and blackmailed her into helping him obtain the Widmore fortune. They intended to kill the Widmore brothers off, and then the entirety of the fortune would be given to Vivian. And after Mr. Widmore died of, quote, old age, Vivian and her husband number one could be remarried and live off the incredible wealth she'd inherited. Loose ends aren't exactly tied up, but they're at least explained a little bit. Xander and his father fought about the family fortune before he left. Xander thought that the money was corrupting them all and wanted to give it away. He supported a medical practice in Cuba that provided vaccines for the Cubans, the leader of whom Paul met on his short excursion. Xander was in Australia looking for a way to pour the family fortune into black pearl farming to support the local environment and locals down there, and in the process develop some of the most rare pearls in the world. I threw a lot of the lost shoutouts into the synopsis, so I won't be revisiting those. In addition to what I've already said then, Paul visits 6 islands throughout the course of this book: Long Island, the fictional island of Pecanaquai, Key West, Cuba, Australia, and Lizard Island. The narrator says very early on, as with every island, there was something slippery and mysterious about Pecanaquai. It was connected to the larger world, and then again it wasn't. It had a logic of its own, a highly local mythology that made perfect sense within its confines, yet fitted uneasily with the mind habits of the world beyond. It feels to me like the ghostwriter was given a list of ideas, books, places, and names and told, reference as many of these as possible in whatever context you like. Because there are a lot of references that are accurate to the mythology of Lost, and then others that are completely off. Like, this explanation of Peconiquai is very near how we would describe Lost Island, but then the author uses the family name Widmore to set up this dysfunctional family, even names the company Widmore Corporation, but it's completely unrelated to the show or characters possessing the same surname on the show. Cliff talks about dealing with Mr. Pike in South Korea and having lunch at Mr. Cluck's in LA, but then Cliff marries a woman named Shannon, and Xander's friend Keith Baker is randomly nicknamed Moth. The inconsistencies and references were just too distracting at times. There was absolutely no reason to make the island Moth lived on an island, or at least not a mysterious island, because he pretty much visits once and leaves it be. Manny's constant references to literature made me cringe and repeatedly roll my eyes. I really hope that I am not that way. Had the references been toned down just a little bit, I would have enjoyed this book, but they were just so distracting. Luckily, next week we're reading Dostoevsky, and I'll be able to scrub my brain. Until then, this is your bookie, signing off. So I know I said I'd be reading Dostoevsky for this week's segment, and I'm still reading it, but The Brothers Karamazov is a long book, and I just need more time. Fellow listener Kevin Miller brought another piece of literature to my attention, and I decided to do a last-minute shift change. An Occurrence at Owl Creek Bridge by Ambrose Bierce is what we'll be discussing this week, and from this point on, I will refer to it as an occurrence. And since it's also a Twilight Zone episode, I expect Darrell to be brimming with thoughts and opinions. It's a short story, like short, and I encourage you to take 25 minutes to go read through it. Not just because it's short, but because there are so many keen satirical observations in Bierce's style, and I just can't capture all of that here. Bierce wrote the story in the late 19th century, circa 1890, and it was originally published in the San Francisco Examiner, a free daily newspaper. When it's shown to us on Lost in the episode The Long Con, Locke removes it from the shelf, opens it, and shakes it to see if there's anything between its pages before throwing it onto a growing pile on the ping pong table. J.J. Abrams has never been shy about his affinity for the Twilight Zone. He originally described Fringe as having a Twilight Zone vibe, and after Cloverfield came out, Abrams did an interview for Time magazine, I remember, describing why the show was his favorite. He mentioned that before the Twilight Zone, Rod Serling was covering a lot of political and race issues and constantly running into censorships, but the Twilight Zone was a means to address both issues and not get in trouble for it. And we definitely encounter that in all of Abrams' shows. In any case, what struck me immediately about the story is that it's not a science fiction story until you step back and look at the whole thing. The story is split into 3 short parts. Part 1 I would describe as the present, the events that are currently happening when we join the story. Part 2 is what I'd consider a flashback. And Part 3 is a unique blend of a possible future abruptly cut short by actual events. And I'll explain this more as the book report goes on. Basically, Bierce was able to accomplish in 3,800 words what Bad Twin was unable to do after 10 times as many. Set up an intriguing skeleton for a story, tell us the essentials, and then force us to make deductions through basic logic. Then again, the story wasn't written as a supplement for Lost, so... Part 1 of the story opens with a man facing a hanging by the Federal Army at the bridge crossing over Owl Creek. Bierce takes time to set up the scene and describe the positions of the soldiers and the officers preparing the noose. There are a lot of people observing, it seems, because it's a worthwhile event to attend as a soldier, but also as a means to ensure the death of their captive. My favorite line from this section is this one. The captain stood with folded arms, silent, observing the work of his subordinates, but making no sign. Death is a dignitary who, when he comes announced, is to be received with formal manifestations of respect, even by those most familiar with him. In the code of military etiquette, silence and fixity are forms of deference. When the noose is placed around his neck, the man focuses his final thoughts on his wife and children, and then contemplates a means of escaping from his captors if he had the chance. But he's tied up, standing on a plank that will drop him from the beams of the bridge until he hangs to his death. The other side of the plank he stands on is secured by the sergeant who, when given the order, will step off and let the man fall. Part 2 opens by revealing the man's name, Peyton Farquhar. Farquhar is a slave owner and a politician and a man prevented, by circumstances seemingly irrelevant to the story, from joining the Confederate Army. He is spending time with his wife outside one afternoon when a soldier rides up and asks for a glass of water. As Mrs. Farquhar fetches him a glass, Peyton inquires about news from the front lines. The soldier tells him that the federal army is repairing the railroads and has issued a warning that anyone found interfering with the repairs would be sentenced to hanging. Subtly, and not so subtly, Farquhar asks about the likelihood of escape should a man find himself about to be hanged. The soldier supposes it's possible. When he leaves, it's revealed that he's a federal scout. Part 3 returns to the moment Part 1 ended, and Farquhar feels himself plummet into the water. The rope which had meant to hang him had broken, and he'd fallen into the creek below. At first, he's only conscious of the pain from the noose around his neck and the suffocation he will succumb to from drowning. To die of hanging at the bottom of a river, the idea seemed to him ludicrous. But then he becomes aware that his hands are working to free themselves from the cords that bind them, and he's aware of the sensation of slowly rising to the surface. Farquhar knows that if he makes it to the top, he'll be shot at, but he's so deprived of air that he can't worry about that just then. He emerges from the water and takes a large gulp of air, then, almost instantly, notices all of the life around him, everything from the individual trees to every dewdrop on every blade of grass. As he's lost in this reverie, he catches sight of the soldiers still standing at attention on the bridge. They're assembling and sinking together to fire at him. Bullets pierce the water all around him, and he begins to swim away. He makes it to shore and appears to be walking along mostly in his sleep from fatigue. And here's another short excerpt. His neck was in pain, and lifting his hand to it, he found it horribly swollen. He knew that it had a circle of black where the rope had bruised it. His eyes felt congested. He could no longer close them. His tongue was swollen with thirst. He relieved its fever by thrusting it forward from between his teeth into the cold air. Then he finds himself in front of the gate of his own house and races to the front where his wife is coming out to meet him. She extends her arms, full of joy, and he's about to embrace her when he feels a sharp pain around his neck and his world falls into total darkness. Peyton Farquhar was dead. His body, with a broken neck, swung gently from side to side beneath the timbers of the Owl Creek Bridge. Easy to see why the Twilight Zone adopted this as an episode, huh? The episode was actually a 1962 French independent film, and it really only covered parts 1 and 3. It didn't address the visit of the federal scout to the man's home, but it certainly got the point across. On the one hand, it would be simple to say that Farquhar was simply hallucinating the whole thing up until the moment that he was about to be reunited with his wife there in the third part, but there's a lot more going on than that. The other piece of literature Ambrose Bierce is really famous for is The Devil's Dictionary. It began as weekly posts in the newspaper, but was published as a book in 1906. It's a dictionary filled with satirical definitions of the kind the devil uses to get a foothold in our psyche. It's like Jay Leno for literary nuts. Among his most interesting definitions, I'd like to highlight 2. The first is looking glass, which he defines as an opaque plane upon which to display a fleeting show for man's disillusion given. The second is past, of which he says, that part of eternity with some small fraction of which we have a slight and regrettable acquaintance. A moving line called the present parts it from an imaginary period known as the future. I bring up this work because it clues us in a little more to why Bierce sought out to write an occurrence. He was a satirist, a macabre, and an active voice against oppression and for religious freedom. And most interestingly, no one really knows what happened to the guy. He disappeared mysteriously in 1913. Theories over what happened to him vary a lot, but before his death he had discussed going to Mexico to try and evade old age. Point being, Ambrose Bierce was a guy who saw the world just a little bit differently and was able to appeal to people by telling them stories they could relate to through a comical depiction of reality. An occurrence follows a similar construct as the stories on Lost do, though a combination of it being Lost's predecessor and the time period in which it was written makes it a unique story. Pieces of the narrative highlight sensations or imagery that describe events as Peyton is imagining them to be, only for it to be a reflection of what is actually happening. Take, for example, this description. He swung through unthinkable arcs of oscillation like a vast pendulum. This is as Peyton is falling from the bridge in Part 3 before hitting the water. In Part 3, he's either hallucinating or imagining the event of his escape, and the varying sensation he experiences while making his getaway is a sort of parallel to the same sensations he might experience while hanging. He reaches the top of the water and realizes how much he wants to live. He starts to see things that once blended into the scenery about him. As he's swimming away, his eyes are bulging, as I just read before, and he can't seem to close them. And his mouth is so dry with thirst it's swollen. As he's running along the path through the woods, he loses consciousness. And these are descriptions that could have been made to a man's final moments in his hanging. I'm sure there are a lot of comparisons that can be made to Lost in this story, but the first one that came to my mind is actually the final episode of Lost, when we see parallel stories of the Flash sideways and the present-day island back-to-back. In one story, Jack makes his way to the church and slowly begins to understand why it exists and why they're all meeting there. In the other, Jack is preparing to sacrifice himself to save the island. In the one, Jack reunites with all of the people who impacted his life most dearly while on the island, and one by one they all walk into the light. In the second, Jack stumbles through the forest while the plane with his friends takes off, and he slowly succumbs to the effects of radiation poisoning, or whatever that was. In effect, he's dying in both scenarios, just in a different form. On a larger scale, most episodes take on that form of telling us an island story and then telling us a flashback. And in later seasons, we see a future that could have happened had the plane not crashed, and yet it occurs in conjunction with current events, continuing on from that point where a correction was made to prevent the plane from crashing. Amazing we can have so much to talk about in just a short story. Makes me worried for Dostoevsky next week. But a very Merry Christmas to all of you, wishing everyone safe travels over the holiday, and until next week, this is your bookie, signing off. There are very few authors that I would classify as genius. John Milton might be one, Shakespeare, Hemingway, Mark Twain might be others, but Fyodor Dostoevsky was undoubtedly a genius. Here's a guy who suffered from epilepsy and still managed to crank out 3 of the most intense, philosophical, and emotional works of literature that are known to us. It's said that when he endured an epileptic fit, he'd experience a moment of such pure joy that when he came out of it, he was so disoriented that it could take him up to a week to recover. During that time, when he sat back down to write, he would look at what he'd already written and be so unfamiliar with the words before him due to his disorientation that he would read his own work as though reading it for the first time. No doubt this contributed to his uncanny ability to identify traits of an individual and expose the weaknesses of unbalanced characters. Dostoevsky is most well known for Crime and Punishment and the Brothers Karamazov, the latter of which I will be discussing here. The genius of Dostoevsky I refer to comes from his keen awareness and understanding of people, the detail and depth he brings to their interactions, and of how he uses characters in a story to compose the basic framework of the world. Within each of these lies an intricate web of intellectual and emotional wisdom, from understanding philosophy and theology to experiencing traumatic events or suffering from epilepsy. He would use the hauntings of his childhood experiences to develop a framework to understand points of view, and the results of this are what we find in his works of fiction. The Brothers Karamazov is an intense series of scenes and stories captured by Dostoevsky concerning the lives of 3 brothers and their interactions with their father. The characters of this novel were created to much the same purpose as the characters on Lost, in that they are intended to represent the vast array of personalities, viewpoints, and passions that exist in the world. On Lost, we have a hunter, a doctor, a con man, a fugitive, a soldier, etc. In the novel, we have Dmitri, an impassioned sensualist, Ivan, a tortured intellectual, and Alexei, a spiritual humanist. Locke gives this novel to Henry in the episode Maternity Leave, and then tells Jack that Hemingway was jealous of Dostoevsky because he wanted to be the world's greatest writer, but he always lived in the Russian man's shadow. At the end of the episode, Henry asks if the story was true, then asks John which he was. Was he the genius, or the guy living in the shadow of the genius? Later on, he reads a line to Jack from Book 6, Chapter 3. Men reject their prophets and slay them, but they love their martyrs and honor those whom they have slain. He then asks Jack what the difference between a prophet and a martyr is. Jack says he doesn't know, but either way, they end up dead. I don't know if I agree with that. But there it is. Truth be told, there are so many stories going on in the novel that it's impossible to recap the whole thing. What's more, there are so many themes and so many possibilities to explore that I really just have to choose what I want to talk about here. So I decided to discuss the importance of overcoming obstacles in the lives of lost characters because I feel it's a theme that I've been following closely over the last 20 weeks. But before I jump in, I will give you an idea of what's going on in the novel. Fyodor Pavlovich is a philandering, lecherous buffoon who managed to father 4 boys. All were totally neglected by their father and raised outside of the father's home. The 4th son, whom I did not mention previously, was born to an idiot woman whom Fyodor raped. Despite his total depravity, Fyodor was a successful landowner. He became very wealthy, which fed into his piggishness and nastiness and also into his selfishness and paranoia. Fyodor enjoyed inciting people to begin arguments, which particularly embarrassed and infuriated his sons. Near midway through the novel, Fyodor is murdered, and the eldest Karamazov, Dmitri, is falsely accused and arrested and put on trial. Ivan and Alexei work independently in order to find evidence to save Dmitri, and the book turns into a 3-scope exploration into this murder mystery. Which one of Fyodor Pavlovich's sons killed him? Eventually, the youngest brother, the one born of an idiot woman, confesses to the murder, but Dmitri, who is well known through town as a drunk, a womanizer, and flamboyantly passionate person, is not saved by this confession. His brothers tried to formulate an escape for Dmitri before he's shipped off to Siberia, but the real conundrum for Dmitri and what we're left with at the end of the novel is with him not really knowing how to act. Should he resign himself to his fate, knowing that he deserves punishment for his past actions, even if he is convicted for a crime he didn't commit? Or should he escape to America with the woman that he loves? Dmitri undergoes a very important transformation. I said he's known in town as a womanizer and a drunk, and throughout the book we're given these instances he's put in where we see him driven to intense passions that cause him to act unruly. Most often he's provoked by his father, and these tendencies propel him directly into his destiny. Dmitri is betrothed to Katerina, but has fallen madly in love with Grushenka. Unfortunately, his father has also taken a liking to Grushenka, and the two men battle over her. Dmitri would like nothing more than to run away with the woman, but he owes 3,000 rubles to Katerina and will not think of escaping from that debt he owes her. One evening, after no one will lend him the money and he has nothing of worth to sell, Dmitri goes to Grushenka's house, but he finds that she's not at home. Worried and paranoid that she's gone to be with his father, Dmitri storms into his father's house looking for her and violently strikes the manservant, Gregory. He stumbles out of the house, possessing enough money to pay Katerina back. Now, caked in blood, Dmitri returns to Grushenka's and learns that she's run off to be with a former lover who once abandoned her. He goes grocery shopping in his blood-covered clothing, buying wine and such to woo Grushenka back. He organizes an orgy and then confronts her in front of her former lover. Everyone is drunk and giving in to their lustful passions when the police arrive to arrest Dmitri for the murder of his father. Plenty of evidence is stacked against him from that evening. He was suspicious of his father and angrily visited his estate to confront him, leaving the house with thousands of rubles and a blood-soaked shirt. The town is small enough that there are witnesses to this, and the only other possible suspect is the young son, the born of the idiot woman. I can't pronounce his name, that's why I keep calling him that. And he's crossed off the suspect list after it comes to light he suffered a seizure from the night before and was still recovering. The money Dmitri used to organize the orgy was also very suspicious, and his explanation for it doesn't satisfy the court. While on trial, all of Dmitri's sins are brought to light, all of the terrible and callous things he's done, and he's almost gleeful as they're being recited because of two very key things. The first is love. Grushenka declared her love for him. She told him that she believes he's innocent and that her love remains strong for him. She even accepts some blame for his circumstance by admitting she played with the affections of both men. Dmitri's love for this woman drives him to at least a theoretical and intentional moral reformation where he acknowledges his own depravity in a way that his father was never able to. And this brings up key thing number 2, the desire to confess sins and express guilt. Because of this acknowledgement of his own depravity, he becomes tortured by the awareness of his own corruption, mirroring a story told earlier in the novel by a monk who was stressing the importance of people confessing their sins in order to obtain absolution and freedom from bondage. Father Zosima, a monk who mentors Dmitri's younger brother Alexei, stresses that it isn't right for a man to fear sin. He who is within us, meaning God, is greater than he who is in the world, meaning Satan. And overcoming the fear of one's sin is the first step to claiming that victory Christ has over sin. This doesn't take its purest form in Dmitri, of course, but Dmitri's entire trial is a giant metaphor for the fundamental question of human nature. Is man inherently good or inherently evil? The trial itself, then, becomes a metaphor for the human spirit as it desperately searches through evidence indicating one or the other. I believe that the metaphor the trial stands for also represents a barrier between the lusts of the world and the freedom of the soul. It is what the soul of a tortured person must fight through in order to become so wrecked by their own mistakes that only a pure and wholesome form of love and consciousness can begin to build that back up. By which I mean, when we call out a lie, either that someone has told us about ourselves or about our own lives, and begin to move on from that, we reject everything that feels like it's given to us in a similar spirit. We question its likeness more, not because we're paranoid necessarily, but because we understand the various skins lies wear. And this leads me right back into Lost. I'd like to share this quotation quick from Book 6, Chapter 3. These are the words of Father Zosima to Alexei. God took seeds from different worlds and sowed them on this earth, and his garden grew up and everything came up that could come up. But what grows lives and is alive only through the feeling of its contact with other mysterious worlds. If that feeling grows weak or is destroyed in you, the heavenly growth will die away in you. Then you will be indifferent to life and even grow to hate it. So what are the pieces we're dealing with here? First, an individual is going about his life, conducting him or herself in what is considered normal and unique to that person. Second, an event happens which immediately throws all of that person's history into sharp relief. Third, the person finds that it is the small things in life they truly want to hold on to, and the past is something they need to let go of in order to move forward. And four, conducting oneself in a manner that is true to the results of this realization produces the fruit of an admirable end. Then the added component is this quotation by Zosima. God took seeds from different worlds and sowed them on this earth. While it's certainly a true fact, it's also a metaphor for the way in which these characters have been assembled. A diverse people traveling from Sydney to LAX on a plane crash land together, and from that, everything came up that could come up. Everything that went wrong did go wrong. And what comes from it only becomes such because of its contact with this mysterious world. And once that world fades from them, the feeling that has come up between them weakens. They grow indifferent to life away from that world, even grow to hate life. We can make a ton of comparisons here to season 6 and how each character is actualized to the person they had become when the plane crashed and they survived together. But I think a much more meaningful comparison to me are these two following instances, and you can disagree with me, but I'm okay with that. Number 1, Echo's journey. The island becomes Echo's trial, in which he, as a man, is set against the intrinsically good and bad nature of man, and desperately hunts down absolution for himself. He confesses to Henry Gale that he killed 2 others for the simple reason, I wanted someone to know. And when he is finally faced with the smoke monster at the end of his life, when Yemi confronts him and asks him if he's ready, he claims that he has not sinned, that he has done what he needed in order to survive. Number 2, Charlie's journey. Darrell expressed last week or the week before that Charlie's pretty much useless to him now for a long while, and I completely agree, and I think it's for a good reason. Charlie enters into his metaphorical trial, his courtroom appearance, very early on, and he has Claire's affection to drive him toward the goal of understanding his own nature. But when that's pulled out from under him, he regresses and falls back into old habits. Maybe not the coke habit, but other habits. Habits that cause him to operate as the man he used to be. As Claire slowly finds her way back to him, he's eventually brought to this point where he's willing to sacrifice himself in order to deliver a final urgent message to Desmond, fulfilling the vision Desmond had of his death. Desmond's vision of his death was, in this context then, a manifestation of Charlie giving Desmond the time to escape and return with the information he discovered. Otherwise, both men would be lost, and the secret lost with them. Well, looks like I've hit my time limit, so, perhaps an opportunity will present itself for me to revisit it again. Alright, until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. There is a tide in the affairs of men, which, taken at the flood, leads on to fortune. Omitted, all the voyage of their life is bound in shallows and in miseries. On such a full sea are we now afloat, and we must take the current when it serves, or lose our ventures. Julius Caesar isn't the most quoted or most well-known of Shakespeare's works, but it has some of the most phenomenal insights. This play sets itself apart from others in Shakespeare's works cited for very good, very lofty reasons. There isn't a tragic hero, no clear-cut good guy. Unlike Romeo and Juliet, whose parents oppress them and drive audience support for a union, or King Lear, who causes his own misery, and yet at the same time, the audience develops a desire for him to be redeemed through his mistakes. All the characters in Julius Caesar are good and bad. They all have cases that can be argued for or against. In terms of complexity of motives, yes, there's a tragic hero. But like most of the novels and literature pieces we've discussed so far this rewatch, this play has a conglomerate cast of characters, each representing various behaviors or reactions the human race has toward certain events. So Julius Caesar is different from these other Shakespeare works because it's one of his more realistic tragedies, and it depicts a world where life is various shades of gray. There's no real victim, no real villain, no real hero. We can debate its themes, such as, is it a play about political rightness? Is it a play about human fallacy, misunderstandings, fate versus free will? At one point, Caesar says to Brutus, "Men were at some time masters of their fates. The fault, dear Brutus, is not in our stars, but in ourselves, that we are the underlings." Life is never just one of these things. It's a combination of them, and we see that represented so very well on Lost. Can you describe Lost in just one word? It's like asking if you can describe yourself in one word. The second episode for this week brings us into the reason for this piece of literature. In Two for the Road, Sawyer quotes from one of the most famous lines in the play from Act 3. "You too, Brutus?" These are Caesar's final words, and they're, of course, spoken to Brutus, who has just thrust a knife into him. To Caesar, this was an unexpected and unforeseen betrayal. Caesar has been manipulated into leaving his house, despite the many warnings against it, and we see that his tragic flaws have led him right into his fate. Does this make him a master of his fate, or a victim of his own undoing? When we adopt and repeat well-known sayings, such as Sawyer did, we don't always mean them in the same circumstance or depth as the person or character did. I mean, the last time I shouted, "Give me liberty or give me death," I think I was pinned down by my brother. And at first, that's what I thought Sawyer was doing. He was just using perhaps the first line he could think of having to do with unexpected betrayal. But in a way, Sawyer is equating himself to Caesar, and I'll get to this more in depth after I recap the story. The play opens with Caesar returning from the defeat of his rivals. Roman citizens are in the streets welcoming Caesar back with his military and political aides, Cassius, Antony, and Brutus. During this procession, a soothsayer warns Caesar to beware the Ides of March. Ides means the exact middle day of a month, just so you know. I had to look it up. As it stands now, Rome is a republic, and Brutus fears that if Caesar becomes king, the republic would fall, that a dictator ruling Rome would cause the people to lose their voice. Brutus is among the minority, however, because Rome at large loves Caesar. In fact, Antony went so far as to offer Caesar the crown 3 times, and the people were in support of that. They treat him like a god. Cassius begins to lay the groundwork in Brutus's mind for a plot to assassinate Caesar because he knows that Brutus will act in the best interest of the people. He plants some letters in Brutus's home that indicate Roman citizens find Caesar too powerful, and just as those letters are sinking in, Cassius arrives at Brutus's home with conspirators ready to follow Brutus's leading. Together they devise a plan to lure Caesar out of his home and kill him together. Many people try to warn Caesar not to go out. His wife has a dream that is interpreted correctly, anticipating his demise, but a conspirator contradicts her and tells Caesar that she has misinterpreted her own dream. Then the soothsayer tries to warn him again, and at the Senate, where the assassination was to take place, a note is handed to Caesar warning him of the conspiracy. But he ignores them all. The conspirators surround Caesar, bowing at his feet, and then stab him. At this point, Caesar sees Brutus and says the line Sawyer says to Locke, "You too, Brutus?" And then he dies. The conspirators confront the crowd in a public forum, and Brutus delivers the line, "If there be any in this assembly, any dear friend of Caesar's, to him I say that Brutus's love to Caesar was no less than his. If then that friend demand why Brutus rose against Caesar, this is my answer. Not that I loved Caesar less, but that I loved Rome more." Antony was an advisor to Caesar and a beloved friend, and at first he pledges his allegiance to Brutus, but when he's allowed to speak at Caesar's funeral, he tells the crowd of the brutal manner in which Caesar died and tells of all the charity and wealth Caesar provided the nation. The people become enraged at Brutus and drive him and Cassius out of the city. Caesar's adopted son, Octavius, is appointed successor. When he arrives in town, Antony joins his side, and they declare war on Brutus, Cassius, and their conspirators. At first, Brutus and Cassius are at odds with one another, and this mostly has to do with the fact that Brutus's wife killed herself since his exile, but they reconcile just before going into battle. And I think the evening before battle, Caesar's ghost appears to Brutus, telling him that he will see him again when they meet in battle. In short, the conspirators' men do not fight well at war. There's a lot of miscommunication and a lot of suicides. First, Cassius believes that his best friend Tintinius has been captured, and so he kills himself. Then Tintinius, who had not been captured, sees Cassius's dead body and kills himself. Then Brutus hears about the deaths of Cassius and Tintinius, and he kills himself. Antony looks upon Brutus's dead body and says, "This was the noblest Roman of them all. All the conspirators, save only he, did that they did in envy of great Caesar. He, only in a general honest thought and common good to all, made one of them." I said that there was no real victim or hero, and for the most part, I still agree with that because the way each of us react to what happens in the story is based largely on perspective and political leanings. If you agree with Brutus that Caesar would have eliminated the voice of the people, then you see him as a victim and a hero. But if you agree that Rome should be ruled by whom the majority wants, then you find Caesar or Antony to be the hero. But in a way, Rome is a tragic hero. She is the protagonist of this tragedy. The nation itself becomes enraptured by this political figure whom they declare to be godlike, which will ultimately bring about the fall of the Republic and lead to civil wars. Considering Rome as a tragic hero makes me think of the island on Lost. On the one hand, you have the physical land upon which the survivors live and the mysteries associated there, but on the other hand, you have the island as it becomes part of the survivors. I mean, in the way that we say the church is the people, not the building, or home is where the heart is, the island can be thought of as a multi-dimensional event, everything happening at once and bearing intrinsic importance on the way each character's path leads. While Locke is nursing himself back to health in the hatch, Michael is being given orders to free the prisoner being kept by the survivors. While Jack, Locke, and Kate are fooled to go out and take down an others' camp, Michael uses the opportunity to shoot Ana Lucia and set Henry free. Or in the episode The Other 48 Days, we saw what was going on simultaneously with the tailies to lead to the events of Shannon's death. And in the Season 4 episode The Other Woman, we see the events of the Dharma folks during the time leading up to the Oceanic 815 plane crash, and the real reasons that led Ben to send Goodwin to the tailies. Everything is interconnected, and everyone does things for reasons unique to them. Anna shot Shannon because Cindy had just gone missing, and they had all been properly terrorized by the others. Ben was possessive of Juliet and sent Goodwin to the survivors, knowing very well that he might never come back alive. But I want to get back to Sawyer, because his usage of this famous line intrigues me. Like many of Shakespeare's characters, Caesar was prone to great arrogance. He's ambitious and intelligent, but his lust for power and stubbornness allow him to believe quite highly in the level at which the Romans hold him. Because he believes he's godlike, it lulls him into a false sense of security, of being untouchable, and makes him blind to those who really do wish ill of him. He might deny the crown 3 times, but he does want to be king. The irony to me is that Sawyer equates himself to Caesar, beloved by most and conspired against by the few. But the more I thought about this, the more I think that Sawyer wasn't necessarily referring to himself as Caesar, but to Locke as Brutus, which seems obvious when I say it out loud. In the play, Brutus is the only one whose intentions seem noble. Even Antony admits as much. He's constantly debating with himself and with others whether the assassination is a vain, evil, and selfish act, or if it's noble and worthy. Because Brutus steps outside of his deep friendship with Caesar to examine the benefits of eliminating a threat, we might think right off that he's acting out of the nation's best interest. However, while Brutus already had hesitations about Caesar becoming king, he was manipulated into the assassination plot by Cassius. I would say Locke is one of the more well-balanced characters on the show. Saeed takes precedence in my mind because Locke is more prone to act based off of supernatural heatings, but in terms of counseling others and doling out advice, Locke is usually the person people talk to, especially at the beginning. I'm thinking of his conversations with Charlie and with Jack about the White Rabbit. Joining a plot to kill Caesar wasn't totally out of character for Brutus, but it was perhaps a little too bold for him to initiate on his own without confidence and backing. As a man who usually thinks things through to their bitter end, he didn't give a single thought toward what might happen after they killed Caesar. Likewise, it's not out of character for Locke to join Jack and Kate, but he was fooled by Michael and lured in by Jack's apology that he should bring more people in on his plans. So yeah, in that way, I would equate Locke to Brutus. This was a really cool journey for me. It had to be done quickly, so a lot of these are half thoughts. Usually I get to do another draft or something before I record, so you guys get a rough cut this week. Emilee's thoughts whilst thinking them. Lucky you. Until next week, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey bookworms. I was detoured this week by a bout of the flu, or something of a similar nature. My original intention was to read Our Mutual Friend by Charles Dickens, but my prime reading days were spent sleeping off of fever, so I found a replacement. Dirty Work by Stuart Woods was on my list from back in week 14 when I did The Outsiders and The Pearl, but I also had it stuck in for A Tale of Two Cities, Season 3, Episode 1, but I'm doubled up there too, so here we are. This book can be seen either on the Swan Station bookshelf in orientation when Locke is looking behind Turn of the Screw for the orientation film, or on Jack's bookshelf in his office of the aforementioned episode. I don't know if they have IKEA where you all are, but here in Minnesota at IKEA they have staged rooms, so kitchens, dens, bedrooms, etc. are fully furnished in order to sell furniture sets and the like. The books they use for these rooms are usually in Swedish, so you can't read a thing out of them. Believe me, I've tried. But some of them are these really obscure fairy tale books that make no sense. They're not fairy tales I've ever heard of, and when I go home to look them up, I can't even find the ones I was reading usually. And that's kind of how I feel about this book. For every television show and movie that utilizes a bookshelf, there are going to be some books that are inadvertently put on display because either the prop people hope they'll be discreet enough or plain enough that fans will overlook them, or because the books themselves actually bear no importance on the story. Well, lucky for Lost prop captains, this show does not come close to qualifying for either category, and this book found its way onto our reading list. Dirty Work is the 9th installment of Wood's Stone Barrington series, and it follows the James Patterson and David Badolci idea that you don't really have to read every novel in the series in order to understand this one. They all do a more than adequate job of making you not feel like you've missed too much of the story for it to make sense. It's not like jumping into the 9th season of a television show. They're one-off books, but with the same character or same group of characters. Here's the rundown. Stone Barrington is an attorney in New York. His best friend Dino is the chief of homicide, and the two squabble like an old married couple. It makes for some interesting banter, but it also ensures that work gets done and the men always have each other's back. At the beginning of the novel, a mysterious English woman, whom Stone only knows by her codename Carpenter, arrives from London for stateside business with her tight-lipped organization. She and Stone quickly pick up a relationship. Stone's assignment from his firm at this time is to obtain incriminating photographs of a woman's husband who is violating the terms of his prenup by having affairs with various women. Stone hires a photographer, a kid in his early 20s named Herbie, and instructs him on how to exactly perform the job. But he fails miserably. Herbie was taking photos from a skylight, but the skylight crashed and he fell through, landing on the man he was spying on. The man is pronounced dead, but Herbie claims he could not have possibly killed him because he landed on the man's legs. After further investigation and a little help from Carpenter, Stone and Dino discovered that the man was murdered, and the woman who killed him has been hunting down members of Carpenter's agency for some time now because she believed them to be responsible for the deaths of her parents. The she-assassin is named Marie-Therese Dubois, but she goes by many, many other names and has many, many other faces. For the sake of this segment, I will refer to her as they did in the novel by the moniker M.T. This woman is a chameleon. She has such a plain face with unextraordinary features that she can easily assume any woman's identity and successfully portray that individual until she's obtained her goal. As you can imagine, this makes her very dangerous. She's willing to kill anyone for any reason and shows and feels no remorse in doing so. Now in her late 30s, M.T. has managed to evade being photographed since she was in middle school. But now Herbie has captured the only photograph of her, which of course doesn't help the police's cause much, but it does put Stone on her radar. While she's at large in New York, Carpenter is in a lot of danger because she's next on the woman's hit list. So as the tension rides back and forth over who this woman is now and where she is and what her next move will be, Stone and Carpenter do all they can to avoid trouble. But it becomes very clear very quickly to Stone that Carpenter and her agency do not intend to stop hunting MT until she is dead, nor that MT intends to stop targeting Carpenter and co. until they are dead. Stone does not like that Carpenter hunts this woman so relentlessly, and he feels like there should be another means of resolution. So he takes matters into his own hands and contacts the assassin to set up a meeting. When she asks why on earth she should trust him, he tells her that he is an attorney, and if she utilizes him for legal advice, he's bound by law to the client-attorney privilege. This sets into motion the beginning of the end. Learning that Stone has done this, Carpenter and her boss convince Stone to set up a meeting between them and MT on the premise of arranging a truce or a ceasefire. Stone is eager for such an agreement and convinces MT it's the right thing to do. She agrees to the ceasefire on two terms: that Carpenter's agency issue a written apology for the deaths of her parents, and a total sum of $2 million in damages for their deaths. The agreement is that MT will disappear upon receipt of these items and never bother the agency again, and in conjunction, Carpenter's agency will discontinue their manhunt for her. If she violates her terms, the agency is free to reopen their manhunt, and if the agency reneges, she can resume killing them all. At first, the agreement seems to go well. Carpenter pays the money, and MT is preparing to learn how to live outside the world of assassinry, but due to some mix-ups at the bank in the Cayman Islands, MT does not get her money and thinks the agency has reneged. She resumes killing them and quickly gets in over her head. As Stone and Dino realize that she has not quit killing, they bring the full force of the New York Police Department on her, and she becomes trapped inside a hotel. Her last-ditch effort to get free leaves her shot dead by Carpenter. Stone and Carpenter leave each other on quite rocky terms. Stone is unable to understand Carpenter's relentless pursuit of MT, and Carpenter believes Stone has set himself on too high a moral ground. Dino tells Stone that everyone has their dirty work to do. But peace and safety have returned to New York, and the novel leaves us wondering what is in store for Stone Barrington next. I gave this novel 2 out of 5 stars on Goodreads. Now, I know I didn't do a good job of hiding my dislike for Bad Twin, but in comparison to that novel, this one probably deserved more stars just for not sucking. It was an easy read with interesting enough characters, but the array of such engaging and masterful pieces of literature I've been reading lately, this was a vacation book. It wasn't horrible, but there was not a single quotable line in the whole book. No outstanding insights from main characters, no explorations into the human psyche. It was just a straightforward Family Guy rerun where you're going, have I seen this one? Yeah, I think so. No, wait. No, I haven't. Now that I've sufficiently bored you with my reading choice for this week, let me tell you about the 2 things that made this novel worth it. Firstly, Stone Barrington has set himself up pretty good in the first part of the novel with a cush and promising life with this carpenter woman. They have great chemistry and care for one another, but he's keen enough to let the reality of their circumstance break through the superficial and completely carnal-based relationship they have in order to look objectively at the situation. He sees MT as a victim, and that allows him to connect with her. He fully admits that she's dangerous and wouldn't trust her as far as he could throw her, but he is still able to empathize with this young woman seeking revenge on the people who murdered her parents. From her perspective and from her rough upbringing, she has a right to seek vengeance, and that makes her a target for negotiation. Stone doesn't allow his personal feelings for one of MT's targets to interfere with his own moral paradigm. Secondly, MT's strength is also her downfall. She can become anyone. The woman's actual name is Marie Therese, which she assumes about midway through the novel, but she spent a lifetime being a different person week to week. And though she keeps her true name for most of the novel, she adopts certain identities here and there in order to make fast exits or to get into places she doesn't belong. The cool thing this exposed to me was that she developed this habit of being anybody other than herself for so long that she didn't know how to be herself anymore. She was too quick to believe that Carpenter's agency failed to come through with the funds, and if she just waited till Monday, the money would have been waiting for her in her bank account. But she can't stop because she doesn't know how to be herself anymore. And it should be unsurprising that this leads me straight into my Lost comparisons. Marie-Therese Dubois reminded me of Kate in many ways, not in the assassin way, but in the way that she could be anybody from anywhere and mesh right into whatever she needed to do in order to obtain her goal. They're both fugitives running from their past and looking for answers. In Florida, Kate was Monica, and she married a police officer, believing that she could settle down after all. She even goes so far as to call the marshal and beg him to stop chasing her, but settling down just isn't in her nature, and she leaves her husband. Then in New Mexico, Kate became Maggie Ryan and orchestrated the bank heist to get Tom's toy airplane. And then there's Australia, of course, when Kate was Annie and she worked on Ray Mullen's farm for a couple of months. And there's one fact in all of these stories about Kate that distinctly sets her apart from Marie-Therese Dubois' character. In each situation, Kate shows that she has compassion and a kind spirit. She might have killed the abusive drunk her mother loved, but she did it because she saw him as a threat, and she didn't think her own mother would stand up for herself. From that point forward, no matter which identity she assumes, she looks out for the innocent. Even though the bank manager would have called the cops at the drop of a hat if he had the chance, he would have been doing something legal and completely within his right to do. Kate saw that and protected it. Even though Ray Mullen intended to turn Kate in for the 23 Gs, he was a good man who labored hard to keep his farm in the wake of his wife's death. Kate saw that and still protected that. When we aren't given the opportunity to be ourselves for extended periods of time, we tend to lose sight of the important things. Marie-Therese became so focused on revenge and killing that she could not see a life without it. Kate, though she wanted to stop running, could not for the sake of her own life and was becoming worn down by it. The island presented her with this unique opportunity to stop running, and now, day to day, she's challenged to set down roots and stop having that attitude of always running. Running might be in her nature, but I think on some level she also knows that it becomes too easy to lose herself while doing just that. So, the way I see it, Kate was forced into a situation that Marie-Therese passed up, and it might influence a person's attitude about how they go about changing, but in the end, it produces much the same effect. That's all for now. Until next week, this is your bookie, signing off. The 2 episodes for this week, Live Together, Die Alone Parts 1 and 2, might be my favorite of the series. There's a lot of good ones, and I know it's hard to pick a favorite and stick with it, but I just adore Desmond and Penny. Not necessarily in a shipping kind of way, but more in how their story just bears those undercurrents of the classic romantic tale, being hopelessly in love, but prevented from fulfilling that love by insecurities and disapproving external pressures. Penny is totally and completely in love with Desmond. She tells him as much in the letter she left for him in Our Mutual Friend, and she doesn't give a whoop about what her father thinks about the relationship. Yet, despite all of this, Desmond is held back by a little bit of pride, a little bit of painfully acknowledging his own cowardice, and a desire, nay, a need to prove himself worthy of Penny. All I know about Charles Dickens' novel, Our Mutual Friend, is that it's known for its complexity and rather rushed ending. Beyond that, I'm adopting Desmond's philosophy, and I'm going to wait to read the book until I'm on my deathbed. I am not reviewing the book here today. I tried to read it and was bored out of my mind. This segment, I will be covering The Odyssey by Homer. And for clarity's sake, when I say Penelope, I'm referring to the character in the epic, and when I say Penny, I'm referring to the character on Lost. Odysseus, or Ulysses, as the Romans call him, was a wise man, a fearsome warrior, and a king of high moral character. He is the king of Ithaca, but when the events of the Odyssey pick up, he has been held captive on the island of Ogygia by the goddess Calypso, who has desired him to stay and marry her, and she will, in turn, make him immortal. But Odysseus does not want to stay with her. He's homesick and wants to return to his wife Penelope and son Telemachus. Odysseus crash-landed on the island after his ship was sunk by the gods in their fury, and as he was making his way home from Troy, he alone of his crew survived. Eventually, the goddess Athena begs Zeus to force Calypso to release Odysseus. Zeus sends Hermes to convince Calypso it's in her best interest to do so. So, reluctantly, but ultimately willingly, Calypso sends Odysseus on his way across the ocean, where he sails nice and easy for about 2 weeks. But as soon as he comes within sight of land, Poseidon notices Odysseus, and, bearing a grudge from events that transpired in earlier years, sends a storm that destroys Odysseus's raft. Odysseus is forced to swim for shore. The island he has crash-landed on now is called Phaeacia, and the inhabitants of the island know the story of great Odysseus very well, and are overjoyed to have the honor of his presence. They wish him to stay and marry the king's daughter, but Odysseus insists on returning home. The Phaeacians agree to return him to Ithaca and, under the cover of night, sneak him back onto the island. Meanwhile, in the later years of Odysseus's absence, his son Telemachus has grown into a young man and becomes appalled with the way things are transpiring within his father's home, now in the man's absence. Because Odysseus has been gone for so many years, most believe him to be dead. As such, over 100 suitors are vying for Penelope's hand in marriage, but she still pines for Odysseus and remains faithful to him. She refuses to remarry. But because she refuses to choose one of the suitors, they are making a mess of the estate, drinking all the wine, forcing the maidservants to lie with them, and essentially taking advantage of Odysseus's wealth in his absence. Telemachus has had enough, and by the urging and mentorship of the goddess Athena, he goes on his own little adventure to determine whether anyone in the outlying islands has heard news of his father. The suitors are very angry that Telemachus left with a healthy supply of Ithaca's strongest young men and devise a plan to lie in wait and kill Telemachus when he returns. On Telemachus's voyage, he meets King Nestor of Pylos, who speaks highly of his father and tells him stories, but he does not know what has become of Odysseus. Then Telemachus travels to King Menelaus, and, likewise, the man has grand and excellent stories of Odysseus, but does not know of his fate. Between the adventures of Odysseus and Telemachus, we learn most of what happened to Odysseus through the stories told either by Odysseus himself or by friends. Everywhere these men go, they're wined and dined and asked to share about themselves, so it's very easy to keep up with what brought Odysseus to crash on Ogygia in the first place. Odysseus and Telemachus are reunited when the Phaeacians deliver Odysseus to Ithaca. Athena has been closely keeping guard over both men, aiding them in their travels by disguising herself as whomever they might need as a companion. She prevented the suitors from discovering Telemachus on his re-entry to the island, and she also has the ability to transform another person's appearance. She made Odysseus appear at times to be an old beggar rather than the strong and handsome warrior he is, so that he will be protected from those who might wish to harm him. When Odysseus arrives at Ithaca, then he's disguised as an old beggar, but Athena lifts the disguise just long enough for him to be reunited with his son. But he adopts the disguise to learn about the suitors that have been ravaging his estate, and to determine who exactly is on his side and will stand up with him against the men who've overtaken his house. He's ridiculed in the streets of Ithaca for his appearance, but is invited to an event on his own estate, accidentally on purpose, by Telemachus. At this event, Penelope has finally resolved that after 20 years, her husband isn't coming home, and agrees to marry whichever suitor can string Odysseus's mighty bow. As you can imagine, none of the suitors can match Odysseus's strength, and none can string the bow. But then the bow is set into the hands of the dirty old beggar, and Odysseus is transformed back into himself, whereupon he takes the bow and slaughters all of the suitors. He and Penelope are reunited, and Athena settles the disputes between Odysseus and the townsfolk, who are now angry that Odysseus killed so many of their young, able-bodied men. That was an extremely brief overview. There are many side stories about Odysseus' experiences at war and at sea, but I chose here to just stick to the A storyline because it'll be most comparable to the Desmond Penny story on Lost. Primarily, I've heard the Odyssey reference to Desmond and Penny because the character of Penelope has become synonymous with faithfulness, loyalty, and capability. In the epic, Penelope is faithful almost to the point of foolishness, and resolves to marry only because Odysseus made her vow, before he left all those years ago, to remarry before Telemachus was able to grow facial hair. Even as Odysseus sits in her house and observes her present the details of the contest for her hand in marriage, he can see that she's not doing it out of love or out of want, but out of obligation. The task she sets before the suitors to win her hand in marriage is an impossible task, and many critics theorize whether she chose the contest because she knew only her husband could win it. Honestly, at times I had trouble taking Penelope seriously. She seemed frail and weak and would do nothing but cry for days on end. At times I'm just like, pull yourself together, woman. But then, I have to think that this epic was really written in 800 BC or something like that, so probably a couple things have changed between her time and my time. So she seems frail and weak, but at the same time, she demonstrated wit in the way she led the suitors on, giving them small encouragements or making them believe they had a chance, all to give Odysseus the maximum amount of time to return to her. But as a result, her actions are really what caused the havoc of the suitors. For example, she told the suitors that she would marry after she finished weaving a tapestry. But every evening after the suitors had left, she unraveled the work on the tapestry she'd done, and that kept her from having to make a decision for years. When her deception was revealed to them by a maidservant, they were infuriated at being played the fool. Yet, even so, they didn't quit their proposals. If only we all had that problem. Penelope's faithfulness is very similar to that of Penny Widmore. Penny never cared about Desmond's financial status, as I've already mentioned, and even when she was engaged to another man, she spent a lot of money looking for Desmond. After Desmond disappeared, she continued to look for him, and even came to learn of the island. So Penny is much, much more proactive and resourceful than Penelope, but both adopt a similar commitment to the man they love. At first, it was really hard to draw some parallels between Desmond and Odysseus because, frankly, they're complete opposites of one another. Odysseus is a cunning and wise warrior who is spoken of very highly wherever he goes. Stories of his triumphs are told all over. Desmond, though he demonstrates moments of valor, has spent the majority of his life living under the shame of his own shortcomings. Fired by the monks, dishonorably discharged from the Royal Scots Regiment. Even on the island, he's fooled by Kelvin for 3 years, accidentally kills the guy, and then is unable to escape from the island on his own sailboat. I will say this about both of them, though. They're very resourceful. They know how to survive. Interesting fact, Calypso means concealed in Greek. In the epic, the goddess Calypso intended to rob Odysseus of his reputation and his memory. He tried to make him forget Ithaca and turn him immortal. And as a result, Odysseus spent 7 years mourning for his wife on Ogygia. And this is precisely what the island did to Desmond. Desmond tried to leave after the oceanic survivors broke into the hatch, but failed. The resulting implosion after the Swan Station timer runs out gives him premonitions that pretty much turn him into a time traveler, which kind of plays on the immortality idea, not necessarily that he's immortal, but that he's almost removed from time. The only thing more tragic than love being separated by distance is love being separated by time. Or timelines, if you know what I mean. For further reading, try The Time Traveler's Wife. So not only has this island concealed him from Penny and her efforts to locate him, but it's also tried to keep him from her through its electromagnetic magics and deterring him from his current course. Just to clarify here, the Trojan War lasted 10 years. Then 3 years transpired between leaving war and landing on Ogygia with Calypso, 7 years on the island, and then approximately 6 weeks from Calypso back to his wife on Ithaca. And even though the epic only covers the events of those last 6 weeks, it goes backward in time quite often to retell stories of Odysseus' adventures. And through this, like on Lost, you have a lot of story told within a relatively short amount of time. By the season 2 finale of Lost, only 65 days have passed, and yet we cover so much ground. In both men, there exists a narrow-minded mentality to not be deterred from their course, and to return home to the woman they each love. while on the receiving end, the women they love wait for them. Thanks for tuning in again. Until next week, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey there, bookworms. Another week is upon us with another content-heavy piece of literature. This wouldn't be Lost if they didn't go big, though, right? As the title of this Season 3 premiere suggested, I read A Tale of Two Cities by Charles Dickens. After hearing how much Kari loves this novel, though, I'm a little intimidated, so I'll have to humble myself to her corrections. As many of you may know, A Tale of Two Cities is classified as historical fiction, and really the word tale in this context means an imaginatively recounted narrative. The two cities the title refers to are London and Paris, and as they're at odds in the early years of the French Revolution leading up to the collapse of the monarchy, many of the events of the novel bear similarities to those in history, particularly the essence of increasing brutality against the peasants and the peasants fighting back against the oppressive aristocracy with equal parts violence. This struck me as very relevant on Lost in regard to the manner in which the various parties are pitted against one another. While most significantly a distinction can be made between the others and the survivors in direct parallel to the two cities, there's also the deeper parallel of violence within a single nation, the haves versus the have-nots, and the varying viewpoints within these disparate groups as to how certain situations are to be handled. One of the main characters of the novel, for example, is Charles Darnell. He is a Frenchman, but frowns upon the violent tendencies of the aristocracy, and, as such, lives in London. Likewise, within each group of people on Lost, there are individuals who frown upon or disagree with methods taken by their leaders, or Saeed. We'll see not too far in the future here that Ben's daughter is actually the one who helped Claire escape from Ethan. Before I recap the book, I want to outline two relevant themes to keep in mind. These will tie right back into Lost and help me keep focused during the recap. First theme is redemption. The most powerful and prominent theme painted throughout this novel is the idea of having been dead and being brought back to life, and being restored in that process. Chapter 3 foreshadows upcoming events by revealing a conversation yet to come between Jarvis Lorry and Dr. Manette, in which Lorry asks Manette, "Do you know you have been recalled to life?" And Manette must repeatedly ask for how long he was buried. 18 years! Gracious creator of day! To have been buried alive for 18 years. In fact, Manette had been in prison for 18 years, and during which he had taken up shoemaking so as to pour himself into a task that might distract him from the violence of the Bastille. In doing so, however, he lost himself and forgot who he was. But this theme rises up again and again, ultimately taking form in what I'd consider to be the most intriguing aspect of the novel's events. But I'll get to that in the recap. Second theme is coincidence. Charles Dickens once said that the world was so much smaller than we thought. We are all so connected by fate without knowing it. People supposed to be far apart were so constantly elbowing each other, and tomorrow bore so close a resemblance to nothing half so much as yesterday. The fact that he utilizes coincidences is not a coincidence, because he's illustrating, on a smaller scale, how much each individual life affects another. While this novel leaves character depth to be desired, Dickens had a remarkable vision for how he wanted the lives of these characters to overlap, and why it needed to be that way, not at all unlike what we've seen on Lost. A Tale of Two Cities is broken into 3 parts. Book 1 is called Recalled to Life, and it follows the story of recovering Dr. Manette from his imprisonment at the Bastille in France. Jarvis Lorry has attended to the man's finances while he was a citizen, and learned of his release, so he went to fetch him. Manette's daughter, Lucy, accompanied him, and together they found him in a very bad state, having lost his mind after enduring all that he had in prison, and he didn't know his daughter at all, but they take him home, and through Lucy, Dr. Manette remembers himself. The two grow very close and love one another dearly. The second book is called The Golden Thread, which is a term used to describe Lucy. She is very compassionate and very loving, and often helps people to see situations or individuals in a warmer light than had previously been acknowledged. She's the golden thread holding the family together. The second book opens, however, with the trial of Charles Darnell. He's been falsely accused of treason and is put on trial. At the trial, both Lucy and her father give testimony to Charles having been at a certain place at a certain time doing a certain thing, and their testimony seems to be against Charles. But then a young lawyer, a drunk, insolent man by the name of Sidney Carton, is noticed when he is passing a note to Darnay's lawyer, and all at once the courtroom realizes that this young man bears a striking resemblance to Darnay himself, which helps to poke holes in the prosecution's case. This, among other details, brings about an innocent verdict. In the aftermath of this trial, Darnay becomes good friends with the Manettes and Lorry, and falls in love with Lucy. Sydney Carton has also fallen in love with her, but then again she has many suitors vying for her affection. When Carton realizes that Darnay is about to propose, he confesses to Lucy that he loves her, but he knows he's not worthy of her. He tells her that she made him realize feelings within himself that he thought might never awaken, but he does not ask for her affection in return. He just wants her to know and to keep his confidence in never revealing what he told her. So Darnay and Lucy get married, and on their wedding morning, Darnay reveals to Lucy's father his biggest secret, and once the two leave on their honeymoon, Dr. Manette suffers a sort of mental break, reverting back to his shoemaker days because of how deeply the information had struck him. But he comes out of it, and the little family is a loving, happy unit held together by their little golden thread. But as the years wear on and the circumstances in France become harsher, a note reaches Darnay about a matter he must attend to in France. It's dangerous for him to undertake the task ahead of him, but he feels that it's his duty to fulfill it. He anticipates that he might never return and writes letters of goodbyes to Lucy and Dr. Manette. In this process, we learn that Charles Darnay is actually Marquis Saint-Evremond, the nephew of a brutal aristocrat and the heir to all that the Saint-Evremond name is associated with. In France, the revolutionaries believe he needs to pay for all that the family has done to the people, and in leaving London, he risks imprisonment, even execution. But he leaves to aid in whatever way he can because he believes in justice and the virtue of doing good. The third book is called The Track of a Storm and quickly escalates the hostilities of the revolutionaries. Darnay's uncle is murdered, and he himself is sent to the Bastille in solitary confinement. Essentially, he's in the same predicament Dr. Manette had once found himself in all those years ago. Lucy and her father quickly learn of Darnay's situation, and Dr. Manette does all he can to influence the decision being made about Darnay's fate. At his trial, the revolutionaries are at first shouting for his execution, but after Dr. Manette and Jarvis Lorry give gripping testimonies in Charles' favor, they cheer and Darnay is set free and carried home. The happiness does not last long, though, for the very next day, Darnay is arrested again, this time with convicting evidence against him. A letter found in Dr. Manette's old cell at the Bastille, penned by the man himself, condemns the Evremonds and all their descendants for their treacherous crimes against the peasants. The letter also explains why the doctor was imprisoned in the first place. After the reading of this letter, there is nothing anyone can do for Charles. He is sentenced to have his head chopped off. When all hope seems lost, an old face resurfaces, that of Sydney Carton. The man, who is still affectionate for Lucy, learns of a plan to convict Lucy and her father of spying and have them imprisoned as well. He arranges for them to leave the country and then visits Charles Darnay in jail. Still bearing a strong resemblance to Darnay, Carton utilizes this in order to arrange Darnay's escape from prison. He tricks the man into switching clothes with him, then drugs him and has him carried out. Shortly thereafter, Carton is taken from his cell, believed to be Darnay, and is put in a line of 52 prisoners waiting to be executed. A little girl recognizes that he is not Darnay and asks, "Are you to die for him?" And Carton responds, "And for his wife and child." In his final moments, Carton envisions a France that will one day rise out of this terrible low and sees a time when the nation can become beautiful again. His final thought is this: "It is a far, far better thing that I do than I have ever done. It is a far, far better rest that I go to than I have ever known." I said at the conclusion of the first theme that redemption would take form again by the novel's end, and it is Sydney Carton of whom I'm referring to. He is a rather insignificant character in the novel. He drifts in and out as he pleases. Whenever he's around, he's drunk and intolerable. He's friend of the family, but nobody really seems to like him much, and he doesn't seem to like anyone else either, except Lucy. And since Lucy can find something to love in everyone, she naturally appeals to Carton in this way. But that doesn't mean Carton is useless. He's very intelligent and resourceful. In a lot of ways, he reminds me of Sawyer. But more to the point, that theme of redemption that resurfaces here at the end in Carton is something that I think many characters on Lost possess. Thankfully, these two themes are so inextricable in both the book and the show that a mash-up explanation is necessary. As in the novel, many of these characters on Lost are exaggerated versions of reality, emphasized in order to convey a point or purpose. And like in the quote I read of Dickens, they're set up in an environment that makes their lives more intertwined than might reasonably be assumed otherwise. A lot of critics say that the note found in Manette's cell at the Bastille is a bit random and unlikely, but I think it also goes to show how limited or narrow our scope of our own circumstances. We can relate certain pieces of information, as Charles did to Dr. Manette about his identity, without knowing that the person opposite us possesses knowledge of that same circumstance. What I'm thinking of here in particular are the people who've had an encounter with Jack's father and either don't know it or come to realize it later and wait to tell him about it, or the way in which we discovered Rose knew Locke had once been confined to a wheelchair, or that it was Shannon's father who crashed into Jack's ex-wife Sarah, or that longtime drug lord Mr. Echo crashes onto the island where the plane his brother was trapped inside after being shot trying to help him in Nigeria went down, and now makes it his mission to build a church. There are so many interwoven storylines that when sacrifices are made, they're not solely done for one person, but for many reasons. Carden's love for Lucy drove him to give his own life up for the man she loved, and yet in the midst of it all, he's envisioning a better world that would one day arise from the rubble of the revolutionaries. Ultimately, Jack's sacrifice at the end of Season 6 isn't just for one purpose. It's not just to save Kate or whomever. He finally sees the big picture, and he sees his role in bringing about the next chapter. I wasn't able to find the exact quote, but at one point, Damon Lindelof said that they always kept coming back to the idea of redemption, and that everyone, no matter who they are, has to possess the mere possibility of redemption. What's more, it can't be done externally. It can't be forced upon anyone. It has to be done internally. And he said that's kind of where the phrase live together, die alone came from. The idea that it's only through a community and love and respect for someone other than the self that a person can make a sacrifice like Carden or Jack did. Well, that'll wrap up this novel. Until next week, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey bookworms, before I begin here, I just wanted to throw out a short preface. Every week I try to balance how much time I spend describing the book versus making parallels to Lost, and at least in the last couple weeks with the long books, I haven't done so well at giving everything equal time. But I do want to state for the record that my primary goal here is to introduce you all to the story that you might not have heard. We all have access to the Lost episodes. If you're listening to this podcast, there's a 94.7% chance you've already seen the entire series, so I don't need to repeat everything we've already seen. But with these novels and stories, I'm trying to outline them best I can and draw out their comparisons to Lost through the summary so that the things I might not have time to touch on can be picked up on anyway. I'm sure as you're listening to me explain each story, you catch on to the things that I might later be using to do a comparative analysis, and I know for certain that I haven't covered everything I want to in each and every segment I've done. However, I know from experience that I'm speaking to an intelligent audience, and every week it just makes me more excited to share what I've read. This week we're diving into John Steinbeck's well-known novella, Of Mice and Men. It was written during the Depression, the late 1930s, and might be the only book everyone listening to this segment has actually read. And I don't mean to imply anything negative if you haven't read it, but it just seems to be the only book every high school reading curriculum has in common. Because of this, I'm not going to do an in-depth summary of the book, as is usual, but take this opportunity to really dig deep into the comparisons between the book and Lost, which I know is ironic considering what I just stated in the preface. Of Mice and Men became relevant because of the Sawyer-centric episode, Every Man for Himself. Of the books we've seen Sawyer reading so far, this one is probably the most obvious. Not only do we get a very clear picture of the front cover, but he also quotes from it and states it by name. All he said about Watership Down was that it's a story about bunnies. You might recall that I wasn't a terribly big fan of Steinbeck's novella, The Pearl, which I read a couple weeks ago, but I don't dislike everything he's written. I like this book for reasons other than enjoyment. It's like working out, sometimes I'm into it and the endorphins motivate me forward. Other times I've got to push myself to complete my workout, but I always feel good after I'm done. I don't read Steinbeck in order to escape and live in a better world for 100 pages. I read it because it provides a short, raw story about the way things are, and it gives us all a moment to reflect on the state of our own lives. Most often, when talking about the story, analyses dive into the nature of Lenny's condition and George's tremendous compassion toward him. They outline the sensitivity and care in Steinbeck's writing in order to encourage empathy for a predicament that seems beyond hope. Ultimately, the resolution, like in The Pearl, is not that there is one good way to do anything, but that it's dependent on us as individuals to care enough about other people in order to act and react wisely to situations that are astoundingly unclear. Lost gives us a little different perspective on this story. There's no Lenny in this episode. There's no tough decision to be made. There's no one doing a bad thing. There's no necks being broken. There's not even a debate about the responsibility for one's own actions. The story in Lost has more to do with the state of a man when he's alone, because it seems to be the thing we hope for most and dread beyond anything else all at the same time. Stemming all the way back from God observing Adam in the Garden of Eden and remarking that it's not good that the man should be alone, human beings have sought out companionship in whatever form that can take, whether it's another person, a dog, a cat, or a nice pile of books. And this last episode seems to tell me a story of how bad things can get for a person when they're addicted to being alone. And to explain this, I've split my observation into 3 parts. First observation, things get bad simply by the nature of the job. When we see Sawyer reading the book in prison, he's just been visited by Cassidy, who informs him that he's a father. Playing the tough guy, Sawyer scoffs and asks Cassidy what she wants from him. I find this whole scene to be rather comical because, according to Sawyer, he is where he is because Cassidy pressed charges. And when he states as much, she simply says, "Well, you conned me," and then jumps right back into the issue at hand. Sawyer's approach to this situation implies a lot of regret to me. To the audience, it appears as though he had real feelings for this woman at one point, and in a prior episode, we saw him try to get out of the job that he was pulling on her. But the life of a con man is like that of an itinerant worker, except that the wages are earned by lying and cheating. But, they're both lonely paths, which a person is usually forced to go down alone due to the nature of the job and the reason behind doing it. During the Depression, and long before that, really, men would drift between hard labor jobs in various cities and states. The frequency and change would be more often due to the type of work being done, the type of trouble they got into, or the severity of the boss man, rather than a simple desire for change. In the case of Lenny and George, they were run out of weed because Lenny was falsely accused of rape, but their sights were always set beyond their current circumstance. The nature of the jobs they chose forced them into this bubble within which they were forever stereotyped and limited from reaching beyond their circumstance. Even so, with the vision of the farm they'd one day own together, it gave them hope for a better life and a reason to keep on working. Con men, at least the way that they're portrayed in popular culture, seem to always be waiting for that one big score, the one that will set them up for life so that they no longer need to do what they do. Difference is, Sawyer doesn't have a reason to ever stop doing what he's doing. Actually, if anything, he has a reason to keep doing what he's doing because of that insatiable need to kill the man who conned his parents when he was a kid. Things can get bad when we're alone for too long because we get wrapped in our work until our identity becomes inextricable from it. Second observation, it becomes harder to connect with people. It's not surprising that Ben didn't immediately know what Sawyer meant when he said, "That little place you always wanted, George?" Said out of context, it's not very specific, but what's more surprising is the way in which Sawyer uses this reference. We all know that Sawyer is 72% sarcasm, 28% brooding masochist, but for a guy who reads so much, he really abuses this reference. But this also falls right in line with the book in an odd way. The last line of the novella occurs just minutes after George has executed Lenny, and he's still very sullen. One of the men in the hunting party observes George's behavior and asks aloud what's eating at him, which clearly indicates a total lack of awareness of George's relationship with Lenny and of the incredible compassion George just displayed by killing his best friend. Men in this line of work are not used to having friends, especially not ones that travel with them from place to place, and especially not ones that plan for the future. When Sawyer says this line to Ben, it feels out of place to me, but at the same time, it doesn't. It feels out of place because I don't really see where Sawyer is pulling the reference from, other than that the book had been cited earlier in the episode. Yet it also indicates a complete lack of awareness to other people because Sawyer simply doesn't understand where he is, nor what he's doing there. The men with whom Lenny and George worked from farm to farm never could really understand Lenny, and they couldn't understand the relationship George had with him. But George committed to Lenny a long time ago, and when a relationship is built on that type of understanding, fully aware of the other person's flaws and shortcomings, and refusing to make excuses for the way they are, but finding a means to live together with those added components that might otherwise make a person impossible to understand, there develops within that individual a remarkable sense of patience and understanding. And it feels to me a lot of what this episode was getting at was taking a look at the degree to which Sawyer was removed from having to deal with anyone else's flaws and see how much that has hurt his ability to connect with people. Third observation, loneliness is like a sickness. I don't really want to give the wrong impression here because usually when we talk about being lonely, it's comparable to the way we talk about being hungry. I continually catch myself when I say I'm starving because clearly I'm not starving. My body is requesting nourishment, yes, but it has plenty of itself to eat for a while. In comparison to third world countries, I am not hungry. In a similar way, in comparison to people who are truly lonely, most of us are not lonely. At the end of the episode, Ben pulls a fast one on Sawyer, a total slap in the face that I absolutely love. Sawyer got his dig in, "Don't you read?" when he makes that offhanded reference to Of Mice and Men, but Ben throws out 3 lines from the book back into his face, and Sawyer doesn't know what he's talking about. And this goes back to my previous point about Sawyer not really getting it. He reads the words on the page and uses them to mock someone, but Ben is observing Sawyer and trying to figure out how to work him. By leveraging his heart, Ben ultimately figures out Sawyer's weakness is probably Kate, but then he also sees that his own self-destructive nature makes it impossible for Sawyer to actually go after what he wants. He quotes, "A guy goes nuts if he ain't got nobody. It don't make no difference who the guy is, long as he's with you. I tell you, a guy gets too lonely and he gets sick." In the novella, most of these men working on the farm are truly lonely. At the end of the month, they spend their wages on whorehouses, gambling, and alcohol, all 3 of which distract them from the miserable lives they lead. When George realizes that what he's got to do, when he realizes he's got to put Lenny out of his misery, he can no longer see the farm he and Lenny were working toward because it was something he wanted with Lenny. It's lost its luster. Instead, he talks of engaging in the same activities the other men take part in, the distractions, the time passers. Loneliness is a sickness because it produces hopelessness, and hopelessness is infectious. Observations 1 and 2 here are compound observations that ultimately create observation 3. The nature of the job, plus an increasing inability to connect with people, makes a person sick, and that's really where Sawyer seems to be when he crashes on the island. He's sick. All right. That's all for this week. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey, bookworms! If last week's Of Mice and Men is a common high school reading assignment, I'd have to think To Kill a Mockingbird is too. For as good and rich as this book is, I don't feel like I'll have much to say about it in contrast to the Lost episode it was referenced in, but we'll see where this takes us. I think I've mentioned before that I've really only seen Lost through one time. I began watching when it was in its 4th or 5th season, I believe. The summer after I graduated from college, I streamlined whatever was available. Anyway, there's a lot I remember going into every episode, but mostly I remember things as they're happening. The exception to this is when Juliet wheels the cart in to play her movie for Jack. I could not remember at all what this part was, and I was surprised that this is where the novel is referenced. But to be fair, it wasn't really the novel referenced, it was the Gregory Peck film adaptation to the novel. I haven't seen the movie, so there may be something drawn out more in the film than in the book, but regardless, I think my approach to this particular segment was very different from the others. It intrigued me that they referenced the piece of fiction in the way they did. I decided to follow the Boo Radley thread, and it unraveled the whole sweater, if you know what I mean. I'm not going to recap the whole book, just what's relevant here. Arthur Boo Radley was a recluse who got into a spot of trouble in his youth, and when faced with juvenile prison following the course of his trial, his father took matters into his own hands and locked the boy up in the house. Rumors circulated that his father was abusive, and also about Boo Radley himself. Most people were divided over whether he was a good man or a bad man. But on the whole, the character remains a source of goodness and purity to the imaginations of Scout and her brother Jem. In the summer following Scout's first year in school, she and Jem meet another young boy named Dill, and together they develop a fixed fascination over Boo Radley. They make up stories about his life and fantasize about luring him out of his house. A couple times they even try to catch a glimpse of him, but Boo Radley remains hidden and enigmatic. Scout's father, Atticus, criticizes the kids for torturing Boo and tells them to give up their annex, but while they discontinue making up stories about him, they don't give up their thoughts about him. For some time, Scout and Jem found presents left for them in the hollow of a tree, and though they never confirm it, they know it's Boo leaving things for them. He's reaching out to them in the only way he really knows how. And once when they tried to get a look into Boo's room, they were forced to escape in a hurry, and Jem lost his pants in a fence. But when they returned home later that evening, they were surprised to find Jem's pants, coarsely mended, waiting for them on his bed. For a long time, while they're dealing with the trial of Tom Robinson, Boo Radley gets shoved into the background. But after the Robinson trial ends and after Tom is dead, Bob Ewell, the man who brought charges against Tom for raping his daughter, threatens Atticus. Even though he won the trial and Tom was convicted for a crime he didn't commit, Mr. Ewell knows that Atticus made a fool of him in the courtroom and vows to exact his revenge. And he does so by attacking Scout and Jem near the Radley house as they returned from school late one evening. Jem tries to protect his sister, but Mr. Ewell, a much bigger and stronger man, gets the upper hand. And the whole book is narrated from Scout's point of view. So as the story unravels, it eventually comes to light that Boo Radley ventured out of his house, being the only one in the neighborhood to hear the children's screams, and saves them both from the drunk Bob Ewell, and ultimately kills him. Boo carries the injured and unconscious Jem home, and there is met by Atticus and the local sheriff. Scout tells her side of things, and Boo Radley fills in a few details, but they all come to realize that Boo used extreme, albeit necessary, measures against Bob Ewell and must be protected from a murder trial that would inevitably take place if his name was thrown into the mix. In order to protect Boo, they all settle on a story that tells of Bob Ewell attacking Atticus's children on the road and then falling on his own knife, leaving Boo Radley completely out of it. At its heart, this novel is about social inequality and the opposing ends of good and evil that cause moral advancements to consistently come under scrutiny. But there are other very significant messages, such as this idea of killing a mockingbird. Here's a short excerpt from early on in the novel. Atticus said to Jem one day, "I'd rather you shot at tin cans in the backyard, but I know you'll go after birds. Shoot all the blue jays you want, if you can hit 'em, but remember, it's a sin to kill a mockingbird." That was the only time I'd ever heard Atticus say it was a sin to do something, and I asked Miss Maudie about it. "Your father's right," she said. "Mockingbirds don't do one thing except make music for us to enjoy. They don't eat up people's gardens, don't nest in corn cribs. They don't do one thing but sing their hearts out for us. That's why it's a sin to kill a mockingbird." At the end of the novel, after Atticus realizes that it wasn't Jem that killed Bob Ewell, and it was actually Boo, he finally agrees to go along with the cover-up story. After everything has been set up, he asks Scout whether she understands, and she ends up using his own words, that to give up Boo Radley to the people of Macomb County would be tantamount to killing a mockingbird. She finally understands Boo because of the experience with Tom Robinson, and sees that he stays inside to keep out of the messiness of the world. Exposing a fragile and unprepared Boo Radley to the world is like kicking a man when he's down. And this is the theme I came to while watching The Cost of Living. Juliet pretends to show Jack a real movie while instead it plays a video of Juliet holding up cue cards, pleading with him to conspire against Ben. The only comparable thread I see here is conspiracy to conceal the truth. And I'll explain this here. In the novel, we have the Boo Radley incident. He stays inside his house because the real world is too messy. He saves Scout and Jem because, as strange as it is, he considers them friends, and had attempted to reach out to them in the past. His actions require those who know the truth to bend the facts to their own needs in order to protect the innocent. In the Lost episode, we have the Ben incident. Ben is an oppressive leader, but rather passive-aggressive in that he doesn't typically address issues head-on. He likes people to know he's in charge by the actions he takes, actions that indicate he knows a lot more than he might say aloud. He has no friends because he's worried about power, and that tends to drive people away. The actions he takes continually cause people pain, but very few people know what he knows about the island, and therefore he feels justified. The actions that Juliet wants to take against Ben are to protect the innocent of the island, not Ben. In both situations, there is this agreement to tell everyone a very believable story, while the truth remains a secret between those who determined it best to keep it as such. Clearly, Juliet had no way of knowing that Jack was not Scout. I imagined that scene between Juliet and Jack like the one that occurred between Atticus and Scout in chapter 30 of the book, where Scout realizes the brevity of the situation and wraps her dad in a giant bear hug, following it up with a response from the mouth of an 8 or 9-year-old that tells her father she has been paying attention, and that she not only understands the reason behind the secrecy, but also the compassion that they are showing by keeping the secret. This is not at all what occurs between Jack and Juliet, and what it revealed to me is that you can't ask people to keep secrets. You can't ask them to have compassion. It has to come implicitly through understanding for it to carry any meaning. I don't know exactly how this could have played out totally to Juliet's advantage in such a way that it becomes a more direct parallel to that of the book's morality clause. But unlike Scout, Jack had absolutely no reason to help Juliet, even if it was in his best interest to eliminate Ben from the equation. And this here is where the sweater unraveled, if you'll remember my analogy from earlier. At so many junctures along our rewatch so far, I've pointed out the various qualities in individuals that ultimately contribute to this island being part of their redemption process, and as a means to obtain a future that would otherwise be unknowable. But here in this episode, we see a couple deeds played out that might lend to the work in progress argument a little more heavily than the we're intrinsically good creatures argument. The novel, as I said, deals extensively with the coexistence of good and bad in a mid-century Alabama town where racism is still very prevalent, and the words of a white man, no matter how false, will always be held to a higher standard than those of a black man. But it's only through this trial of Tom Robinson and the resulting behaviors of the people of Macomb County that the next generation of adults can learn of the dreadful inequality that exists and care enough about other people in order to help change things as they grow up. Scout and Jem, by sheer proximity to their father, the lawyer, witness their father throw out every ounce of his integrity into a case that is, by all accounts, a hopeless one, and learn by understanding the facts about the way things should be rather than the way things are. In contrast, Jack's experiences on the island haven't been much akin to the golden rule, the do unto others rule. He's been exposed to the lying, back-alley trading ways of the island and as such, follows that known and proven way of conducting business in order to obtain what he wants or needs. As he holds Ben's life in his hands, he's not interested in playing fair, he's interested in playing to score as many points as possible before the buzzer. And if he comes out ahead in the end, well, all the better. As I say, a little bit different approach, but hope you got something out of it. I'm not exactly sure I did, but still, as always, it's interesting to take a look at the ways they interject literature into this show. So, until next week, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey, bookworms. The Desmond-centric episode Flashes Before Your Eyes brought us a couple of literature shoutouts. Toward the end of the episode, when Desmond is ring shopping and Eloise is trying to correct his path, she points out a man in red shoes who, moments later, is crushed and killed by scaffolding. If you thought Wizard of Oz, you're not alone. Unfortunately, Hollywood has made us associate ruby shoes with the wonderful Wizard of Oz, but the Hollywood adaptation of the novel changed the color of the shoes from silver to ruby in order to take advantage of the new Technicolor techniques being used in filmmaking at that time. In the movie, there was a particular emphasis put on the power of the ruby slippers, and in various adaptations of the novel or movie since 1939 has only increased the fixation on the slippers being the end-all to Dorothy's time in Oz. Back when I covered Alice's Adventures in Wonderland, you might recall me pointing out that Charles Dodson utilized some of Alice's adventures to criticize the developing math practices he deemed radical and illogical. L. Frank Baum had a similar approach in his writing, still with a desire to tell a story but unafraid to interject his own commentary on current events in America. In this particular instance, I am referring to the significance of Dorothy's shoes being silver. Baum made the shoes silver because they were a piece of the allegory he was painting of the populist movement in America. Where the yellow brick road was the gold standard of the time, the silver shoes were the populist hope that the coinage of silver would be a deviation from a monetary system that was trapping Midwestern farmers in their impoverishment. When the Witch of the North gives Dorothy the silver shoes and sends her down the yellow brick road, there is a clear depiction of sending someone into the system who has the potential to bring about change and perhaps provide the answer to economic woes. In the episode, it's significant that Eloise points out the man with the red Converse sneakers, and then, when Desmond asks why he should care, states that it's a bold fashion statement. Point being, remember these because they'll be significant later on. When we don't have the luxury of narration, sometimes it's difficult to draw out the significance of something important when our attention is all over the screen. Baum had the ability to narrate this populist allegory, but the Hollywood film fell short of the book's robustness. So while The Scene in Lost doesn't exactly employ the wonderful Wizard of Oz in its literary form, it does adopt a similar tactic Hollywood used when converting it for the big screen, both in wanting it to draw the eye to the shoes, but also in how they are put onto Dorothy's feet at the beginning to mark the launch of her journey and embody, for her, a sense of inner strength and fortitude. For Desmond, of course, he wasn't putting the shoes on, but they were the turning point in his life, the second time around. The second literature shoutout occurs at the beginning of the episode. Charlie and Hurley are ransacking Sawyer's tent, and Charlie puts out a pile of books. Hurley takes from the top of it Laughter in the Dark by Vladimir Nabokov, and this is where I will be spending the rest of the segment. The first half of the book was profoundly unremarkable, but just as I was starting to give it up as a wash, the tables turned and it became one of the most rewarding reads of this rewatch. It painted an incredibly clear picture of how sin or bad choices needle their way into our minds as something new and exciting, but latches on like a parasite and eats away at our lives when we feed it and give it ground, only to destroy us in the end. This novel is known for its opening paragraph. Once upon a time, there lived in Berlin, Germany, a man called Albinus. He was rich, respectable, happy. One day he abandoned his wife for the sake of a youthful mistress he loved, was not loved, and his life ended in disaster. Albus meets the attractive and dumb Margot in a theater she's working at and immediately desires her. The funny thing is, he has absolutely nothing against his wife Elizabeth. He still loves her, but there is a particular significance placed on the dreariness of safety in his lifestyle and the boring, natural way in which his relationship with Elizabeth came about. He's not unhappy, just unsatisfied. Albinus and Margot build up their relationship from simple strolls in the city to intimate liaisons without his wife knowing for quite some time. But Margot is selfish and mischievous and is continually doing things to put Albinus in jeopardy of being discovered. After a couple weeks carrying on behind his wife's back, they are discovered and Elizabeth leaves her husband with their child to live with her brother Paul, while Albinus then moves in with his mistress full time. Margot is a whiny, immature, annoying little creature. While Albinus thinks she's adding excitement and diversity to his life and is completely blindly in love with her, she's actually sucking his life away. She makes him paranoid about fidelity, drawing out the irony of an adulterer concerned with the people who drew him into his circumstance, not turning around and doing the same thing he has done. The entire book takes place in a little under 2 years. And for the first year, Albinus and Margot have the most nauseating relationship. Albinus develops these stupid, weird pet names for her, and she becomes a leech, buying anything and everything she wants. But she merely tolerates Albinus for the sake of his money and the comfort and security he brings her. He adores her, but for whatever reason, she loathes him, probably because he's a fool. The turning point comes when an associate of Albinus's comes back into town, and it's revealed that this man, Rex, had a relationship with Margot when she was very young and is the only man she claims to love. Rex quickly assimilates himself into Albinus's life and coaxes Margot to resume a relationship with him. She's hesitant at first because she enjoys the lifestyle she's become accustomed to and doesn't want to risk Albinus leaving her. But with how much Albinus annoys her and how much she's in love with Rex, they soon pick up a relationship and it only grows over the remainder of the novel. They gradually become much bolder and take bigger risks, until one day, when the three of them are vacationing together in France, an old friend of Albinus's observes them acting like lovers and talking poorly of Albinus behind his back, and he ends up revealing everything to his friend. Albinus goes into a rage, knowing that he's been played the fool by two people he thought loved him, and he nearly shoots Margot for her alleged infidelity, but she manages to talk her way out of it. Quickly, Albinus and Margot leave the hotel they're staying at without Rex, and Albinus is so shook up that he gets them into a car accident. And because of the accident, Albinus is completely blind and will rely on Margot 100% to take care of him. To avoid further suspicion of an affair, Rex writes a letter to Albinus to make it seem as though he's leaving town. But he doesn't leave town, and his affair with Margot becomes much more pointedly aimed at shaming Albinus. Their plan is to swindle money away from him and run away together. And for really no other reason than that Albinus is an easy target, Margot and Rex find a particular enjoyment out of just how many risks they can take in Albinus's presence. Since Albinus believes that Rex is in America, and Albinus is irreversibly blind, Rex does things like touch Albinus as though it were Margot, or at one point he sat stark naked right in front of him. After several weeks, thus, Albinus's brother-in-law, Paul, the brother of his wife, picks up on some suspicious activity around Albinus's bank account and, on a whim, visits Albinus in the location he's staying at with Margot. Immediately, the brother-in-law recognizes Rex in the living room and calls him out by name, which startles the blind Albinus because he believes Rex has been away for several weeks. Paul takes Albinus out of that messy situation and brings him home where his wife is also living, but Albinus cannot get over the humiliation of having been fooled by Margot and Rex for so long, and when he first catches wind of where Margot is, he blindly makes his way to her and tries to shoot her, but the only thing he ends up doing is killing himself. The title of the book comes into play very frequently. At one point, Margot wants to be an actress and gets hired on a project. When she, Albinus, and Rex go to the premiere with the other actors and producers, she's horrified at how terrible she appears on screen. And as she listens to the chatter around her, she is sure that people are laughing and chiding her for her terrible performance. But most notably, the title comes into play by the sheer irony of Albinus's life. Before he becomes blind, he's still unable to see evidence of the affair going on between Margot and Rex. His heart tells his consciousness to ignore it, pretty much. In my opinion, I see Laughter in the Dark as a metaphor depicting the relationship between cowardice and destiny. When we are unable to take control of our own lives and effect changes in order to produce desirable outcomes, the likelihood of events playing out in our favor is considerably lower. Albinus was unable to look past his immediate circumstance and see the truth in the people with whom he kept company. In his case, he was content with a mistress and carrying on with his life as though it was the most natural thing to ditch your wife and kid. The cowardice he exhibited by neglecting to take control of the beauty in what he had and instead pursuing a path that might fill the perceived holes in his life are directly related to his comeuppance. Desmond, on the other hand, was too worried about his pride and finding worth in his livelihood to see that Penny valued him as a person, not because of what he had. The only thing standing in the way of Desmond and a lifetime of happiness was his own wayward desire to please her father. His cowardice in running away from a situation to which his pride was unable to reign victorious found him hitting trouble spot after trouble spot, constantly searching for something he had all along. The irony is that until he was truly lost, he didn't know that he'd ever been found. And Albinus, until he was truly blind, didn't realize he could ever see, and scolded himself for not using his eyes more. At one point, Margot tells Albinus that he's a liar, a coward, and a fool, all of which are totally and completely correct. He lies to himself, most of all. Penny tells Desmond a similar thing at the end of Flashes Before Your Eyes. She asks him to have the decency to admit he's breaking things off because he's a coward. The liar and the fool part are implied, in my opinion. On the whole, I will always prefer the Penny Desmond story above anything else you throw at me, but this book is still worth a read. That's all for this week. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey Lost fans. I had a very interesting week, and not to make this the main focus, but I started reading Ishmael by Daniel Quinn, couldn't get through it, read the next two books on my list, Animal Farm and Carrie, then came back to Ishmael and trudged through it, only to realize that Ishmael is more closely associated with Enter 77 and that I really should be reading Stranger in a Strange Land by Robert Heinlein. I made this realization on Wednesday night, which is usually when I record my segment, and had to start plowing through Heinlein's book, which I'll regrettably be talking about here. I say regrettably because halfway through the book I realized why I left it off my list in the first place. This book is what you would call religious science fiction, and a lot of people say it's what ignited the counterculture of the 60s. Sexual freedom, man is God, a total break from the restrictions put on man by modern religions that supposedly lead directly to man's unhappiness and tendency to hurt his fellow man. Unlike Laughter in the Dark, this book started off great, but quickly fell off. Many years ago, there was an expedition to Mars. Everyone on the expedition died except for a little baby. The baby was raised by Martians, and then, when the child had grown up, was given back to Earth. The man, Valentine Michael Smith, has an enormous fortune endowed to him by his genius parents who were lost on that original Mars expedition. But he does not grasp human culture at all and really has no concept of his net worth, nor the various conspiracies going into hiding the reality of his situation. And that reality is basically that he cannot interact with the world in a natural way. Yet. The first dozen chapters of the book are a fantastic account of Valentine Michael Smith's assimilation into Earth's culture. He has to build up an entirely new vocabulary, learn how to use his feet because Martians float everywhere apparently, learn about Earth's many idiosyncrasies. He continually uses the word grok, which we come to realize means a deep understanding between two people or between a person and a concept. Mike often says that he doesn't grok humans because he doesn't know how or why they laugh. but they all use grok very loosely, which might imply that it doesn't mean what they think it means. Yet, as the culture around Mike continues to grow, it becomes very apparent that because Mike is encouraging everyone to live at a higher level of spiritual and cognitive existence, they are in a much deeper communion with objects, and therefore have the ability to connect with everything on a much more intimate level. So, as I say, the first chapters are great. And then I was reminded of a review that I read when I was first compiling my reading list all those months ago, and it talked about Heinlein's implicit and explicit attitude towards sex, and I just decided at the time that it wasn't the kind of book I wanted to read. But I forgot about that until like chapter 20. I reread the review after I finished reading the book and wasn't surprised to find that I agreed with everything this woman wrote about Heinlein's book. For example, she wrote, "My problem with this book is that everyone is revoltingly smug. It's not just Jubal, it's all of them. Even Mike the Martian becomes smug once he gets Earth figured out. And smug is boring. They all lecture each other about how the world works at great length, and their conclusions are smug." She doesn't lie. It's a perfect summation of why I dislike this book. There really isn't a plot, which is fine. I mean, sometimes life doesn't have a plot, and there's still an interesting story to tell. But because there's no plot, there is a lot of talking and a lot of preaching and a lot of explaining, and, well, let's just say I felt a little sick afterward. Basically, the book addresses how human life might be approached by a man who knows he is human but was raised as something else, only to have to reconcile those two upbringings. Everything is different for Mike on Earth. There are no women on Mars, so women are new to Mike. Water is holy, so when Jill first gives Mike a cup of water, he calls her his water brother and enters them into a deep, committed friendship, the bonds of which can never be broken. When he's first acclimating, Mike answers questions and performs actions like a computer, only doing what command was entered, no more, no less. People have to be very specific, have to refrain from using exaggerations or sarcasm for fear he'd take them seriously. It's a very cool exploration into how language is deeper than the characters which represent it, but for all the care that goes into crafting this utopian society that emphasizes its separation from the caveats of modern religion, there is still something missing. It seems too perfect. Everyone is too amicable, and there's just this readiness for so many people to hop on Mike's bandwagon. Eventually, near the end of the book, Mike becomes ordained and begins his own religious movement, which he calls the Church of All Worlds, I think. And through this movement, he attempts to incorporate elements of Martian culture into that of human culture, such as telepathy, telekinesis, discorporating people or objects, and living in an environment that eliminates gender from sexuality. Most people who join the cult are uncommonly happy all of the time, but we learn toward the end that it appears this way because Mike and Jill have taken it upon themselves to discorporate, that is to say, make disappear the people who become hostile. The finality of the book unravels in a very Christ-like way. Mike finds out that he was sent to Earth as a spy for the Martians and that they read his mind to learn of Earth's weaknesses. He incites angry mobs and gets arrested a couple times. Then his church burns down and he reveals to his old friend Jubal the truth about his presence on Earth and admits that humans will never be capable of adopting the full scope of the Martian ways and realizes he has to tell everyone the truth. He presents himself to the people in peace and love, revealing who he is and the powers he possesses of Martian knowledge, but the people throw rocks at him, blow off his arm, and ultimately martyr him. The title of the lost episode is, of course, what pointed me back at the book, and I think it's appropriate for how terrible the episode was that it was named after an equally terrible book. But it's really the Chinese symbols on Jack's arm that give this episode its purpose. I know maybe one person who speaks and reads Chinese, so I had to do a little digging on this. Essentially, the way Isabel translates the characters is completely inaccurate. She says, "He walks amongst us but is not one of us." There are too few characters for a phrase that long. The characters are actually taken from a poem by a Chinese Marxist political leader and more literally mean, "The eagles fly upon the sky," and bear significance because, within the poem, eagles are an example of creatures fighting for freedom. Maybe like a kite flying high in the sky? Okay, put all that on hold for a moment. One other thing we need to include in this analysis is where the phrase "stranger in a strange land" comes from. It's taken from Exodus 2:22 of the Bible, when Moses is in between jobs. He has fled from Egypt as the adopted son of the princess, but has yet to return to deliver his people under God's instruction. In the King James Version, the verse reads, "And she bare him a son, and he called his name Gershom, for he said, I have been a stranger in a strange land." Interesting fact, Heinlein said that his working title for the novel was The Heretic. So, bringing it all back together now. We have Jack, Valentine, Michael Smith, and Moses. All are strangers in a strange land. All have an idea of how life should be. Admittedly, Jack lacks the same devotion to the cause as the others, but he is impassioned to fight for a way of life by competition, and a conviction that he knows what is best. And stubbornness. There's a lot of irony between Jack and these other figures of philosophical societies. For starters, Jack possesses zero patience and has no ability to discuss plans rationally. It's his way or the highway. He has no interest in teaching people why he thinks a certain way. His temper causes him to do things at the drop of a hat, often beginning an action without really knowing how it will end. He's of the shoot, aim, ready variety. If it came down to it, I'd say Jack bears more similarities to Moses than to any of the others mentioned. He tells Isabel that his tattoo might say one thing, but that's not what it means. Often when naming children in the Old Testament, the child is named something because of a particular circumstance the parents are in. In Genesis 41, Joseph named his firstborn Manasseh and said, "It is because God has made me forget all of my trouble and all of my father's household." Or in 1 Samuel 1, Hannah became pregnant and gave birth to a son. She named him Samuel, saying, "Because I asked the Lord for him." Often the Hebrew name was a play on words because it sounded like the Hebrew word for something else. So the name is given a meaning because of the circumstance. The fact that Jack never tells us what the characters mean is significant because it points back to how he acquired it. The Thai woman, Bai Ling, marked him against her better judgment. And in a way, I see this whole thing as very appropriate. Jack enters into a culture he does not know, but attempts to apply his own paradigm, his own rationale to a system this woman operates in. Instead of heeding her warning and halting his insistence on being branded, he pushes her into seeing who he truly is and placing that mark on him. For all of these characters, and for many leaders in general, there is a certain degree of loneliness and isolation because of the nature of their position or their responsibilities. God didn't use a burning bush to speak to many other banished Israelites, and there weren't scores of Martians living on Earth with Valentine Michael Smith. Leaders have a lot of responsibility, and as a doctor, Jack had an innate God complex that amplified any existing leadership qualities. He knows how to find control in a situation where he has no control. To Bai Ling, who would not reveal this religious side to herself, he forced her to exercise her power on him. To the others who kept him locked in this room or that, he leveraged his medicinal knowledge over Ben in order to save Juliet. I went down a couple of rabbit holes, so sorry if that was impossible to follow. Next week I'll contrast Ishmael and Animal Farm, so we'll have that to look forward to. Until then, this is your bookie, signing off.
Hey bookworms. So I know I said I'd be examining both Animal Farm and Ishmael, but I lied. Ishmael is just too meaty. I can't fit both in. The book I've got here for you, though, comes in the form of a philosophical narrative, along the same lines as George Orwell, Ayn Rand, Italo Calvino. The author of Ishmael, Daniel Quinn, portrays his philosophical musings through the form of a Socratic dialogue between a man and a gorilla so that we can uncover the ways in which man is imprisoned by the culture we belong to and has given up all attempts to coexist with the earth. The opening scene of Ishmael has the narrator coming across an ad in the paper that says, "Teacher seeks pupil, must have earnest desire to save the world." The narrator had long been searching for a teacher of just that sort, but had nearly given up hope. Mostly on a whim, he goes and investigates this teacher. The teacher is a gorilla who has the ability to communicate telepathically with people. The gorilla was born in Africa, but was captured and held in captivity for a great many years before a man took a liking to him, named him Ishmael, and took him home as a sort of pet. Soon, man and gorilla learn of the telepathic bond the animal has with humans, and the man helps the gorilla become educated. After a time, Ishmael amasses a great deal of knowledge and needed someone to teach. He goes through 4 other pupils before the narrator comes a-knocking. The narrator, whose name we never learn, is a modestly intelligent reporter who has had his share of questions of the world. He is portrayed as a man who only brushes over the surface of an idea with his eyes without penetrating further. Ishmael provokes him to deeper thought by asking leading questions and demanding he stop feigning ignorance to the truth right in front of his eyes. Usually, the narrator, if given time, can think critically and achieve the quest of knowledge Ishmael sends him on, but most often it seemed like the narrator's answers to Ishmael's questions were, "I don't know." Ishmael is representative of nature becoming sentient and addressing the human race with wisdom derived from a natural order of the world, sometimes growing impatient or condescending toward the narrator's ignorance, but ultimately resorting to patience and perseverance because he wants to pass on his knowledge of the world to someone else. The conversations Ishmael and the narrator have start at a very broad level, dividing the people of Earth into two categories, the leavers and the takers, and draw conclusions about the way in which the world has been affected by the two different approaches to inhabiting the world. Ishmael's goal is to unravel the myth the narrator has come to believe about his culture in order to expose why the world is the way it is. Leavers would be the cultures or societies that utilize Earth's resources in a revitalizing way. Like the circle of life. Remember Mufasa's words to Simba?
Everything you see exists together in a delicate balance. As king, you need to understand that balance and respect all the creatures, from the crawling ant to the leaping antelope.
Dad, don't we eat the antelope?
Yes, Simba, but let me explain. When we die, our bodies become the grass, and the antelope eat the grass. And so, we are all connected in the great circle of life.
This is an example of leaver society, primitive inhabitants of the earth who take only what they need of Earth's resources so that others may do the same. Takers, on the other hand, derive from cultures who have discovered agriculture and proceeded to make man in dominion over Earth, conquering it totally. Ishmael and the narrator discuss the fundamental differences between leaver and taker cultures. Ishmael's observations are that the questions of how a person is supposed to live only becomes a debate in taker cultures because of the introduction of religion. Takers look to prophets and religious leaders because they don't bother to look for absolute answers within their own paradigm, assuming that the answers are unattainable and too complex. And because there are so many mixed views on how we should live, mankind has devolved into this mindset that man's destiny is to conquer and rule the world. In Part 5, Ishmael tells the narrator that man's conquest of the world has itself devastated the world. And in spite of all the mastery we've attained, we don't have enough mastery to stop devastating the world or to repair what we've already done to it. To paraphrase further, leaver cultures are given a story to enact that puts them in accord with the world, whereas taker cultures are given a story to enact that puts them at odds with the world. By Part 8, Ishmael gets to a very climactic point about taker culture, in that they systematically destroy their competitors' food to make room for their own. Leaver culture would say that you only take what you need and leave the rest alone, but takers remove competition by routinely wiping out those in opposition to their way of life. Takers, in the theoretical sense, don't merely hunt to eat, but hunt their competition, or their rivals. This is the main guts of what I want to talk about in Lost, so I'll wrap up the rest of the book quickly, because there's really no other good way to sum it all up. Ishmael and the narrator meet day after day and push the boundaries of their philosophical discussions. One day, the narrator's uncle unexpectedly arrives and he's detained from further meetings. When the narrator finally returns to Ishmael's apartment, he finds that the gorilla has been evicted and goes off to find him. Ishmael has wound up in a menagerie and is in a very sour mood. He grows even more intolerable and pushy as he and Ishmael continue their discussions. The narrator resolves to buy Ishmael off the head carny, but by the time he's gathered up enough money, Ishmael has died of pneumonia. The narrator has completed his lessons and must face the world alone, but the question we are left with represents a lot of what their discussions held. The question is, with gorilla gone, will there be hope for man? Can man make the right decisions without nature to guide him? The narrator is faced with the question of where to go from here now that these points have been raised and his awareness peaked. Where do we go indeed? You'll remember that Mikhail, the man with the eye patch, told Kate and Saeed that he had responded to an ad in the paper. Would you like to save the world? Like the narrator of Ishmael, Mikhail is a slightly jaded adult who has seen a lot of the world and has had questions of his own which have instinctively drawn him to this chance to save the world. Interestingly, in Mikhail's former life, if we choose to believe the story he told Saeed, it sounded like he performed tasks for the Soviet army akin to what Saeed did for the Republican Guard. He was very much a part of Taker culture, the idea that man must conquer his enemies. And after he was recruited on this mission to save the world and placed in the flame, he continued to see this culture play out, even from a society that could be thriving as a primitive culture, save the scientific purposes for their presence here on the island. Mostly due to the mysterious and anomalous nature of the island, however, men are provoked further to their Taker inclinations because of a possessiveness toward the island. Some, like Ben and Locke, would be totally content if no one ever came or left the island, because that would mean they'd be left alone. Given the choice or an opportunity, Locke would be an ideal member of Lever culture. Lost does a great job of showing how hard it is to obtain a pure Lever culture, a society not reliant on agriculture and merely living off the land, when its citizens are a handful of individuals who had once been a part of Taker culture. It seems to hold true that as soon as man has interacted with Taker culture, it is hard to ever stop thinking in that way, succumbing to the methodologies of conquer or be conquered. As a research group, the Dharma Initiative could never be classified as a Lever culture, despite its ties to Taoism, because it cleared away the natural earth in order to make room for settlers. But we might posit the theory that Jacob and his mother, and the brother before he went off on his own, were actually living on the island as Levers, attacking when they felt threatened or acting in self-defense, but never going after someone just to make them dead. Unless you count Claudia. But it could have been because the mother felt threatened. Takers are the only species to hold grudges and pursue revenge, which is evident when the man in black parts from Mother and Jacob to live with Claudia's people. He learns the ways of civilized man and returns to murder the woman who raised him. Other than Jacob now, there might not be a single Lever on this island. In Part 8, the narrator presents 4 things that Takers do that are not found anywhere else in nature, and I mentioned the most poignant during my overview of the book. That is, essentially, that man exterminates his competitors. We get the first real glimpse of this on Lost through Mikhail's subtle mention of the Purge, which we know was the war between the Hostiles and the Dharma Initiative, and was won by the Hostiles when they released that poison gas to wipe out most of the Dharma folks. Politically, we could interpret this move as very totalitarian, and religiously, we might even consider it to be a misguided cleansing. And both are at the top of Ishmael's list of reasons why the Earth is dying at the hands of man. In some ways, the Dharma Initiative sought to create a utopia, but in this context, I'd put utopia and communism on a similar level, where those who have taken leadership roles create an illusion of unity and a stateless social order, but the regime is essentially a means to carry out a different purpose, whether it be a specific endgame, like in Huxley's writings, or the more common power begets greed, like in Animal Farm. As a leader, Ben is still very totalitarian, but he tries to create the illusion that it's otherwise. Jean-Jacques Rousseau proposed certain measures, such as citizen participation and the close governing of inequalities, in order to safeguard communities against people like Ben, warding against total inclusivity, all as a means to encourage democracy to prevail and drive society forward. But once again, the very fact that these theories even exist worry Ishmael, because it means that man has separated himself so far from the natural order of the world that he must find a way to manage or control power within a culture that seeks to exploit the weak. It would be better to Ishmael, I think, that if man had never discovered agriculture, that is, the means to store up food and become possessive of the earth. I was a little disappointed in the way Enter 77 handled the reference to this book, because Mikhail never really gives any indication of his part in saving the world. Ishmael makes it obvious right from the start that his purpose for teaching is to help one man look at the world differently, so that he might go and teach another man. It sounds like Mikhail was recruited and stationed in the Flame to communicate with the outside world. What did he think saving the world actually meant? But I suppose it's all part of the process. We need to be cognitive enough of our surroundings to not simply pass things off at face value, but to examine their place in the world's order and determine whether what we are doing contributes to the betterment of society or the destruction of it. Saving the world is a task that begins with enlightenment and an awareness of our surroundings, but the questions these books never answer is how a person is supposed to implement these colorful idealisms. And with that, I will wrap it up, and until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey bookworms, I've got a fun detective novel to share with you in this segment. Evil Under the Sun by Agatha Christie meshes nicely with expose on a number of levels. For starters, it's a Sawyer book. He's reading it in one of the flashbacks when Nikki approaches him and demands a gun. Evil Under the Sun was published in 1941. The strategy Christie employs to tell the story is very carefully and wonderfully crafted. She has this natural method of presenting details and evidence in the ongoing case in such a way that you believe you've solved the whole thing after each little piece. I thought I knew who did it from the start, but I soon found that I had been made a fool of. Along the similar vein of Sherlock Holmes, the leading detective, Hercule Poirot, is not sanctioned by the police, but is well respected enough to be brought into the fold when a murder happens at the hotel he's staying at. Poirot is quiet and reserved, with a very specific method of processing information. He asks a lot of questions that seem obscure, but lead to very narrow search results. Sometimes he alienates people with his honesty and candidness, but not to the extent that Sherlock Holmes does. The book ties in well to Lost because it focuses around a murder that happened at a hotel called the Jolly Roger. This is where Hercule Poirot was attempting a holiday. During the high tide, the Jolly Roger is completely cut off from the mainland, making it an island. The name of the hotel is ironic because it should be a blissful paradise, an escape from reality, but it has troubles for every guest. Either they're aggravated by other guests, or they find something or other to grumble about. Not unlike how Lost Island has this initial potential to be a haven or a paradise, its tropical locale, isolation, but is truly enigmatic in how it incites conflict and passion. Both islands are affected by what the novel described as evil under the sun. In Chapter 1, Poirot responds to another guest's comment that the Jolly Roger would be a very unlikely place for a murder. He says, "It's romantic, yes. It's peaceful. The sun shines. The sea is blue. But you forget, Miss Brewster, there is evil everywhere under the sun." Nowhere is exempt from evil. Another guest follows up Poirot's comment by acknowledging that the idealism is taken from Ecclesiastes in the Bible. Also, the heart of the sons of men is full of evil, and madness is in their heart while they live. And likewise, not even on the island in Lost, where one could theoretically use the island's nature as a tool to bring scientists together, it's a battle over possession and causes evil in many hearts. Now for a synopsis. We join the characters in Evil Under the Sun after they've been already modestly acquainted. They're civil, if not highly individualistic, to one another, and the drama amongst these characters is what brings about some of the most interesting possibilities of the murder case. The novel is written in the third-person omniscient, and you don't really notice it until after the book has concluded, but we really don't ever get into the minds of the killers. We get the internal impressions of all major and even some minor characters, but never from the ones who actually carried out the murder, and this is done so for good reason, which I'll get into later. The Jolly Roger is a popular and exclusive place for English people to vacay. It's secluded and posh, and there's plenty for people of all ages to do. Captain Kenneth Marshall is a businessman with high morals and a high sense of duty. He married his first wife after she'd been accused of murder to prove that he had a sound understanding of her character. Together they had a child, a girl named Linda, but when his first wife died, he took a second wife, a woman named Arlena, who was an actress, and found it difficult to marry because of her reputation. This woman, it's described many times, was simple and stupid, but she was dangerously beautiful and was often made a fool of by the men she chased, even after she was married. At the Jolly Roger, it was a daily activity to watch Mrs. Arlena Marshall as she came down to the beach and pretended like she didn't know how men behaved when she came about. One such man, a man who just couldn't help himself, was a man named Patrick Redfern. He was recently married to a shy and subdued, but lovely woman named Christine. Patrick was taken in by Arlena through and through, and rumors circulated around, as well as observations, that the two of them had gone off on their own more than once. Christine is aware of the alleged affair, as is Captain Marshall, and both deal with it in a different way. Christine tries to fill her time with other things that make her happy. Marshall ignores his wife and conducts his own business as usual. He mentions on more than one occasion that his marriage is a promise to Arlena that he will take care of her and watch out for her. He's not about to divorce her even for infidelity. One afternoon, Patrick is waiting at the beach for Arlena with the other guests, but she's nowhere to be found. So he ends up going on a little rowing trip with Emily Brewster, and they go around the island toward this little alcove named Pixie Cove and find a body sprawled along the shore. Patrick immediately identifies the body as Arlena's and falls to his knees weeping over her body. Emily returns to the Jolly Roger for help and brings back the police and Hercule Poirot. They examine the body and determine that Arlena was strangled by a big, strong man. The police and Poirot conduct extensive interviews of all the guests and find that they all have alibis and are accounted for during the time in which Arlena was killed. Little by little, Poirot begins to find inconsistencies and shifts the blame or shifts suspicion onto various individuals. The most likely suspect, Patrick, most likely because of his tendency toward jealous rage, was on the beach with Poirot and others during the time when Arlena had been murdered, and his wife, the frail Christine, would not have the stomach for such an action. Captain Marshall, who might have the same amount of incentive as Christine or Patrick, had been writing letters consistently during the time of the murder. And Linda, Captain Marshall's daughter, was by far the most suspicious to me because of the way she answered questions, both in lies that she told and in the manner she told them. As Poirot begins assembling the vast matrix of everyone's activities throughout the day of the murder, he finds a couple of very insurmountable facts. Emilee Brewster was nearly hit by a glass bottle that had flown out of a hotel window. At Pixie Cove, where Arlena's body was discovered, the police found scissors and heroin. And someone had taken a bath at noon the day of Arlena's murder, but no one was owning up to it. The police begin to suspect that Arlena was mixed up in some colorful business, but Poirot is not quite sure. He thinks that it's a coincidence they found heroin, but can't deny the oddity of the scissors. The discovery of the heroin gives Poirot another idea. He begins looking into similar strangling cases that occurred at Jolly Roger or in the nearby towns in recent years. And there was another instance of a strangling that took place several years prior, that of Alice Corrigan, another woman whose husband had the greatest motive to kill her, but had an airtight alibi. He'd been out of town during the murder. However, the results of looking into this case produced the kind of incentive Poirot needed to find evidence in defending who he believed the true murderer was. Going on a hunch, he brings a diverse group of potential suspects to Pixie Cove for a picnic in order to observe their behavior. What he observes tells him exactly what he needs to know, and when they return, he tells the police that Patrick and Christine Redfern are the murderers. A photograph from the Alice Corrigan case had revealed Patrick to be the young woman's husband. Based on a composite of observations from the other guests, Hercule Poirot analyzes the events of the last couple days. Patrick had not been a victim of Arlena's pheromones, but Arlena had been a victim of Patrick's greed. He had swindled her out of a healthy inheritance she'd received a couple years back, all while making her believe he was head over heels for her. This is how the murder happened. Patrick lured Arlena to Pixie Cove for a rendezvous, but he doesn't show. Instead, Christine shows, pretending to be angry, and Arlena escapes from her and hides in the caves until the coast is clear. Meanwhile, Christine lies on the beach and pretends to be a dead Arlena when Patrick and Emilee Brewster row up. When Emilee goes for help, Christine quickly makes it back to the hotel, takes a bath to wash off her disguise, and makes it to her tennis match for her alibi. Patrick, while waiting for Emilee to return with the police, finds Arlena in the cave, strangles her, then arranges her body exactly as Christine had been laying for when the police returned. At the end, when I'm reflecting back on my memories of Christine and Patrick, I realize that we never heard what they were thinking or their internal reactions to certain events. By not sharing the thoughts of the killers, Agatha Christie helps to balloon the facade these individuals put up. Their hook was to play the part. Christine as the innocent victim of a philandering husband, and Patrick as the dead woman's wanton lover. While I go on accusing every other person of the murder, it was, as Hercule Poirot had indicated at the beginning, the most likely suspect. Exposé had a little of the mystery novel to it, with a definite lost twist to it. The main question is, what happened to Nikki and Paolo? Were they murdered? Did they kill each other? Were they poisoned? As the survivors try to figure out what happened, bits and pieces of the truth are uncovered. The diamonds are found. Sawyer admits Nikki wanted a gun. But mostly we get to see the whole story because of the on-island flashbacks between Nikki and Paolo. This is yet another lost mystery that the survivors never actually solve. I mean, if they had solved it, they probably wouldn't have buried them alive, right? On another note, before I wrap up here, in the episode The Man from Tallahassee, Ben makes a reference to The Third Policeman. I covered this book in 2 segments a month or 3 ago, and it's the one where the narrator murders a man for his cash box, but when he goes to retrieve the box, finds himself wandering through a town where men are becoming bicycles and bicycles are becoming men. He's accused of the murder he's committed, but the policemen bring him into the labyrinth they call eternity, where time stands still. But there's one door, the policemen tell the narrator, that can produce anything you ask of it. And this is kind of what Ben says to Locke. Ben says, "What if I told you that somewhere on this island there's a very large box, and whatever you imagined, whatever you wanted to be in it, when you opened that box, there it would be." And poof, there's John's daddy. Thanks for listening. Until next week, this is your bookie, signing off. Greetings yet again. This week's book report concerns the first installment of a 16-book series, the Left Behind series by Tim LaHaye and Jerry B. Jenkins. There were 2 other books thrown out in the episodes for this week. Sawyer is reading Watership Down again, probably because he loves bunnies. And Ben mentions that he's reading Carrie for Juliet's book club. I've already covered Watership Down, and Carrie just didn't find that it had much relevance, either here or when it was first mentioned. So, Left Behind it is. The Left Behind series was written on the theological concept of a pre-tribulation rapture, which is an interpretation of the Bible that posits God's people will be raptured, that is, taken up into heaven, before the tribulation period described in Revelation, Ezekiel, Daniel, and Isaiah. The first book immediately addresses the concept of being left behind, and the aftermath of what this implies. Millions of people from all over the globe, men, women, teenagers, children, infants, disappeared simultaneously, leaving only their earthly material possessions behind. The main protagonists are on the same plane flying from Chicago to London when the rapture hits. Rayford Steele is a middle-aged, well-established pilot. Cameron Buck Williams is a young reporter for a big magazine who's already made a name for himself. Through these 2 men, we get 2 very different stories that eventually merge and the men become allies. Through Rayford Steele, we see the emotional journey of a man who began the flight to London considering a fling with his senior flight attendant and figuring that because his wife had become a religious zealot, he had the right to fulfill his needs in other ways. He spent the last several years listening to his wife talk about the rapture of the church and slinging jargon around that he felt was getting on the side of fanatical. But when the reports began coming in from all over the world that people are missing, it didn't take long for him to put 2 and 2 together. He returns home to find that the same mysterious disappearing act happened to his wife and son, but his daughter Chloe makes it home from Stanford. Rayford is desperate to figure out what his wife knew that he missed out on, and he finds his way to his wife's church, where everyone in the congregation has vanished except for a visitation pastor and 1 other member. The pastor is very candid about his own hypocrisy, and while he carries a lot of shame, the rapture helped to cure him of his selfishness and half-hearted pursuit of his faith. This pastor, Bruce Barnes, helps to lead Rayford Steele to become a Christian and slowly begins to show Rayford all that is to come in the aftermath of the rapture. Chloe is extremely skeptical of her father's explanation of what has happened, but his dedicated pursuit of the truth ultimately helps to bring her to this realization that they had missed out on one of the most important events described in the Bible. Buck's story takes a different route to the truth of the disappearances. His is a political and intellectual journey where intriguing world events of his past begin to collide with odd developments in the present. As the world begins to familiarize itself with Nicolae Carpathia, a rising world leader whose platform of pacifism is nicely complemented by an impeccable memory, astonishingly good looks, and a passion to help people, Buck is totally on board. He thinks that this guy has what it takes to help bring unity after this worldwide crisis. Because of Buck's high standing in the media, Nicolae wants him to be a close confidant. But as Buck analyzes the events of the last week, having nearly been killed in a car bombing and being told 2 of his friends committed suicide when they were actually murdered, he starts to see that Carpathia isn't as perfect as he once thought. On a chance meeting, Buck interviews Rayford for his take on the disappearances and is captivated by the story Rayford tells of the current events' parallels to the Bible. In any other circumstance, Buck acknowledges, he wouldn't have given Rayford 30 seconds of his time, but he sees the world differently now and he takes it to heart. Shortly before he's due to go into a large meeting at the UN with Nicolae and dozens of other delegates and media representatives, Buck makes the decision to follow Christ in a bathroom stall. At the UN meeting, Carpathia shoots 2 men with a single bullet, a move to demonstrate his authority and to remove his immediate threats. But then he tells everyone that they actually saw the 2 men shoot each other. Everyone in the room, except Buck, is taken under Carpathia's enchantment and actually believe they saw things as Carpathia told them they did. But Buck, who's now protected by God's Spirit, knows the truth and reveals to his friends Rayford, Chloe, and Bruce that he believes Carpathia is the Antichrist. The book ends with the small band of survivors forming a group called the Tribulation Force, and they vow to fight the Antichrist until the bitter end, which comes sooner than later for many of them. One more interesting detail about this book. For many, if not most, of those who are left behind, the primary objective after the disappearances is to find out which of their loved ones are safe and which have disappeared. From a non-believer point of view, they assumed that what happened was a bad thing, and they wanted to make sure that that bad thing hadn't happened to anyone that they loved. But from a believer standpoint, it would be a very sad thing if someone was left behind because it meant that they weren't taken up into heaven before the beginning of the end times. So it's interesting to see the hearts of where each character is through the words they use to describe the situation they're in. And usually you can detect their state of mind or belief system as a result of it. There are some, like Rayford, who use the term left behind to describe people like himself, whereas others use survivors. Rayford uses raptured to describe those who disappeared, whereas others use taken or abducted or victimized. So there are a couple different ways this is portrayed in this episode. The most obvious is Juliet's situation. She supposedly awoke after being gassed to an empty village and made the painful realization that her people had left her behind. She then goes and gasses Kate, drags her out into the jungle, and handcuffs them together. Juliet claims she did this so she wouldn't be left behind again, which I really don't have any reason to doubt, and therefore drew the conclusion that Juliet is most like Rayford Steele. Now, instead of the others being like those Christians taken up into heaven during the rapture, they are more of a symbolism for family and community. In many ways, Juliet might be relieved to be rid of most of them. No more Ben looking over her shoulder, no more judgmental eyes, no more fakey book clubs. But the other side of that coin is a severing of a symbiotic relationship, which takes with its absence the feeling of inadequacy and loneliness. And this is very much what Rayford feels at the beginning. He's unable to perform his captain duties because he doesn't know why over 100 people on his plane suddenly disappeared. He doesn't know why his wife and son were taken away from him. He knows that even though he contributed heftily to his family's unhappiness, he still loved them and relied on them, but now that's all gone and it's never coming back. So Rayford sought out a new family, this time taking the long term into consideration. And so does Juliet, perhaps not as long term as Rayford, but she sees that returning with Kate to her camp might be her next best hope at getting that community back. Another way to look at this left behind concept is through the Locke-Kate conversation. In the first portion of the episode, Locke comes to Kate and tells her that he made a case for her. He told them that she was a good person, reliable, smart, honest, and then they told me who you were and what you had done. Let's just say forgiveness isn't one of their strong suits. This is ironic for two reasons. First, Locke is, in effect, acting like a priest, being the conduit between Kate and the others, like a priest is supposed to be between God and man. I don't know much about priests, but if a priest said this to me, I'd be all like, well, a lot of good you are. And because John is unable to bargain on Kate's behalf, she is left behind. One of the things Rayford understands almost immediately is that he's a sinful man and that no amount of deeds on his part can ever make up for his sin. He knows that to be saved, truly saved, he needs to do nothing but put his faith in Christ and accept the forgiveness of his sins, because forgiveness is one of God's strongest suits. So it's ironic that Locke is so blatantly denying Kate to be, quote, raptured in this instance. The last item I want to touch on before wrapping up here is about Jack's comment at the end of the episode, where in response to Saeed's insistence that Juliet not accompany them, he says that she was left behind too. For a good little chunk of time following the rapture and Left Behind, there were 0 people on Earth who genuinely had faith in Jesus. For some who had been so close to the truth but living in active rebellion, it might have only been a couple minutes. They might have realized almost immediately and, turned that switch. But for that little space of time, every single person remaining had one very important thing in common. They did not qualify for the rapture. Jack's live together, die alone mantra might get old pretty fast, but it's at least nice to see that he sticks to it. Sure, he might have ulterior motives for wanting Juliet around, but he also acknowledges that if she does not come with them, if she's left behind again, there is absolutely no one else for her to go to. She was left behind too. The more obvious reasons for leaving Jack, Saeed, and Kate behind did not matter because for one small moment, they were all in the same boat. In the book, anyone who accepted Christ following the rapture was more than eager to share their faith with others, to the point of scaring some people off. I guess forgiveness isn't one of Saeed's strongest suits either. Thanks for listening. Until next week, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey, bookworms. I hope there's no surprise as to the book I'm talking about this week. Catch-22 by Joseph Heller, written in 1961. This book is inspired by Heller's experiences in the Air Force during World War II. I listened to several interviews Heller gave over the last 20 years or so of his life, particularly the ones that were assembled for the 50th anniversary of Catch-22 just a couple of years ago.
This guy is super interesting, and I found an increasing desire to know more about the author as I was reading because of how dark and cynical the story felt sometimes, and yet so personal, as though we're getting snapshots into the real lives of soldiers. Coming out of the war, Heller had this vision for a story he wanted to tell, and when it was all assembled, it was assumed that people wouldn't find it enjoyable because it was a satirical account of a soldier's experiences in war. His contemporaries were writing serious war novels, and the American culture was used to getting a romanticized account of the glory of war. People love or hate this book for that very reason. But to the surprise of just about everyone in the early 60s, Catch-22 was a huge success. Kari made me realize that I probably shouldn't be revealing the endings of these books unless it's totally important to the analysis, and this is definitely one of those books where I won't reveal the ending, mostly out of reverence to the author, but also because it's so integral to the main character's journey and his ultimate defiance to the Catch-22 rule. This novel mainly follows the story of Yossarian, a bomber pilot stationed in Italy during World War II. Pretty much every situation, every story told, and every objective described in the novel, from opening to close, are a bunch of paradoxes. When the novel opens, Yossarian is in a medical facility faking a liver condition, which is always just short of jaundice, and running a steady temperature of 101. If his liver was jaundice, the doctors could treat him, and if it was not jaundice, they could discharge him, but because it's always just short of being jaundice, they could do neither. Yossarian tries to get out of missions whenever he can. He is trying to stay alive and is the only one who seems to realize something everyone else has been overlooking, that a bunch of people he doesn't know and has never met are trying to kill him. They're at war, so this statement is true and false at the same time, but whenever he states it out loud, people tell him he's crazy and that the enemy isn't trying to kill him specifically, but the whole American army. Yossarian disregards this, insisting that he is immediately threatened by the opposing army. Even though his fellow soldiers describe him as insane, he is never able to be passed off for insane because of the Catch-22 rule. Anyone who wants to get off combat duty isn't really crazy. Here's an excerpt. Catch-22, which specified that a concern for one's own safety in the face of dangers that were real and immediate was the process of a rational mind, or was crazy and could be grounded. All he had to do was ask. And as soon as he did, he would no longer be crazy and would have to fly more missions. Or would be crazy to fly more missions and sane if he didn't, but if he was sane, he had to fly them. If he flew them, he was crazy and didn't have to, but if he didn't want to, he was sane and had to. The actual rule of Catch-22 is never explicitly stated, although it's explained in a couple of ways. Near the beginning, the narrator says that Catch-22 required that all censored letters bear the censoring officer's name. Near the end, the Catch-22 rule is repeated in a way that Yossarian had heard before on base, but uttered by a very unexpected person. This time, Catch-22 says that people have the right to do whatever we can't stop them from doing. Joseph Heller coined this phrase in the novel to give it the meaning it has today, a paradox that exists because the method of getting oneself out of a situation lies in direct conflict with the rules keeping the situation in place. Like Lost, Catch-22 has a lot of characters with a lot of side stories. There's a pilot nicknamed Hungry Joe who has severe violent nightmares if he's not scheduled to fly out on missions the next day. There's a major named Major who grew up believing his name was Caleb, but once he learned that his name was Major, all of his friends deserted him and he went through life without any friends. In the army, he was rapidly promoted through the ranks so that no one would have to deal with him too long, but once he was given the rank of Major and became Major, he was stonewalled. Another pilot is named Milo Minderbender and got into the black market business, funded by upper-level officers who wanted fresh food from the cities in Italy and assigned Milo solely to missions that were non-combat. All he had to do was fly in for fresh eggs or fruit or whatever the officers wanted and turned the whole ordeal into his own lucrative business. If I wasn't careful, I'd lose track of what was going on. On Lost, we have those nice little audio cues that tell us we're going into a flashback or flash forward, but there are no cues for time frames in the novel, at least not most of the time. I'd realized we'd gone into a story from the past when the story itself began pointing toward the present day, or, the novel's present day. There are a couple instances when we go into combat with Yossarian, and they emphasize the complete unromantic side of war. The first instance of this, Yossarian is trying to get out of a combat mission while in the air heading toward Bologna,
So he fakes a comm issue, telling his co-pilot that he can't hear anything he's saying, and the guy has to speak louder. He forces the plane to turn around. However, the mission was canceled altogether due to bad weather, and Yossarian will have to fly in it anyway. When they fly over Bologna again, they are attacked. And while under siege in the air, one of his other personnel on the plane, Arfi, pulls the same thing on him as he had done a couple of days ago, refusing to fulfill orders because of the claim that he can't hear what Yossarian is saying, even though they're standing face to face. The irony being, of course, that Yossarian, when he pulled his little stunt, wasn't hurting anyone in the moment, but by not being part of the mission, he was putting more lives in danger. In this situation, Arfi pretends not to hear Yossarian and puts the plane in danger, while Yossarian is frantically trying to save them all. I described a bit about the author at the beginning because I found it important to draw him into the context of what we see on Lost. While we may not see Catch-22 happen with the repetitive inconsistency of Yossarian's life, one of Heller's purposes was to make the reader realize the impossibility and absurdity of life. We experience these impossible, paradoxical Catch-22 moments in everyday life, but we treat life as though life itself makes sense. What becomes so frustrating about the life of a soldier from the perspective of this novel is that it defies logic. Men are repeatedly asked to risk their lives over and over for arbitrary and inane reasons. Yossarian's commanding officer continually increases the amount of missions each soldier has to fly before they can go home, and just when Yossarian is about to reach that new number, the number increases again. Because of this, Yossarian clings to the notion that he must do whatever he can to preserve his own life. But because he also values the lives of his fellow soldiers, deaths touch him very profoundly. At the end, he's faced with a decision, the results of which will either preserve his own life or the lives of his fellow soldiers. He's told in this decision-making process to not think about the men he'll be leaving behind or forcing to do an even larger number of missions, but to think of himself and the risks to his own life if he doesn't take the deal. And I love Yossarian's words here. He says, "When I look up, I see people cashing in. I don't see heaven or saints or angels. I see people cashing in on every decent impulse and every human tragedy." After much deliberation, he realizes that his current Catch-22 situation doesn't have a correct answer, and he chooses not to make a decision, because to accept one choice over another would result in the direct violation of the preservation principle. But to run away from the problem removes himself as a pawn in the ongoing absurdity on base, and further rules implemented after he is gone will have no bearing on a decision he had to make. So now let's bring it back around to Lost. Desmond finds a version of Catch-22 that has been translated into Portuguese, I think, while he's out in the jungle with Hurley, Charlie, and Jin. It was in the pack he found in the tree after clambering up on Hurley's shoulders, and inside the book is a picture of himself with Penny. On Lost, Desmond isn't exactly keeping it a secret that he has these flashes, but he's also not declaring it to everyone on the beach. And his flashes are a bit like the rule. The things he sees are events yet to come, but he follows them through only to such an extent that he can influence their outcomes, and, as seems to be the case, save Charlie from certain death. But no matter how many times he saves Charlie, he always has another vision of him dying. The paradox really is that he has the flashes in the first place, but faced with decisions about leading Charlie to his death or intervening to prevent it just once more, he continually acts in self-preservation. So the paradox arises in the morality of self-preservation or self-interest against applying that same morality to preserving the lives of others. Desmond believes the parachuter is Penny and presses on, knowing full well that Charlie's death may come to pass. So this might be a good time for another Lost philosopher tie-in. David Hume, who, incidentally, was also Scottish, rejected the idea of a self that persisted through time, positing that our understanding of cause and effect has led us to conclusions steered by human thinking rather than observable, perceptive logic. What this theory does, then, is allow for the contradictory tendencies of human reason. We are guided by instincts and instilled beliefs that cause us to make choices based on a perception of ourselves in any given moment. Yossarian, for example, wanted to preserve his own life on that first flight to Bologna, and seeing an opportunity to get out with minimal implications on the other planes, fled. Yet, on the next flight in, when they were locked in combat and trying to escape, he engaged with the enemy and worked with his crew, those who would cooperate anyway, in order to get away from the fight. If a person's moral assessment is a judgment of empirical facts, such as Yossarian's deliberation at the end of the novel, or Desmond's discovery of the sack in the tree,
There's a paradox when that person attempts to conceive of obligations, which accounts for both men's actions. Hume is saying that the moral decision made is an emotional response based off of an individual's perception. And this happens several times throughout this episode. Desmond gets hammered just a few days before his wedding and is found on the street by a monk. Having never been religious, he suddenly feels called to monkhood. Desmond was scared, ran away, got some perspective, then did it all over again with Penny. The catch-22 being that his low self-worth stands in opposition to his pursuit of happiness. Then there's Kate. She makes an emotional response to Sawyer's looming execution by sleeping with him, which in turn hurts Jack, whom we suspect is the one she would rather be with. But Jack's emotional response to witnessing Kate's action is to pull away from her and connect with Juliet, which in turn drives Kate back to Sawyer, knowing it will do nothing to help her relationship with Jack. But it also happens every time Desmond has a flash. His obligation changes based on the sequence of events and what they lead to. Because in this episode he suspects that a parachuter might be Penny, he takes a different approach to going after her by bringing Charlie along without telling him the details. But the catch-22 of it all is exactly the conversation Charlie and Desmond have at the end. The only way to get his girl back was to risk Charlie being shot in the throat. But his obligation has always been to save Charlie's life, despite the recurring visions of Charlie dying, which spoils his chances of finding Penny. At least, Desmond seemed to imply that finding the parachuter was contingent on Charlie dying, but, they find Naomi anyway. Anyway, that's all for this segment. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Greetings, Lost fans. I couldn't have asked for better books in back-to-back weeks, because we get to recall the theories of Hume I brought up last week and contrast them with Mark Twain. This week, as you may suspect, I'll be talking about the adventures of Tom Sawyer, but also the various writings of Mark Twain. For the sake of clarity, I will be referring to Sawyer, the character on Lost, as James. I think it's safe to assume that we all at least know the stories of Tom Sawyer, if not the specifics. His whitewashing con, running away with two friends and returning home strategically on the morning of their funeral, getting lost in a cave with young Becky Thatcher, and finding a way out days later even when the search parties had given up. Tom Sawyer the pirate, the Black Avenger of the Spanish Main. Tom's ideas come from stories he reads, and he encourages his friends to follow his lead. Even when his ambitions to uncover buried treasure begin by a mere desire to find gold and without any true knowledge of where treasure is buried, he happens across an opportunity to get his hands on treasure anyway. Tom is a charmer. He knows how to use his words to win people over. He knows what to say in order to make his Aunt Polly fall to pieces with remorse, or change a girl's mind about him. He's smart, but he's only a student of the things that interest him most. He'll devour books about pirates, robbers, and wars, and pick up quickly on skills common to each. But when it comes to memorizing scripture, he's less adept. He's prone to stage fright and embarrassment when forced into uncomfortable situations, but can be the center of entertainment when he's in control of the topic or activity. Tom's a troublemaker, half of which has to do with just being a little boy. The other half, no, it's entirely because he's a little boy. I see so much of my own brother in him from many, many years ago, of course, in the way that he'll be rambunctious and happy little kid in one moment, and then he's reprimanded for being too loud and not sitting still, and then punished for really just doing what all little boys do. But it's his application of simple understanding that makes him so unique. He has enough self-awareness to analyze a situation and see each person involved for who they are, and then appropriately and nobly suffer the punishment doled out to him with a level of cognition that goes well beyond his young years. He's also extremely good at thinking several steps ahead of everyone else, which has a large part to do with why he's good at analyzing situations and looking at opportunities from all angles. As a con man, I can see why Anthony Cooper would choose this alias. Tom was a ladies' man, an adventurer with a little bit of the devil in him. His heart is good and he genuinely cares for people, but as is the overwhelming theme in most of Mark Twain's writings, he's driven by a self-fulfillment philosophy that causes him to make rash decisions in the heat of a moment that may turn around to bite him. Tom knows he has the ability to influence people, and he uses that to his advantage. Essentially, Anthony Cooper is utilizing the charm and wits of a young, immature boy as a matured man, using Tom's goodness for evil. In a way, Anthony and James make up the two sides to the character of Tom Sawyer. We see a very narrow view of Anthony Cooper throughout Lost,
But every time we get a glimpse into his life, he comes across as a dirty, rotten scoundrel. Cooper's playing a role. He's playing Tom Sawyer the charmer and Tom Sawyer the con artist. He's not playing the innocent, good-hearted young boy, at least not through any lens we get to see through. Then James Ford, on the other side of that coin, adopts the characteristics of Anthony Cooper's alias as his life's ambition. But James isn't Cooper. He possesses more of that young Tom Sawyer than he does of Cooper's representation of him. For example, after Tom Sawyer, Huck Finn, and Joe Harper return to St. Petersburg on the morning of their funeral, Tom becomes the center of attention once again, and the girl who had made him run off in the first place, Becky Thatcher, felt so much remorse for how she had treated him in the past that her attitude toward him had changed completely. But Tom decides that the glory he's been receiving since his return could take the place she once held in his heart, and chooses to ignore her. It gratifies him that she tries to get his attention and to appeal to him, and he incites her by flirting with another girl. Then she wises up and turns the tables on him, choosing to make him jealous. Jealousy ran red hot through Tom's veins. He began to hate himself for throwing away the chance Becky had offered for reconciliation. He called himself a fool and all the hard names he could think of. After the noon lunch hour, he returns to school and tries to beg Becky's forgiveness, but she's still stung by his behavior and snubs him. This scenario, to me, explains James pretty well. He struts around pretending like he doesn't care about a thing or about anybody. He collects little treasures like Tom does, trinkets that seem worthless until someone wants them. He gets territorial and defensive. He tries to be the hero when he doesn't really know what he's doing. But on some level, he always cares. He didn't shoot the marshal in the head, and he cared enough about staying with the other survivors to take Hurley's con seriously. He takes action based off of situational circumstances that aren't always what they appear to be, but follows them through out of pride and looks back on the situation with regret. And I'll get more into the conscience later, but I hope you see what I'm getting at here, that James is a better example of Tom Sawyer than Anthony Cooper. Mark Twain wrote a bit of nonfiction too, or pseudo-nonfiction. He wrote a sort of Socratic discourse called What is Man? And this book really reminded me of Ishmael by Daniel Quinn. But instead of a conversation between a man and a gorilla, it was a conversation between an old man and a young man, in which the old man patiently brings the young man along the road to the discovery that man is inherently a selfish creature. Last week, I brought up David Hume because I wanted to incorporate his ideas on why we do what we do as humans. Hume theorizes that who we are second to second becomes an attribute or a property of our being, and that it's the thread of consecutive moments by which we can witness the progressive change, which we perceive as similarity in a single human being, that becomes the illusion of what we call the self. But the self, he says, is not really what we think it is. The choices we make are influenced by our perceptions, and since our perceptions change over time, we are not the same moment to moment. And I related this to Desmond and how his flashes never seem to play out exactly as they were meant to, or in how he experiences periods of time over again, and at least in the first go around with Eloise, nearly makes a different choice than the one he had made originally. Hume would call this evidence that our understanding of human reason is skewed, because given the same set of circumstances, a person may make different choices based on any number of immediate influencing factors. Mark Twain's approach to understanding man is very different, though some ideas overlap. As I just mentioned, Tom Sawyer's life revolves around himself. While he may think through his own plans for mischief, he doesn't think through his own actions in order to extrapolate their consequences, which includes the consequences of his plans. Twain would say, from his cradle to his grave, a man never does a single thing which has any first and foremost object but one, to secure peace of mind, spiritual comfort for himself. Even in seemingly selfless acts, the act, Twain would say, originated from an innate need to satiate one's own comfort. Twain says that a man's brain is so constructed that it can originate nothing whatsoever. It can only use material obtained outside. Man is a machine. That which is put into it becomes a product of its output. So on the one hand, we have Hume saying that our perceptions shape the illusion of consistency, of which identity is a quality, not its definition. And on the other hand, we have Twain saying that man is a machine, possessing an engraved infrastructure through which man approaches the world. It may not seem at first like these two theories are comparable, not in the good old classic sense, but I believe they are. If a person has no true identity, nothing from which he or she can derive one's own being with certainty, then the nature of that person's actions will be unpredictable. The inconsistency in human reason may find a bandaged explanation with Hume's philosophy, but it's wholly unsatisfying. However, Twain's isn't much better. If a person has been hardwired to behave in a certain way, i.e. selfishly, and has no hope of changing unless his surroundings change him, then once again we've bandaged the problem of human reason by attributing irrational or incomprehensible actions to a nature that cannot be controlled by the individual to whom it belongs. Sometimes it's difficult to consider these philosophies objectively because I find myself making defenses for one or the other, such as the notion that a person can never perform a good deed for purely the sake of helping out another person. But I think this is where the conscience comes into play. Twain posits that all men, good and bad, devote their lives to contending to their consciences. He writes, as a guide or incentive to any authoritatively prescribed line of morals or conduct, a man's conscience is totally valueless. And the conscience lacks value because no two persons can be satiated in the same way. It can only be satisfied through the law of his make. And herein lies the dilemma which has been brought to the surface in the brig. Ben cannot outright discredit John because he needs to maintain his standing amongst the others, but he can also not allow John to gain traction with his people by continuing on unchallenged. So he sets before John an impossible task. He knows John won't kill his father. John may want his father dead, or will feel no remorse if he was discovered dead, but he cannot do it himself. His conscience will not allow it. Despite the many awful things James has done in his own life, he still considers murder to exist beyond the scope of his criminal repertoire, justifying the murder of Frank Duckett as a mistake, I would guess. But his conscience has another set of rules, a subroutine, if you will, that is more strongly linked to his childhood and his lifelong pursuit of vengeance. In this way, the only way James's conscience can be satisfied is if he kills the man who destroyed his family. And I believe this scenario lies in pretty stark contradiction to Hume's theories, while simultaneously fulfilling Twain's propositions. In any case, Hume and Twain aren't trying to tell us who we are as individuals, just offering up some explanations for why we do the things we do. And that's what Lost is exploring too, right? Why do we make the choices we make? What sort of other influences cause us to change our course? Well, that'll wrap it up for this segment. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey, bookworms. I hope after this segment you won't doubt my commitment to this literary task at hand. I wish I never had to say that I suffered through a book, but unfortunately there are just some out there that I can't connect with. I was excited for this one too because I'd taken a glimpse as to why it was referenced and recognized the name from one of my other reading lists, but alas, this book was just too pulp fantasy for me. It's called The Moon Pool and was written by Abraham Merritt in 1918. It was first published as 2 short stories in science fiction magazines, then later compiled and tweaked to become the novel I read this week. Merritt was a successful journalist, and his career as a fiction writer was an interesting one. He was loved by fans and harshly judged by critics. He has this prose or poetic way of writing, totally contradictory to that of a newspaper man, but my only assumption is that the illustrious limitations of newspaper writing spurred him on into the depths of adjectives and adverbs, producing characters like the American botanist narrator and the colorful Irish fighter pilot Larry O'Keefe. The following excerpt is a little long, but I think it does a good job of depicting Merritt's writing style. When I awakened, the sun was streaming through the cabin porthole. Outside, a fresh voice lifted. I lay on my 2 chairs and listened. The song was one with the wholesome sunshine and the breeze blowing stiffly and whipping the curtains. It was Larry O'Keefe at his matins. The little red lark is shaking his wings. Straight from the breast of his love he springs. Larry's voice soared. His wings and his feathers are sunrise red. He hails the sun and his golden head. Good morning, Doc, you are long abed. This last was a most relevant interpolation, I well knew. I opened my door. Larry O'Keefe stood outside laughing. Swarma, her engines silent, was making fine headway under all sail, the Brunhilde skipping in her wake cheerfully with half her canvas up. The sea was crisping and dimpling under the wind. Blue and white was the world as far as the eye could reach. Schools of little silvery flying fish broke through the water rushing on each side of us, flashed for an instant, and were gone. Behind us, gulls hovered and dipped. The shadow of mystery had retreated far over the rim of this wide awake and beautiful world, and if, subconsciously, I knew that somewhere it was brooding and waiting, for a little while at least I was consciously free of its oppression. The beginning of this book starts off really well, actually. The American botanist, Walter Goodwin, narrates the story, beginning with how he became involved in the pursuit of a mysterious creature that rises out of the moon's path on evenings with a full moon and takes the form of a large, blinding radiance, which envelops its victims in light. He describes it as a being of great evil and great goodness. After a friend of his is taken by the creature, whom they call the Dweller, Goodwin hires a crew to go with him to investigate. The mysterious events are taking place on a, wait for it, island. The island of Pohnpei, which is off the coast of, wait for it, Australia. Well, sort of. It's in that bunch of islands called the Caroline Islands, just northeast of Australia. This book is so ridiculous at times that I can't explain it, but I will describe the part that has the most similarity to the episode Greatest Hits. Alright, so the book is named The Moon Pool, but it gets its name from a hidden room inside a cave that leads the characters into another underground world. The Dweller, or the Shining One, is an offspring of an advanced race that developed in the Earth's core, and the Dweller slowly turns away from the original purpose it was created for and began using its powers for evil. Of this advanced race, only 3 remain. They're called the Silent Ones, and they are the ones who have the power to destroy the Dweller, but refuse to do so because they love the being they created. And this is kind of where my mind started to drift, if you can believe it, because there are just a lot of characters and a lot of races and a lot of sides and sinister beings that I'm not exactly sure how anything was fitting together, mostly because I was losing interest. But basically, the Silent Ones are being held down below the Earth's surface because they will not kill the Dweller, and another race is holding them prisoner as punishment. So this moon pool is the gateway through which the Dweller moves between the underworld and Earth's surface. Goodwin's first encounter with the moon pool occurs when he and O'Keefe, the skeptical Irishman, lie in wait for the door to the cave to open at moonrise. This cave is set within the city ruins of Nantuach, on the island I previously described. Goodwin describes it as an eerie emptiness, a silence much deeper than something natural. When the door opens, they quickly get inside and navigate through the inner chambers of the ruins. The tunnels give off a spacious vibe, the illusion of being bigger than it actually is, and leads to the room containing the moon pool. The pool itself looks like a big eye and contains 7 glowing lights from which the Dweller manifests. As you can imagine, I struggled a bit with drawing out comparisons between the book and Lost, aside from the name of the outer chamber itself. In the book, the moon pool is a gateway between worlds, and we know quite well now that this is not so for the smoke monster on Lost. Though at the time this episode was written, they might not have known exactly where the monster would originate, but even so, they seem to have a very narrow purpose for the Looking Glass, in that they never intended to bring it back. So I had to break it down a little bit further. The island of Pohnpei, as I mentioned, is filled with ruins, and I compare this to the island on Lost having a variety of old scientific outposts. And just like the ruins often have hidden chambers or mysterious qualities to them, the Dharma stations vary in utilization rates and have crazy purposes. The moon pool, when it was described to Goodwin, was an enigmatic, unknown quantity. There was speculation surrounding it, but nothing concrete. Everything that all of the scientists knew about it only went as far as that chamber itself. They knew nothing beyond that. So his journey to the moon pool was a means to understand what had happened to his friend, and he was wholly unprepared for the events that occur after its discovery, as well as having no ability to predict what was to come. And here I see the way the moon pool was presented to Charlie, a gateway to a Dharma station. Like Goodwin, Charlie was given instructions on how to enter and what he was to do upon entering, but there's no context for exactly how that is supposed to happen. So both Charlie and Goodwin had no way of predicting just how crazy things would get beyond the moon pool. However, both encountered an evil queen. Lana Parrilla, Once Upon a Time. Yeah, somebody's going to get that. Anyway, moving on. Goodwin's friend, Throckmorton, described the Dweller as emanating both goodness and evil. And I've already gone into this a little bit, so I'll just state that this underwater Looking Glass station is a bit like the Dweller in this regard. When the book began and the descriptions of the Dweller were being laid out, I thought we were going to have something akin to A Wrinkle in Time's ultimate evil being, but it quickly devolved. And so, while it might seem more appropriate to compare Smokey to the Dweller, there's just no link between Lost's Moonpool and Smokey. Instead, I decided that the Looking Glass itself has the potential to emit a signal that can either be used for good or evil. It can either be used to draw people in, or, as is currently the case, it's being used to keep people away. Goodwin goes to the Moonpool in order to find his friend. Charlie goes through the Moonpool in order to turn off the blinky yellow light, and both find a lot more in their way than they could have ever expected. All right, last but not least, Abraham Merritt wrote the Moonpool more than a decade before the golden age of science fiction, which means that even though I read this book in 2014 and found it riddled in cliches and science fiction tropes, at the time Merritt wrote it, these were all new concepts. They weren't cliches or tropes, and he made them cliches and tropes for writers now. So there's also a greater depth to his characters than, say, Jules Verne's The Mysterious Island, which contains similar cliches but is older. Lost is like this in a lot of ways. It didn't invent flashbacks or large casts. It certainly didn't invent surviving on a deserted island with a diverse set of personalities. However, it really brought back the concept of serialized television, forcing viewers to commit to watching. And it's so unique in that way that hardly any shows do it anymore because they know that they can't get the ratings, or they know that it has to be spot on if they're... with all the criticism Lost got, especially in its final season, of just not giving answers to people, but there's a whole new set of qualities presented through Lost that we just don't see anymore. So it didn't really change the way we watch television, but it certainly challenged that television paradigm. And not just to fans of science fiction, but to fans of dramas too. It's one of those situations where average Joe starts watching thinking it's going to be a mystery, and then bam, science fiction. In all seriousness, some of the stories within Lost are dreadfully overdone, and some of the characters are painstakingly cliched, but the overarching story and concept is quite unique. Well, that'll wrap it up for this segment. Thanks for listening, and sorry if your favorite genre is pulp fantasy and I just totally ragged on it for 10 minutes. I'll try again sometime. Until next week, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey Lost fans! In this segment of Lost in Literature, we'll be exploring another Charles Dodson, aka Lewis Carroll, masterpiece, Through the Looking Glass and what Alice found there. I'll tell you what I found there. I found clarity in science fiction. I wish I could detour into explaining the Season 5 episode of Fringe bearing a similar title, or the other aspects of parallel universes, but we've got more than enough to keep us going here on Lost, so I'll try to stay focused. In this book, Alice's adventures begin when she considers the room within the mirror upon the mantel of the fireplace. To her cat, she says, "Now if you'll only attend, Kitty, and not talk so much, I'll tell you all my ideas about Looking Glass House. First, there's the room you can see through the glass. That's just the same as our drawing room, only things go the other way." Entering into a world of make-believe, Alice goes through the looking glass where some things appear identical but are structurally different. Writing goes backward, pictures move in their frames, flowers speak, and one must run as fast as one can in order to remain in the same place. Save an episode here and there, for 3 seasons on Lost, we've had a very consistent influx of character-centric flashbacks that have driven us to expect each episode to be constructed in a certain way. They're presented in the same format, with audio cues and parallels to the on-island story, but now that Desmond and Charlie have entered into the Looking Glass station, the off-island scenes are rather unusual. Now, Carroll's novel began as an attempt to teach Alice chess, and the book is modeled after a chessboard. As chapter after chapter, Alice moves from square to square, experiencing the odd, often backward logic of the characters with each advance. She chooses to be a pawn, and even though she can move 2 squares in her first move, she moves only 1 square at a time beyond that point. She's told who occupies each square beyond, and is promised to be made a queen and feast with the Red Queen when she makes it to the 8th and final square. Our focus here in this segment is not going to be on the chess aspect of the story. It's going to be on the mirror aspect of it. So, let the fun begin. I kind of feel like this should be Clint doling out this part. It's much more Science of Tomorrow than literary analysis, I think. But I even went back to see if Clint covered chirality in the Fringe episode, but he had skipped over the science part completely. So, sad day. In any case, I shall be explaining this as best I can. For more background on Charles Dodson, go back and listen to the literature segment from White Rabbit in Season 1. But you'll recall that Dodson was a mathematician and I, being a word person and not a number person, believe that the logic and math problems found within this book are far more obvious than Alice's Adventures in Wonderland. Or maybe I was just prepared for them this time. The biggest and most important concept Dodson presents us with is this thing called chirality. It's a chemistry term, but very commonly used in mathematics. Chirality describes an object whose mirror image appears identical to the original, but cannot be superimposed onto it. Examples of chiral objects are a hand, an ear, a shoe, a screw. The word chiral actually comes from the Greek word for hand, and it was coined by an Irish scientist named Lord Kelvin back in the late 1880s. He said, "I call any geometrical figure or group of points chiral and say that it has chirality if its image in a plane mirror cannot be brought to coincide with itself." In geometry, two objects must be perfectly symmetrical in order not to be chiral, because chirality exploits the parts of an object that do not and cannot align with itself by simple rotations or translations. It was an important breakthrough at the time because it began to reveal how asymmetrical life really is. If you compare your left hand to the one you see when you hold it up in the mirror, the two are oddly identical, but can never be the same hand. It will always appear as a right hand in the mirror. In chemistry, then, they describe it in a very similar way at a molecular level. A molecule, when faced with its mirror image, is structurally different, but still identical. And the way molecules are structured determines what they are. Each has a certain lean to them, which is where the term chiral comes into play. Scientists call the direction of a molecule's lean its handedness. So is it right or left-handed? Inanimate objects, like my golden spiral media coffee mug, are a mixture of right and left-handed molecules. However, the proteins and molecules of living things are all left-handed. Incidentally, not unlike Dodson himself. Outside of a laboratory, life has chosen to be left-handed. Every living thing is pointing in the left-handed direction, and because it is the natural tendency of life to point in this left-handed direction, life is overwhelmingly asymmetrical. Now, I said outside of a laboratory, all living things are left-handed. However, scientists have manufactured mirror image molecules of living things in their laboratories so as to point them in a right-handed direction. This produces some very interesting results. One of my favorites is that caraway seeds in their natural form are left-handed, but when their mirror image is produced, we get spearmint. Left-handed and right-handed molecules have a couple implications. Think of the following through this analogy. If Alice is a caraway seed, then the looking glass house is spearmint. Right-handed molecules, looking glass house molecules, have an unpredictable behavior. Scientists say that at their best, right-handed molecules are simply ineffective, but at their worst, they're toxic. It's better, they say, to stay away from a living thing's mirror image. A famous example of this is thalidomide, a sedative commonly used to treat morning sickness in pregnant women during the late 1950s. It had no harmful effects on the woman, but their babies were born with serious physical deformities. Of the recorded cases of affected mothers, only 40% of children born survived. What scientists discovered later was that the drug on the market contained a 50-50 mixture of left-handed and right-handed molecules, and when the right-handed molecules bonded with the proteins in the developing fetus, they acted as inhibitors. In an odd, though significantly less scary way than thalidomide, we can say that the person who stares back at us in the mirror is not really the same person as we are. Getting ready in the morning, for example, I use the mirror to tell me that I haven't forgotten something. Makeup, brushing my hair, food in my teeth, but the person I'm seeing is someone who is the exact opposite of me. She uses her left hand to put on eyeliner, and she parts her hair slightly to the right, but I use my right hand to apply makeup and part my hair slightly to the left. It's subtle, but important because we appear identical, but we're structurally different. What occurred to me at this stage is that when an object's molecules are disassembled, then reassembled in their mirror form, they are completely different from what it was originally. Whether a person is stepping through a pocket universe or whether someone is being broken down at the atomic level to travel between universes, they behave differently even if they look identical because they are structurally different. Now I've forgotten what show I'm talking about. Oh yes, Lost. Alright, so where am I going with this? Well, knowing that we are dealing with chiral off-island scenes, that is to say, scenes that cannot be superimposed on one another because they take place during different time periods, it helps us to analyze what's going on. At the end of season 3, we're left with Jack's "we have to go back" decree, and this tells us a whole lot without telling us very much. Remember my Alice is to caraway seeds as Looking Glass House is to spearmint analogy? Well, in the same way, Alice is to flashbacks as Looking Glass House is to flash forwards. They appear the same, but are structurally different. We spend the whole episode asking why Jack is so suicidal, what's driving him to drink, whose funeral is he attending, who does he want to meet so desperately? And then the credits roll, and we're asking, well, doggone it, who's in the coffin? Who does Kate have to get back to before they notice she's gone? And why is there such animosity between Jack and Kate? In this way, what we discern moving forward into season 4, and how we end up discussing the gap between what we know and what we don't know, is largely done through subconscious analysis. Because of our experience with Lost, because of the way we know about how things work in general, there are a lot of assumptions we can make in order to at least anticipate what's to come. And it's very important that our brains can do this, because without it, we'd have a very difficult time comprehending the written or spoken language. Take the word game Mad Libs. Ever played it? It's usually a paragraph with a bunch of blank spaces, and underneath each is a small clue as to what type of word is needed to fill in the blank. Adjective, verb, noun. Some of the poems in Through the Looking Glass can be analyzed in a similar way. Many of Lewis Carroll's poems seem like utter nonsense with their bizarre words overlaid in a formal rhythm, like this one. "'Twas Brillig and the slithy toves did gyre and gimble in the wabe. All mimsy were the borogoves, and the momraths outgrabe." When we break it down and replace the words we don't know, or that Humpty Dumpty doesn't explain to us, with blank spaces, we can use context to determine word form, and then begin to understand the poem. In the way we do Mad Libs, we also analyze the Lost finale. We're missing the conventional, straightforward answers, so instead we look at the context of the episode. What's currently going on with Ben's camp? What's going on down in the Looking Glass station? And with the survivors trekking to the tower? We look at the objectives they're anticipating, Naomi's boat and Charlie turning off the blinky light, and we can discern what has happened even if they don't tell us for another full season, is it? For example, because it's a flash forward and Jack and Kate are not on the island, whatever Charlie did must have worked, which means the likelihood of someone finding the island is very great, which means a lot of people on island are upset, which means Jack did his darndest to get off the island, which means the incoming people were probably in direct conflict with on-island folks, which means Jack probably left under bad or difficult circumstances, which means he feels regret or responsibility for something in leaving the island, which eventually became too much to handle, which finally led him to admit to Kate that he believes they need to go back. Wow, 3 seasons under our belts. What a ride. Thank you, Darrell and Kari, for your commitment to this. It has been a most enjoyable rewatch so far. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey there, bookworms. In this segment of Lost in Literature, we'll be exploring Heart of Darkness by Joseph Conrad. The episode Confirmed Dead is the third and last time the book is referenced on the show, so I thought this would be a good place to squeeze it in. Conrad once said in an interview that he wrote the book so that the reader might experience something akin to thrashing their way through a jungle. And from watching Lost, you can imagine what that might mean in regard to reading a book. It's slow and strategically structured so that every little thing that's said has more than one meaning. But there are many good things that come from a deeper analysis of this book, and I definitely liked it a lot better after writing this. And there are a lot of discussions that should be had beyond the scope of what I will do here in my allotted time. For example, racism is a huge factor in this book, and it's fairly evident to see that the Caucasian European critics have an easier time analyzing Conrad's criticism of colonialism than his blatant racist literary techniques and generalizations, while the African critics seem to focus more on racism. So I just wanted to be clear that I'm not dismissing it as a relevant point of discussion, just that it might not have the greatest cohesion into a comparative analysis with Lost. Then again, Anthropology 101 tells us that race is not a biological distinction. It's not innate. It's a cultural distinction. And I'm sure anthropologists would have a field day analyzing the characters on Lost and the island's enculturation influence on a mostly Western conglomeration of civilized peoples. Quickly, I just wanted to remind you all of the times this book is mentioned. The first is all the way back in the season 1 episode Walkabout. Jack says to Kate, "Tell me something. How come every time there's a hike into the Heart of Darkness, you sign up?" This is when Kate volunteers to go on a boar hunt with Locke. The next time it's referenced is in the season 1 episode Numbers, and Charlie says to Hurley, "One minute you're happy-go-lucky, good time Hurley, and the next you're Colonel Bloody Kurtz." After Hurley goes off on his own, bent on finding Rousseau.
And then, of course, Sawyer calls Locke Colonel Kurtz and confirmed dead. 2 of these situations will give me a great basis for analyzing this novella. So, in Heart of Darkness, the narrator introduces a man by the name of Marlowe. And the majority of the novella is the narrator listening to Marlowe tell a story while on the deck of the ship Nellie. He and some other shipmates listen together, but the narrator interjects Marlowe's story from time to time to point out the fact that he seems to be the only one listening to Marlowe. The book was written at the turn of the 20th century and bears a lot of the idealism of that time period as it marginalizes several people groups, not only Native Africans, but also the European white man. Marlowe's tale is about a trip he took into the Congo on an ivory transporter ship. When he arrives at his initial destination, he finds out that the steamboat he was supposed to take up the Congo is lying at the bottom of the river, and he has to wait at the central station until his boat is fixed. While at the central station, he learns of a man named Kurtz who is living in the heart of Africa, supposedly as a philanthropist, and one of Marlowe's tasks is to bring additional supplies to Kurtz. When Marlowe's boat is finally fixed and he and his crew head up the Congo, he learns more and more about Kurtz and becomes infatuated with this brilliant man living out in the jungle. He fantasizes about intelligent conversations they will have and believes Kurtz might be the epitome of the English colonization ideal based on a paper Kurtz produced about the nature of ivory cultivation in Africa. After some strange encounters with the savages of surrounding African villages, which included an attack on the steamboat, Marlowe and company arrive at their destination, and first it doesn't look like he's going to get to meet Kurtz at all. He meets a fellow who knows Kurtz, and that guy tells Marlowe that Kurtz enlarged his mind. He also tells Marlowe that the natives attacked the steamboat on Kurtz's orders because Kurtz had become a godlike figure to the natives, adopting the ways of the savages with the mind of an English colonizer. He had once been a philanthropist with good intentions, but he had been taken in by the treasure and lust of dealing in ivory, producing more than anyone else in the company, but committing despicable acts in order to keep the natives enslaved. He no longer upheld the values from which Marlowe had become so fascinated. Marlowe catches sight of Kurtz and discovers that the man is very ill. At midnight, Marlowe goes to check on him, but finds that Kurtz has tried to escape. When Marlowe catches up with him, Kurtz warns him and says to go away and hide yourself. And then this figure, some sort of sorcerer, Marlowe calls him, was waiting in the shadows, and Marlowe says that if he leaves him there, then he will be lost. Marlowe carries him back to camp, and at the camp over the next day or so, Kurtz knows he's about to die and simply waits for death to overtake him. His final words, very famously, are, the horror, and he breathes his last. Marlowe returns to Europe and feels out of place. He can't connect with his fellow Englishmen, and before his death, Kurtz had entrusted Marlowe with the letters intended for his fiancée. When the two meet, Marlowe lies about Kurtz's final words, telling her instead that Kurtz had uttered her name. And Marlowe is ashamed at himself for lying, but wouldn't have done it any differently. So when Marlowe's story finally ends, the narrator picks up life where it had left off before his story had begun, and observes the sky and the Thames, both of which seem to him to lead into the heart of an immense darkness. The horrors of this story, and what many critics feel that Kurtz's final words allude to, are a very subtle commentary on the nature of man, while a not-so-subtle criticism of English colonialism. Good and evil exist in every man, and every man struggles between the two, whether it's ideas of morality, inner strength, or a fight against the dark forces inside of each person. The author frequently uses the phrase heart of darkness as though to indicate a boat is physically headed into a place of darkness or of evil. But I think what is really being explored is the steamboat, deriving from a very civilized culture, penetrates into the savage lands of Africa, and each man is confronted with a choice to succumb to the uncivilized aspects of life or to retain his humanity. As they near Kurtz's inner camp, Marlowe says, "We penetrated deeper and deeper into the heart of darkness. It was very quiet there. At night sometimes the roll of drums behind the curtain of trees would run up the river and remain sustained faintly, as if hovering in the air high over our heads, till the first break of day. Whether it meant war, peace, or prayer, we could not tell." He goes on to parallel the journey they are making to how man must have once come to be civilized in the first place, as though each of them were being given a chance all over again to choose to be civilized as they are faced with the savagery of the Congo. All right, now for a little analysis. Here's a little clip from Walkabout.
So, hunting boar now, huh?
Who says this is my first time boar hunting?
Uh-huh. Tell me something, how come anytime there's a hike into the heart of darkness, you sign up? You know what's in there.
Actually, I don't. And neither do you.
What's your feel on our new friend?
Seems to know what he's doing.
Call me paranoid, but anyone who packs a suitcase full of knives...
It's funny how 2 of the 3 scenes referencing this novella involve Locke. What I really like about this scene and how it parallels the book is a lot like what I was just talking about with the duality and meaning of venturing into the heart of darkness. Locke, by far, was affected most profoundly by the island, and episode by episode, he ventures deeper into the mysterious nature of its inner chambers, obsessing about communicating with the island. This is a lot like how the ivory transporters approach their own livelihoods. There's a sort of uncivilized undercurrent to the inner vestiges of the island, and Locke is drawn to them because he believes that they hold the answers to his unhappiness. Or perhaps he believes that there is goodness within the heart of the island because of how it healed him, and thus he's susceptible to its deceptions. But he rejects civilization from day one, and as he continues to commune with the island, the deeper into the heart of darkness he ventures. But what really is in the island's heart of darkness? Well, much like the book, it's based largely on the individual doing the venturing. Kurtz ventured into the heart of darkness. He allowed the savagery of uncivilized life to grab hold of him, and he became enveloped by its many fleshly desires. But Marlowe looked into the heart of darkness, found it unappealing, and stepped away from it. Locke has a strange love of fear, to go after the things he doesn't know about and to seek out the trouble awaiting him. But most of the other survivors, their fear causes them to look inland and decide that they'd rather live together, apart from the abnormalities of the island's mysteries. The evolution of Locke's character from the time the book is first referenced in Walkabout to the season 4 episode Confirmed Dead, where he's referred to as Colonel Kurtz, is quite interesting. One thing I hadn't really thought about until Darrell mentioned it a few times is that Locke is being deceived by the smoke monster, by the man in black. And it's hurting him into a place, both psychologically and physically, where he can then be used against Jacob. The internal and external struggles in Heart of Darkness had a lot to do with knowing where the line is. In a company that must venture into the heart of Africa in order to gather ivory, how does a crewman maintain his humanity? As a young man, Marlowe wanted to explore the blank places on the map. He longed for adventure. But despite the moral struggles he encounters, he is very sensitive to the things that happen around him and is disgusted by all the waste and complete disregard for human life he sees in the Congo. When he returns to Europe, he sees the people around him and sees the ways in which they use surface truths in order to maintain the facade of their everyday lives, ignorant to how their kinsmen are representing their race around the world. And what's more, Marlowe uses his experience to tell a story, the one the narrator is letting us peek into, as a means to reveal to other men what he's learned of what the darkness of the heart is capable of. Locke quickly reached a level of trust with the island that superseded his better judgment of humanity, leading to Boone's death, leading him to blow up the submarine, leading him to throw a knife in Naomi's back. He has aligned himself so much with the island instead of with his fellow man that he is as racist as Kurtz. Locke is Kurtz in this regard. He was consumed by the relative treasure and power of the deep recesses of the island, as Kurtz was of the Congo. He is doing everything he can to keep anyone from coming on the island, as Kurtz tried to prevent Marlowe's steamboat when it was approaching. And though Ben has run manipulative interference to maintain his own power, Ben's people look to Locke as some sort of powerful leader because of how the island healed him, not unlike how the natives looked to Kurtz when he stayed with them for some time. The caveat Locke falls into is the classic scenario of what happens when one person or people group believe they are more civilized than another and attempt to educate their inferiors. Both Locke and Kurtz would rather subjugate their inferiors to the majesty of their own belief system when they are too far gone, when too much of their heart has been lost to evil to benefit anyone around them. They will only wind up hurting those around them more than helping them. Well, that'll do it for Heart of Darkness. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey, Lost fans. There are a lot of literary references in the 2 episodes for this week. The Sheltering Sky by Paul Bowles, Roots by Alex Haley, and Flowers for Algernon by Daniel Keyes are just a few seen on Ben's bookshelf in Eggtown. Locke hands Ben Valis by Philip K. Dick in Eggtown when he brings him breakfast, and Ben claims he's already read it, but I will be covering this novel next week. For this segment, I've chosen The Invention of Morel by Adolfo Bioy Casares, which is the book we see Sawyer reading at the barracks when Hurley asks him what he wants to watch and then Kate comes a-knockin'. This is the first book since The Third Policeman that I literally could not put down. I read the book in 2 sittings. It's only like 100-some pages, but in between those 2 sittings, I was thinking about it constantly. Before I begin, I would like to state that if you trust my opinion at all about books, this is one you need to read. Because of how I'm going to compare this book to Lost, I will reveal plot points and the ending. So, if you don't want to be spoiled, skip over this segment, go take 3 hours and read the book, and then come back and listen. Okay? Have you ever played the game Myst? This book was a lot like reading the linking books Atris provides for the character you roleplay through the game, the character dubbed Stranger. And, like Stranger, the narrator of this novel is an unknown quantity, where it's less important who he is, and more important what happens to him and what he discovers. There have been a lot of books throughout this rewatch that have had narrators we never learn the name of, and it's interesting to think back on them through the context of this book, because as readers we attempt to develop a level of trust with the narrator, because he or she is the eyes through which we see the world they're trying to show us. But it's tricky when the narrator sees and experiences his or her own life without all the facts, such as what we saw in The Third Policeman, when the narrator was actually dead in the town where men were becoming bicycles and vice versa, and there was a lift that fell down into eternity. And the difference in this book is that we learn everything as a narrator learns things, so we don't have the opportunity to objectively consider his surroundings. We have to analyze his interpretations of his experiences. The Invention of Morel is a story told in a diary form, of the narrator chronicling the events that happened to him in a linear format, prompted by the fear that he was soon to be found, captured, and returned to serve the sentence from which he had fled back in France. There are 3 important pieces to this novella. The first is the narrator's perception of the island itself. The second is the narrator's love for the beautiful Faustine. And the third is the discovery of Morel's invention. Part 1, the narrator's perception of the island. So the narrator flees from France to this island because it's rumored that men die a horrible death here, and as a result, no one bothers to venture out to it, so he thinks he's going to be safe out here. But upon arrival, the narrator finds it to be a perfect paradise. There are even a couple buildings on the island that accommodate the narrator's survival, including a museum, which has a kitchen and a library, a chapel, and a swimming pool. Over the course of the novel, the narrator makes several strange observations about the island. The tides seem to come and go at unpredictable intervals. Sometimes there are 2 suns or 2 moons in the sky. At one point, he tries to gather flowers to arrange for Faustine and chooses some, but as he's arranging them on the beach, he realizes that they're all dead. Early on, he finds a book in the museum that he believes will help him understand the motors he found in the lowlands. He found it on a marble shelf and took it with him. But toward the end of the book, he passes by the marble shelf again and sees that the book has returned to its spot. He takes out the book from his pocket and sees that they are the exact same book in every aspect, but he calls the second book a ghost because he could not even touch it. Lastly, as he's trying to understand the events occurring around him, and I'll flesh this out more a little in the next piece, he wonders whether the island is a purgatory. He makes the following hypothesis. The intruders are a group of dead friends, and I am a traveler, like Dante or Swedenborg, or some other dead man of another sort, and at a different phase of his metamorphosis. This island might be the purgatory or the heaven of those dead people. And it's just when he thinks that this island might be hell when the answers start to come. Part 2, the narrator's love for Faustine. The event that prompts the narrator to begin a diary is the very sudden appearance of a small group of people on top of the hill. He hears them before he sees them, and being a fugitive, he believes every living soul is out to get him. So he flees from them and observes them from afar. In the course of observing them, he falls in love with one of the women, Faustine. He decides to approach her when she is at her favorite spot on the beach, watching the sunset, feeling like this might be the best way to begin a conversation. He's nervous when he finally does speak to her, bumbling through his explanation of why he's approaching her. But it doesn't matter because she does not acknowledge him at all. He says, "It was not as if she had not heard me, as if she had not seen me. Rather, it seemed that her ears were not used for hearing, or that her eyes could not see. There was something frightening in her complete detachment. But when she sat down at my side, it seemed she was defying me, trying to show that she no longer ignored my presence." He thinks that perhaps she's ignoring him because she's already spoken for. He's observed her in the company of two other men. But he quickly gets over his embarrassment and decides that she ignored him because he needs to get her attention more profoundly. So this is where he decides to arrange the flowers for her on the beach at her favorite spot. After he does so, she ignores them, and her companion, the man named Morel, trods through the garden, squashing all the flowers as though he never saw them at all either. Frustrated, the narrator exhibits strong discontentment toward his own life and feels like he's living in a dream where everything he does is wrong and can't save himself. He's having nightmares, and he goes through the natural stages of a person experiencing unrequited love. Other than Faustine and Morel, there are about 7 or 8 other people in their party, and over the course of this first week, while the narrator is observing them, not a single one in their company acknowledges him in any way. But instead of thinking it anything out of the ordinary, he believes that they're all conspiring to capture him and return him to France. Before I get into the third part, I want to lay out a couple theories I had just before the narrator began to get answers. The first one that faded pretty quickly is that the narrator was a ghost, that he was actually dead and didn't realize it. I thought maybe he hallucinated the island as a paradise when it actually killed him in the way the rumors said it would. At one point he even says, "Now I understand why novelists write about ghosts that weep and wail. The dead remain in the midst of the living. I was horrified by the thought that I was invisible, horrified that Faustine, who was so close to me, actually might be on another plane." This led me to another theory, a stronger one, that somehow this island is a blend of multiple dimensions or universes in a kind of 6B sort of way. The narrator exists on the periphery of one, but the reality of another bleeds through, superimposed on his reality, which is why he sees 2 suns or 2 moons, or why no one in the group of people can actually see him. Now, part 3 is the discovery of Morel's invention, and this will tie in parts 1 and 2. Morel tells his friends that over the last week, he has captured the ultimate photograph. This photograph, he says, is not like an ordinary photograph. This is my latest invention. We shall live in this photograph forever. Imagine a stage on which our life during these last 7 days is acted out complete in every detail. We are the actors. All our actions have been recorded. Morel devised a way to harness the energy from the tides to power the motors that control the visual, audible, and olfactory components of recreating life. The accuracy with which it captures these pieces of life is so close that it almost captures the souls of these individuals. What he has created is an alternative reality, set on a loop that superimposes itself onto the reality that the narrator is living in. This is why he sometimes saw 2 moons, or why he could be blistering from the sun and Faustine and her friends looked as though they were trying to keep warm, or why he found the book on the marble shelf he thought he had removed a week ago. When it becomes clear what Morel has done, at first the narrator sinks into a weird sort of depression. He debates the morality of what Morel has invented, and he even considers destroying the machine that the man has created to power the photograph. But he doesn't do anything. Actually, all he does is study and analyze the photograph repeatedly, following all the members of the party around week after week until he knows their actions and their movements so well, and each of their individual stories so well that he could safely confirm that Faustine had no feelings for Morel. He even integrates himself into the photograph, becoming part of the scene so that to a casual observer, he might look like he is part of it. Now, in terms of comparing this book to Lost, I'm sure you picked up on a couple of the oddities comparable to the island on Lost, but there are a couple comparisons that I kind of had to stretch for. First, the narrator is a man who has banished himself to an island that falls under a very powerful rumor that it kills anyone who remains on it. In this way, the concealment is like the mysterious location of Lost Island. The likelihood of someone going there is rare, and so the arrival of Faustine and her party is very surprising and very noticeable. Second, the narrator has no interest in leaving. Not leaving alive, anyway. Not until he fathoms the possibility of being united with Faustine does he even consider how he might leave. And in this I see how people like Sawyer and Locke and Rose and Bernard don't want to leave. Even if there is a way off the island, what they will return to has no appeal to them. Third, and finally, there is a looming unknown quantity on the island, more of which we see in The Other Woman, but it's also semi-familiar based on what we already know of the Swan Station. This piece is twofold. On the one hand, in the book there's a rumor that the island is radioactive and of the physical effects that it has on those who venture to it, but on the other hand, it is radioactive in another way, through the photograph that has been on a loop for who knows how long. What we see from the narrator as he falls further and further in his obsession of the photograph is that he loses himself completely to it. It begins to tear away the pieces of his self in the way radiation tears away pieces of a person's physical body. He says that his persistent and deplorable preoccupation with Morel and Faustine keeps him from paying attention to his own destruction. And in this way, I see how Locke is becoming more and more taken by the Man in Black because of his preoccupation with Jacob. Because he is so obsessed, he doesn't realize what it's doing to him as a person or as a leader. From time to time, he's lucid enough to listen to reason, but for the most part, he's becoming completely unpredictable and more vulnerable to the Man in Black's plans for him. Pretty sure this segment is longer than the time it'll take you to read the book, but it was such an engaging story that I wanted to spend more time explaining it. Anyway, that's all for now. Until next week, this is your bookie, signing off.
Hey, bookworms. As promised, this week I bring you Valis by Philip K. Dick. I think we would all understand this a lot better if we were tripping, to be honest, but I've been going clean on 27 years now, and I'm not about to break that streak. So, instead of tripping, I shall relate this book as well as any sane person can understand Philip K. Dick. If you want to call me sane, of course. Valis isn't so much a novel as it is a semi-autobiographical retelling of a series of experiences Philip Dick had back in the mid-1970s. If we are to believe any of this is true, of course. And according to Goodreads, this is the first book of a trilogy, but this book I'll be relating here is the book that Locke brings to Ben in Eggtown. Mr. Dick tells the story in third person about a man named Horselover Fat, but informs us very early on that Horselover Fat is himself, and he is telling the story in this way because he is looking for some much-needed objectivity on his life. The lines between the narrator and Horselover Fat are blurred from the very beginning, and I believe in real life, Horselover Fat is actually the schizophrenic personality of Philip Dick's. The name comes from the Greek meaning of Philip Dick, where Philip means lover of horses and Dick means fat. So, without having read any analyses on these books, I would say that it seems to me like the author is inserting himself as a character into the retelling of his life story as a means to show us how rationality and irrationality overlap, which really is one of his major themes in this story. The premise of Valis brings us through how Horselover Fat found God, or a facsimile of God, by a vision he had and the psychological adventure that comes out of it. He is convinced that his body belongs to two people. One he calls Thomas, who is living in ancient Rome, and then himself, currently living in the 1970s. He sometimes sees ancient Rome superimposed over California where he lives, and sometimes he even catches bits and pieces of Thomas's thoughts or life. Over the course of the book, we glean insights into Philip Dick's exegesis, which he has compiled over the course of his life, and he uses it as points of clarity in describing pieces of his own life. In March of 1974, Horselover Fat is struck by a beam of pink light, which informs him of a disease his son had, one that's curable but would have gone undetected for too long until they'd be unable to help the boy.
But because of this vision, the doctors found it and treated it. He describes this experience as a benign power invading the world, a rational power breaking into the irrational universe. And because it came in such a veiled form, he calls it a zebra. And so his god throughout the book is Zebra. This encounter with the pink light set Fat on a journey of religious discovery. For most of the book, he is in search of the fifth savior, and well, his religion is very different from anything I've ever heard. I believe it's a variation of Gnosticism, incorporating themes from the modern Bible, but severely contorting them and laying on a new interpretation. For example, let me read an excerpt from chapter 6. In this scene, Horselover Fat is in a counseling session with his therapist, Maurice. Let me tell you what it says in Genesis, in case you've forgotten. Then God said, "Let us make man in our image and likeness to rule the fish in the sea, the birds of heaven, the cattle." Okay, Fat broke in, but that's the creator deity, not the true God. What? Maurice said. Fat said, that's Yaldabaoth, sometimes called Samael, the blind god. He's deranged. What the heck are you talking about? Maurice said. Yaldabaoth is a monster spawned from Sophia, who fell from Pleroma, Fat said. He imagines he's the only god, but he's wrong. There's something the matter with him. He can't see. He creates our world, but because he's blind, he botches the job. The real God sees down from far above and, in his pity, sets to work to save us. Fragments of light from the Pleroma are... Staring at him, Maurice said, "Who made up this stuff? You?" Basically, Fat said, my doctrine is Valentinian, 2nd century CE. What's CE? Common Era. The designation replaces AD. Valentinus' Gnosticism is the more subtle branch as opposed to the Iranian, which of course was strongly influenced by the Zoroastrianism dualism. Valentinus perceived the ontological salvific value of the gnosis, since it reversed the original primal condition of ignorance, which represents the state of the fall, the impairment of the Godhead, which resulted in the botched creation of the phenomenal or material world. The true God, who is totally transcendent, did not create the world. However, seeing what Yaldabaoth has done... Who's this Yaldabaoth? Yahweh created the world. It says so in the Bible. Fat said, the creator deity imagined that he was the only god. That's why he said he was jealous and you shall have no other gods before me. To which Maurice shouted, haven't you read the Bible? His friends, of course, think he's crazy. One day, though, his friend Kevin convinces him to go to a movie called Valis, and this sets them all on a very different path, becoming, this movie became to them what Lost has become to us, just on a much more whacked out scale. Kevin, having never been religious, finally begins to understand Horselover Fat because the movie depicts someone else having the exact same experience that Horselover Fat had in March of 1974. Valis stands for Vast Active Living Intelligence System, and it's described in the movie as a godlike intelligence which interacts with humans through a pink light, but it's mistaken by Americans, I think, to be some sort of satellite. Like it did for Horselover Fat, the pink light helps to draw one of the main characters out of the rut his life had been in and give it meaning again. One caveat to Valis, the godlike being that's depicted in the film, is that it seems to turn some people into Daleks. After seeing this movie, Horselover Fat and his friends analyze the movie to shreds, claiming that nothing is included by accident in this film and they must get to the bottom of it. Moreover, they need to get in touch with the writer, who also directed and starred in one of the main roles and happens to be a well-known musician. They win a meeting with this man and his wife largely because of Philip's standing in the literary world. He's well known in the science fiction community. And in the company of this man, Eric Lampton, who is nicknamed Mother Goose, they meet the actual Valis, who has been reincarnated in the form of a young girl, now 2 years old. This young girl knows everything about the friends who have come to see her, and even heals Philip by merging Horselover Fat back into his own psyche. And for a long time, Philip is just Philip. He can sense that his alter ego is no longer with him. But even though much of his exegesis is confirmed through Mother Goose and this young girl, he finds them all to be completely nuts, and all he wants to do is get as far away from Eric Lampton and his cult as he can. Philip and all of his friends now believe Valis actually exists, but the cult that Eric Lampton and his followers have built around it is completely absurd. I wish I could wrap up this book nicely for you and say that there was a conclusion, but by the end of the book, After he'd left the presence of the reincarnated Valis, Horselover Fat returns, unmerging from Philip or whatever healing the young girl had done, and he begins to travel the world while Philip stays at home and watches television in search of encoded messages. He is constantly looking for his next encounter with Valis because he had been told to stay on alert and wait for Valis to return. There were several times over the course of reading this book that I was struck by how similar the themes in this one were to The Invention of Morel. Not, of course, on the surface. I mean, they're two completely different premises, but in the way that they represent or propose the idea of reality. Both books had so much to do with this idea of one reality being superimposed on another. In entry 14 of Philip Dick's Exegesis, he says, "The universe is information, and we are stationary in it, not three-dimensional and not in space or time. The information fed to us, we hypostasize into the phenomenal world." Remember my description of Thomas? Well, after citing this entry, he then goes on to explain that Horselover Fat had inferred this from discovering someone else was camping out inside of his head a long time ago in a land far, far away. "We are not individuals," Philip says. "We are stations in a single mind, but we are supposed to remain separate from one another." I'm really trying hard at this point to believe that the writers didn't have the whole series mapped out, because if the last two books have done anything for me, it's clearly indicate that the writers knew the events of season 6 were coming, the Flash Sidewayses. However, it could just be that they were priming us for the episode The Constant. In this episode, we get a taste of the superimposed consciousnesses between Desmond of 1994 and Desmond of 2004. In the book, as I've described, Thomas is not a younger version of Horselover Fat because he lives all the way back in ancient Rome, but he is nonetheless occupying the same brain space as Horselover Fat. And because they share a consciousness, they sometimes get confused as to whose thoughts are whose. Sometimes Horselover will think in a foreign language and have no idea what he's thinking about. Horselover says that he and Thomas were supposed to remain separate at all times, but, and I quote, "Fat had received by accident a signal intended for Thomas. Space and time were revealed to Fat and Thomas as mere mechanisms of separation." In a way, then both Fat and Thomas are experiencing a form of cognitive time travel in which they see fragments of the future or the past superimposed over their own reality. Fat will, at times, describe something flat and brown lying over the city or over an airplane seat, and, he's seeing Rome. It's interesting to see how Philip Dick explores the consciousness through Thomas and Horselover Fat. Unlike Desmond, there's no pressing urgency to unite the disparate personalities or entities. But it isn't until Valis heals him that he realizes he actually needs to be healed. The young girl who embodied Valis reprimanded Philip for his suicide attempt, but Philip blames it on Fat. But the girl says that she does not see whom Philip refers to. Turning to speak to Fat, I saw no one. I saw only Eric Lambton and his wife, and the dying man in the wheelchair, Kevin and David. Fat was gone. Nothing remained of him. Horselover Fat was gone forever, as if he had never existed. "I don't understand," I said. "You destroyed him." "Yes," said the child. I said, "Why?" The child replied, "To make you whole." So Horselover Fat was not gone per se, merely merged back into Philip's consciousness. And this is what we see of Desmond too. His 1994 self did not vanish. It was pushed back into Desmond where it belonged, in the past. Before I sign off here, I will also point out that in his lab, Daniel Faraday uses a purplish sort of light on Eloise that sends her into the future, which then allows her to return and complete the maze perfectly. I found this to be similar to the beam of pink light Valis uses to communicate with humans in the book, notably Philip's 1974 encounter. Unfortunately, that's all the time I have to spend on this book. If you want to addle your brain, I have to warn you that the first 5 to 8 chapters of Valis are quite difficult to get through, but after that point, it starts to come together, and it's actually a very quick read. So, good luck. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey everyone, can you believe we've been at this for 40 weeks now? I swear, it only feels like 30. This week on Lost in Literature, I bring you the exploits of Billy Pilgrim in Kurt Vonnegut's 1969 novel Slaughterhouse-5. This book was published during the Vietnam War and became a source of a lot of anti-war propaganda, particularly the oft-used phrase, "so it goes." It's not a very long book, but it's extremely dark and depressing. Like Valis, Slaughterhouse-Five is semi-autobiographical. Most of the events in this novel actually happened, but the author took creative liberties in making it a story about the war instead of about himself. Vonnegut appears as a character in various places, but he says that the character of Billy Pilgrim is someone he knew in the war. He sets out at the beginning to write a novel about the bombing of Dresden, which occurred during World War II in February of 1945, but hardly a couple pages of the entire book are devoted to the bombing itself. And in many ways, that's what makes this story so powerful in depicting that war is cyclical and the unremarkable moments in life build up and point directly to the tragedies that take up so little time to do so much damage. The title of the book refers to the prisoner camp where Billy Pilgrim and his fellow POWs are kept after being captured by the Germans during the Battle of the Bulge. During that time, Germany was largely devastated by bombings, and Dresden, where the slaughterhouse was located, was one of the only cities left untouched. Everyone told the American soldiers that there was no risk of Dresden being bombed or raided because it held such low military value. The reason this book is relevant to Lost is based off a comment Desmond makes in The Constant. He is speaking with a fellow soldier, a guy he calls Billy, and tells him that he's become unstuck from time. The first line of Chapter 2 in Slaughterhouse-Five says, Billy Pilgrim has come unstuck from time. And later on, we learn that Billy believes he became unstuck in 1944 while World War II was still in progress. And even though it says how he did not become unstuck, it does not say how he did. So what does he mean by unstuck from time? Well, it's pretty similar to what's happening to Desmond. The book jumps around to various moments in Billy's life by saying, Billy blinked in 1958 and traveled in time to 1961, or something along those lines. He goes forward and backward in time, but all stemming from one consciousness that perceives fully the whole spectrum of his life. This might be a good time to tell you about the Tralfamadorians. Who are the Tralfamadorians, you ask? These are the alien creatures Billy claims abducted him in 1967. The Tralfamadorians helped Billy understand what had been happening to him, what becoming unstuck in time actually meant. They compare time to a mosquito trapped in amber. They say to Billy, we see time as you might see a stretch of the Rocky Mountains. All time is time. It does not change. It does not lend itself to warnings or explanations. Take it moment by moment and you will find that we all are, as I've said before, bugs in amber. So the Tralfamadorians were instrumental in explaining to Billy that there is a certain gift to experiencing time in this way. When we can see the full spectrum of our lives and revisit moments, it's easier to see the big events like Dresden as a rather small, containable event that will someday be overcome. And not small in its significance, but small in terms of the amount of time it takes up in our lives. While this might sound incredibly fatalistic, it is, on the other hand, probably the only semi-optimistic feature of this book. Billy isn't a hero or an actionable character. He doesn't accomplish anything profound or perform some miraculous save in war. He is a passive character, extremely passive. I often got frustrated with him because he would just not react or take anything upon himself. When he was bullied, he would just take the beating and not fight back. When his mother made him feel depressed, he would hide under a blanket until she left. He became involved with a woman and suddenly found himself engaged to be married to her, and he describes realizing that he was proposing to this woman and having no will to stop it. But because he is this way, it's easier to understand the point of being unstuck in time. In the way that he travels in time, his intent is not to change something, but to relive a moment within the context of the full spectrum of his life. As I was writing this down, I first said that it was not to change something he perceived to be wrong. But I ended up expanding this because Billy does not express any perception of event being right or wrong. In line with his passive character, he simply relates the events as they happened, passing on his dismal worldview to us, yes, but he does not tell us that the bombing was wrong, or that his marriage was wrong, or even that the results of his marriage were good, or that he was better able to appreciate the things that went wrong after the fact. It is implicit that he has come to terms with these various events because our perceptions aren't influenced by his own opinions. He accepts them as they are and shows them to us. We can't fully appreciate moments, good or bad, while they're happening because we don't understand how they fit into the whole of our existence. Because Billy became unstuck in time, he travels forward and backward, seemingly forever, knowing how everything will play out, and it allows him to have a significant and uncanny degree of serenity in moments of crises, which is why he's so passive. There's a single event I can point to back in 7th grade and say, that is where all of my problems began. Now, in the 14 years that have passed since that moment, I have peace about that event and the aftermath that ensued, but had you asked me 5 or 10 years ago, this might not have been the case. And this book tells me that even though we gain a bigger paradigm for our own lives every day, the fullness of understanding is still lacking because we have not yet come to the end. I can move backward in time and still have peace about past events, but I can't move forward and say the same. The significance in Billy traveling in time isn't how he does or does not affect the time he travels to, but how unaggressive his responses are to the highs and lows of life. He exists outside of the continuum, and therefore his reactions have no bearing on the linear course of events. Because this book doesn't really have a plot, the last thing I feel you should know about it is this. Vonnegut says at the beginning of the book that there is nothing intelligent to say about a massacre. The American soldiers who survived the bombing have been described as men barely qualified to be soldiers. One of the Germans even asks Billy if he's mocking them with his appearance. Of Billy's companions, there's a man who is too young to serve and a man who is too old to serve, and both petitioned the government for entrance into the army. But nobody likes these guys. They're idiots and worthless. And at the end, when Vonnegut finally gets to the actual bombing of Dresden, and he describes the men walking out of the slaughterhouse together, surveying the damage, looking for survivors, and picking their way through corpses that rot faster than they can be disposed of, I got this impression that when it turns out it's only these men, and others similar to them, who survived the bombing, that just as nothing intelligent can be said about a massacre, nothing worthwhile survives a massacre either. At least that's the impression I'm getting from Vonnegut. So there are 2 big reasons I wanted to cover this book. Okay, 3 reasons. The first being that I really wanted to read it. But of the Lost-related reasons, there are 2 primary ones, and they both have to do with being unstuck in time. The first is Desmond-focused, and the second is more storytelling-focused. I hope I went into great enough detail as to how being unstuck in time applies to Billy in the novel, but it was also interesting to me as I was reading how well this story blends in with the Horse Lover Fat story and Valis from last week in order to create the situation Desmond is in. Horse Lover Fat, if you recall, insisted that he could see ancient Rome superimposed on his own reality from time to time, and that the consciousness of Thomas, who was living in ancient Rome, sometimes bled through into his own. I also mentioned that Horse Lover Fat and Philip didn't realize they were broken, didn't realize they needed to be put back together until the reincarnated Valis made them whole again. Well, the duality exists here for Billy as he relates to Desmond. Billy travels through time, but he knows that he's doing it and is prepared for it. He's been unstuck in time in that his mind has been liberated from the constraints of the human perception of time. Even though he doesn't have control over where or when he travels to, the point isn't about the control over the travel, but over the understanding of his own life. In contrast, Desmond is unprepared to travel in time, and the more he does it, the more unstable he becomes. He begins to lose himself to the effects, and the closer the contractions, the more frantic he becomes. Unlike Horse Lover Fat, he knows something is wrong, and unlike Billy, he has no control. And yet he's an odd mix of the two, where the effect he is experiencing is so far beyond his comprehension or control that he must do what he can to overcome it. When combined, traveling through time and superimposed realities bend Desmond's life into a Mobius strip so that his past and present touch. Barely any time passes between when he asks Penny for her phone number and then ends up calling her as he promised. It's not uncommon for storytellers to use this sort of technique in order to, quote, defy fate, but as I hope you'll see in my next point, sometimes it doesn't always have to do with defying fate, and that's one of the things I love most about the Penny Desmond story. As for the storytelling aspect of being unstuck in time, there are pieces to Slaughterhouse-Five that make it science fiction, but largely, the unstuck from time thing is a great literary tool to tell a very big story in a small amount of time. Lost has been utilizing this storytelling technique from its conception, jumping through time in order to tell a much larger story of these survivors' lives through the context of one continuous story arc. And the question of whether fate brought these people together, or perhaps whether each is fated to endure the lot he or she is given, is continually readdressed. Yet what we begin to see in these later seasons is that it's not necessarily about fate or free will. Some things are, yes, and always will be, But there's something about it that just feels like the universe is working itself out, making corrections. And when we step back and take a look at the whole, well, it's like Charles Dickens showed us through A Tale of Two Cities. When Sidney chooses to take Darnay's place on death row in the end, and it had come out of a whirlwind of events, Sidney had been unlikable all his life and had been in love with Darnay's wife. He was even said to, on occasion, resemble Darnay himself, and through a series of chances, Sidney chose to use these things to the advantage of those whom he determined deserved grace. And what Lost likes to show us is not, how much all these characters hurt one another all the time, but also how they tend to be present for moments that will become meaningful later or are incredibly significant in one person's life. I've never been a huge fan of flashbacks, but even though I refer to them as such on this show, I don't really view them in that way. There are multiple stories going on in parallel here, and each flashback or flash forward provides context for something current. And like Billy, we can now move in and out of these episodes with a larger understanding of why certain events happen. And as Darrell and Kari do every week, discuss them with a sense of rationality that can only come through knowing the full picture. Well, folks, that'll wrap up Slaughterhouse 5. Thanks for listening, and until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey Lost fans! In this installment of Lost in Literature, I bring you one of William Shakespeare's final masterpieces, The Tempest. As he's already described, Darrell was teasing me a couple weeks ago about not choosing to cover this piece of literature. And I started to panic, thinking there was something I had missed. I compiled my reading list in August, leaving only a couple holes here and there for the 60-odd weeks we'll be at this, and nowhere did I see mention of this piece of work. Of course, I could have just overlooked it, but I check and double-check every week that I am reading something relevant, and it had just surprised me that I had never seen it mentioned. In any case, this was a week I was supposed to read The Shape of Things to Come by H.G. Wells, and during weeks with long books like that one, I usually have a backup book in case I can't make it through the long one. But I didn't have any backups this week, so The Tempest it is. And after reading this play, I am shocked that I hadn't seen it anywhere, because it is totally relevant to Lost, and I'm excited to share it with you, while, at the same time, appeasing Darrell's curiosity. After reading the play, I watched the movie made in 2010. I followed along with my copy of the play, and while the movie left some things out, every single line spoken in the movie is directly from the play. Nothing has been added. Watching the movie enriched the story for me to see the personification of these characters. Shakespeare didn't write this thinking that one day people will sit down to read it, but he made it for a live production. The biggest change from the play to the movie was that they made Prospero, whom I will describe in a moment, a woman portrayed by Helen Mirren. And if you know who that is, you'll know she was excellent in this movie. This movie also featured 3 tie-ins to Spider-Man. 2 of the actors appeared in the recent blockbuster, while another did a Broadway performance of Spider-Man on stage and actually sang on American Idol with Bono. Many of Shakespeare's plays are founded in some historical event or in Greek mythology, such as Julius Caesar, which I covered a couple weeks ago, but The Tempest is one of only 2 Shakespeare plays that are completely original. Many historians think that this is the last play he wrote independently, because it's said he has collaborated on other plays after he wrote this one. But because of this, a lot more of Shakespeare, the man, comes out in the story. This isn't to say necessarily that he wrote himself into it, but more that he used the story as a means of reflection on life and applying literary techniques very similar to the way Lost employs them. The events in The Tempest occur on a mostly deserted island somewhere between Africa and Italy, which I know is super specific, and you know exactly what I'm talking about. The ship wrecked at the beginning was on its way back from Africa, where the King of Naples was attending his daughter's wedding. But from what I can tell, there's no more clues as to where exactly the island is. The shipwreck is orchestrated by a man named Prospero, who was once the Duke of Milan. About 12 years ago, his brother Antonio betrayed him and left Prospero and his daughter Miranda for dead. They would have died had it not been for Gonzalo, one of the king's aides, or a nobleman in Italy, who returned to Prospero the books which were the source of Prospero's power. Prospero sent the spirit Ariel to set a tempest on the ship and to spare the lives of the men on board, because he would need them for his end. Ariel led the survivors safely to the island, but scattered them across it in groups so that not one group knew of another's survival. In one group of survivors, there is King Alonso, his brother Sebastian, Prospero's brother Antonio, and the peaceful noble Gonzalo. Gonzalo is loyal and is able to see the beauty of the island for what it is, even commenting that the clothes they all wore were of a better quality and better washed than before they were even shipwrecked. But Antonio, who is greedy and never satisfied, manipulates Sebastian into overthrowing his brother, as Antonio had once done to Prospero. When Ariel sends the king and Gonzalo into a deep sleep, the two conspire to kill Alonso, but before they can go through with it, Ariel abruptly awakens the sleepers. Elsewhere on the island, the king's son, Ferdinand, has survived and is alone, being led around the area by an invisible Ariel, while believing that his father and everyone else on board the ship had perished. Ferdinand is a large part of the reason Prospero wrecked the ship. He desired to contrive a marriage between his daughter and the Prince of Naples in order to ensure their safety and a reinstatement of his dukedom. To his pleasure, the initial meeting between his daughter, who has never laid eyes on another man before, aside from her father, and Ferdinand goes extremely well, but he needs to draw out the relationship while he waits for the various groups to come together, and so he accuses Ferdinand of treason, of claiming to be the King of Naples when he is not. Using Ariel, Prospero slowly draws all the disparate groups to him, reuniting them in his chambers on the island, and, in doing so, exposes his brother's treacherous ambitions while playing the hero by rescuing the king and providing safe passage off the island. Now Miranda and Ferdinand have pledged their love for one another and tell the king of their intent to marry, which the king blesses. In the end, Prospero gives up the books that are the source of his power and comments that he will be able to return to Italy and be restored to live out his final days. There are some notable similarities between Ben Linus and Prospero, and I'm going to tie in events from The Other Woman and one of the episodes from this week, The Shape of Things to Come. Both men have young daughters who do not know of their past or how they came to be on the island, nor of their mother. Both men were betrayed by kin, Ben by his father through the man's constant accusations of Ben's responsibility for his mother's death, and Prospero by his brother Antonio, by the man conspiring to unseat Prospero from his dukeship. And both have the rather loose ability to set upon their enemies a great tempest. As I was watching this episode, I was amazed at how strikingly similar the smoke monster was to a tempest. There's a line early on in Shakespeare's play when Ariel is describing how he destroyed the ship. He says, "I boarded the king's ship, now on the beak, now in the waist, the deck, in every cabin. I flamed amazement. Sometimes I divide and burn in many places. On the topmast, the yards, and the bowsprit, I would flame distinctly, then meet and join. Jove's lightnings, the precursors of the dreadful thunderclaps, more momentary and sight outrunning were not. The fire and cracks of sulphurous roaring, the most mighty Neptune, seemed to besiege and make his bold waves tremble. Yeah, his dread trident shake." And this reminded me of the way the smoke monster had split into multiple columns of smoke, like an octopus reaching out his tentacles to ensnare anything that tried to get away. Of course, in season 6, Ben claims the monster was summoning him rather than the other way around, but his silence in response to Hurley's question leads us to believe that he did summon the monster in this episode. Also in this episode, we see the origins of the relationship between Saeed and Ben that we originally saw in The Economist. Ben ropes Saeed into his plan by telling him who killed his wife. In the play, Prospero learns how to survive on the island through a native, a man they call a monster named Caliban, who was the son of the witch Sycorax. Prospero teaches Caliban how to speak and communicate with other men, but then, according to Prospero, Caliban attempted to rape Miranda, and so he enslaved him. The similarity I see here is that even though the relationship between Ben and Saeed started off well, Saeed, in The Economist, feels remorse for killing Elsa. And it doesn't turn Saeed into Ben's slave, not in the way Caliban was turned into Prospero's slave, but in a way, Saeed becomes enslaved by Ben's mission now, because he doesn't really have a way out, and he is now resistant to Ben's single-minded approach to killing everyone on his list, or perhaps the means to accomplish it. Before Elsa, perhaps, Saeed was completely on board, but now that he put his heart into the job, he is less eager to perform Ben's tasks, and that alone makes him feel as though he's in servitude rather than a partnership. Back in the episode The Other Woman, we get our one and only look at the Dharma station called the Tempest. It was the station the hostiles used to release the toxic gas that initiated the event called the Purge, and it was also where Dan and Charlotte went in order to neutralize the gas that remained. I really like the way the title of this station is used. Based on this episode alone, we can surmise that the purpose of the station is for no good of mankind. It was used to kill mass amounts of people. Damon Lindelof and Carlton Cuse have said in interviews since that this station was a chemical weapons facility. And Tempest literally means a violent storm, which says to me that the initiative wasn't trying to hide the purpose of the station at all, even if they never talked about it. Why bother naming something after a violent storm, an event in which humans have no control over the elements, if it was a bunny farm? In parallel to Lost, then, it is appropriate that even though the event itself is untamable, both the Tempest of Shakespeare's play and the deployment of the chemical gas from the Tempest station were both set upon the enemies of an initiator wronged by a subset of people within their target group. This is where the comparison between the men veers significantly, and I think that gap also proves to be of interest. Prospero was a wizard of sorts, not exactly a sorcerer, but possessed certain powers. The plan to shipwreck Antonio and the King of Naples was entirely his idea, and he made the instructions to bring it about. In contrast, Charles Widmore gave the order to wipe out the initiative. Even though Ben had never felt at home in Dharmaville and seemingly felt no remorse in their demise, he was not technically an other by this point, even though Richard Alpert said as much. And it wasn't he who orchestrated the event. And while it was Prospero's intention to shipwreck the king and his men in order to restore his dukedom and bring about sympathy for his situation, Ben's intention, or the hostiles' intention, was to completely eradicate the Dharma initiative. Now, this last bit doesn't have anything to do with Lost, but I wanted to share this final quote from The Tempest because I found it so beautiful. As Miranda and Ferdinand are falling in love, she finally asks him, "Do you love me?" And Ferdinand's response is, "O heaven, O earth, bear witness to this sound, and crown what I profess with kind event if I speak true. If hollowly, invert what best is boded me to mischief. I, beyond all limit of what else in the world, do love, prize, honor you." That'll wrap up The Tempest. Thank you for listening, and until next time, this is your bookie signing off. Hey Lost fans! In this segment of Lost in Literature, I bring you a rather loosely associated piece of literature. I took a risk here because I wasn't satisfied with the other book I was reading. So the one I analyzed for this week is called Mount Analog. It was written by a French dude named René Dumont, and remains unfinished because he died of tuberculosis in the midst of writing it. Quite literally, Chapter 5 stops in mid-sentence. It was published posthumously in 1952, and despite it being unfinished, it has still garnered unbelievable praise and is held in extremely high regard both in metaphysical circles and as one of Dumont's finest works. I call it a loose association because it's never mentioned or shown on Lost. I don't even think anyone directly quotes from it, but it makes a heck of a lot more sense to me than Jules Verne's The Mysterious Island did. Mount Analog is narrated by a man named Theodore. Several months ago, he published an article about a theory he had, something he calls a literary fantasy. He describes the article as a somewhat hasty survey of the symbolic significance of the mountain in ancient mythologies. He derived this theory from a careful study of mountains, such as biblical mountains in which God communicates directly with Moses or Jesus, or of the construction and purpose of the pyramids, or obscure legends or Greek mythology in which stories are told in order to convey a connection between earth and sky. There are two observations to be made, two rules concerning these mountains. One is the rule of proportion, which concerns the relation between the dimensions of a structure, and the other rule being scale, which is the relationship between dimensions and man. No matter what its size, for example, an equilateral triangle will always have 3 60-degree angles, but scale is a more direct measurement of that triangle's sides in order to give us a context for its size. What all these mountains have in common, then, is that they have been conquered. man has adjusted to both the size and proportion of every seemingly impossible mountain so that they no longer pose even the symbolic refuge of uniting heaven and earth. These mountains are no longer inaccessible and have lost their analogical power or their comparative power. Therefore, the mountain which takes the place of these conquered mountains must be a mystical or theoretical mountain, which Theodore calls Mount Analog. Its summit must be inaccessible, but its base accessible to human beings as nature has made them. It must be unique and it must exist geographically. The gateway to the invisible must be visible. The difference between this mountain and all other mountains is that its proportions are constantly in flux because its summit is unknown. The novel begins because someone has contacted Theodore and has invited him to join an expedition to find this Mount Analog. The author of the note had believed that he alone was convinced of its existence. At first, Theodore is skeptical because his article had only been theoretical, but now that someone actually wants to hunt this place down, he must carefully examine what he believes, and he realizes that he does, somewhere deep down, believe in the material reality of Mount Analog, and meets with the man who wrote the letter. The man's name is Pierre Sogel, who goes by Father Sogel, after having spent time in a monastery. Father Sogel is a scientist and a clever inventor who splits his time between several jobs, attempting impossible inventions and teaching wealthy people how to climb mountains. This man leads an expedition of 8 people in total to Mount Analog. The 8 people who join them on this voyage seem to make up a complete person. There's an artist, a tailor, a botanist, a linguist, and 2 young men who represent agility, strength, and cunning. Father Sogel determines the island, through some fancy sciencey things that go way over my head, to exist somewhere down in Australia, by Australia. Now, as I said, Father Sogel and Theodore theorize that this mountain is invisible to the naked eye, but it still must be accessible by humans. And this is where the primary comparison comes into play with Lost. Father Sogel presents this theory. The base of this territory is formed of materials that have the property of curving the space around them in such a way that the entire region is enclosed in a shell of curved space. He draws a mountain on the blackboard, and then along the contour of the ocean surface surrounding the mountains, he draws light rays, indicating the way in which we perceive light to pass over the Earth's surface. Then he draws another set of lines rising in a vertical fashion on either side of the mountain, curving up and away from the mountain itself as it passes through the light rays. Father Sogel goes on to say, the area around Mount Analog must offer no perceptible spatial anomaly, since beings like us must be able to subsist there. We are dealing with a large, impenetrable ring of curvature which surrounds the island at a certain distance with an invisible, intangible rampart, thanks to which, in short, everything takes place as if Mount Analog did not exist. This shell of curvature surrounding the mountain shields the mountain from being seen and is capable of being penetrated only during 2 times of the day, at sunrise and sunset, when the sun sends direct beams of radiation into the curvature of the mountain's shell, which thus uncurves the space surrounding it and permits entry. After nearly 2 months' voyage across the ocean, they arrive at the location Father Sogel has mapped out and spend 2 days trying to get through the mountain's shell. For these 2 days, they attempt to penetrate the shell in exactly the same way, hoping that the currents created from the direct rays of sunrise will push them into the perimeter of the mountain. But on the 3rd day, a wind rises out of nowhere and sucks them into an endless void, which wraps them up in a whirlwind and sets them into the calm waters surrounding the mountain. Theodore says that the way in which they entered and the welcome they received upon arrival made it all seem like they were expected. All around the island are people of every race and nation who had gone in search of the island, as Theodore, Father Sogel, and their companions had done. Theodore and Father Sogel had previously stated that they believed the people who reside on the island or in and around the mountain must be superior beings. And going on with the analogy that has become Mount Analog, those who have begun to climb the mountain before us will naturally be more enlightened than we are when we begin. And this becomes increasingly true as the story goes on, and Darnell presents a couple of situations in which we believe certain islanders to be hasty or irrational when they actually had really good reasons for acting in the way they did. The rest of what is written concerns the newcomers learning and adjusting to the culture of the island containing Mount Analog and the very beginning of their trip up the mountain. But for what is required for us to move on here, I think this will suffice, particularly since there's no conclusion to the story for me to bring to you. In a manner similar to that of Philip K. Dick, René Damall experimented with searching for existence beyond our immediate plane of consciousness. He embraced Eastern spirituality and rejected religion and absolutism, insisting that the symbolic way to truth cannot exist. He explored the idea of this metaphysical ascent up a mountain whose summit is not accessible, but its base is, symbolic of life's journey and the various trials and disciplines a person must go through in order to ascend in life or become enlightened. Initially, what drew me to Mount Analog was the way the author describes light bending around the mountain, like an invisibility shield. We know that Lost Island has a cloaking mechanism, which is a combination of electromagnetism and general mystery. In the episode 316 from Season 5, Eloise tells the Oceanic Six that there are windows through which they can return to the island, and these windows can be predicted by her Foucaultish pendulum. The windows are only open for a small amount of time and it's closing quickly, and this really reminded me of the way that Father Sogel had predicted they would only be able to penetrate the mountain's perimeter at either sunrise or sunset. The other relevant observation, I thought, came from Daniel Faraday in Season 3, when Miles forces Kate to lead them to Naomi's body, and they're kind of just standing awkwardly around, and Daniel says, "The light is strange out here, isn't it? It's kind of like it doesn't scatter quite right." But if these are a stretch for you, don't worry, you're not alone. They connect and they don't connect all at once, and I think it has a large part to do with the fact that Damall's story is essentially about a mountain whose existence occurs mostly in our minds and hearts rather than in actual existence. It does have a geographical location, and many people seek it out, but Mount Analog is theoretical at the same time that it is literal, and because of this, we encounter similarities across all of literature, not just Lost. Is it a happy coincidence that these two stories share similarities? Theoretically, it would fall right in line with what René Damall believed of the world and its various planes of existence, if it was just a coincidence. After many variations of a Google search, though, I did find one blog that has another comparative analysis of Mount Analog and Lost. It approaches the analysis from a much different angle, and I encourage you to check it out if this story sounds interesting to you. I asked Darrell to put it in the show notes for this episode, but as far as I can tell, the writers never directly mention any reference to this novel, but I would love to be corrected if anybody knows of other resources out there. There's one other theme I want to explore before I wrap up, and this is one I've come back to several times over the course of this rewatch, and it's the idea that much of what occurs on this island is made possible because of this unique collection of people. And that's not to say that a different person here or there would have dramatically changed things, but rather that the people who we find around us directly influence the type of situations we deal with, and then how those situations are resolved or overcome. Mount Analog was lighter on the conflict side, especially in comparison to Lost, but it addressed them a lot more readily than Jules Verne ever did. Damall's purpose, though, wasn't to dwell on the conflict, but to explain why we need to find resolution and move beyond that conflict by describing the next stage of what's to come. The Voyagers in the novel must work through their own desires and ambitions and begin to consider the collective need to educate while learning. One of the reasons Mount Analog, the physical mountain, is insurmountable is because it requires of those who climb it to return to the base each time a new lesson is learned in order to teach all those below, and then to track back up to where they left off and start all over again, overcoming the next obstacle and then returning to the base to teach what has been learned. So in the end, the novel isn't as much about the experience, but about what the experience represents. And Lost is like the real-world manifestation of that scenario. All right, well, that'll wrap it up. I hope I got you interested in Mount Analog by René Damall. Be sure to check out that blog post because it has a great analysis in there. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey, bookworms. A couple of weeks ago when I covered Laughter in the Dark, I also threw in some references to The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. Written back in 1900, one of L. Frank Baum's primary goals in writing this book was to lay out an allegory of the modern-day populist movement. I won't be returning to that line of thought in this segment, so if you need a refresher, that was episode 28 of this podcast. Despite his very overt opinions on the monetary system of his time, Baum incorporated a great many beautiful instances of everyday people banding together to overcome their weaknesses and finding companionship in the unlikeliest places and in spite of all the odds. Whether he wanted us to analyze his novel beyond the populist allegory, we don't really know, but, it's not really up to him anymore. When we read books like these, we see parallels to everyday life without even trying, and it's one of the features that makes this book such a clever fantasy and really help to drive his own point home. I don't think I've seen the 1939 movie, The Wizard of Oz, the one with Judy Garland, Frank Morgan, and the female Billy Burke, but for the sake of clarity, here are 5 differences between the movie and the book I know just from clips I've seen. 1. As I've mentioned in episode 28, Dorothy's shoes were red in the movie and silver in the book. 2. The Wicked Witch of the West does not have green skin. 3. Dorothy does not repeat "There's no place like home" 3 times while clicking her heels together. 4. When she gets home to Kansas at the end of the novel, she definitely hadn't just dreamed the whole thing. Aunt Em said that she had been missing. And 5, in the book, she did not imagine the lion, the woodman, and the scarecrow in Oz to be people from her everyday life, as Dorothy from the movie seems to indicate in the final scene. It was probably on purpose that they split the season 4 finale into 3 parts just so they could say, "There's no place like home, there's no place like home, there's no place like home." But clearly that was from the movie, not from the book. And I think most of the references to The Wizard of Oz on this show have been based off of the movie, not off of the book. But despite that, let's get down to business. Since most of you will already know the classic story, let me just briefly remind you of the big stuff. Dorothy and her dog Toto get caught in a cyclone, which picks up their house and lands it on the Wicked Witch of the East. Dorothy gets to keep the beautiful silver shoes which had once been on the witch's feet, and is instructed that the only being that might be able to help her return to Kansas is Oz, the great and terrible, who reigns in the City of Emeralds. After the Witch of the North places a kiss of protection on Dorothy's forehead, she starts off on her own, but soon rescues a scarecrow, who joins her to ask Oz for brains. Then they save the Tin Woodman, who joins them to ask Oz for a heart. And then when the Cowardly Lion fails to scare them, he also joins their number to ask Oz for courage. On their journey to Oz, Dorothy and her companions work together to overcome various obstacles, wherein we see the Scarecrow solve predicaments despite his claim he has no brain. We see the Tin Woodman show emotion despite the claim he has no heart. And the lion displays strength and cunning even though he says he lacks courage. The difference, of course, being that the way they perceive they should be is different than how they are, and so they do not recognize when they are being wise, caring, or courageous. When they finally make it to the Emerald City and request an audience with Oz, the wizard appears to them each in a different form in order to emphasize his enigmatic qualities. He says he will help each of them, but first they will need to kill the Wicked Witch of the West. So the companions venture out yet again. The Wicked Witch of the West sees them coming and tries to attack them with all the weapons in her arsenal. A pack of wolves, a swarm of bees, a fleet of flying monkeys. But Dorothy, who is protected by the Witch of the North's kiss on her forehead, cannot be touched, and she is brought alive to the Wicked Witch, who enslaves her for a time. One day, when Dorothy has had enough of the witch's cruelty, she throws a bucket of water on her and watches the witch melt before her eyes. Dorothy rescues her companions, and the flying monkeys take them back to Oz with the news that they had melted the witch. Oz reluctantly reveals himself to be a humbug, a fraud, and tells them that he used to be a ventriloquist and a balloonist back in Omaha. He possesses no real power to help any of them. But after they all insist that he carry out his promise anyway, Oz appeases them all with the appearance of granting their wishes, stuffing the Scarecrow's head with brains, the Tin Woodman's chest with a heart, and having the lion drink some courage. He then builds a balloon which says that it can take both him and Dorothy back to Kansas, but the rope snaps and carries him away on it before Dorothy can get on. The townsfolk of the Emerald City suggest to Dorothy that she go see Glinda the Good Witch in order to find out how to return home. Glinda tells Dorothy that she has had the power to return home all along. All she needs to do is click her heels together 3 times and state the place she would like to be carried to. Dorothy clicks her heels and asks to be taken back to Kansas to Aunt Em, And in her next breath, she and Toto are rolling across the grass in the prairie outside the farmhouse in Kansas. Overjoyed, Aunt Em covers Dorothy in kisses and asks where she came from. Dorothy says she was in the land of Oz, but she is so glad to be home again. I decided the best method to relate all the comparisons I found was chronologically, so here are some fun similarities I found while reading. In Chapter 2, Dorothy lands in Oz and is met by the Witch of the North, who believes her to be a sorceress because she killed the Wicked Witch. As they talk, Dorothy tells her that Aunt Em, who lives on a farm in Kansas, had once told her that there were no more witches or wizards living. The Witch of the North has never heard of Kansas, where Aunt Em is from. The Witch of the North seemed to think for a time, with her head bowed and her eyes upon the ground. Then she looked up and said, "I do not know where Kansas is, for I have never heard of that country mentioned before. But tell me, is it a civilized country?" "Oh, yes," replied Dorothy. "Then that accounts for it. In the civilized countries, I believe there are no witches left, nor wizards, nor sorceresses, nor magicians. But you see, the land of Oz has never been civilized, for we are cut off from the rest of the world. Therefore, we still have witches and wizards amongst us." Technically, civilized means well-mannered, which is a curious thing to say one's home country is not. But the word uncivilized refers to a place or people group who are not as advanced as another. It's an interesting distinction to be made, particularly on Lost, to think of the island itself as bad-mannered and as not advanced, because while it still holds on to some primitive lifestyle options, we've come to see the island almost as more advanced than other civilizations. Just last week, I was comparing the island to an infinite loop of discovery. René Dumal's Mount Analog was an insurmountable, unknowable mountain, wherein those who begin to climb up it never reach the top. In a way, this enigmatic quality exists in the land of Oz, too. It certainly is not well-mannered, but it and the island on Lost are not civilized in largely the same ways. They have wild qualities to them, where people have adapted and inhabited portions of it they find suitable to their needs. One of the most prominent comparisons occurs right after this first one. Upon her arrival to the land of Oz, Dorothy looks around and notices how beautiful and different everything is, and yet she immediately tells the Witch of the North that she is anxious to get home to her aunt and uncle. She feels lonely amongst the strangers, and without the slightest curiosity of the land she's just arrived in, her first desire is to go back home. This very same thing always struck me as curious about many of the survivors when they first crashed on the island. Why were they so anxious to get off the island? I mean, I know it's scary, and I know you were just in a plane crash, but even without taking into account what their home lives were like, everywhere they looked around was just beautiful ocean and jungle. Yeah, scary, but all new places are scary to some degree. It's just interesting to me how Dorothy could land in Oz and not just be instantly curious about everything around her. Like Dorothy, Jack was committed to finding a way off the island. Jack made a promise to the other survivors that he would do everything in his power to get them home safely. And it's like this promise completely blinded him to what was going on around him. The island was a means to an end to him. And even to his very last conversation on island with Locke, he was adamant that what Locke suspected about the island was ludicrous. Jack and Dorothy are similar in some very fundamental ways. They can look at a bizarre situation, one that seems inexplicable and impossible, and still find something rational to hold on to. For example, here's a little snippet when Dorothy, the Scarecrow, and the Tin Woodman meet the Cowardly Lion. Little Toto, now that he had an enemy to face, ran barking toward the lion, and the great beast had opened his mouth to bite the dog when Dorothy, fearing Toto would be killed and heedless of danger, rushed forward and slapped the lion upon his nose as hard as she could. And then from Chapter 9, when the mice saved the lion from the poppy field, and after the Tin Woodman had saved the queen of the mice from a wildcat, Dorothy awakens from the spell of the poppy field. She was greatly astonished to find herself lying upon the grass, with thousands of mice standing around and looking at her timidly. But the Scarecrow told her about everything, and turning to the dignified little mouse, he said, "Permit me to introduce to you Her Majesty, the Queen." Dorothy nodded gravely, and the Queen made a curtsy, after which she became quite friendly with the little girl. In the civilized world, people just don't react this way to lions and mice. You wouldn't expect a little girl to just go bop a lion on the nose when he's about to eat her dog, nor would anyone in their right mind react rationally to hundreds of mice packed in around them. And Jack is similar. Despite the oddities he witnesses, he approaches everything very matter-of-factly and strategically, not necessarily wisely, but both he and Dorothy have this assuredness about them that helps them to move past that initial freak-out factor that cripples most people. All right, the last item on my agenda is the conclusion to The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. After Dorothy and her friends venture to the land of the South to visit Glinda the Good Witch, and Dorothy barters for passage home, Glinda tells Dorothy that if she had known the powers of the silver shoes, she could have returned to Aunt Em the moment she had put them on. However, her companions chime in and remind her that had she not helped them, the Scarecrow would have never gotten brains, the Tin Woodman would have never gotten a heart, and the Lion should have never gotten courage. This is all true, said Dorothy, and I am glad that I was of use to these good friends. But now that each of them has had what he most desired, and each is happy in a kingdom to rule besides, I think I should like to go home to Kansas. It's a funny thing for her to say, because she never set out to help anyone. She was more willing for them to just come along as she sought out her own needs. But she was never intentional about staying in Oz just to help her friends. It was always about getting home. And most significantly, she doesn't arrive home and insist that she needs to go back to Oz. She arrives home and says that she is glad to be home again. Oh, and she also doesn't lie about where she's been. She tells Aunt Em the truth. Well, that's all from me. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey, bookworms. The Season 5 premiere to Lost is the start to my favorite part of the Lost story. I love the uncontrolled jumping through time. Its effect is a little bit Slaughterhouse-5 and a little bit of A Christmas Carol, the latter of which I will be discussing here in this segment. Toward the end of the premiere, Because You Left, Sawyer starts banging on the back door to the Swan Station and shouts that he's the ghost of Christmas future. At first I scoffed at this because, if you know anything about the three ghosts depicted in Charles Dickens' novel, the ghost of Christmas future is represented as a grim reaper of sorts, a spirit who never actually speaks or declares himself to Scrooge. When the ghost appears, Scrooge knows which spirit it is and merely gets confirmation of this by asking the ghost a question, to which the ghost merely nods. It's still a funny Sawyerism, but I hesitated pursuing the novel for this bundle of episodes because the association was so loose it almost felt ad-libbed. But it's a short book, and I read it anyway, and I was glad I did. I've read the book a dozen times, mind you, but reading it through the lens of Lost, I found some really cool similarities buried in here. As you may remember, A Christmas Carol opens by giving us a very clear picture of who Ebenezer Scrooge has become since his partner died 7 years ago. He's bitter and angry and thinks very little of everyone, keeping his money very close to his chest and finding no reason to bestow charity on anyone. One of the opening lines of this story, before Marley's ghost appears to Scrooge, the narrator says this: "There is no doubt that Marley was dead. This must be distinctly understood, or nothing wonderful can come of the story I am about to relate." The narrator of Dickens' novel Great Expectations is notoriously unreliable, and I'm inclined to be suspicious of this narrator too. But the biggest difference between the two novels is that Great Expectations is written in a first-person account, whereas A Christmas Carol is a third-person account with limited omniscience, so as to expose entirely the guts of Scrooge's ruthlessness without venturing into the minds of other characters. In the classic horror sense of it, we watch as Scrooge literally has the hell scared out of him. So when the narrator says that Marley is dead, we must believe that Marley is dead. When it comes to shows J.J. Abrams has his name attached to, one thing we all love to say is that no one who dies really stays dead for long. And I think this became very true in a different way on Lost. Locke was told by Richard that he'd have to die in order to get his friends to come back to the island. And indeed, Ben murdered him. But then, voila! Locke is alive on island again. What is going on? It was a really interesting mystery to follow back then. I mean, the island healing Locke's severe spinal injury is one thing, but curing death? I was shocked. I wonder if this book was partly used in this regard as a very slight hint that in order for us to really understand what's going on with Locke right now, that we have to believe he was dead before arriving on the island. The three ghosts that visit Scrooge on Christmas Eve bring him to a number of events within the time frame they govern. The ghost of Christmas Past, who is childlike in appearance, brings Ebenezer into his own past, and they visit the countryside where he grew up, and he sees himself isolated and lonely on consecutive Christmases. We soon learn that his father had sent him away to boarding school, and that separation from family ingrained in him a sense of isolation, making him very cold and greedy. Scrooge watches his younger, lonely self grow into a bitter man who loves his money more than he loves the woman Belle. These scenes, which could literally be called memories, bring Scrooge to tears, and he is both angered and saddened by his past and torn up at the man he has become. Jumping from scene to scene in Scrooge's life with this first ghost was the first thing that struck me as this book having more relevance to the Lost episodes than merely Sawyer's shouting. In Slaughterhouse 5, Billy was unstuck from time in that he could not move through it in a linear fashion. He was, as Daniel says in Because You Left, a record skipping on a turntable, dislodged from time. In a future Season 5 episode, Miles and Hurley will have a somewhat lengthy discussion on the impacts and oddities of time travel, but as far as this current predicament is concerned, these folks are like Billy Pilgrim in that they maintain a linear stream of consciousness even when they physically move between time streams. But unlike Billy Pilgrim, they are not complacent with wherever they end up, and really, they don't have any knowledge of the future. But I would say then they behave more like Ebenezer Scrooge when the ghosts take him from event to event. At one point in his time with the Ghost of Christmas Past, Ebenezer has become so distraught that he tries to hide himself from the next scene. Dickens writes, "But the relentless ghost pinioned him in both arms and forced him to observe what happened next." And this is very much like the little group left behind, just throwing up their arms when the bright light flashes and they're transported to another time, just going, "Are you kidding me?" They have no control over where they go. And this lack of control over traveling reminds me of Lost in another way. There are several instances between the Ghost of Christmas Past and the Ghost of Christmas Present in which Ebenezer is shown a scene that makes him wish he could act upon something he neglected earlier that day. In the first chapter, he refuses to allow his clerk to use more coals in the fire to stay warm. He refuses to donate to charity to help the poor, and he is very rude and harsh to a young boy at his door. On more than one occasion, Ebenezer makes the remark that the ghost is showing him something that reminds him of one of these instances from earlier that day. Over the next couple of episodes, Daniel enjoys repeating that whatever happened in the past will happen again now. So when Sawyer is banging on the swan hatch, if Desmond never opened it previously and met him then, he will not do it now. If it didn't happen, it can happen. As I read Scrooge's regrets over his own negligence, it made me think of all the things this little group tries to do to change the future. It reminded me of that conversation they have around the hatch after they determine that they are in a time period after the hatch has been blown up. Sawyer and Juliet want to return to the beach and try and warn their people about getting on the helicopter, but their efforts would be as fruitless as Ebenezer Scrooge appearing within his past and present as an invisible bystander, unable to change what has happened. One final note about the Ghost of Christmas Past. I mentioned that this ghost can be thought of as the personification of memory. The childlike manifestation of this ghost is like the personification of Scrooge's memories, through which he must examine his past and learn from it. I felt like that's what Ana Lucia was in The Lie. When Hurley hallucinates her pulling him over, we know he can see dead people, but at the same time, she could be seen as Hurley's subconscious going into survival mode and pulling out all the tips and tricks he's learned or witnessed on the island in order to figure out what to do in the situation. In a way, Ana Lucia is the Ghost of Christmas Past, bringing Hurley through his memory in order to learn from past experiences. I'm going to skip over the Ghost of Christmas Present and jump into the Ghost of Christmas Yet to Come. Charles Dickens describes this ghost similar to a Grim Reaper. And the cool thing about this is, if you know much about the origins of the Grim Reaper, is that the figure as we know it today is taken from the Middle Ages. The best description I've found comes from a book called The Gods of Eden by William Bramley. And I just want to read this excerpt quick. In Brandenburg, Germany, there appeared in 1559 horrible men, of whom at first 15 and later on 12 were seen. The foremost had beside their posteriors little heads, the others fearful faces and long scythes, with which they cut at the oats, so that the swish could be heard at a great distance. But the oats remained standing. Strange men dressed in black, demons, and other terrifying figures were observed in other European communities. The frightening creatures were often observed carrying along brooms, scythes, or swords that were used to sweep or knock at the doors of people's homes. The inhabitants of these homes fell ill with plague afterwards. It is from these reports that people created the popular image of death as a skeleton or demon carrying a scythe. Charles Dickens doesn't explicitly call this ghost a Grim Reaper, but folklore and Greek mythology utilize the Grim Reaper as a sort of omen appearing to individuals who are about to die in order to ferry their souls to the underworld. So I find it really interesting because even though Sawyer doesn't really play the part right of a Grim Reaper, Desmond is sitting in the Swan Station under the presumption that it is unsafe to be outside. When he finally does come out to confront Daniel, he's in a hazmat suit and prepared to defend himself. So I find it pleasantly ironic that Sawyer is knocking at Desmond's door, claiming to be the Ghost of Christmas Past, the Grim Reaper, one of the strange men in Germany with a scythe, and the latter believes something akin to the plague waits beyond Sawyer if he opens the door. The three ghosts have very intentional metaphors attached to their appearance, and to help further describe the ghost of Christmas Yet to Come, let me read this short excerpt. It was shrouded in a deep black garment, which concealed its head, its face, its form, and left nothing of it visible save one outstretched hand. But for this it would have been difficult to detach its figure from the night and separate it from the darkness by which it was surrounded. All at once, Dickens is telling us what the future is like just through the description of this ghost. It's shrouded in darkness, it's unknowable, and yet there is something distinguishable within it, a hand outstretched, and were it not for that hand, we might not be able to know anything about it. The ghost is silent, indicating the future has no voice. The ghost's imposing demeanor represents the inevitable, unstoppable passage of time, and the more Scrooge sees of his future and the complete lack of need for commentary on the ghost's part, the more frantic he becomes about what he sees. Therefore, the ghost hand, being the only piece of the spirit that is knowable, is the manifestation of the careful marriage of the past and the present, which are the building blocks of predicting what is yet to come. The ghost of Christmas future is revealing to Scrooge what will happen if he continues down this road, and this is almost the opposite of what we see play out in Season 5 of Lost. Instead of trying to prevent something from happening, the folks from the future have to constantly make decisions about what actions are necessary in order to bring about the future they know. They have enough context of their own past and of the histories of those whom they are currently associated with at the Dharma Initiative in order to take specific actions. If Sawyer hadn't been around to see Amy go into labor, he would never have been able to get Juliet to come deliver Ethan. Then who would have kidnapped Claire and hung Charlie up in the jungle? And if Jack had helped save Ben, then Ben would never have lost his innocence, and then where would we be? See, the future is just too fragile to go around changing it. If only Scrooge had known that, he wouldn't have become so good. I wish there was time for more, but alas, I am already over my time limit. Every week, I post a short blog where I try to fill in some of the blanks or expound upon points that I didn't have enough time to explore here in this segment. So if that interests you at all, check it out at thequantumbubble.wordpress.com. There's a link up at the top to a full list of my Lost in Literature blogs. Thanks for listening. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Bookworms. In this segment of Lost in Literature, I will be talking about The Little Prince by Antoine de Saint-Exupéry. The short book was originally written in French, while the author was a resident of the U.S. in 1943. Saint-Exupéry was a contemporary of P.L. Travers, who, of course, wrote the Mary Poppins books. The story itself bears many marks of the author's life, including the plane crashing into an African desert and the personified flower. But it's mostly a means for the author to recount the tragedy of modern life, where we have become so preoccupied with the little things of our days that we forget about the important things, like friendship and using our imaginations. The tie-ins to Lost were very difficult for me at first. The title of the second episode for this week was The Little Prince, but after reading the book and watching the episode, I still felt like I didn't have a great outline for the segment. But then during my second rewatch of this episode, it clicked that we got to see Rousseau's French science team and that this novel's origins are French. It probably took me way too long to make that connection, but I rewound and watched closely, and when Charlotte discovers the debris from the French team's ship, Locke kicks over a black box on which is printed B6 Deuce. I think. I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but in the novel, the narrator gives one factoid in order to appease disbelieving adults as to the existence and origins of the Little Prince. He says that he suspects the Little Prince fell from an asteroid called B612. And in French, the B6 Deuce is B612. So this connection is what ultimately made me not give up on the analysis. This story is quite nearly a fable, if not entirely. It's heavily and blatantly steeped in morals. It's narrated by a man who, as a child, saw himself pursuing a career as an artist, but because adults could never discern that the first picture he ever drew was not actually a hat, but a snake digesting an elephant, he was persuaded to follow another course in life. He became a pilot and, to his unwitting realization, turned out just like the adults he knew as a child. Interesting fact, in the original French version of this novel, Saint-Exupéry never actually used the word adult. He only used the phrase big people, which can also encompass those children who grow up too fast and lose their imagination. For this, we really don't know the age of the little prince that he meets, only that he is a little person, which would also imply that he has a grand imagination. When the narrator meets the little prince, his plane has crashed in an African desert and he is trying to repair the damage. The prince wakes him up from a doze and asks him to draw a sheep that he might take home with him. The narrator cannot draw a sheep because his career as an artist had been stalled at a very young age, but he manages to give the prince what he wants by drawing a box, within which, he says, is the sheep the little guy desires. The prince is extremely unique because he is the essence of what the narrator believed as a child. His imagination is large and he possesses the ability to see beneath the surface of life. But it wasn't always that way. Over the course of 8 days, the absolute limit of the narrator's water supply, the little prince tells of whence he came while the narrator attempts to fix his plane. The little prince hails from a planet hardly bigger than he is. On that planet is a single flower, the only other sentient life on its surface. And this rose is an arrogant, demanding, and frustrating flower. He believes this flower is unique in all the world, and yet he desires to get away from her. On a whim, the prince catches a trip off the planet so as to explore neighboring planets and to escape his flower. On his tour of the galaxy, he meets a series of big people who are obsessed with procedures and facts. The little prince asks each of them why they do what they do, and many of their answers are circular reasoning. Others say that they do what they do because that is what one is supposed to do. When he finally arrives on Earth, a couple of very important things happen. First, the little prince finds a bed of roses with dozens and dozens of flowers exactly like his own. He becomes discouraged that his flower isn't unique. Second, he meets a wild fox who refuses to play with the little prince because he's not tamed. The fox tells him that tamed means to establish ties. The little prince realizes that his flower tamed him, and the fox pleads with the little boy to tame him in return. At first, the little prince declines because he has too many things to do on Earth before he must leave. But then the fox tells him this: one only understands the things that one tames. Men have no more time to understand anything. They buy things already made at the shops. But there is no shop anywhere where one can buy friendship, and so men have no friends anymore. If you want a friend, tame me. And so the little prince stays and tames him, and when their time together ends, the little prince is able to understand why his rose is unique. To the large bed of roses, where there are many that look like his own rose, he says, "One could not die for you. To be sure, an ordinary passerby would think that my rose looked just like you, the rose that belongs to me. But in herself alone, she is more important than all the hundreds of you other roses, because it is she that I have watered, because it is she that I have put under the glass globe, because it is she that I have sheltered behind the screen, because it is for her that I have killed the caterpillars, except the 2 or 3 that we saved to become butterflies, because it is she that I have listened to when she grumbled or boasted, or ever sometimes when she said nothing, because she is my rose." When the little prince meets the narrator, it has been nearly a year since he arrived on Earth. The narrator is very much as the little prince was when he first arrived, but in a worse state almost because he had lost most of the imagination of his youth. Over the course of the 8 days they spend together, the narrator listens to the prince's many stories, but is often distracted or rashly unkind because of the preoccupation with his airplane. But the little prince does well to call him out on his big people talk, and before long, the narrator begins to understand what the fox had taught the little prince. Through this experience, the little prince tamed the narrator, making it so that the narrator loved the little prince, even for the things that had once irritated him about the boy. After the narrator's water supply has depleted, the two wander off into the desert to find a well. Despite the narrator's skepticism, they soon come across one where the little prince instructs the narrator to leave him for the night. The narrator goes back to his plane, fixes his plane, and then returns to the little prince the next morning to tell him the good news. Unfortunately, the little prince needs to depart from Earth and reveals that the only way to do so is by ridding himself of the shell he inhabits. Though his body will appear dead, his spirit will have departed from it and he will be returned to his home. The little prince arranges for a deadly snake to bite him, and that evening the two say their goodbyes. The narrator ends the story by telling us that it has been 6 years since that encounter, and that in the time that has elapsed, the only relief that has come to him is when he can look up at the night sky and imagine that he can hear the little prince's laugh in the twinkling of the stars. Aside from the asteroid, there are 3 other possible parallels between the book and the episode of Lost. I'm more than eager to say that these might be a little abstract, a bit of a stretch, but I think I've stretched some pieces of fiction farther than I will here. In general, I believe the gut of the parallels exist between the little prince of the novel and Locke. However, the first parallel I'll draw to your attention has to do with Aaron. When the little prince first meets the fox tells him that his life is boring and that he doesn't have any use for much that he finds around him. But the little prince has hair of gold, like the wheat fields, and when he has been tamed, they will have a lot of fun together. On the one hand, the fox is saying that the little prince will be unique to him among men, but on the other hand, he is saying that he needs someone else to make his existence more meaningful, a theme that is heavily at the forefront of the story, that of finding deep friendship. And this struck me very much as what Kate needs from Aaron. In the scene on Penny's boat between Jack and Kate, when she tells Jack that after everyone they've lost, she can't lose Aaron too, it felt like, to me, that she was forging a bond between herself and Aaron. She might not have been very good with kids in the past, but she now recognizes a need to become tethered to another person. And so Aaron tamed her. Over the course of time, it didn't happen immediately, but so much so that she was able to give him up at the end to his grandmother, the only other person better suited than a mother to take care of a child. The second parallel has to do with an ironic statement Locke makes. While Locke and Sawyer are waiting for Charlotte to wake up, Locke expresses the need to return to the Orchid Station. He says he needs to find a way to make the Oceanic 6 come back, even if it kills him. Of course, we know that it does end up killing him, but this is quite similar to the little prince acknowledging the danger of his return home. If the island is to Earth as Locke is to the little prince, then civilization is asteroid B612, and returning to the Orchid Station is the poisonous snake. Locke acknowledges that returning to the Orchid Station will be his best chance of getting in touch with those who left. And, likewise, the little prince knew that the only way to get home was for the snake to puncture his shell. The third parallel has, again, to do with Locke. This one is rather amusing to me. So, one of the things that annoys the narrator about the little prince at first is the fact that the boy never directly answers a question. He provides information by talking about himself, but not by addressing the question posed to him. The narrator asks him which planet he came from, for example, but it's only through other subtleties that he learns of that planet and then can surmise its name, B612. At first, it seems rude that the little prince doesn't answer questions, because he will turn around and demand an answer for a question he has. On several occasions, the narrator says that the little prince never lets go of a question he has stuck in his head. But from another perspective, it's interesting to see that the answers he ends up giving are more important than the questions asked of him. At the beginning of the novel, the narrator describes how, when we make new friends as children, parents don't want to know the important things, like, what does his voice sound like? What games does he love best? Does he collect butterflies? Instead, they ask questions like, how old is he? How many brothers does he have? How much does he weigh? How much money does his father make? Locke has a similar habit. He does it at least twice in this episode, where a question is asked of him and he ignores it completely. The two that I can think of, first when Sawyer asks how he knows the people who left are still alive and didn't blow up on the ship. And then the second is when Juliet, I think, or it might have been Dan, asks him if he knows when they are in time. In both times, he just dismisses the question in favor of something more important. This is definitely not the only episode he does it in, so you can reflect with me and think about the many times when he's ignored a question and yet demanded an answer of someone else. One more parallel came to mind as I was wrapping this up. In general, most of those traveling with Locke don't believe a blessed word that comes out of his mouth. Not about the island, anyway, and not in the way Locke believes it. Sawyer may go along with Locke's lead, but I doubt he has the personal conviction to follow through on something the way Locke does. In this way, Locke is like the little prince, or children in general, who believe without really seeing, or perhaps they believe by seeing the effects instead of seeing the cause. The narrator says at the beginning, grown-ups never understand anything by themselves, and it is tiresome for children to be always and forever explaining things to them. And I think this is one of Locke's most tiresome burdens on the island, always seeing the abstract, mystical nature of the island and trying to get others to see it too. I hope you enjoyed hearing about the little prince. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey Lost fans. I really tried to read Ulysses by James Joyce this week, because that's the book Ben is reading on the Ajira flight back to the island, but I just couldn't make it through. Someday, perhaps, but it's just not possible for a format like this. I wish I had something interesting to tell you, even from what I did read, but if this book is Mount Everest, I'm still only as far up that I can still shout and be heard by those standing at the base of the mountain. Instead, I shall return to a book that was shown to us way back in Season 2, Turn of the Screw by Henry James. This is the book that Desmond tells Locke to look behind for the orientation film.
I can't really remember why I decided not to do the book back then. I remember starting it, but I didn't revisit it until this week. With Walt making another appearance in one of next week's episodes, I thought it might be a good time to revisit his character, who hasn't really been represented much in the literature I've covered. Turn of the Screw is a story told through the perspective of a young woman who becomes the governess at a large estate. The children she is looking after are under the guardianship of their disinterested uncle, after their parents died when they were quite young. They've been through many governesses, yet seem to be the sweetest children. The narrator quickly grows fond of the children and the children of her. The youngest is a girl named Flora, who is 8, and the eldest is Miles, who is 10. Quickly into the book, the governess receives a cryptic letter that Miles would be returning home from school early and would no longer be welcomed back the following year. On the word of an older servant, the governess is made to believe that Miles is the sweetest, most agreeable young man and would never do a bad thing in his life. And yet, both children are very peculiar in their own way. From the start, nothing is normal on the estate. At times, the governess believes she can hear things like footsteps or a crying child, but she is also highly introspective and draws our attention to her mood swings. The prologue told us that she took the job largely because of an attraction to her employer, but because the story is narrated by the governess, it's often difficult to determine what is real and what is a manifestation of her heightened emotional state. Going into her narrative, we know it's a ghost story, but it's told in such a way that could either be a deranged young person's need to be admired by other servants and adored by her master, or an innocent girl confused by legitimate apparitions spawned from the evil lingering on the estate. If read at face value, and face value alone, we might think that the governess actually sees the ghosts she describes and interprets the stories she gets of the people their ghost had once been in a way that would enforce a certain protectiveness over the children she is in charge of. But if we read between the lines, we might think that she was at first making things up in order to get attention, and then, caught in her lies, must further enforce her visions by appearing increasingly anxious and insane. The two ghosts she sees most of all seem to the governess to be after the children. While they were living, the male ghost, Quint, was a driver for the master of the house, while the woman, Miss Jessel, was the former governess. Quint, as it is told to us, was much too free with everyone, especially with Miss Jessel and Miles. And while it's clear Quint and Miss Jessel carried on an affair, it's less clear the nature of his relationship with Miles. But in whatever form it took, Quint and Miss Jessel corrupted the minds of the children in such a way that the kids were intrinsically linked with the ghosts, either summoning them or keeping them around due to their influence. As the governess realizes what the ghosts are after, and the children appear to be aware of the presence of these ghosts, she becomes increasingly paranoid about the children and more protective than ever. The children tolerate this for some time, but both desire freedom from their governess, and soon she realizes how clever and cunning they each are, which in part has to do with the worldliness they were exposed to during the time spent with Quint and Miss Jessel. By the end of the book, the governess finally has a talk with Miles about the reason he was expelled from school. His comments are very vague, but he nonetheless opens up to his governess as her anxiety about the evening and her assuredness that Quint would return for Miles that very night overwhelms him. When Quint's ghost arrives, it isn't quite clear whether Miles actually sees it too, or if he finally acknowledges the lurid hold the man has over his soul. In the final moments, the governess holds Miles protectively to her in defense of Quint before he falls dead in her arms. She claims that Quint's spirit dispossessed him, but the scene could also be read like she squeezed him to death. The idiom from which this book's title is taken, Turn of the Screw, indicates an action that makes a bad situation worse, particularly when it forces someone to do something. When applied to the story, I see a couple of things. One of the book's biggest themes is the idea of corruption. Quint corrupted Miles and Flora, and corruption often has a cyclical effect, whether it's fully acknowledged or not. In the final scene, Miles seems to imply that he shared with the boys at school the same things that Quint had shared with him, and that was why he was expelled. But while Quint's corruption was very likely of a sexual nature, the governess's form of corruption was like an imposing force, a misguided heroism, you might call it. She was so overbearing and so protective, she thought that she had been sent to the estate solely to save the children from their oppressors. This woman, it's described, was never the most successful or accomplished woman of her trade, and there could be within her a need to prove herself. Much of the story we spend suspicious of everything she tells us, and so borrowing from another part of the definition of corruption, we are suspicious as to whether she is intentionally creating these ghosts in order to win the favor of the children, win the admiration of her fellow servants, or even win the approval of her readers. The question might be whether she is acting dishonestly for personal gain and then forcing others to believe her lie.
Despite its fairly straightforward premise, I was amazed while summing it all up how involved the story actually is. It's very like Lost in this way, where the complexities can be simply stated but vaguely connected, exactly the way Hurley related his experience on the island to his mother, admitting at one point that he never did get clarification on why they had to push the button every 108 minutes. In the book, no one ever just says what they're thinking. They're constantly alluding to facts or attempting to worm information out of one another so as not to put words in each other's mouths, nor to admit what they might or might not have seen. From Lost, scenes come to mind like the one in season 1 where the smoke monster chases Locke down and we get a nice look into his wide eyes before the camera cuts away, and we never really get a clear explanation of what happened there. Or how many characters are first introduced by not showing their face immediately. Or all the vague explanations and encouragements the characters give to one another in season 6 while they're waiting to be actualized by knowledge of their former life. In both the show and the book, vagueness is used in such a way to keep us from knowing for certain what really happened, but drawing, in that same breath, focus to the questions and suppositions we make simply by virtue of illusions those vague comments or vague situations carry, and forcing us to analyze the nature of the mysteries in a different way. If Locke encountered the smoke monster early on, as one feedbacker mentioned many weeks ago, is it possible he was possessed by the Man in Black way back then? The questions we ask spark many theories and many outcomes, each implying different reasons for the island's purpose and for the survivors' purposes on the island. None necessarily incorrect, but all very different interpretations whose implications can cause major deviations in the understanding of the overall story. My biggest impression of the novel being cited in the season 2 episode of Lost called Orientation was of the ongoing guardianship triangle between Locke, Walt, and Michael. The nature of Michael and Walt's relationship is very similar to that of the governess's relationship with Miles. Miles is protective and overbearing of Walt, constantly wondering where he is and not wanting him to spend time out of sight. And Walt is constantly wanting the freedom to just wander around. This is strikingly similar to the way Miles is. He even tells his governess at one point that he wants to be free to come and go as he pleases without her constantly berating him for his absence. And while Michael became Walt's official guardian, he was not yet truly a father in the emotional sense of the word. Both Michael and the governess had to build their children's trust in them, and yet are at the same time extremely overbearing, almost as a means to force that emotional bond. But both Miles and Walt tolerate it to certain degrees because of an uncanny introspective nature. Miles and Walt bear even more similarity in their vague awareness of the spirits around them. Miles seems to be aware of the apparitions his governess sees at times, and sometimes will allude to their presence or to sentiments of his former influencer, just as Walt seems to be aware of his strange abilities, especially when he mentions to Locke in one of the episodes next week that he had a dream about him. But neither child really addresses them or asks about them. Walt is often just plain freaky and inexplicable sometimes, and that is generally the impression I got of Miles too. They're so aware of themselves that it's hard to explain away the odd things that happen around them. But in particular to the Locke, Walt, Michael triangle, Michael becomes extremely adamant that Locke stay away from Walt in the season 1 episode special after he catches the man teaching his son how to throw knives. Some parents might consider this corruption. Throwing knives are a gateway to violence, or what have you. Michael's overprotectiveness is a lot like the governess's need for her position in life to be edified. She needs to prove that her existence is worthwhile, and in one interpretation of the story, devises a scenario in which she is the hero. Michael, along similar lines, needs to prove himself as a dad and just starts building walls around his son about what the boy can and cannot do. But in terms of specifically corruption, neither Michael nor the governess are able to determine the degree of corruption that their oppressors set on the children, nor the full extent of why the child is drawn to the man who corrupted him. What I like most about this book is how it's able to be interpreted in more than one way, and each interpretation brings about very specific values as a result. If we are to believe the governess consciously developed this elaborate hoax as a means to make herself more important, then this is a tragic story of the death of a young boy at the hands of his crazy governess. If we are to believe the governess was a victim of a haunting and legitimately attempting to protect a child from an oppressive spirit, then this is a horrific account of a young woman's encounter with evil and an adamant desire to rescue children from the fiery flames over which the ghosts dangle their prey. And Lost is like this a lot too. The final season not to be overlooked in the slightest. Depending on how we interpret the show's final season, we make personal assessments of the overall show based on that interpretation. And whether it's fair to critically judge the governess by her own distressed account of events, or to judge the survivors by their own accounts of on-island events, it's something that we don't get to live outside of. We are forever tied to the lens through which we see and judge the world, and how we go about our lives and relate our experiences influences directly how others see our own accounts and then go about and do the same. It's cyclical, and it's terrifying to think that each story we hear, whether from the mouth of another person or from the words read on a page, might be so embellished that very little truth remains. But then it is up to us once again whether to take at face value what we hear, or instead to make the most of each experience and leave with sentiments that enable to pass along what we learned yesterday. Thanks again for tuning in. If you're looking for a challenging, tedious read, then I 100% recommend Turn of the Screw by Henry James. However, if you're looking for a ghost story to add to your summer reading list, I'd much more readily recommend something penned by Neil Gaiman or Joe Hill. That's all from me. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey Lost fans, so I know that philosophy can be a bit dreary to listen to or follow sometimes, especially when you're just being talked at and don't have an opportunity to engage in a conversation about the concepts. But I feel like a very important part of this television show we all love are the references to philosophers, and that it pays at least a little bit to know who these characters are named after, even if it's only to learn it once and then forget. That being said, I don't blame you for tuning me out or taking this opportunity to squeeze in a little nap. Unless you're driving, then please don't nap. In the Locke-centric episode this week, The Life and Death of Jeremy Bentham, we finally get some background on Locke visiting the Oceanic Six. It's been alluded to in both this season and the previous one, and we already know that Jeremy Bentham is the pseudonym Locke travels under, but we do learn in this episode that it was assigned to Locke by Charles Widmore in Tunisia. Widmore gives Locke a Canadian passport with the alias. You might recall the other philosophers I've covered during this rewatch, including John Locke, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, and David Hume. Well, now we can add Jeremy Bentham to that list as well. Bentham, the real dude, was born almost 50 years after John Locke died. Bentham was about 10 times the intellectual that Locke was, but they both attended Westminster School in their youth. My segment on John Locke was way back in season 1, so I'll just briefly remind you that one of my primary focuses in that segment was to explain one of Locke's famous theories, which is the idea that man is not born with thoughts and understandings imprinted on his mind. He frequently asks the question, how is it possible for a man to know truth and at the same time be ignorant of it? Which is to say, if we are born with all the knowledge and all the thoughts that we should ever have or ever need, then these thoughts need to be universally accepted concepts, which we know pretty much to be untrue. Locke believes we are born with the capacity to understand anything, but through our life we must apply that potentiality through the observation and analysis of externalities. I made a parallel to a newborn being like a person who has never cooked before, standing in a kitchen. In this kitchen, they are surrounded by everything they might possibly need to make a delicious meal, but without learning what a knife does, for example, and how it can benefit cooking a meal, the knife itself is meaningless. Instead, Locke says that a newborn is like a person standing in an empty kitchen and must seek out everything required to make a meal, everything from understanding hunger pains to going out and buying a knife to using it to slice a tomato. This hypothetical person must populate the kitchen with what they need only when those utensils become meaningful. As the seasons progressed, I came to find that there was some irony hidden in the naming of Locke's character. Essentially, before the island, Locke was that person standing in a kitchen surrounded by all of these utensils he was unable to use. In Locke's case, he was surrounded by a desire to go on a walkabout, a collection of knives, and of extensive knowledge of hunting and wilderness survival. But because he was confined to a wheelchair for a very long time, these things were as useless to him as a person who had never cooked a meal before standing in a kitchen with all of these remarkable utensils. So, but then once he landed on the island and the island healed him, he was suddenly able to use all of this information and all of these tools that before were absolutely meaningless. The irony I see here is that the philosopher John Locke's theory was, in a sense, circumvented by perspective. If Locke's knives represent knowledge that we are born with, something that is universally accepted, then his life on the island was not tabula rasa, it was not a blank slate, it was not a result of experience, but of a priori knowledge, which is knowledge that is independent of experience, something that we know to be true just because. With the alias of Jeremy Bentham, John, the character on Lost, takes on yet another dimension. Bentham started studying Latin when he was 6 years old. He taught himself how to play the violin at 5 years old, and he learned to write before the age of 4. His father wanted him to become a lawyer, but Jeremy found more value in law reform and dedicated most of his life to the philosophy of law. Despite being extremely intelligent and having a great capacity for learning, he was small and feeble for most of his adolescence. One of his biographers calls him weak in the legs. I don't think he was confined to a wheelchair, but he was limited in physical exercise. Bentham was also very unsuccessful in love. He's described as clumsy and inept, trying time and time again to fall in love, but never married, not even in old age. Our John Locke never exhibited any signs of genius from a very early age, but there are indications that he showed a great aptitude for science. And along those same lines, Locke was determined not to get sucked into that line of work by a teacher who emulated a father figure in his life. As Jeremy Bentham's father desired him to be a lawyer, so did Locke's teacher encourage him to pursue science. Instead of pursuing the natural sciences, Locke found himself in a line of work, much later on, one could say, that maximized the greatest happiness for the greatest amount of people. And by this, I am insinuating the pot farm. John and Bentham share a similarity in their quest for love as well. They both found it easy to fall in love, but more difficult to carry on a relationship that would lead to marriage. John's flaw was self-inflicted in that, at least with Helen, he was unable to give up his obsession of stalking his father so that he could just move on with his life. I wasn't able to find any concrete evidence of a self-destructive nature in Bentham, but it's just as possible there was something innate in the man that drove away women. Bentham is most well known for his theories of utilitarianism, which is most commonly known as the philosophy of the consequence of actions. According to this philosophy, human beings are motivated by a need to experience pleasure and avoid pain, and he believed that laws should be formed in the interest of preventing what causes people pain. Laws that promote the maximum amount of happiness for the maximum amount of people would help to create a symbiotic system of responsibility and commendable morality. People, Bentham says, will seek the general happiness of all through an awareness that the happiness of others is inextricably tied to their own. Through his writings, he attempts to show how human psychology should be the basis for ethics, essentially trying to put ethics on a scientific basis. As Newton sorted out the laws of the physical world, Bentham was trying to sort out the laws of morals and ethics. Another notable point about Bentham was his opposition to natural rights, which is very applicable in this comparative analysis because it just so happens that his predecessor, John Locke, was one of the most influential writers in favor of natural rights. If you remember the climate and atmosphere of A Tale of Two Cities, that is sort of the era in which these two men lived, in the years prior to the French Revolution. Jean-Jacques Rousseau and Jeremy Bentham were pivotal in laying the groundwork for the French Revolution, but Bentham, in particular, did not see the government having any moral obligation to protect life, liberty, and property. John Locke's writings were controversial and radical, and he didn't even claim them as his own until his death, but they were nonetheless very instrumental to the American Revolution, which, of course, Bentham opposed. Interestingly, during his life, Locke was not very distinguished or well-known and didn't even have his first major work published until the age of 57. Some of his writings are still highly popular in modern arguments, particularly when arguing a moral case for liberty, but on the whole, his writings lost their steam after the French Revolution began because, in conjunction with the war, was Jeremy Bentham, who was very outspoken and an extreme radical who was not afraid to put his name to his ideas, and he was very opposed to the idea of natural rights. By the way, you know who else opposed natural rights? Another late 18th century philosopher by the name of Edmund Burke. Anyway, Bentham referred to natural rights as anarchical fallacies because it is impossible for the government to meet the standards that natural rights imply, and it then provokes citizens under these rights to unreasonable expectations. Once again, his alternative was to create a system of laws that would maximize happiness across a group of people instead of isolating the individual within these laws. The parallels I see here could be completely coincidental, but this is what I see. While on the island, John was somewhat ineffectual. He had a couple of people who listened to him or, quote, followed him, but his influence didn't stretch very far. In the same way, Locke, the philosopher, was scared that his radical writings might give him unwanted attention or make him peer disloyal. it was only in his will that Locke finally claimed the radical writings as his own. And so I guess the parallel I'm trying to make is that the writers have spent a great deal of time having Locke show his fellow survivors through his actions and his subtle hints and allusions that the island is a bigger deal than they realize. But now off the island, he has to be direct. He has to lose the vagueness or existential blabber and just tell Jack and Kate and Saeed what they need to do, which is a trait much more attributed to Jeremy Bentham than to John Locke. Also, Jeremy Bentham, as I said previously, chose not to be a lawyer but to go into the philosophy of law, which meant he spent most of his life advocating utilitarianism from his chair, not from a courtroom. So while his writings were very forward and outspoken, he spent most of his time studying, writing, and sitting behind a desk. It's interesting that while Locke was out and about in society, but afraid to claim his writings, his effect was less pronounced than Bentham's, who was mostly isolated but rocked the boat way more. I don't really know what I think here, if off-island John was more influential than on-island John, but as Jeremy Bentham, at least in his death, he did manage to finally get through to Jack. Speaking of death, because of his dedication to a scientific study of morals, Bentham dedicated his body to science. Well, sort of. He requested that science preserve his body and dress him in the clothes he wore in life and positioned in a glass cage for posterity to observe. This is a direct quote from his will, that the whole figure may be seated in a chair usually occupied by me when living, in the attitude in which I am sitting when engaged in thought. His original instructions were to preserve his head and face as well as the rest of his body, but after some mishaps at the body-preserving place, they were forced to make a wax head in lieu of Bentham's own. Now, here's the funny part. For a very long time, they kept what remained of Bentham's actual head with the rest of his body on display, resting on the floor between his legs. Then, in 1975 and several times after that, the head was stolen and held for ransom, so finally it was taken out of the glass cage and just put into secure storage. So, John didn't exactly request bodily preservation, but he did leave a note in his death for Jack, hoping that it would provoke a very particular action. As it goes, Locke's warning that they all need to return to the island meant that he would be part of that return, posing as the placeholder for Christian Shepherd's body. John's body was returned to the island where it was reanimated for the use of the Man in Black. The students who stole Bentham's head from its glass case in England might be on a bit of a different level than the Man in Black, but it's still interesting that some level of body snatching occurred in both instances. Alright, I'll stop philosophizing now, but after next week you may plead with me to go back to analyzing philosophers. So, with that warning, until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey bookworms, the book I read for this week's segment is called A Separate Reality by Carlos Castaneda. It was written in the late 1960s, and the best way I've been describing it is a mashup of Ishmael by Daniel Quinn and Valis by Philip K. Dick. It was a surprisingly easy book to read. His writing style is relatable, vulnerable, witty, compelling, and downright freaky sometimes. And it's a sequel to a book he wrote nearly a decade before, and I'll touch on that just a little bit more later on. The reason the book is relevant is because it is the book young Ben Linus hands to Saeed with the sandwich he brings him at the start of the episode, He's Our You. He then comments that he's read it 2 times. And for the first time in a long time, I have no problem believing that a character actually did read a book mentioned. It's not at all age appropriate for Ben, but it is very compelling. And for a kid who wants to betray everyone he knows in order to find freedom beyond his limitations, it provides a useful alternative to conventional wisdom. I would also like to mention that we do get to see this book in Fringe as well. In the season 3 episode, Concentrate and Ask Again, we see it in William Bell's office when Nina goes to get the first People book from his safe. Of course, right underneath the book is a textbook called Dr. Spock's Baby and Childcare, so who knows if that was intentional. A Separate Reality is written as a first-person narrative, allegedly nonfiction. In his first book, Castaneda wrote about how he came to know his teacher, a Yaqui Indian sorcerer whom he calls Don Juan, and how and why he began his pursuit to become a man of knowledge. At the end of the first book, Castaneda had a very frightening experience one night using peyote and abruptly quit his journey for knowledge, but returned years later to continue on the journey. And this book picks up as he returns to Don Juan and requests to finish his education. The gut of the explanation of the story is just going to be explaining terms, because overall it's a pretty simple storyline, even though a lot of complex things happen within it. But I think the terms are more important than the actual story. So, But before I get into that, I want to give you a little background. Castaneda was born in Peru, but during the period in which he wrote these books, he was a professor living in Los Angeles. So, for all intents and purposes, he was very westernized. He took liberal notes and was often ridiculed and mocked by his teacher and other teachers for constantly writing everything down. He had a compulsive need to put everything into exact terms in order to understand it. But by the end of the book, we realize that sometimes things we experience can't actually be put into words, at least not in a way that will make sense to other people. Don Juan's purpose is to get Carlos to see. Time and time again, Carlos asks him to clarify, what is seeing like? What does it mean to see? And time again, Don Juan insists that he will know when he experiences it, but that it's not easy to do. In very menial terms, seeing happens when we are able to let go of the reality we think we know and see beyond the scope of the limitations of our eyes, instead using our minds to perceive what we see in front of us. And even that isn't a very good explanation, but basically, I would guess that seeing involves the multisensory awareness of the immaterial essence of a material object. Don Juan also talks about a man's will, and this, I learned very quickly, is not what we imply when we talk about willpower or free will. Don Juan says, will is something very clear and very powerful which can direct our acts. Will is something a man uses, for instance, to win a battle, which he, by all calculations, should lose. It has to do with astonishing feats that defy our common sense. I came to understand this as a remarkable physical control over one's mind and body, from balance to clarity to agility. More terms used frequently are the titles warrior and sorcerer. A warrior, I think, is the part of a man who inhabits the physical world. He lives strategically and understands his limits while also being prepared for anything. A sorcerer, on the other hand, is the part of a man who inhabits the spiritual realm. Sorcery is to apply one's will to a key joint, Don Juan said. Sorcery is interference. A sorcerer searches and finds the key joint of anything he wants to affect and then applies his will to it. In order to learn to see, Don Juan says very early on that Carlos needs to smoke a lot of peyote and mushrooms because they help to release the mind from the constraints of reality. For those of you who don't know, peyote is a cactus found mostly in Texas and Mexico, and for those who use it for its psychoactive properties, it's formed into what they call buttons, varying in size between a nickel and a quarter, which you chew and it kind of messes up your mouth. The effects of this drug last up to 12 hours, but mostly in this book, Carlos just smokes a lot of mushrooms. During the period of hallucination, things are revealed to the seeker by a series of trials and accomplishments, and it is through these repeated experiences that a man begins to let go of the material world. Basically, Carlos, who is ruled by his academic Western brain, has an insatiable need to learn and understand everything around him. The caveat is that what Don Juan is trying to teach him cannot be explained. Carlos has to learn to let go of his indulgences, those things of the world that mean something to him, in order to be able to see. Carlos spends too much of his time talking and asking questions when he should be letting his mind reflect on his lessons and attempt to apply his will to the world. But Don Juan is patient with him because he feels responsible for his education. Now that Carlos has begun this journey into the discovery of knowledge, he's more vulnerable to the world and the spiritual forces who are now aware of him. Carlos resists and at the same time pursues knowledge, and so he battles constantly over what he wants to know and what is preventing him from knowing. There comes a point when the reality of what he's involved in strikes him very close to home, and little by little he begins to let go of the pieces of his reality, and before long he does begin to see a little bit. But there's no phenomenal conclusion in the story, like Carlos was able to give up the indulgences of his Western culture, but he does start to see what Don Juan is referring to when he talks about seeing the world. Essentially, the book is a sequence of experiences and observations Carlos has over the course of a couple years where he and Don Juan go over and over the terms I just briefly and inefficiently described for you. There are a couple ways this analysis can go, and I don't want to overlook the fact that it was Ben who gave this book to Saeed to read, just because it was Oldham who lived in that teepee-like dwelling and fed Saeed hallucinogens. There's a point I want to make from both perspectives. I'll start with Ben. I said at the top of the segment that I could totally understand why Ben liked this book. Ben spent his whole life being emotionally and often physically abused by his father, and that abuse turned Ben against the one person in his life who should always be there for him, and he ended up seeking out an alternate way to live. Ben said that 4 years ago he went to Richard and the others and asked to join their number, but was told to be patient. I imagine that it was within this span of time that he found a separate reality. If Ben was looking for something that could help him understand why he couldn't immediately find relief, this would be a good book to read. If I reflect on the book and consider how it teaches patience and incremental growth, I realize that there's a lot to learn. For example, the exercises that Don Juan takes Carlos through are not to be dealt with lightly. Don Juan is always closely supervising Carlos while he's high as a kite and when he comes down from it. There are steps that Carlos needs to take along the way to seeing because it's too dangerous to just jump right in before your body or before your mind has been strengthened to handle each challenge. Don Juan often says that if he had not been around to direct Carlos in this way or that way, the spirits of the other world would have killed him because Carlos did not know how to do things properly. And so, bit by bit, Don Juan adds tasks and knowledge to Carlos's repertoire, and he is able to manage each stage of his development, and so move forward without the risk of being offed. And I can see a young Ben Linus seeing this part of Carlos's journey and internalizing it, gathering up information about his people and learning how to live in their world and yet remain set apart from it. He learns to become a warrior so that one day he can acclimate to become a sorcerer. As I explained before, he learns to become a man who can defend himself in the material world in order to later on control and manipulate beings in the other world. Then we have Oldham, the old man living at the edge of Dharmaville. He says something interesting to Saeed after the sugar cube has been jammed into Saeed's mouth. He says, "Don't be afraid, just turn your mind off. Let it take effect. It's beyond your control, so fighting it is a poor use of your energies." As I'm rewatching the scene where Saeed is interrogated, I become curious about the connection between psychedelic drugs and lying. Whether it's LSD, peyote, or mushrooms, it's not so much that the drugs themselves compel a person to tell the truth. Rather, the psychoactive properties of the hallucinogen peel away the complexities of the reality the user clings to. This is the impression I got while reading A Separate Reality, and I did a little investigative work to find some validation in my thoughts. So NPR put out an article a couple years ago about how neuroscientists can now use brain scans to detect lies. In this article, they interview Daniel Langleben, who is a psychiatrist and a neuroscientist. And he said that he started down this road to discovery after working with children suffering from ADD. Many children with ADD suffer from impulse control and can't help but blurt out the truth. Langleben is quoted saying, "The key point is that you need to exercise a system that is in charge of regulating and controlling your behavior when you lie more than when you just say the truth." The next year, NPR did a sort of follow-up to the study, and they were investigating what the brain of a compulsive or pathological liar looks like. They thought that perhaps there was some sort of deficit in the brain, but to their surprise, chronic liars actually had a surplus of connections in their brain responsible for complex thinking. Initial results seemed to show that for impulsive liars, the amount of white matter in their prefrontal cortex, that is the matter which connects different parts of the brain, was on average 25% more than those who did not lie as compulsively. Bear with me here, I swear this is relevant. So, many people believe that psychedelic drugs are gateways to another world because they permit users to expand their minds and see beyond the limits of this reality. But studies done in the last decade or so indicate what is taking place in the brain is a reduction of functionality amongst the connections in the prefrontal cortex, which is to say, hallucinogenic chemicals actually decrease the amount of activity in the brain. The conclusion I came to is that through the use of the psychedelic drug, Saeed's will to resist the truth lessens because of the decrease in brain activity that is usually in control of lying. What's more, Saeed doesn't answer Oldham's question with a direct answer, with absolute truth, but with how he perceives the truth to be. He doesn't blurt out the truth that he killed someone and now a bounty hunter was trying to take him to Guam. He sees himself in handcuffs bearing a much deeper meaning than what has occurred in the last couple of days. In that strict reality we cling to, it also comes an ongoing tangle of threads that seem impossible to separate, but under the influence of a drug that calms down the brain just enough, those threads almost seem to fall apart so we can see them each individually. A Separate Reality was an account of Carlos's pursuit of knowledge, but along the way he came face to face with roadblocks that stand in his way due to the way his brain has been trained to consume and process information. Even if you or I don't consider ourselves a liar in the way that is directly harmful to others, we often lie to ourselves in ways we don't even realize. And it was extremely convicting reading this book, thinking about how little time I spend looking out at the world as opposed to bringing it all back in and reflecting on it in an introspective way. I don't have a great wrap-up for this thought, so like Don Juan, I am going to end abruptly in order that the lesson might be more impactful. If you read the book, you'll know what I mean by that. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey, bookworms. Alright, so while debating what book to cover this week for Lost in Literature, I began with the novel Lancelot by Walker Percy, which is one we see Sawyer reading in Season 1. It's a good book, very interesting, and I may still cover it down the road here, but then I rewatched Dead is Dead and saw that we get a nice look at Ben's bookshelf. On this bookshelf is a book I've been intending to read for some time, Fahrenheit 451 by Ray Bradbury. It seems that most people read this book in high school, but as I think I've mentioned in the past, my high school experience lasted 1 year, in which my English teacher read us Of Mice and Men, and then we watched Moby Dick. That's all I remember of that class. So if they read it after I left, then that's probably why this is the first I've read it. In any case, this is another one of those books that you really want to read before getting spoiled by me. The story itself was fantastic and well thought out. Like Catch-22, it stands the test of time because it doesn't matter what era it was written in, at least not yet. The concepts still apply. In many ways, it reminded me of V for Vendetta. In other ways, it reminded me of Anthem by Ayn Rand or 1984 by George Orwell. Plus, it's short, so you can read it in like 3 hours. I'm warning you right now that I'm going to spoil the book because I need to do some cross comparisons on what happens at the end of the short novel. Fahrenheit 451 was published in 1953. Bradbury wrote the story over a course of 9 days by paying 10 cents per half hour to type on the local university library's computer. When he was writing this, he and his wife didn't own a television, and that might seem a little random, but it might make more sense here in a moment. The events of the book are set in a not-so-distant future dystopian American society. In this reality, books have been banned from society because they encourage people to think things that cause conflict amongst themselves. Our protagonist, Guy Montag, is a firefighter, but firefighters don't put out fires, they start them. When a home is discovered to possess books, the firefighters are dispatched to set fire to the atrocity. Their trucks are filled with kerosene, not water, which they douse on the house before setting it ablaze. Shortly into the story, Guy Montag meets a young woman named Clarice, who is filled with questions about life and why he does what he does. Her questions probe the emptiness of his life. And over the course of the next couple weeks, he becomes increasingly aware of how meaningless everything the physical world holds. He begins acquiring books from the houses they set fire to and hides them in his ceiling. His wife is addicted to sleeping pills and attempts suicide at the beginning, but spends subsequent days concerned only with her television family, whatever reality show is on at the time, and constantly plugged into her earbuds. Even though she is present with her husband in body, her mind is a vacant shell. Then, one evening, the firefighters are called to the house of an old woman who has a collection of unauthorized books. She refuses to leave her books and dies in the same flames that destroy her books. And this makes Guy Montag sick to his stomach. He starts to think that there must be something to these books. There must be something important inside of them if this old woman would rather die with them than live without them. He doesn't show up for work the next day, and his fire captain pays him a visit, telling him the history of the firefighters and why they do what they do. He explains that things in this world started to have mass and became simpler, and things that used to be complicated became condensed. And as civilization expanded, minorities became upset by this book or that book, and we just realized on the whole that these books weren't providing happiness, but unrest. By removing the books, we removed points of displeasure. Girls like Clarice are usually caught and fixed early on in their education, but some slip through the cracks and cause problems. The captain leaves Guy Montag alone, and Guy finally reveals to his wife all of the books he's hoarded. She tries to burn them, but he prevents her from burning them all, and instead wants to read them. He reads them out loud to his scared and paranoid wife all through the day and night. His next task is to try and learn about what he's reading, and he hunts down an old English professor by the name of Faber. Faber is at first reluctant to help, but Guy manages to convince him by showing him one of the only remaining copies of the Bible in the area, possibly in America. Faber says to Guy, do you know why books such as this are important? Because they have quality. And what does the word quality mean? To me, it means texture. This book has pores. It has features. This book can go under the microscope. You'd find life under the glass, streaming past in infinite profusion. The more pores, the more truthfully recorded details of life per square inch you can get on a sheet of paper, the more literary you are. Faber tells Guy that the books themselves are not only what is important, but the leisure to read them is as well. The men team up to overthrow the status quo, but in the meantime, Guy returns home to where his wife is hosting a bunch of her friends. Their idle and meaningless chit-chat enrages him to a point of recklessness. He reads to them from one of his books. The women are appalled by this and report him, and his wife reports him too, so that when he returns to work the next day, the first call the firemen respond to is Guy's own house. Guy is instructed to burn his house to the ground as punishment for stealing and hoarding books. But after beginning to douse his house in kerosene, Guy turns the hose on his captain and sets the man aflame. He goes on the run and the whole city comes out to look for him, calling him a dangerous criminal who has committed crimes against society. He manages to evade their every maneuver and finds himself, at the very end, amongst a group of men who have also been exiled from civilization for similar reasons. Each of them would rather live outside of society with the freedom to think and read what they please rather than live within the mindless robotic society that has taken over their country. But there are no books among them. Instead, each man has memorized a different great work of literature or philosophy so that whenever they have the chance to rebuild society, the text preserved within their heads can once again be put to paper. And it is among this group, who call themselves the book people, that Guy Montag finds a home. His job? His job is to memorize the book of Ecclesiastes. I found a lot of reasons to read this book for Lost, but I've had to narrow it down to two. The first reason is how it deals with knowledge and the correlation even to last week's review on A Separate Reality. Remember in that book how Carlos, the author, was constantly asking his teacher, Don Juan, what it meant to be able to see? Well, they also discussed knowledge quite a bit because the journey Carlos sets out on is to become a man of knowledge. Don Juan tells him, a man of knowledge lives by acting, not by thinking about acting, nor by thinking about what he will think when he has finished acting. A man of knowledge chooses a path with his heart and follows it. And then he looks and rejoices and laughs, and he sees and he knows. There's a very clear line drawn between knowledge and ignorance in Fahrenheit 451. The job of the firemen is to promote ignorance by destroying books. In order to avoid offending minorities or causing people to quarrel amongst themselves, they must not know more than their immediate environment can tell them. The firemen actually destroy knowledge. And yet, what is interesting is that by the end of the book people don't even retain the physical copies of literature they qualify as knowledge. So what the firemen are doing is completely pointless in their situation. They have each hidden away in their minds pieces of literature they find important and then have it available to share with each other when it becomes relevant. Guy is panicked and ashamed that he can't remember Ecclesiastes by heart yet, but he's told to be patient by the group leader and that the words will come back to him when they are important. And he is able to recite lines at the end when they are important to their journey. I tied this into the scene from the episode Dead is Dead when Ben and Locke and Son are tramping through the jungle for Ben to be judged by the monster. And Ben says, how is it that you know where you're going? And Locke says, I just know. Ben says, I mean, how does that work exactly? Locke asks, how does what work? Ben says, the knowing. I mean, did it come upon you gradually or did you wake up one morning suddenly understanding the mysteries of the universe? Locke says, you don't like this, do you? Ben asks, what? Locke says, having to ask questions that you don't know the answers to, blindly following someone in the hopes that they'll lead you to whatever it is you're looking for. In both the case of Carlos in A Separate Reality and in Guy Montag's case in Fahrenheit 451, the knowing did not happen overnight, and nor was it so with Locke. We, of course, know that Locke is actually the man in black, and so we know that his plans have been stewing for a very long time. But to Ben, it seems as though it happened overnight, and very often we don't get to see the full course in which someone actually acquires knowledge. Don Juan told Carlos time and time again that knowing takes time, and Faber tells the same thing to Guy. It takes leisure time to absorb these books and apply one's intellect to them. They can't just be absorbed instantly. This also reminds me of the irony I cited a couple weeks ago when reading about Jeremy Bentham. I said that the philosopher John Locke did not believe we are born with thoughts imprinted on the mind. And yet, when Locke is reborn on the island, he is imprinted with all of the information he might need. We can argue, of course, that it's not really Locke inside that body. It may look like him, but it's not him. And yet, to Ben, that very thing appears to have happened. The second reason I chose this book is how the story incorporates religious themes. There have been multiple references to the Bible or other religions on Lost, particularly back in season 2 when we had Mr. Echo around. Fahrenheit 451 incorporates themes from Ecclesiastes and Revelation into the story. Ecclesiastes was written by King Solomon and is found in the Old Testament. It's one of the wisdom books. This book is sort of narrated in much the same way as Fahrenheit 451 is, where the narrator takes an honest look at the state of life around him and realizes that it is nothing in comparison to what it is supposed to be. By the end of Ecclesiastes, it is clear that the author believes everything is completely meaningless. And that's not just because the phrase everything is meaningless is repeated like a dozen times, but also because it is an analysis of perspective. Ecclesiastes shows us that when man pursues the pleasures of this world instead of the pleasures of heaven, he falls into depression because the things of this world cannot satisfy a man's soul. And I think at large, this is one of the most important themes leading into the 6th season of Lost. The flash sidewayses force our Losties to look at their worlds in a different way, to merge back in with the people they thought were worse off after crashing on the island. There is an eagerness we've talked of previously for these survivors to return to their lives and to their homes when everything they left behind is not anything worth rushing back for. Not for all of them anyway. And Hurley and Rose and Locke, these folks understand the value in staying on the island, but the rest are so preoccupied with being rescued and resuming normalcy that they overlook the fact that everything that is everything of material comfort back in their former lives is meaningless. And I think a lot of what I actually enjoyed about season 6 was watching how each character came to acknowledge that what they'd given up on the island was the only thing that meant anything to them in their lives. Well, that'll wrap up Fahrenheit 451. Again, if you haven't read it, it's a great, easy read, and I encourage you to take a look. Another book for your summer reading list. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey, bookworms. Something kind of cool happened this week in my reading adventures. I mentioned last week that I had started with Lancelot by Walker Percy and then moved on to Fahrenheit 451. Well, this week I read Flowers for Algernon by Daniel Keyes and found that it would do very well to analyze these books back to back. I shouldn't be all that surprised that they bear a lot of similarities. After all, the Lost writers thought they were relevant enough to put them into the same show, but it's just fun to see some of the connections in works of fiction that I might never have seen if I were just reading these casually. Primarily what I will be discussing here in this segment is Lancelot and Flowers for Algernon next week. If you have time between this episode and the next, I highly encourage you to read Flowers for Algernon if you have not already. It was a beautiful book. The depth that these books added for me in regard to really the whole Lost picture is the idea of not knowing what we don't have, then having it or getting it, being unable to hold on to it and losing it, making us worse off than we were before when we didn't know what we didn't have. And in both of these segments, I'm going to expound upon 3 similarities that these books have. They both have an unconventional narrative. They both have narrators who are chewed up and spat out by society. And they both have a connection to Soren Kierkegaard, whose Fear and Trembling I will be covering in a couple of weeks when we watch the season 6 premiere. I was mistaken last week when I said Sawyer was reading Lancelot in season 1. It was actually season 2 in the episode Maternity Leave. For Lancelot, it seems that there are a lot more abstract parallels I found, but some primary surface similarities are that the book was written in the late 1970s, where Sawyer will soon, in the context of season 2, be spending a couple of years. The main character and narrator, Lance, discovers that he is not the biological father of his daughter and ultimately blows up his house with his cheating wife inside, sort of opposite of how Kate kills her father, Wayne. And Lance is also locked up in a mental institution, sort of like Hurley, when he blames himself for the alleged accidental deaths of his friends. Lancelot is told in a similar fashion as Lost. There is one continual narrative in which we get to hear about Lance's current situation in the mental hospital and the goings-on there, but as I mentioned previously, this book has a very unconventional narrative. The entire story depends on a sort of one-sided conversation. In the mental institution, Lance is visited periodically by his old friend Percival, who has become a priest. Essentially, if Percival wasn't there, Lance would have no means to talk through the things that have happened to him, and we wouldn't get to hear them. It's unusual because the book is written as though the reader were Percival. Lance uses the you form to address the visitor. But at the same time, Percival is the reader and is not the reader. Often it seems like the narrator is speaking directly to us, but at the same time, Lance implies things that his friend has either done or said back to him in the course of his telling the story, which would imply that the reader is not part of the story. Lance tells his friend a series of disjointed memories that eventually reveal why he is in the mental institution. Over a year ago, Lancelot found out that the daughter his wife, Margot, bore had a blood type of O. And it's genetically impossible to derive an O blood type when at least one of the parents has an A or a B blood type, which he had. This discovery that he is not his daughter's biological father frees him from a constraint he didn't realize he was under. He'd fallen into routines and habits that had made him almost a non-existent entity since marrying Margot, and he takes measures to salvage what he still has. He does a lot of introspective reflection in order to determine what it means to love truly, and if he had ever been in love. From the time he makes the discovery of his wife's infidelity up until the moment he blows up his house, I don't think much time passes. It feels like it was under a week because over the course of this portion of the narrative, a hurricane begins to form off the coast and slowly moves in, building and building until coming full force when he goes to blow up the house. But I could be wrong about the time frame. For the most part, he and his wife have very little contact. She has taken up acting and spends most of her time in discussions with the directors and producers who are in town to shoot the film. When he is awakened to the truth, however, he begins to notice things about his life that have kept him confined in his own little bubble. Lance describes a series of tests he performs in order to confirm that his wife is cheating on him. And as he sheds the normal routines of his life, he notices his wife's behavior and realizes that not only is she cheating on him, but she's involved in a love triangle that doesn't even include him. When her infidelity is confirmed, he tries to confront her and begs her to go away with him, believing that the house and the town they live in has trapped them in a vicious cycle of despair. But she is not interested in doing that at all, and so he decides to kill everyone that has had a hand in her cheating, essentially. He starts leaking gas into the house and then makes his way to his wife's room, which he hasn't shared with her in a very long time, apparently. And there he finds her in flagrante delicto with her lover, a man named Jacoby. He fights with Jacoby and then slits his throat. Terrified, his wife tries to plead with him to leave the estate and go away with her, and Lance, who has been inhaling clearly too much gas from the vents, has almost convinced himself to go away with her. But then the house blows up and he's thrown from the room. The fire kills a total of 3 people, in addition to Jacoby, and when Lance is found, the police think that his burns and his bruises are from trying to get into the house to rescue his wife. At the very end of the book, Lancelot announces to Percival that he is being released soon and that he intends to go live on a plot of land and start over in a place where there are no deceiving women and to get away from the great American whorehouse. His disillusionment at the end with the current age and with women and with his situation at the mental hospital makes it unclear whether he has properly analyzed his upcoming release or whether he has once again misjudged his circumstances. Lance's analysis of his life and the way he thinks about life is one of the reasons I feel like he was chewed up and spat out by society. Lancelot focuses a lot on the current age, which, as I mentioned, is the late 1970s. He calls this age the whorehouse and fagdom of America. Walker Percy is commonly referred to as a Catholic existentialist, which he says, in his own words, is a view of man as a wayfarer in a rather conscious contrast to prevailing views of man as organism, as in cultured creature, as consumer, Marxist, as subject to such and such a scientific or psychological understanding. So he was influenced a lot by Kierkegaard, and a lot of his novels attempt to convey reality from which truths can be appropriated in context at any time and any place. This book addresses a lot of social issues in its time that were both a little dated and a little tiresome, such as with race and gender, and it shows how terribly those issues can be handled on both sides. Lance is supposed to be a well-educated, open-minded lawyer, and yet he continually makes sexist or derogatory comments about women, and then seems to completely abuse the intelligence of a young black man in his employ. But I had to keep reminding myself that this book was not set in 2014 Minnesota. It was set in Louisiana and under much different circumstances that I am familiar with. So I ended up understanding this a lot better when I was actually comparing it to Lost and then life in general. So this is how I see it. Lance, before his awakening, was like the survivors before the plane crash. They may or may not be in routines that prevented them from seeing the reality of their existence upon the earth, but they probably lacked significant perspective, especially Sawyer and Charlie, for example, but I wouldn't discount most of the survivors in that category. The plane crash is their awakening, as Lance's discovery of his wife's infidelity was. They were forced to break their routines and look at life through new eyes, set up a new society, one that succeeds and fails with their every move. Lance deals with his wife in a very emotional and very passionate way, the crescendo of the hurricane culminating in his theatrical performance of man's awareness of himself on this earth and his right to be the master of himself. Some of the survivors are a bit off kilt, but nothing like Lance. Lance was disillusioned because of his isolation and complete detachment from people, whereas the survivors are pretty much brought together because they are isolated, but only isolated from the world beyond, not from each other. So when I say Lance was chewed up and spat out by society, I mean that he was conditioned to be a certain way, and in the course of that conditioning, he became so isolated that when he eventually tried to remove himself from it, society was unable to accommodate that change, not even after he dutifully analyzed it with the help from a friend. And in a similar way, this book takes an almost opposite approach than Lost does in the way it incorporates Kierkegaard. Kierkegaard is most well known for his theories and writings on existentialism and his attempts to revitalize the Christian faith through the repackaging of biblical figures in order to express modern-day relevance. Interestingly, Kierkegaard saw himself as a singular universal, which I interpret to mean single unto one's own universe. And he said that his personal preoccupation with himself was divinely altered into universal significance, meaning God used a man who was highly introspective and had a potential to become unhinged in order to examine life in a different way for the benefit of those who follow him. Lance is at first ignorant of his life. He possesses intellect and has functioned well inside the world, but he does not think either inwardly or outwardly. He does not consider how his negligence affects either his wife or his children, nor does he consider how his negligence affects himself. He is transfixed solely on his wife and his relations with her, but then he takes an intellectual form of the Kierkegaardian leap of faith, which brings about his awakening and is slowly transformed into this singular universal Kierkegaard grew away from. Lance discovered his wife was cheating, and it became all about himself. And once again, this is just the opposite of what we see the survivors doing on Lost. We see people who were inherently selfish pre-plane crash make unexpected sacrifices and allowances for one another, particularly in season 2 when this book was presented to us. I mean, it's not everyone and it's not all the time, but we see the paradigm shift. And Kierkegaard wants to end thinking's self-reflection, which was the black hole Lancelot fell into, and the way to do that, it seems, is to balance out the amount of external and internal reflections which come from either one's own faith or from those around them. And this is the great paradox on Lost, that when they crashed on the island, they should be dead or as good as dead, but they found life there, more and abundant for many of them than not. This book ended up being a hard one for me to get through. It started off pretty good, but it derailed for me in the last couple sections. I'm not very confident in my perception of Lance, particularly after reading up on Walker Percy, but I can't really help my perception. So I hope you got something out of this one. And remember for next week, read Flowers for Algernon by Daniel Keyes. And until then, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey Lost fans! I hope you got a chance to read, or at least begin, Flowers for Algernon, because that is what I will be talking about and spoiling in this segment. Flowers for Algernon was another book on Ben's bookshelf in Dead is Dead. The story was first written as a short story in 1959, then the novel I read for this segment was developed over the course of 6 or 7 years and published in 1966. It really does a phenomenal job of introducing the concept of eating from the tree of knowledge, which of course is taken from the story of Adam and Eve in the Bible. Adam and Eve were created perfect and were warned by God against eating of the fruit from the tree of knowledge because they would die. But they were tempted into eating the fruit by Satan, who was disguised as a serpent. Satan told them, "You will not certainly die, for God knows that when you eat from it, your eyes will be opened, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." This might be the first example of semantic deception in literary history, because God was not talking about a literal, physical death, but of a spiritual death. God knew that when Adam and Eve's eyes were opened to good and evil, they would lose their right to heaven because of a new inclination towards sin. Satan took advantage of their innocence in the Garden of Eden, so even though they had all the resources to resist him available to them, they were nonetheless lured into disobedience and lost their sanctification. I feel that this paradigm was applied very well to a modern-day story like Flowers for Algernon, and I'll flesh this out a little bit more as I go. Like Lancelot, Flowers for Algernon has an unconventional narrative. This book is written in a series of journal entries from a progress report that the narrator, Charlie Gordon, writes down as he undergoes the experiments to make him smarter. When the book begins, Charlie is 32 years old, has an IQ of 68, and works a menial job at a bakery, but he's still friendly and outgoing. In an effort to improve himself, Charlie begins attending classes at Beekman College Center for Retarded Adults, and through the recommendation of his teacher, Alice Kinnian, is being evaluated to undergo a procedure by a group of scientists to artificially provide his brain with the ability to increase his intelligence. The scientists have already performed this procedure on a mouse named Algernon and are ready for a human test subject. Throughout the book, Algernon demonstrates behaviors proportionally ahead of Charlie, which becomes most relevant and clear and noticeable when he begins to regress in later chapters. Through Algernon, Charlie can predict where he will be in just a short time. The procedure works and his intelligence increases at a rapid rate. Within a few short months, Charlie's risen from a 68 IQ to 185 IQ. It was like eating from the tree of knowledge because he suddenly became aware of himself in the world around him, realized the people he thought were his friends were actually laughing at him, not with him. The more he absorbed and learned about the world, the more it complicated his life. He soon became frustrated by the scientists involved in the Charlie Gordon experiment because he realized that they didn't even know everything there was to know about what was supposed to be their area of expertise. The relationship he wanted to have with his former teacher, Alice, was complicated by the little boy inside of him that was afraid of intimacy from a childhood of abuse. The lovable and easygoing Charlie Gordon of pre-surgery became insufferable and insatiable. But soon, through his own private studies and observations of Algernon, he finds out that his intelligence is not permanent, and he will deteriorate at the same rate at which his intelligence increased. He tries to retain some pieces of what he learned after the surgery, but his deterioration has nothing to do with the amount of effort he exerts. His mental state goes below even what he had before, and he checks himself into a state home for individuals who cannot fully take care of themselves, a place he had once vowed he would never go. What's unique about the way this book uses its narrative style, the progress reports written by Charlie, is that their style rises and falls with his mental state. At the beginning, the entries are poorly written with misspelled words and terrible grammar, no punctuation. Then, after the procedure, he gradually begins to learn and understand language, and his writing style improves quickly. But then, as he starts to regress in later progress reports, it returns to where it was at the beginning, with the poor spelling and bad grammar. Except what makes it worse is that he knows he must be misspelling words, but he doesn't have the energy to look them up in the dictionary. For Lancelot, I feel like I did a poor job of depicting how Lance was chewed up and spat out by society. It was a little more vague than what I have to work with here, but in both situations, and even on Lost, we see these characters who are encouraged to become a part of a world they have been long detached from, and at first, when they enter that world, it is beautiful and enlightening, but then the reality of it dawns on them and it starts to sink in, and they discard the rose-colored glasses. The harshness of the world, the imperfections around them are exploited when they are at their sharpest intellect. Because this book was spotted on Ben's bookshelf, I can't help but make a connection between his character and the book, specifically to his loss of innocence as a child. Like Darrell and Kari discussed a couple of weeks ago, however the events unfold, Ben always ends up in the Temple Waters and always ends up having his innocence taken from him. We tend to associate innocence with lack of knowledge of the world or inexperience in general. Harm done by an innocent person is done without knowing it. Innuendos are lost on them, and there is a certain degree of purity within their minds in that they shed a very naive view on reality. It was easy for me to think of Lenny from Of Mice and Men while reading this book. Lenny was content working for anything if it meant he could have his own rabbits. And Lenny knew enough to know that without George, he would never obtain that. So he would take George's harsh words and name-calling because in the end, it was all for his own good. I liked that we got to see Ben prior to his loss of innocence because we see a weakness in him that he soon turns on its head. He's slapped around by his father, but still sneaks around behind the man's back trying to get out from under his thumb. But he's so weak and pathetic sometimes that I just can't help but feel sorry for him, even when I know who he will become. I guess I agree with Juliet in this case because he's still only a boy. He hasn't become the man they all know and despise. What I really like about this parallel between Charlie and Ben is an innate fear or pity we have for each of them prior to their transformation. Flowers for Algernon utilizes the rise and fall of a genius to show that we, as people, are frightened of extremes. We fear and or pity the intellectually disabled person. We want to help them become more than what they are so that we can feel better about ourselves when we look at them. And likewise, as I just said, I felt pity for Ben in his early years. When Roger mashes his face up against the bars in Saeed's cell and Ben is just kind of whimpering, it made me think of countless stories from Flowers for Algernon and how Charlie's mother abused him as a child, particularly when it came to his low intelligence. She would scream at him and just emotionally torment him for being slow and then insist that he could do it if he would just stop being so lazy. And this is really where the chew him up and spit him out factor comes into play. Charlie, having a very naive outlook on the world, was easily persuaded into being the first human test subject for an artificial intelligence enhancement program. He was told that the procedure might not work or it might make him worse than he was before, but he has no ability to analyze that or understand what it means for him personally. God told Adam and Eve that they would die because God did not want his creation to be separated from him in spirit, and Adam and Eve were deceived into believing that God was talking about a physical death, because honestly, at that point, they had nothing else to base death off of, right? And likewise, Charlie would have no context for knowing why undergoing this procedure would be a bad idea. The irony of the procedure Charlie underwent is that it did work for a time, and that the scientists temporarily achieved what they had set out to do. But in the course of that success, before they knew of Charlie's imminent regression, they were unable to accommodate the impression he made on the world. His intelligence increased far beyond their own, to a point that Charlie took over their project and solved the mystery of Algernon's failing health as well as his own. Interestingly, when Kate and Sawyer hand Ben over to Richard, they are told explicitly that his innocence would be taken away, something that was never spelled out for Charlie, and they still make the decision to hand him over. And so the island chewed Ben up and spat him out too, in that it saved his life, but it also took it away from him in, a roundabout way. But in both cases, in both Ben's and Charlie's case, the tweak in their biology that made for the opportunity for more and better life was not handled very responsibly. Yeah, technically what happened to Ben was done without his say-so, but couldn't we almost argue the same thing for Charlie? As I was saying before, it was pretty easy to persuade Charlie to undergo the procedure when he spent his whole life suffering from the mental abuse of his mother, and then from the encouragement to undergo the procedure from his pretty and very helpful teacher at the adult center. Adam and Eve knew better than to eat the fruit. They had been warned by God, their creator, but the fruit was presented to them in a way that made the decision to eat it seem not as dire. Isn't this always the argument? Is this child capable of making a decision of this or that weight? Is a grown man with an IQ of 68 capable of making a decision of this or that weight? At creation, God chose to give man a will, which also meant that he had the capacity to act or not act upon decisions such as Satan presented to Adam and Eve. This same will was deep within Charlie and Ben. They both had a passion to act upon what they wanted and did so altruistically. This will is the last point that I want to make because it is the tie-in to Kierkegaard. This tie-in comes in from his book, Purity of Heart is to Will One Thing. Kierkegaard argues that Man is complex, divided in his functions, and he seeks unity. He says that if it's possible for man to will one thing, then it must be the good, because good is a unifying, simplistic thing. Evil requires a man to be double-minded. And in this I see both Charlie's desire to be smart, something that would unite him with the world he can be a part of, and Ben's desire to be an other, also something that would unite him with people and specifically get him away from his father. But Kierkegaard also says that there are pitfalls from willing one thing, and that among these pitfalls are a pressure for cleverness and a temptation to listen to worldly wisdom, which would tell us not to put all of our hope into one thing because it will lead to disappointments. Once Ben's innocence is taken away, he becomes part of the plan to eradicate the Dharma initiative, and so his pursuit of that one thing, that separation from his father or being united with the others, is tarnished with evil. And Charlie is also taken in by worldly wisdom, which makes him forget that at one point, all he wanted was for more people to like him. After reading up a lot on Daniel Keyes, who, again, is the author of Flowers for Algernon, it was pretty clear that he intended us to struggle with these kinds of problems with Charlie. Perhaps not this one specifically, the will in Kierkegaard's writing that I was talking about, but definitely in how our responsibility needs to increase proportionally with our knowledge. And that was the biggest thing I wrestled with over the course of preparing this segment. How does that look for the Losties and for Charlie? There are probably a dozen directions this could have gone, but it sure messes with my mind trying to balance all of these facts. Ben wasn't responsible for his innocence being taken away. He didn't choose that, and yet he had control over himself afterwards, didn't he? But how does the absence of innocence at such a young age affect his development into adulthood? What kind of man does he become as a result? Well, I guess we know the answer to that one, but both Charlie and Ben could have faced very different adulthoods had they had parents who loved and supported them instead of abused them mentally and physically. And I particularly liked the contrast of Charlie being an adult with the IQ of a child, making a choice above his ability to evaluate properly, against Ben having a choice taken away from him. As usual, I could go on and on about this, but I'll end it here. For the midweek episode this week, I'll be discussing Everything That Rises Must Converge by Flannery O'Connor. It's a collection of short stories, and I'm reading it pretty quickly, but if you want to read just one story from it before Wednesday, I recommend the one called A View of the Woods. Until then, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey Lost fans! For this week's Lost in Literature segment, I read the collection of short stories by Flannery O'Connor called Everything That Rises Must Converge. In part 2 of The Incident, we see Jacob reading this outside the building Locke falls from. There are 9 stories in this collection, and in addition to all of them gradually moving the book's theme toward a hefty climax, they share similarities in the trials their main characters face. Unlike the last 2 weeks where I've described books with unconventional narratives, these stories are told in a very conventional fashion. And I don't say this in a negative way at all because I found them very profound and was super impressed with the way that they were able to convey such deep truths in such a short amount of time. O'Connor uses irony and juxtaposition, stubbornness and bullheadedness, religion and atheism, much in the way Lost does. It has characters that butt heads a lot like Jack and Locke, who struggle with finding their satisfaction outside their livelihoods, like Charlie or Sawyer. There wasn't a specific story where I said, yes, this is a direct parallel for this or that character, but rather I found that dispersed throughout the book are these small truths or illustrations which the writers of Lost have been inserting throughout the first 5 seasons, and it reinforced the idea that even though each of these survivors might not have a thing in common apart from the plane crash, they were disparate pieces brought together for a specific purpose. The first story in this collection shares a name with the title of the book. The phrase, Everything That Rises Must Converge, is taken from the work of French philosopher Pierre Teilhard de Chardin, who was most well known for his theory called the Omega Point. By joining together such concepts like consciousness, evolution, and religious faith, de Chardin really defied modern standards for Bible-believing Christians. I'm neither saying he was correct nor incorrect in his theories of evolution, but he was very outspoken in his belief of secular evolution and found no conflict between faith and evolution, which was and often still is very unusual. And during the time he was active, which was just after the turn of the 20th century up until about the 1950s, he was even considered heretical. He was banished from Europe for his radical ideas and, ironically, moved to China before ultimately ending up in New York. His most famous work was published posthumously and was called The Phenomenon of Man, in which he proposes such ideas as the human consciousness's relationship to evolution and the outside and inside aspects to existence. He uses these ideas to delve into concepts like matter becoming sentient. For a very long time, Desjardins wrote, and I'm paraphrasing here, science has been focusing only on what occurs on the outside of matter. What happens to it? How does it change? How does it change things around itself? What is the physical stuff made up of? But as, quote, conscious creatures, he proposes the idea that matter has an inside just the same as a human being has an inside. In addition to what you see, or can measure, there is also an element of experiencing. He's careful to point out that he doesn't mean matter has a soul, or is some sort of ghost in the machine, but he is echoing earlier works of philosophers like Benedict de Spinoza from the mid-17th century, or modern-day David Chalmers. This coming together of consciousness and physical presence leads to what Desjardins called the omega point. There is an involuntary analysis we do in everyday life where we examine the degree of consciousness in our surroundings, and there comes a point when our moral compass begins to send up warning signals about our effect on other matter. The degree to which we detect consciousness in what exists around us has to do with the complexity of the matter we are analyzing. The more complex the matter, the lower the possibility we have of dominating that matter. Desjardins argues that science has largely removed the morality aspect in understanding matter in the science of ecology and biology, for example, and within that, we miss a very critical point of understanding the universe. Evolution is this process of pushing matter toward an even greater complexity, which means that consciousness is also growing more complex. The omega point, then, in his theory, is that convergence of physical and spiritual in the material world, where matter is turned inside out and sort of has this sentient quality to it. This whole idea completely blew my mind because I suddenly saw 40 different directions this analysis could go. The stories by Flannery O'Connor are excellent, and I'm going to outline one particular story I found relevant, but I want to use Desjardins' theory here to draw out some aspects to Lost that were made more meaningful to me after watching and reading. First of all, it brings me back to the whole man of science, man of faith episode and concept. Within O'Connor's book, we get a lot of faith butting heads with science, particularly in the stories The Lame Shall Enter First and Parker's Back. I know I don't need to reiterate much about the episode of Lost, nor of the differences in perspective Jack and Locke had over getting into the hatch, but the parallel I want to draw us back to is the difference in how Jack and Locke perceive the island. While Jack is adhering to the idea of science in describing matter in its outer form, Locke has found the island to be sentient and perceives both its outer and its inner form. Locke can sense the island's consciousness and is, as a result, moralistically sensitive to its demands. Second, it calls to mind the struggles that both Jack and Locke experience, respectively, in conjunction to when Jacob visited them off-island. For example, Jack had just come out of his first major solo surgery in which he made a mistake and his father embarrassed him. While I respect doctors very much and fully acknowledge it's not a profession I could ever excel in, the most common portrayal of this surgeon personality, and one that I've encountered professionally more times than I can count, is the idea of dominating biology. While most surgeons will admit that much of the healing needs to be done by a person's own body, there is still a critical degree of responsibility on their own shoulders in order to get the body to that point where natural processes can take over. And yet, the human ability for error can create additional problems for the physical body that neither the doctor nor the body are prepared to handle immediately. And there's this strange catch-22 of being both the cause of the error and the only one who can fix that error. The complexity of the patient's biology almost increases in that moment because new problems arise. Jack has always had this need to fix people. It's what led him to his first wife and what broke them up. But all in all, I can see why Jack is a candidate despite his rather bullheadedness at times. He is sensitive to minute changes around him while in surgery and takes extra care to focus in, not only to repair the damages he himself caused, but to complete the purpose of the surgery as well. And that requires an extraordinary degree of commitment and focus, qualities which I think are very appealing to Jacob. Thirdly and lastly is the idea of the island itself being conscious. I think, and Darrell, correct me if I'm wrong, but Jacob is first mentioned by Ben in the episode 2 for the Road, episode 20 of season 2. I couldn't recall a time before that when he's mentioned directly by name, but I'm also not the great source for that kind of information. My point is, the concept of Jacob was proposed relatively early on in the series, like a quarter of the way through. But the idea of the island being sentient has been around, I'd say from the beginning, and mostly because of how Locke talks about the island.
my perception here, after reading bits of The Phenomenon of Man and Everything That Rises Must Converge, coupled with the fact that Jacob is reading the book in the episode, led me to the possibility that Jacob is the physical manifestation of the island's consciousness. However, I don't know what exactly I feel the man in black is, then. I don't believe he's equal to Jacob in being the consciousness of the island, but he's almost like a decayed part of the consciousness that has split off and become its own sentient being. Now, in correlation to the literature for this week, there is one huge point I want to make, and then I want to encourage you all to go off and read this book so that you can see the other parallels. The story, The Lame Shall Enter First, describes a man named Shepard who has a son named Norton. Shepard volunteered for a juvenile detention center and takes under his wing a boy who has had a bit of trouble in his life. But he has the intelligence in order to pull himself out of his station in life. Rufus believes in good and evil, unlike Shepard, who is an atheist and believes in only empirical facts. But Rufus believes that he himself is evil and there is no hope for him. He has nothing, his grandfather beats him, and primarily he eats out of garbage cans until Shepard convinces him to come live with himself and his son. Norton is very selfish and is opposed to Rufus living with them from the very start, but Shepard believes that it is his duty to help people improve themselves, and even though he shows nothing but disdain for his own son, who's grieving the loss of his mother from the year before, he believes that he can help Rufus. Shepard is so single-minded in his pursuit of saving Rufus that he ignores the needs of his own son. To his dismay, Rufus begins to teach Norton about the Bible and about Jesus, which opens Norton's eyes to the lessons about science that his father had been teaching Rufus. He is told that his mother is in heaven and that if Norton ever hopes to see her again, he must die before he grows old enough to be corrupted by the world. And so, in Shepard's sole focus on Rufus, he neglects to see these changes occurring in his own son until Rufus reveals how he has been deceiving Shepard and is carted off to jail. When Shepard finally sees that his own stubbornness has blinded him from loving and caring for his son, he goes to tell his son he's sorry and wants to begin making amends, but finds that his son has tried to fly off a beam to heaven and has died. There was a lot in the story that I was rereading, laughing out loud at, just at how wonderfully it portrayed the contrasts of man of science and man of faith. Shepard is like Jack in some ways, but not all. He's patient in ways Jack is not. He's more cognizant of the effort to fix people than Jack is, but they both have this tendency to set a plan in motion and not be deterred from it until it's too late. Even if then. They're both stubborn and are missing things right under their noses. They believe that their conviction to a certain truth is the only defense they need for any given action. And so when Shepard comes to this realization at the end and his eyes are open to the needs and worth of his son, where he sees that relationship he has with the boy becomes sentient, it becomes even more profound that his punishment would be the death of his son rather than his own death because of how wrong he was with his idea of being able to save complex creatures. In this story, I see a man who believes he has the ability to fix anything he wants to fix, not unlike a surgeon. And so the convergence in the story is the marriage of the physical and the consciousness within Shepard as he makes this discovery in his own life. The evening after I finished reading this whole book, I watched the 2-part season 5 finale and was struck very much by the parallel to Jack. In early seasons, Jack would scoff at Locke whenever the man said something like, "The island told me to do it," or that he couldn't explain why, but he had to do something. Opening the hatch was his destiny. And now in this season, Jack has come to a point where he is unashamedly convinced that he needs to set things right on the island. He is the first one, perhaps the only one, who believed Locke's plea for them all to return, that there was a reason they needed to go back. In this season, we see the man of science reach his omega point, where he has stopped living only in the outer recesses of science and now has experienced the inner consciousness of matter. He believes within himself that he is doing the right thing. And in that moment, it doesn't matter whether he's right or he's wrong. It just matters that he believes it. No longer is the duty on the island separate from the island itself. They are intrinsically connected. And that is how I understood Convergence. Like the collection of short stories, we get to see how Jacob carefully planned to bring all these different individuals together. How he, as the physical manifestation of the island's consciousness, was the point of convergence for all the candidates. In the end, I believe the phrase, "everything that rises must converge," refers to the idea of an increase in complexity. As matter becomes more complex, it draws more to itself and forces us to look within for the answers. And as a segue into season 6, I think we find that in the introduction of Jacob's physical character.
Well, that's all for this segment. I hope you want to read Everything That Rises Must Converge now. I thoroughly enjoyed it myself. But until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey, Lost fans. I can hardly believe we are starting season 6. It is crazy to think that we started this journey almost a year ago. I can still remember talking with Darrell about what my role on the podcast would be about at this time last year, and I was starting to think about what a segment of rambling on about literature every week would look like. In some ways, I thought that I would give up on this halfway through, I think, either because it would be impossible to finish a book, or my schedule would just get turned on its head, but it's been so much fun, albeit a challenge, and I'm just so honored that there are people out there who are interested in the literature tie-ins on Lost. I mean, I know you all are hardcore fans, but yeah, I don't think I've ever really sincerely thanked you all for listening, especially Darrell and Kari, since they really have no choice. But yeah, so thank you for being my outlet. This week, I selected to cover Fear and Trembling by Soren Kierkegaard. This is the book that Hurley finds on the one-armed French dude down in the bowels of the temple. At first, I thought it was the book Desmond was reading on the plane, but that one was called Harun and the Sea of Stories by Salman Rushdie. One of our listeners, Kevin, asked me whether I was going to be covering that story. Apparently, it's a children's book written in 1990, but I had already stuck Fear and Trembling on my to-read list. Admittedly, I partly chose to read Kierkegaard because Fear and Trembling has been on my radar for a long time, and I really thought it would be a good one to include in our little literature journey here. Kierkegaard is a rather unique contributor to the world of philosophy. Granted, all the philosophers I've covered have been pretty unique. John Locke, you remember, sympathized with a lot of the policies in the New World and allied with a lot of English dissenters. His authorship of certain works was not revealed until he was dead. Jeremy Bentham, on the other hand, was very bold, not just in terms of his political philosophy, but also his social philosophy. Kierkegaard was born in the early 19th century, about 20 years before Bentham's death, and was one of the first philosophers to really utilize theology as a roadmap for his philosophical aims. He's sometimes referred to as the Socrates of Christendom, in that he monumentally changed the way we think about religion and faith in terms of what it means to exist. But it might be more accurate to label him here as the father of existentialism, because in terms of his contribution to Lost, it is extremely interesting to hold up Fear and Trembling next to Season 6 in particular. In this book, Kierkegaard writes under the pseudonym of Johann de Silencio, which translates to John of Silence. And like a lot of his writings, the pseudonym isn't a means to conceal his identity, but rather another character through which he is able to examine a particular subject. Kierkegaard wrote under a plethora of pseudonyms, each in its own right having a unique relationship to the philosophical text. The strongest theme in Fear and Trembling is the pursuit of understanding faith and what it means to us as living, thinking beings. Radical and paradoxical faith, such as the kind Kierkegaard explains Abraham of the Bible to have, is inexplicable and often unrepeatable. One of the reasons he may have chosen John of Silence as the author of this book might have been to emphasize how faith is difficult to be understood verbally. By using the story of Abraham and Isaac in Genesis of the Old Testament, Kierkegaard examines the command God gave Abraham to sacrifice his son Isaac. He starts by describing a series of possible scenarios that Abraham could have underwent instead of obeying God. What his journey to Mount Moriah might have looked like, what his conversations with his wife Sarah might have been like, and how he dealt with preparing his only son for the altar. Kierkegaard believes that one of the many things wrong with humanity is that we tend to overlook the journey and skip ahead to the end and find the moral of a story. And that within Abraham's journey to sacrifice his son, we find the paradox of Abraham's faith. We can't just look at the end and say, well, God prevented Abraham from killing his son, so everything turned out splendidly. There was a great defiance of moral and ethical behavior that Abraham had to turn against in order to fulfill God's command. To avoid confusion, I will read the short passage from Genesis 22, which Kierkegaard derives his analysis. Sometime later, God tested Abraham. He said to him, "Abraham." "Here I am," he replied. Then God said, "Take your son, your only son, whom you love, Isaac, and go to the region of Moriah. Sacrifice him there as a burnt offering on a mountain I will show you." Early the next morning, Abraham got up and loaded his donkey. He took with him 2 of his servants and his son Isaac. When he had cut enough wood for the burnt offering, he set out for the place God had told him about. On the 3rd day, Abraham looked up and saw the place in the distance. He said to his servants, "Stay here with the donkey while I and the boy go over there. We will worship and then we will come back to you." Abraham took the wood for the burnt offering and placed it on his son Isaac, and he himself carried the fire and the knife. As the two of them went on together, Isaac spoke up and said to his father Abraham, "Father?" "Yes, my son," Abraham replied. "The fire and the wood are here," said Isaac, "but where is the lamb for the burnt offering?" Abraham answered, "God himself will provide the lamb for the burnt offering, my son." And the two of them went on together. When they reached the place God had told him about, Abraham built an altar there and arranged the wood on it. He bound his son Isaac and laid him on the altar, on top of the wood. Then he reached out his hand and took the knife to slay his son. But the angel of the Lord called out to him from heaven, "Abraham, Abraham!" "Here I am," he replied. "Do not lay a hand on the boy," he said. "Do not do anything to him. Now I know that you fear God, because you have not withheld from me your son, your only son." The paradox of Abraham's faith, Kierkegaard describes, is both in the command he was given and in the decision he made to fulfill that command. God had promised Abraham that his descendants would be unquantifiable, that he would be the father of many nations. It wasn't until very, very late in life that God gave him and his wife a son, Isaac. And this son was the boy he was asked to sacrifice to the Lord. For God to ask this of Abraham would make it seem like he was going back on his word for Abraham to be the father of many nations. As Abraham and his wife were already so advanced in years, the possibility of them having another son that could be their heir was unlikely. In effect, if Abraham were to kill his son, he would be killing society, the line from which Jesus would eventually be born. But Abraham's willingness to fulfill God's command is equally as puzzling. Kierkegaard calls Abraham's willingness a teleological suspension of the ethical, which essentially means that he recognizes his duty is to something higher than both his social duty and his fatherly duty. He deviates from the universal moral requirement of society, which would be his mode of existence, and instead addresses man's passionate and resolute choice to obey the absolute. And so Kierkegaard breaks convention by saying that it's not what society or religion determines that will bring us the most understanding or satisfaction, but how our relationship to an absolute, which may or may not be God, determines our relationship to society and religion. Society is an evolving, unpredictable organism and cannot and should not be responsible for how we behave. This radically deviates from Bentham's philosophy that laws should be created that maximize the greatest amount of happiness for the greatest amount of people, and that people, by and large, will act on what is best for society because they understand that society's happiness is inextricably tied to their own. Of course, Kierkegaard isn't proposing any modifications to law reform, but particularly in contrast to other philosophers we've discussed here for Lost, he's the first one that wants to challenge our own complacency in life. His analysis of Abraham is a call for us to think for ourselves. The truth of human existence cannot accurately be nailed down for every single member of society, and we see that through a rationalist perspective of Abraham's decision to follow through on God's command. A decision like this cannot be understood, nor can it be morally accepted, except for through the lens of faith. And even by examining Abraham through his faith, it leaves us in shock and amazement because, as Kierkegaard questions it, is faith even possible? If we cannot act as Abraham acted, do we not have faith then? In the last several episodes of Season 5 and in the premiere of Season 6, I've understood Jack a lot better than I ever have before. In last week's analysis of Everything That Rises Must Converge, I talked a bit about how Jack is merging his man of science with Locke's man of faith, and altogether becoming a radically transformed person. In the aftermath of the explosion here in the Season 6 premiere, I was reminded vividly of Locke from Season 1. Jack was so convinced that this was what he was supposed to do, to carry out Daniel's instructions to neutralize the energy pocket the drillers would hit, but it initially appears to have failed. There is a degree of helplessness that comes over a person after a failure of this sort, even if it's only a perceived failure. And what can he do but say sorry to Sawyer? He didn't mean to kill Juliet, but his actions did lead to her death. And it reminded me of Locke pounding on the swan hatch after bringing a bloody boon to Jack in Season 1. As I was reading Fear and Trembling, there were two things I wanted to touch on that stood out to me very profoundly. First, Kierkegaard emphasizes the journey of faith. He does not ignore the results of the story with Abraham and Isaac, but he spends a great deal of time discussing the anguish that Abraham inevitably went through on the way to Mount Moriah to sacrifice his son. The Genesis 22 text implies that Isaac did not know he was to be the intended sacrifice, and so it wasn't until the very last minute that Abraham revealed his plan to kill his son. And likewise, there is an amazing journey Jack's character goes on throughout this show's run that transform him from a character who acts in the best interest of society, from believing, as Hegel does, that the universal reigns supreme and nearly neglects the concretely existing individual, to being someone like the character of John Locke, who was already sensitive to his own purpose as it pertained to the island and the island alone. Jack comes to suspend his duty to the people around him and instead take up the cause of something he perceives to be greater. Second, I really attach to the idea of inexplicable purpose. From the rationalist perspective, Abraham acted immorally. He intended to kill his son, which defied societal, ethical, and spiritual laws. His intentions only make sense because he understood himself through his relation to God, not through his relation to society. However, I think it is also important that Genesis, and then later on Hebrews, explains to us why Abraham's faith was so phenomenal, and that we aren't just left with Abraham's subjective reasoning as to why he carried out God's command. And in context of Lost, it is important that Jack and Sawyer fight the way they do at the end of the 5th season, because it shows how the universally accepted system of ethics exists in direct conflict with the individual's own ethical decisions. Despite getting his butt handed to him by Sawyer, Jack is resolute in his decision, and he gives Sawyer his reason, even if it seems to some people to be a bit soft. And I'm not equating Jack's choice to Abraham's choice in any way, but I think one of the points Kierkegaard is trying to make is that Jack's choice is exactly the kind of encounter with an absolute that we are supposed to have. He doesn't want us to live in complacency. He wants us to stretch beyond what we can see and make a leap to faith so that we might not be stuck in limbo between the anxiety of not having something and the anxiety of what we could have. Well, I think that will wrap up Kierkegaard's Fear and Trembling. I barely scratched the surface as usual, but there's just so much good stuff packed in here. I don't necessarily recommend reading Fear and Trembling. It's a very difficult text to read, but there's so much information out there that if the story is interesting to you at all, there'd be plenty of analyses to read in regard to Kierkegaard's theories. So with that, till next time, this is your bookie signing off. Hey bookworms! For this segment of Lost in Literature, I read for you all a book that was first referenced in Season 2 and then again here in Season 6 by way of episode titles. What Kate Did, Episode 9 of Season 2, and What Kate Does, Episode 3 of Season 6, are taken from a book titled What Katie Did by Sarah Woolsey Chauncey, or as she's more popularly known by her pen name, Susan Coolidge. It was written in 1872, and its title character, Katie Carr, bears some similarities to Kate. I want to preface this segment by saying that I didn't have high hopes for this analysis when I began reading the story, but I was interested as to why 2 episodes were specifically titled to call out to this book. This is classified as a children's book, not science fiction in the least, and it bears the marks of Victorian literature, which isn't an entirely bad thing, but when it comes to children's literature, it can become a bit tiresome. Katie Carr, of What Katie Did, is not a complex character, but as it is a children's book, I was really taken with the way she was used to explain complexities quite simply, and felt that the character did a really good job of speaking to young girls about Katie's age. I spent a great deal of time looking at the 2 episodes associated with this book, and I think I came up with some adequate parallels. The 2 characters have dramatically different lives. Katie Carr grew up in a generic Midwestern town with 5 brothers and sisters, a father who loved her and a mother who died very early on in her life, and she was brought up by her stern Aunt Lizzie. Kate Austen was brought up by her mother, who divorced the man she assumed to be her father when she was 5, only to turn around and marry her biological father and an abusive alcoholic. Despite these differences, both Katies are confronted with circumstances from which it is impossible to remove themselves or escape from. Katie of the book falls off a swing and severely injures her spine, something that she can't just decide she's had enough of and quit. Kate of Lost blows up her father and goes on the run until crashing on the island, another thing that she can't just stop running from, and that's not for lack of trying. The book picks up when Katie Carr is 12 years old. Katie is mischievous and a schemer. She's always got some plan or other brewing in her mind. She's sort of a tomboy and is constantly getting into scrapes. And she's not really negligent, but it's more like her mind is always somewhere else than on the task right in front of her. As the oldest of 6 children, she cognitively loves her siblings, but she doesn't really know how to care for or about them. She wants to be important someday, so everything she does is in pursuit of that goal. Her mother died shortly after her youngest sibling was born, and since then, her father's sister, Izzy, has lived with them and cared for the children. Up until the events of the book, the children always thought of Izzy as very controlling and uptight, and Katie thinks that it would be the worst thing in the world to become like her. Her accident is foreshadowed early on when cousin Helen comes to stay with them for a while. Helen is an invalid, but is immediately adored by the children. Katie is amazed that Helen can keep in such good spirits while never being able to move around on her own or as she pleased, and thinks that it would be awful to be confined to her bed for just 1 week, let alone a lifetime. The accident, as I mentioned, occurs when the supporting beams of a swing set crack and Katie falls hard to the ground. And while I'm at this point in the story, I wanted to draw one particular parallel to Kate I found interesting. In the book, Katie's aunt believes that children should unquestioningly obey their elders, and so she never explicitly gives Katie a reason not to swing on the swing set that causes the accident. Katie had just gotten into a fight with her younger sister and had been reprimanded by Aunt Izzy, and so she goes to play on the swing set in defiance of her aunt. Had Aunt Izzy told her that it was not safe, the accident probably would never have occurred. In Kate Austen's life, her mother never told her that Wayne was her real father. Kate had to find out on her own, and sickened by the truth, she takes care of the man largely for her own sake. The conversation that Kate and her mother have in the season 3 episode Left Behind gives us a clearer picture of this, and that although Kate might have told herself she was doing it for her mother, the real reason is that she just couldn't accept the fact that her mother loved Wayne and hated that Wayne was then a part of her too. There's an interesting juxtaposition here between the two stories. If someone had told Kate sooner that Wayne was her father, things might have turned out differently. However, in the season 2 episode What Kate Did, Sam didn't seem to think that this would make any difference. He specifically says that he didn't tell her about Wayne for fear that she would kill him. And this isn't an altogether uncommon practice. A child conceived in an affair often isn't told about their parentage in an attempt to conceal the affair. But what I liked about Kate's story stacked against Katie Carr's situation is when a child is told something is dangerous, the risk they take becomes different. It might not necessarily prevent a child from doing something they know has the potential to injure them. And, kids often tend to prove that just by telling them something is dangerous or not to do something, they are more likely to do it than if they had never known about it. But they do go about committing the act of defiance differently, especially young girls. When Kate's parents divorced when she was 5, that would be too early to tell her who her biological father is, just from a psychological point of view. It seems like a hard concept to not only explain to a child, but to have that child understand and not have it impact their development. But if she's not told immediately when the divorce occurs, when is a good time to tell her? Her anger and resentment toward Wayne only grow in the aftermath of the divorce, and by 2001, the approximate time she blew up Wayne, she was an adult stewing with resentment. Seeing the whole scenario in focus, of course, we can look back and say, well, in this situation, telling Kate earlier rather than later might have prevented this from occurring. And yet, like Katie Carr, the reason for not telling a child something was very legitimate. Sam tells his daughter that she has murder in her heart, and Katie Carr had mischief in her heart. Both are qualities that just get worse and more destructive over time. Back to the story. So Katie's spine is injured and she is unable to walk. She becomes like Cousin Helen, confined to a bed for a very long time, and then confined to a chair for an even greater amount of time. She is at first very ill-tempered and rotten to her siblings, but after another visit from Aunt Helen, she learns about the opportunity she has to become the center of her siblings' world. She can either make the most of her injury or live in darkness and bitterness of what her life has become. Slowly and painstakingly, Katie turns her situation around and becomes almost a mother to her siblings. After Aunt Izzy's death, she realizes that she has grown attached to the woman and has a great deal of respect for her, and decides to take over Aunt Izzy's responsibility, something that she had vowed would never be in her interest wheel. She becomes efficient at this, and after a long time, hardly notices that she hasn't left her bedroom in 4 years. The book concludes by describing how Katie learns to walk again. She must start all over, building muscles and stamina in her body. The really symbolic part about her learning to walk again is that it comes after her soul has been healed by the wounds of her injury. She was so negatively impacted by the accident because her whole life revolved around her own schemes. But once she had completely given herself over to other people and learned to care fully for others, that was when she found the strength to get back on her feet. As I said, I took some extra time this week to take a close look at the 2 episodes about Kate so as to better understand why the story was included. What I found was essentially that these 2 episodes, standing alone, cannot fully represent the book, but together they do an adequate job. Wearing her Janis Joplin shirt and sporting the theme, "Try just a little bit harder," Kate in the episode What Kate Did from season 2 has tried about as hard as she can to appease her mother's choice of a husband. But she becomes fed up, takes out an insurance policy on the house, and then blows it up with Wayne inside. She goes to her mother and implies what she has done, and then goes on the run. She's stopped at the bus depot by the marshal, and as they're heading back to headquarters, a horse forces them off the road, which gives Kate the opportunity to escape. At this point in season 2, Sawyer, Jin, and Michael have returned to the beach, and Sawyer is in recovery from the gunshot wound.
Kate has just seen the horse in the jungle and comes back to the hatch to look after Sawyer. He seems to become slightly lucid and opens his eyes, grips her, and asks her why she killed him. She runs off, but later returns and tries to speak to Wayne, who, after she thinks she's gone crazy and can detect her stepfather inside of a man she has feelings for. Through Sawyer as her conduit, she tells Wayne that she killed him because she hated that he was part of her and had a fear that she would never be good because of it. And this is a theme in what Katie did as well, the idea of trying to be good to people despite the circumstances. Katie Carr has a preoccupation with winning affection and having the comforts of a home, but she really overlooks the point of having all these things. She wants them because of the way people perceive her when she has them, when she should want them because they are good things for her family. After Katie's accident, she becomes bedridden and drives her little siblings away with her sullenness and bitterness, and she loses sight even of the things she wants, focusing instead on what she doesn't have or what she can't do. And I track the season 2 episode of what Kate did up until this point in the story because even though the horse in the jungle on the island seems to be indicating that she's been given a second chance and that this time she doesn't have to run away, she is still very inwardly focused. I feel like the horse was put there, again, as a juxtaposition for her circumstance. Off island, she needed to stay on the run in order to stay alive, but here on the island, she needs to stay still in order to stay alive. As the thread connecting the two moments in her life, the horse is kind of revealing how the two moments differ in that way. Moving into the season 6 episode, What Kate Does, then, I found the second half of the book. Up until Cousin Helen's second visit in What Katie Did, in which she gives Katie some much-needed advice, Katie has been inwardly focused as well. The things she does have been for her own benefit or amusement, and despite how truly awful the accident is, it also symbolizes a sort of opportunity of awakening in her own life. As I said before, this is a circumstance she cannot run away from, and after Cousin Helen's visit, she starts to address her immobility head on. Finally, she realizes that life isn't all about her, and she slowly transforms into a responsible and very apt young woman who can run a house and maintain the well-being of her younger siblings, something she never would have been capable of in her old mindset. The season 6 episode, What Kate Does, complements Katie's transformation quite well. If the horse's reappearance in the jungle in season 2 symbolizes a confirmation to Kate that she's in the right place and needs to stop running, then what we see here in season 6 is by default an extension of that, by which I mean that season 2 event made this event possible. Kate is on the run again, but is drawn up short when her sympathy gets in the way. Had Kate opened Claire's bag and found a set of clothes she could put on and escape, things might have been different. But she found baby clothes and toys, things that were of no use to her, and it brings on a realization that she completely ignored the situation of the woman whose cab she hijacked. And so, in returning to Claire, she opens the door to a personal transformation that starts out almost accidentally, and then turns into something intentional, in that she genuinely takes Claire's hand in the hospital and provides the girl some comfort when Claire would have otherwise been alone. This moment paves the way for a scene later in the season when Kate, Claire, and Charlie are actualized during the delivery of Claire's baby. By not running away, by stopping and caring for someone else, it was the door that opened and helped all three of them to remember the other timeline. Well, that's the gist of the comparisons I found in the book, quite honestly. As a children's book, I found it very enjoyable and will probably read it to my kids, should they ever manifest. And I was pleasantly rewarded by the resulting analysis. I hope you all got something out of it too. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey, bookworms. Season 6 has proven to be a bit of a challenge to present books in a proper sequence. I keep getting ahead of myself as to which books are shown at which times, but I think we're at a point now where it doesn't really matter. The themes that are cropping up in the literature are ones we've already covered, or ones that are currently happening in a wide arc, and it makes it seem imperative to talk about Season 6 as a whole. So this week, then, I'm going to revisit a book that I've already done because some new parallels have arisen. The book I'm revisiting is A Wrinkle in Time by Madeleine L'Engle. If you want to listen to the synopsis of this book or remember other themes I discussed earlier, go back to episode 10 of the We Have to Go Back podcast, and that's where I first covered it. Otherwise, to briefly refresh your minds, this story is about Meg and her young brother Charles Wallace as they go across the galaxy in search of their father, who has been missing for several years. They land on a planet called Camazotz, where everything is in perfect order because a being called It, or the Black Thing, is slowly taking over the minds and bodies of all people. Meg has to dig down deep within herself in order to discover how to fight off the Black Thing,
and eventually discovers that it is genuine love that can sever the tie it has over a person. There are two parallels I want to focus on here. One is a bit looser than the other, so I'm going to start with that one. A minor, possible shout-out to this book could be made in the episode Lighthouse. Jacob instructs Hurley to turn the lighthouse to 108 degrees in order to help someone come to the island. At 108 degrees, there is a name, Wallace. From what I can tell, the name looks like it has been crossed out, which probably just means that the person is no longer a viable candidate, but the fact that it was or might have been a candidate seems significant. And because the only name we have to go off of is Wallace, there could be a great many other people it's referencing, but for the sake of argument, I will just present this case here. In the book, Charles Wallace is a pseudo-psychic. He always seems to know what his mother and his sister are thinking, but not usually anyone else. He's a brilliant young kid, but stays silent most of the time because he just doesn't have a lot to say in front of most people. He's full of life and love and knowledge, but because he has all these things, he's also prone to arrogance, and it's a huge vulnerability when he finally goes up against the Black Thing. Once on Camazotz, he tries to face the Black Thing, but thinking that succumbing to the Black Thing will make him more capable of saving his father, he ends up being consumed by it, and it turns him into the antithesis of himself. And it's his sister, who seems to have no remarkable talents of her own, that must draw him out of the Black Thing's possession. In a way, this fits with Wallace at 108 being crossed out on the dial. By all accounts, Charles Wallace should be a perfect candidate to defeat the Black Thing, but he lets his arrogance interfere and then fails as a result of it. And so it seems possible that Wallace at 108 was a very viable candidate for Jacob, but fell short and was thus eliminated as an option. And so I also like that as they're turning this dial and seeing all these names crossed out, except for a few here and there, that we know names have been crossed off for this reason or that reason, and despite all his faults and all of his mistakes, Jack's name is still bold and untouched. Meg didn't think she had it in her to stand up against the Black Thing. She thought that she would be more vulnerable than anyone, and yet it was she in the end that saved her brother from it. The bigger parallel I found to A Wrinkle in Time comes in the form of Saeed and Claire. When Saeed comes back to life in Season 6 and then is examined and tortured by Dogen and Lennon, he is determined by them to be taken over by evil. Dogen compares every man to a scale balanced by good and evil, and Saeed's scale has tipped in the wrong direction. When Meg, Charles Wallace, and their friend Calvin arrive on Camazotz, they observe some very odd behavior by everyone who lives there. Everyone acts almost mechanical due to their rule-oriented and brainwashed way of living. The Black Thing controls every aspect of their lives, and in an effort to remove conflict or unruliness, has suppressed everything about the natives that make them who they are. No emotion, no desires, only a need to follow the rules and be guided by empirical scientific principles. At first, Charles Wallace is able to hold off the Black Thing by combating the being's rhetoric with very human and emotional sayings and phrases, but before long, he can't hold it off any longer and it just gives into it pretty much. It turns the lovable, beautiful Charles Wallace into an ugly caricature of his former self, where he still possesses passion and intelligence, but it is a chiral composition of what it once was. His sweet brain is overtaken by arrogance. In this first part, take the events of Sundown as an example. In previous episodes, Saeed had insisted to Dogen that he was not evil, that he was a good man. Dogen asks him to prove it by sending him to kill the Man in Black. Up until Saeed faces the Man in Black, he is resisting the evil within, as Charles Wallace attempted to do. And it's only when he thrusts the knife into Locke that he is taken over by that evil. For the next several episodes, Saeed travels almost mechanically by the Man in Black's side. He looks distant and detached, remaining passive and motionless at times of crises. Like when Claire tries to kill Kate, he tells the Man in Black in the episode The Package that he can't feel anything. Anger, happiness, pain, I don't feel it anymore. This is paralleled somewhat in the book, except for the fact that Charles Wallace doesn't acknowledge his own state of being, really. After he looks into the red eyes and is taken over by it, he becomes the worst possible version of himself. In Chapter 8, it says, he spoke in his calmest, most reasonable voice, the voice which infuriated the twins. He seemed to be looking directly at Calvin as he spoke, and yet Meg was sure that the bland blue eyes could not see, and that something else, was looking at Calvin through Charles. I interpret what happened to both Saeed and to Charles Wallace very similarly. In a way, their inhibition and social restraint are subdued so that someone else's intents can rule their consciousness. They are still there, deep down, but what controls their immediate interaction with the world outside utilizes the features of their own being that they suppress. I think what happened to Claire is a bit different from what happened to Saeed. But again, it seems that the effect the man in black, or the black thing, has is relative to the person. Charles Wallace adopted an infuriating, superior air that made him annoying and arrogant. Saeed's emotions were suppressed to make him a potential killing machine. And in Claire, who was once a bit helpless and fragile, it seems that her fear and fragility were suppressed, and because of the way in which it is suppressed, it causes her to deal with sadness very chaotically. Due to the lie the man in black told her that Aaron was being held by the others, her fixation manifested into insanity. It's an interesting juxtaposition to where Rousseau was when we first met her, in that Rousseau seemed crazy. She even tortured Saeed for information about Alex and insisted that he had her, but whereas the others did have Alex, they did not have Aaron. Rousseau's focus on survival turned her a bit mad, half due to isolation, half due to a fixation on being reunited with her daughter, but it also made her strong, jungle smart, and capable. And it seems like a similar thing happened here to Claire, because rescuing Aaron was the only tangible thing she could hold on to, and because she didn't have fear dominating her life anymore, it provoked a fixation fueled by the evil within, which in turn manifested differently than the craziness inside of Rousseau. In A Wrinkle in Time, the black thing is on a mission to eliminate differences within the human spirit in order to maintain order and mask unhappiness. But the catch-22 is that through the black thing's attempts to overtake both Meg and Calvin, it actually ends up teaching them to love the ways in which they are different from everyone else. And although this isn't a parallel to Lost, I found it interesting how these two villains are represented. Their purposes are very different. The black thing wants to consume and control. The man in black wants to escape by manipulation. By succumbing to the black thing in the book, a person essentially gives in and lets it take over. But the man in black doesn't want to take over everyone. He wants them to do things in exchange for something they really want. And oddly enough, this is kind of what Darrell and I have been talking about on BerserkerCast for the last couple weeks, as the alien race attempts to control humans by any means, from harnessing children with opium-infused brain control devices to total brainwashing, and time again, humans prove ineffectual if they do not have their will to live. And that is what is so clever about the man in black, is that he masters a form of mind control that begins by suppressing the thing inside humans that makes them affect a sort of social restraint. His control isn't about harnessing the mind or turning people into drones. He enters in at the heart level by offering anyone the thing they desire most and preying on the weakness of that person in order to get what he needs from them. And because he actually seems capable of delivering on what he's promised, people do as he instructs. Not everyone, but a lot of people. What's even better about the way he's represented is that it's not weak-minded people who succumb to him, but like Charles Wallace, it's people who think that they can follow him with their own agenda in mind and stick to it. In the words of Professor Moody, constant vigilance. I think that the man in black, as the manifestation of evil, is one of the most unique concepts of Lost. He undoubtedly represents many things within the canon of this show, but in terms of depicting how evil works within a person or within the world by giving it a body and a voice and a mission, it shows how evil cares absolutely nothing about the person it deceives. Screwtape Letters by C.S. Lewis does this in a phenomenal way, as one of Satan's demons, Screwtape, writes letters to his nephew Wormwood, giving him instructions and advice on how to properly secure the damnation of a man whom they call the patient. And likewise, it is able to literally show very figurative internal battles we have with our own flesh and our own weaknesses. With Lost, the man in black pretends to care, or might even absently care, about the people he interacts with, but in the end, they are all expendable and mean nothing in comparison to his own desire and ambition to leave the island. In A Wrinkle in Time, it seems that the intentionality of evil isn't to be subversive, but direct, tempting a person with limitless happiness if they will just give in and let go of the restraint to which they hold on to so closely. I really thought this segment was going to be shorter than usual, but ended up packing it full, so sorry if I went off on a couple tangents there. I ended up in a very different place than where I started, but just a lot of good stuff packed in A Wrinkle in Time, and I'm sure that there are many more parallels that can be drawn In any case, I had fun revisiting it. Hope you did too. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey Lost fans. This segment of Lost in Literature is devoted to the wonderful book The Chosen by Chaim Potok. We see it lying in the sand as Ben digs through Sawyer's underground stash. I can't emphasize enough how brilliant this book is. I was totally taken by surprise, having known nothing of this book before grabbing it for this segment. Chaim Potok was an Orthodox Jewish rabbi, which contributes to the depth of content and the depth of characters in this book. He's got an excellent writing style that made it both easy to read and to comprehend topics I was completely unfamiliar with, while simultaneously communicating really deep concepts. The Chosen is split into 3 parts, focusing on different aspects of a friendship between 2 boys, Reuven Malter and Danny Saunders. In part 1, they officially meet at a baseball game when their teams come head-to-head. But Danny Saunders is known really well in the Jewish community as being the son of the revered Reb Saunders, a Russian tzaddik who led his people out of Russia when they were being persecuted. Reuven and Danny are Orthodox Jews, but Danny belongs to a sect of ultra-religious Jews called Hasidic Jews, who reject a lot of Western idealisms in favor of tradition. Reuven makes a lot of assumptions about Danny and his team based off of what he knows of the boy, and it contributes to some immediate judgments that cause a bit of tension. As they begin to play the game, it's clear that Reuven's team is collectively much better, but he judges the team a little too quickly because even though the boys can't play defense very well, their offensive strategy is to hit the ball as hard as possible and not worry about who they might injure in the process. Danny's team manages to stay in the game and even have an edge on Reuven's team by relying on Danny's skill at first base. Danny turns the baseball game into a war, and Reuven and his team are doing everything they can to just hold the front line grounded against penetrating forces. When Reuven is brought in to pitch in the final innings to help close out the game, Danny comes up to bat and has a mad gleam in his eye. He hits a hard line drive ball directly into Reuven's face, which shatters his glasses and gives him a concussion. Reuven is rushed to the hospital where he has immediate surgery on his eye because a piece of glass cut a slit on the surface of his eye. Despite the hatred and anger Danny displayed on the field, he actually feels quite sorry about his actions and initiates a friendship with Reuven after visiting him in the hospital. Their friendship escalates quickly and they become inseparable. Part 2 develops the friendship between these boys in a unique way. At the start here, the boys are 15 and it's 1944. Jewish culture in this context is very strict and formatted, but as I said, the degree to which it is either is largely dependent on the sect a person belongs to. Danny is forbidden from going to movies, for example, and because Reuven has found such a stimulating friend, he doesn't mind giving that up. Reuven's father, David Malter, thinks that the 2 boys becoming friends is a very good thing and encourages his son to really invest in Danny. It turns out that Danny has a brilliant mind. He has a photographic memory and a passion for learning and has a deep understanding of the Talmud, which is the primary text in Rabbinic Judaism. The more he reads and learns, though, the less he wants to take over the Hasidic dynasty from his father. A theme that follows him throughout the book is this inability to balance secular texts and religious texts he reads. Even though he can intellectually compartmentalize them in his studies, he doesn't seem to be able to do so emotionally. He begins studying psychology, specifically fascinated by Freud, and becomes increasingly frustrated by what he reads. But Freud has taken a hold of him, and he begins to see how he wants his future to unravel. Part 2 also explores the father-son relationships a lot closer, and even further to the father's relationships with their son's friend. Reb Saunders has a very unique way of raising his eldest son. Unless they are discussing the Talmud or other religious texts, Danny's father never speaks directly to him. For most of the book, he seems to be an overzealous, limited character who takes no pleasure in his son. In front of their congregation, he engages Danny in rigorous arguments over sections of the Talmud, in which he intentionally makes errors to ensure that Danny is listening and catches the mistakes. Reuven hates that Reb Saunders does this to Danny and harbors a lot of resentment toward the man for a very long time. And now, while Danny struggles with being unable to balance his secular and religious readings, Reb Saunders doesn't quite know how to reconcile his role as a tzaddik, or religious leader, with being a father, and he chooses silence. When Danny and Reuven become close friends, however, he uses Reuven as a means of communicating personal information to Danny. He also forces Reuven to reveal Danny's secret life at the library, where the boy has been consuming secular literature, but reassures Reuven that he doesn't intend to harness his son by censoring his studies, because he knows that Danny truly does have a brilliant mind. Part 3 of this book follows the boys as they enter seminary in Upper Manhattan. Danny finds it ironic that Reuven, whose life isn't mapped out for him, wants to become a rabbi, while Danny, whose life is mapped out for him and his intention is to take over the family dynasty and become a rabbi, wants to become a psychologist. They remain good friends, working symbiotically through their studies. Danny becomes so frustrated with his studies in psychology, though, because they deviate dramatically from the teachings of Freud, and Reuben encourages him in such a way that brings about a very pinnacle turning point in Danny's education. This was a friendly nudge that Danny would not have listened to if it had come from someone other than Reuben. All along here, Reuben's father has become increasingly involved with the radical Zionists once the truth about the Holocaust is revealed. He believes that they cannot wait any longer for biblical prophecy, as Reb Saunders seems comfortable doing, and thinks that it's up to man to give meaning to life rather than life possessing any intrinsic meaning. The most pronounced way in which he carries this out is by advocating for the creation of the new state of Israel as a homeland for the Jewish population. They can no longer wait for the Messiah, they have to force the Messiah's return. Reb Saunders finds this blasphemous, as do many Jews, and he forbids his son from associating with Reuben for nearly 2 years. Even though Danny is planning on leaving the family business anyway and going to grad school for psychology, he still respects his father's wishes. In 1947, when the United Nations voted to partition Palestine into a Jewish and Arab state, Reb Saunders lifted the ban on the boys' friendship as there was nothing more that could be done, and the two picked up right where they left off. The end of the book comes quickly as the two single themselves out as the most brilliant minds in the school, and then select to go down their respective paths, Danny toward Columbia University and a degree in psychology, and Reuben toward further rabbinical studies. There are a couple themes in this book we could utilize for analysis. The boys' friendship, the relationship between the boys and their father, the relationship between the boys and knowledge, or even what a person is destined to become. After working through the synopsis of the book, the parallel I am making to Lost has to do with Jacob and his relationship with various characters, specifically Ben, Ilana, and Richard. I mentioned that in The Chosen, Reb Saunders took a very stoic approach to his fatherly role with Danny. In contrast to Reb Saunders' stoicism, though, Mr. Multer is very approachable and conversational. He has long conversations with Reuben so that Reuben can understand the history of their people and where the Jewish sects deviate theologically. He is an intellectual that spends most of his time writing articles and teaching classes, but he makes time for his son because that's how he shows affection and how he can help guide his son toward a future that will be the best for him. Like Reb Saunders' odd relationship with Reuben, in that Reuben is used as a sort of conduit between Reb Saunders and Danny, Reuben's father also has a relationship with Danny. Before Reuben and Danny even met, Danny had met Reuben's father at the library where he'd been studying non-Judaic texts. Without revealing who he was, Mr. Multer helped guide Danny's learning by suggesting books, while also carrying the burden of wondering whether it was really his place to do so. With these four characters, there are a variety of relationship combinations represented between Jacob and the characters I just mentioned on Lost. These relationships mostly have to do with how Jacob interacts with the people he leads. The most obvious to me right away comes directly from the episode Dr. Linus, when Ben tells Ilana why he killed Jacob. He says to her, "I sacrificed everything for him, and he didn't even care." We come to learn that Jacob utilized a sort of silent approach to guiding the island's various leaders. And even though Ben takes it personally, it seems that Jacob did the same with every leader. Reb Saunders claims at the end of the book that he used silence with his son in spite of the pain it caused, as a means for Danny to find himself, find his soul, and find how he relates to others, and find a balance between those religious and secular texts. Right up until Jacob's final moments, Ben had never met the man face to face. He had always spoken through Richard to communicate things that needed to be done on the island. And I've come up with a list of 6 parallels that will help flesh this out. Number 1. Jacob is like Reb Saunders in the way he wants people to learn. In Abaterno, he tells Richard, "I wanted them to help themselves, to know the difference between right and wrong without me having to tell them. It's all meaningless if I have to force them to do anything. Why should I have to step in?" This reminded me very much of Reb Saunders' approach with Danny, and even says something very similar in the book's final chapters. Number 2, Ben is like Danny in how Jacob communicates with him, which leads me to number 3. Jacob always spoke through Richard to communicate with Ben or any other candidate or leader, much in the same way Reb Saunders speaks through Reuben to communicate to his son. Number 4, in conjunction with number 3, Richard is then like Reuben, being the intermediary for a relationship he does not understand. Both characters are kind of forced into a situation of being the buffer between their respective parties. Also in the episode Dr. Linus, Richard tells Jack about his frustration over the gift Jacob gave him, of Jacob's promise to reveal all at the appropriate time, and that he thinks his entire life has no purpose. And this is similar to the frustration that Reuben feels over the way Reb Saunders treats his son. He feels that Reb Saunders is displaying a lack of love for Danny with his silence. Number 5.
At the very end of the book, when Danny tells his father he's going to become a psychologist and won't become a rabbi, Reb Saunders breaks his silence with his son, and his true purpose for the silence is revealed. In doing so, Reuven also receives clarity as to why Reb Saunders took his approach of silence in raising his son, and although he still thinks it's very cruel, he now understands. And the parallel I see here is that Jacob instructs Ilana to gather the surviving candidates together and bring them to Richard, who will know what to do. Richard at first does not know what to do. He's already frustrated and angry at Jacob, but by the end of Ab Aeterno, Jacob speaks through Isabella to Hurley in order to give Richard the last piece of the puzzle he needs and the clarity or direction he needs. Number 6. Because of Ilana's comment about Jacob being the closest thing she had to a father, I compare that relationship to be more like Reuven's relationship with his father. David Meltzer never made it a secret about what his intentions were in the Zionist community, and always spent a great deal of time in discussing anything with his son, so that Reuven could then understand why his father was doing what he was doing. So even if Jacob didn't tell Ilana every single detail, she did come to the island with knowledge of the candidates and why she is there. Also, Mr. Meltzer always encouraged his son to be a balancing point for Danny, because left alone or unharnessed, Danny might veer off into very black territory, and at least in my interpretation of the book, I see Reuven being a crucial component in Danny's education because he was that balance for the boy. David Meltzer seems to be the voice of reason in the book, but he also does a very good job of passing his wisdom on to his son, so Reuven can then provide that same wisdom for Danny in a way that the young man could understand and receive and act upon it in a healthy way. And I see this very much being a way to look at Ilana's role. Wow, looks like my time is up. Such a shame. Again, this book is called The Chosen and was written by Chaim Potok. That's Chaimpotok. Definitely worth your time and energy. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey Lost fans. Long ago when I started mapping out which book to do which week, I purposely left a couple weeks blank here at the end of our run so that I might zoom in on a couple authors who have been alluded to, but no specific book mentioned. With the return of Charlotte in the episodes for last week, I thought this would be a good time to take a look at C.S. Lewis. The person of C.S. Lewis is very interesting to me, and I think he lends as many clues as to why the writers chose to name a character after him as anything. So I'm going to begin with the man himself, then dive into a rather obscure Lewis book, and return another week to some of his other popular books. Clive Staples Lewis was born in Belfast, Ireland on November 29, 1898. As a toddler, he decided that he wanted everyone to call him Jack, and so from then on, family and friends called him Jack. His mother died just before he turned 10, and he was sent off to a chain of boarding schools. It was in this span of time when Jack abandoned his Christian faith. In these early years, he became fascinated by Norse mythology, which we see pop up very frequently in his children's books. But it simultaneously initiated a roadblock in his understanding of Christianity. In later years, and in his books such as Mere Christianity and Surprised by Joy, he attributes the abandonment of his faith to a classical education. And when I say classical, I mean classical literature, Greek and Latin literature, and unorthodox religious boarding schools. He took the death of his mother very hard, and as he jumped from boarding school to boarding school, never having a great chance to settle down or find roots, the opposite of Christianity made more sense to him than his childhood faith. Prior to attending Oxford University, Jack had a tutor that really shaped him into the learner and the thinker we know today. As a teenager, he already had an expansive personal library, but this tutor honed his skills, taught him how to critically read and analyze what he'd read, and then how to write about what he'd read. He'd been taught as a boy that Christianity and pagan mythology were mutually exclusive. One could not exist in the same world as the other. But because of his rigorous education in philosophy and the classic philosophers and Greek poets he was reading, he found too much contradiction in this. In fact, later in life when he came back to the Christian faith, through J.R.R. Tolkien, incidentally, one of the objectives he set before himself was to translate the wisdom of classical literature for his day. One example of this is his book, Till We Have Faces, which is the book I read in preparation for this week. It's not his most popular book at all, but he said on a number of occasions that it was his personal favorite. C.S. Lewis takes a unique approach to his storytelling techniques, and I wanted to share this piece with you before diving into the book because I think it is the greatest contribution to Lost. On setting out to write the Chronicles of Narnia, Lewis reflects, I did not say to myself, let us represent Jesus as he really is in our world by a lion in Narnia.
I said, let us suppose that there were a land like Narnia, and that the Son of God, as he became a man in our world, became a lion there, and then imagine what would have happened. The same approach can be applied to Till We Have Faces. The book is an extrapolation of speculation and observation. It doesn't represent real people, but types of people who are surrounded by a unique mythology in order to symbolically portray bigger abstractions. Now, in The Lost World, have you heard the name Lloyd Braun? He was the ABC executive who found the idea of Lost hidden between Tom Hanks' Castaway and the reality show Survivor. This is how he explains it. The notion of Survivor popped into my head, he recalls. I put it all together. What if there was a plane that crashed and a dozen people survived and nobody knew each other? Your past was almost irrelevant. You could reinvent who you were. You had to figure it out. How do you survive? What do you use for shelter, for water? Is it like Lord of the Flies? How do we get off the island? How do you get home? I think this is a really cool similarity here because the goal isn't to completely represent something as it actually is. It isn't to poke you sharply with life lessons or absolutism, but to show through a series of circumstances and archetypical personalities how people deal with life events. Till We Have Faces is a retelling of the popular Greek myth of Psyche and Cupid, or Eros. Psyche is a woman who is so beautiful and so pure, but offered as a sacrifice to the gods for a kingdom suffering from innumerable weather anomalies and general bad luck. They tie her to a tree for her to be taken either as a blood sacrifice or as a god bride. She is taken as a god bride by Cupid, who loves her very much but hides his identity and forbids her from looking at his face. Till We Have Faces tells this story from the point of view of Psyche's older sister, O'Rule, who is as ugly as Psyche is beautiful. This was a very interesting retelling of the classical story because for about 75% of the book I was wondering what the whole point was. It seemed like just another story about Greek mythology. And it was, except for the fact that we never really see stories told in Greek mythology through this type of lens. We usually see it through the lens of the gods or of the mortal brought into the fold. But this story is narrated by O'Rule and helps us to understand the culture of the people affected by the sacrifice of Psyche, and even why O'Rule came to trick her into looking into the face of her god husband. I was rocked by this book because it was such a tremendous account of transformation through self-examination. Through the retelling, O'Rule is a tremendously complex character. She is so ugly that she is forced to wear a thick veil and does not remove it until very late in life, and then I think only momentarily. The pure sisterly love she expresses towards Psyche early in life is tainted by unacknowledged jealousy. Her ugliness causes her to see the world in a very harsh way, and as a result, she tries to protect others from what she perceives as ugliness in the world, even resolving at times that she would rather kill a person herself than allow them to be subjected to the cruelties of the world. There's a lot of imagery about faces in this book, as we might expect, and it was done so for a really fantastic reason. The title of the book is taken from Part 2, Chapter 4, pretty much at the end of the book, when O'Rule is making all the connections about her selfish and jealous love for Psyche that caused her younger sister a lifetime of pain and wandering. O'Rule exclaims, "How can the gods meet us face to face till we have faces?" Her question seems to be a rhetorical proposition that the gods cannot answer the questions of mortals because of their mortality. And this really resolves the biggest challenge O'Rule faced throughout the book. After Psyche was taken away to be sacrificed, she was tied to a tree on the mountain and left alone. O'Rule is so dismayed by this that she goes to find her sister's body and give her a proper burial. She expected to find the young girl torn to bits by Shadowbrute, the monster god of the mountain, but she found Psyche alive and well and overjoyed because she had found true love by the god who had rescued her from the sacrifice. Psyche takes her sister to the palace where she has been living with her god husband, but O'Rule cannot see it and believes that her sister is delusional and lying and has been deceived by some cruel evil in the mountains. And because O'Rule cannot see the palace because she lives by sight, she takes it upon herself to set Psyche right. She tricks Psyche into looking at Cupid's face, and as a result of this trickery, Cupid abandons Psyche. In the classic myth, Psyche went on a long search for her lost love and eventually endured a series of trials set before her by Aphrodite, but in the end she finds Cupid and they marry. However, in Till We Have Faces, we follow O'Rule in the aftermath of this trickery. She becomes queen in the wake of her abusive, selfish, and confusing father's death, and governs her people quite well. But in the end, when the gods allow her to present her case of disgruntlement, she is convicted of one very big thing. She has a selfish and jealous love that prevents her from doing what is best for others, and instead, she does what she thinks is best for others. Psyche is always a bit ethereal, but her primary transformation takes place on the night she was sacrificed. She goes from mortal to immortal, and does not need to look at her husband to know he is a god. She doesn't live by sight. O'Rule's transformation doesn't take place until they are in Cupid's bedchamber, and Psyche's lamp casts light onto his face. In that moment, while Psyche experiences a deep sense of betrayal in defying the wishes of her husband, O'Rule's doubts are expelled and she finally believes that her sister was telling the truth. But even so, she leaves Cupid's bedchamber with a lot of anger that influences the course of the next couple decades of her life. She doesn't understand why the gods insist on hiding themselves or keeping secrets, or by their seeming detachment from mere mortals. And she spends her life trying to forget and wields a tale of the gods' vendetta against mortals. Her revelation and transformational moments really come out at the end when she's allowed to make this case against the gods, and she tries to explain why she is so angry at them. But instead she realizes that the problem was within her all along. She has been jealous and angry, selfish and self-serving. One thing I've really enjoyed about rewatching season 6 of Lost is seeing the characters who've returned to the island as transformed, and even some of the characters who never left. There's a lot of transformation going on. We've discussed the transformations for Jack and Kate, but I don't want to zoom in too closely. What I really liked about reading Till We Have Faces this week was being able to see the concept of transformation, the avenue by which it occurs, and the components involved in that transformation as necessary as the story itself. It matters who O'Rule is and how she came to be the way she is, but it is just as important that we see someone who has been ravaged and beaten down by the world confronted with something so ethereal that her ability to see is impacted both by her mortality and by her harsh worldview. And this is something I think season 6 of Lost is doing really well, especially in light of Jack's comment of having returned to the island because he was crazy enough to think that it could fix him. When everyone crashed on the island, they were unwitting victims of their own worldviews, not knowing how that would inhibit their perception of the island. They were held back from the truth of what resides within the island by stubbornness, jealousy, or anger, etc. The island itself was their opportunity to, in a sense, see the palace that Psyche was showing to her sister. And then, from then on, it was each individual's reaction that depicted the course of events their life would take. Through his stories, Lewis shows us what goes into making a myth. Funny enough, after he'd finished writing the Chronicles of Narnia, he read it to his good friend J.R.R. Tolkien, and guess what? Tolkien hated it. He always hated it. He never changed his stance on that. He hated it. He hated that Lewis combined so many mythologies and other worldly concepts and didn't think they belonged in the same story. He was a purist. But Lewis adamantly stated that he believed they existed quite well together in the mind, and that the more politically correct adults became about allegories to Christianity, the more they separated themselves from the imagination that helps us to understand allegory, and thus understand ourselves. Alright, time's up for this week, but I will be revisiting another C.S. Lewis work before our time here is up completely. Next week, I have another Dostoevsky novel for you, but until then, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey, bookworms. So I don't want to freak anyone out, but we only have 3 weeks left together. 3 weeks. This is episode 58, which isn't a perfect snapshot of time and weeks since we did a couple there with 2 podcasts, but even so, we've been at this for over a year. I know I've said it before, but I want to say it again. Thank you for listening. Thank you for caring about literature. Even if the book is not at all interesting or I am stretching to make parallels, I have received some of the best encouragement and feedback from so many of you that has kept me strong to the end. Luckily, when I told Darrell that I would contribute to the podcast, I told myself that I first had to make this something that I wanted to do and not make it reliant on other people listening in order to keep going. But the fact that there are so many of you dedicated to listening week after week is very rewarding to me. So, blah blah. Now on to what you really want to hear about. Yes? For this week, I read Notes from Underground, or Notes from the Underground, depending on which translation you have. This was a novel written in Russian by Fyodor Dostoevsky in the late 1800s. We see this book as Hurley is sifting through the things Alana left behind. When I'm reading a book or starting to write an analysis, my first question is always, Why this book? Sometimes I have to stretch the question further, either because there's not enough to answer that question, or sometimes because the question isn't specific enough. Then the next question is, why was this book shown where it was? The context of who is reading the book or who it is shown near often leads to the analysis. Notes from the Underground was shown in much the same way Fear and Trembling was back a couple episodes ago. It was in someone else's belongings in another translation, but came into Hurley's hands. The only book I've ever seen Hurley reading was the rough draft of Bad Twin, so we know his taste in books is really poor. It turns out that this book is addressing a theme on Lost rather than the journey of a specific character. The book is split into 2 parts. Part 1 is written when the narrator is in his 40s. He came into a large sum of money and retired from public life and now spends his days reflecting on his life and the philosophies for living. Part 2 is written from the perspective of his younger self, about 24, and the events that actually drove him into what he calls the Underground. The Underground, as he perceives it, is really just a self-imposed confinement, an intentional separation from society. The narrator often contradicts himself as he sorts through his life. He tells us he has a medical condition and gets specific about it, but then shortly after says that he does not really know what's wrong with him. My favorite chapter is Part 1, Chapter 8, because in this chapter, the narrator insists that free will can be defined scientifically and goes into a lot about reason and faith. I found myself laughing out loud in a couple spots. Even though this novel is a work of fiction, Dostoevsky wrote it during a time when his wife was very sick and near death. He was growing old, if you count 40 old in that time, and no doubt contemplating death himself. So while it is fictional, it is also a very thorough character study. It seems to come from a place of dark honesty where the narrator is trying to work through what he truly believes about the world, how the world has held him back from his full potential, and what about himself has prevented him from fully taking advantage of the world. And so by the time we get to Chapter 8, we already have this really raw and dreary outlook on the world. In Chapter 1, for example, he says, "To live longer than 40 years is bad manners, is vulgar, immoral. Who does live beyond 40? Answer that. Sincerely and honestly, I will tell you who do. Fools and worthless fellows." In Chapter 4, he talks about how pain is sometimes our greatest enjoyment because it is a way for our shame to find expression. Moaning expresses the aimlessness of pain, which is humiliating to the consciousness because there is no enemy to punish for the way we feel. Part 2 is more of a narrative of the practical philosophical approach to life. So where he went through Part 1 kind of describing all of these philosophies that he holds to, Part 2 is more about, how he puts those things into practice in his early life. So as a young man, he believes he has an intellect that puts him at a higher status than his peers. Even though he's poor and owes people money, he forces himself into a party of men who are sending off someone whom the narrator considers his intellectual rival. Even though he hates this man, the narrator insists on attending the send-off and spends the whole thing ranting and raving and insulting his friends. He does not want to join in their fun. He wants to demonstrate his intellect, but at the same time, he wishes that he could be part of their group. After insulting them all, he tries to get back in their good graces, but the others pity him and tell him to go away, essentially. He sleeps with a prostitute then and tells her she's leading a life that will very quickly result in her death, but he can save her from that if only she gives him the chance. Several weeks later, she surprises him by showing up at his home ready to accept his offer. But she's caught him at an extremely bad time, and he's mortified by the fact that she sees him living in the throes of poverty. Instead of helping her, he chastises her for believing the flowery words he told her after their tryst, and tells her that she is lowly and pathetic, unworthy of being saved. He finally realizes that he does not have the capacity to love. Rather, his desire for people or for things comes from a need to dominate them. He thinks that people cannot love him as he is, but instead they love what is inside his head and how it comes out into the world, his philosophies on life, his ideas. At the very end, he's reflecting on his past, and he knows that his life is too dull to be considered worthwhile, but he takes pride in having the capacity to admit what he has done and own up to them while simultaneously criticizing his readers for failing to do likewise. There's one line here that I just love at the end. The narrator states, "Leave us alone without books, and we shall be lost and in confusion at once. We shall not know what to join on to, what to cling to, what to love and what to hate, what to respect and what to despise. We are oppressed at being men with a real individual in body and blood. We are ashamed of it. We think it a disgrace to try and contrive to be some sort of impossible generalized man."
My overall impression of this unnamed narrator is that he is an angry and bitter stoic. He's an inwardly focused person obsessed with understanding everything. He's stuck in a perpetual cycle of being beholden to his nature while still trying to fight it off, trying to understand why he is the way he is, but also reiterating that it is impossible to try to change himself to fit in with society. He banished himself from society. He went underground 20 years ago, but he's really spent his whole life underground. The ailments he feels now in the second half of his life were only figurative to him during his 20s, but by the end here, there is no resolve to be more than who he is. He won't change because he thinks he knows too much about the world to change. He says, I am living out my life in my corner, taunting myself with the spiteful and useless consolation that an intelligent man cannot become anything seriously, and it is only the fool who becomes anything. So pretty much he's become so smart that he's been driven into stagnation. A theme in Lost struck a chord with me here, and I pretty much went back to the beginning. This book wasn't inserted to reference Hurley's life or Ilana's life, but in a very similar way that Fear and Trembling was shown to us, it's helping to pinpoint a very common theme in life, and one the writers are acknowledging on Lost as well. The theme that came to mind is mode of living. Way back in early season 1, we were just starting to get to know these survivors, and they quickly fell into their own molds. Sawyer was the cynic and the slithery con man on a lifelong journey to hunt down the man who ruined his life. Charlie was the drug-addicted, one-hit wonder rock star with a big heart, but inclined to make rash decisions that affected his relationship with others. Sun was the wealthy daughter of a Korean corporate exec and living in a loveless and unhappy marriage, which she had not long ago been intent to leave. And the list goes on and on. All these survivors had with them a slew of personal conflicts and modes of living that negatively impacted their lives. And this is where the narrator is at the beginning of his life, before he goes underground. He is bitter and unhappy because he believes his intelligence is too advanced for him to just ignore the nuances of the world. Then, the narrator's plane crash, so to speak, was the party he forced himself into. He makes a bunch of really erratic and desperate decisions in the aftermath of that party and encounters Liza, the prostitute, which is kind of where his island living begins. Using his wily intellect, he believes he draws her in with the power of his wit and wisdom and his manly declaration that he can save her from the life of prostitution she's in. She starts to love him not for his brain, but for the kindness she perceives in him. His reaction to Liza showing up at his house reminded me of when Sawyer forced Kate to read the letter he'd written to the real Sawyer, because just as Sawyer gets sullen and nasty trying to make Kate believe he's the man to whom the letter is addressed, Liza sees right through the narrator, despite the fact that he tries to be a certain way. He can point back at that moment now and say this is where everything changed. And yet, instead of wholly looking back on that moment with regret, he hangs on to his pride and looks back on that encounter with an intellectual admiration of himself, so that he doesn't try to become a better person, but resolves to change his life in order to accommodate the way he is. His mode of living becomes all about himself. In contrast, the survivor's mode of living is turned on its head. Suddenly, Kate can't run anymore. Suddenly, John can walk about. Suddenly, Michael has to be a father to Walt. Just as the narrator of Notes from the Underground was forced to follow up on his promises to Liza, so were the survivors now inextricably tied to their pasts, good and bad. And it was up to them to either use their skills for the better and live together, or to use them for evil and die alone. And truth be told, many characters go back and forth throughout most of these seasons. Charlie and Sawyer, for example. The survivors are effectively removed from society and essentially in isolation by this plane crash, and so they are subject to their faults as much as they are to their strengths in this situation, just as we all are pretty much in every situation. But remember the gift Mrs. Whatsit gave to Meg Murray in A Wrinkle in Time? She gave Meg her faults. Meg was her own worst critic and did all she could to suppress her faults, but in the end, it turns out that her faults were what helped to save Charles Wallace. We are who we are, strengths and faults alike, but only we have the power to use both for good. Our strengths are just as subject to detriment as our faults are. How many times was Jack thrust into that leadership position, elected to make a decision, and then reap the repercussions of disgruntled survivors? His natural leadership abilities, coupled with a background in surgery where decisions had to be made minute to minute, was difficult sometimes, but it was also very useful in others. And so one of the biggest takeaways from Notes from the Underground is this picture of what happens to us as humans when we neglect to consider other people in our own mode of living. It was worrisome to me as I read this book to find myself realizing, oh, sometimes I think that way, or I've had that same thought before. And at the time Dostoevsky wrote this, his audience was particularly hard to win over, as the concept of the underground man was written as an archetype for any man. But it very clearly paints a picture of being stuck in cyclical responses to life. Unless we intentionally choose to react differently, our reactions to life events or to circumstances don't change because we are, typically prone to react in a similar fashion to things. And quite often we are the ones who cause pain in our own lives because, quite simply, we want to, or we enjoy feeling the pain. And Lost, it seems, has presented us with a situation where characters can only cause the pain in their own lives for so long before it's necessary for them to change. Jack finally admits he needs to be fixed. Kate commits to Aaron so that she can stay put. Sawyer leaves the slithery nature of his con life behind so that he can build a life with Juliet. And the list goes on. Well, that'll suck up my time for Notes from the Underground. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey Lost fans, my countdown timer for Hawaii has dropped below the teens. In fact, I think by the time you listen to this, it'll be in the single digits. But before I can make my way down there to celebrate with other fans, we've still got a little rewatching left to do. I'm surprising myself with how much I'm enjoying the rewatch of Season 6. Maybe it has to do with watching the whole series through steadily, or maybe it has to do with how reading the books has helped me to see into the vision the writers had in mind while crafting the story. For whatever reason, I can see the natural theme and progression of the show better than I have in the past. There are bits and pieces that still make me cringe or question what the true purpose was for that scene here or there, but overall, it just clicked with me this time through that the actions they took in the 70s, detonating that bomb, set the world on a slightly different course, which resulted in the differences we see in their lives. So I told you I'd be returning to C.S. Lewis, and that is what I intend to do here. I went back to a couple Narnia books and remembered a reference given in Season 5, Episode 6, entitled 316, the episode in which Eloise Hawking takes Jack, Desmond, Son, and Ben down into the basement of the church where the Foucault pendulum is. She states that this is a Dharma station called the Lamp Post, and this is where they found the island in the first place. I first outlined the scene in episode 42 of We Have to Go Back podcast when I read and reviewed Mount Analog by René Dumas. In that segment, I read Eloise's line about there only being a narrow window of time in which they'd be able to return to the island, but her lines prior to this also struck me as really relevant for Mount Analog as I rewatched that scene, and it ties in extremely well to what I'm going to tell you about the Lamp Post. Eloise says, they'd gathered proof that it existed. They knew it was out there somewhere, but they just couldn't find it. Then a very clever fellow built this pendulum on the theoretical notion that they should stop looking for where the island was supposed to be and start looking for where it was going to be. The whole idea with Mount Analog was that there was just this feeling, just a theory, that something like it should exist in the world, and a single man went out of his way to recruit others in his like mindset in order to discover and explore that unknown quantity. And that feels like part of the origin story of this Dharma station. But this is really where the narrative strays from Mount Analog and enters more into C.S. Lewis's Narnia world. The purpose and intention of the Dharma station is being compared to Mount Analog, while the Dharma station itself seems to be compared to the lamp post from the Narnia books. The line from Eloise I want you to remember as I recap the lamp post story from the Narnia books is this. The room we're standing in was constructed years ago over a unique pocket of electromagnetic energy. That energy connects to similar pockets all over the world. What I see here is the blending of organic and inorganic constructs in order to harness something that is really unknowable, both in scope and purpose. Finding the island is one task, but learning how it will benefit mankind or why its discovery will be of use is an entirely different task. And likewise, the lamppost in the Narnia books started out as something very inorganic, but became organic by merely being brought through into Narnia. The lamppost is mentioned in 2 Narnia books, The Magician's Nephew and The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. In my childhood, well after C.S. Lewis had written the whole series, I read the books in their chronological order. But originally, Lewis wrote and published The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe first in 1950. Then he published 4 more in the series before publishing The Magician's Nephew in 1955. However, Chronologically, The Magician's Nephew is a prequel to The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. So technically, Lewis conceived of the idea of the lamppost first for The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, and then wrote of its origins in The Magician's Nephew. Not unlike what we're seeing here with the island on Lost and how it was found, the writers first focused on the island and its purpose, and now we are going back for them to show us the relevant pieces of its history. The island existed before the Oceanic 815 crashed, and the others were on the island before they crashed. We just weren't given those details right away. And this is the case with most stories, right? We jump into the narrative at some critical juncture, not always at the very beginning of everything that has ever happened to the characters. The lamppost was an eternal flame in Lantern Waste when Lucy emerged from the wardrobe into Narnia in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. It's the first thing we learn of Narnia in that book. It's where Lucy met Mr. Tumnus, and it became a landmark that she and the other children used in order to find their way back into their own world, but also a thing of awe that signified to them that, they weren't in Kansas anymore. Despite it being all of these things, it still has a pretty minor role in the story in terms of time allocated to it. But after C.S. Lewis had written the book, plus Prince Caspian, Voyage of the Dawn Treader, The Silver Chair, and The Horse and His Boy, he went back and wrote the prequel to The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, which, and then that's where we learn of the origins of the lamppost. Season 6 of Lost gets so much more into the origins or history of the island than previous seasons, and this Dharma Station is an example of that, a little glimpse into how and why the island was discovered in the first place. The Magician's Nephew describes the discovery of the mysterious world beyond ours by Diggory and Polly, two young children eager to explore their environments in their otherwise mundane lives. This book is one of my favorites because of Diggory's Uncle Andrew's eccentric behavior. He tricks the children into testing a pair of magic rings because he's too old and scared to do it himself. When one ring is put on, it takes the children into a wood between the worlds where there are a bunch of pools. And entering into a pool brings them into yet another world, but it's impossible to tell which pool will bring them where. They all look alike and there aren't any distinguishable qualities to them. But so in the course of the adventures they have while entering into one pool, Diggory and Polly inadvertently bring an evil queen from another world back into London, where she wreaks havoc. Out of a sort of desperation to get rid of the queen, then, Diggory and Polly put the magic rings back on again and take themselves, Uncle Andrew, Queen Jadis, and Frank the cabbie through to the wood between the worlds, and then on into a pool that just so happens to connect them to Narnia. Except it's not quite Narnia yet. They've entered into that world just before it was formed into being. C.S. Lewis's description takes on the feel of Genesis 1:2. The earth was formless and empty, darkness was over the surface of the deep. In chapter 9 of The Magician's Nephew, Lewis describes how Aslan created Narnia through song. As he sings, the land begins to take form and grass begins to grow and trees begin to grow. And while everyone is distracted by this new life appearing before them, Uncle Andrew makes a move to try and take one of Diggory's rings so that he can escape out of that world. But Jadis threatens him with a large iron bar. And this iron bar is part of the lamppost that she'd yanked off the streets of London and brought through with her as a sort of scepter or weapon. But Jadis doesn't use it against Andrew. She holds on to it until a short while later when Aslan is coming nearer to them, still singing his song. Either she is frightened by Aslan or she can only see him as a menacing beast. I can't quite tell. But it's then, as he's approaching them, that she hurls it at him. It hits Aslan square between the eyes, but glances off him like she had thrown a toothpick, and it gets wedged into the ground. The ground is so fertile with Aslan's song that it transforms that inorganic iron bar into something organic. Going back briefly to Eloise's line in the episode 316, this fertile ground that Aslan created through his song reminds me of the way she tells us that the Dharma Station was built on a unique pocket of electromagnetic energy, an energy that connects similar pockets all over the world. Diggory notices the change in the iron bar first and makes the remark, "It's alive!" And indeed, it appears to be growing up in the ground from a small baby iron bar into a full adult lamppost, complete with lantern on top. The flame inside gets lit and burns brightly all the way through to the events that occur in The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. But after that book, the lamppost is never mentioned again. The lamppost origin story is intriguing to me in a couple of ways, and most of them are literary ways. So I'm going to break this down into 3 parts. First, Lewis envisioned the lamppost's existence before he knew of its origins. I like that after writing the stories of the Pevensies and of Eustace and Jill, Lewis had a vision for how this all came about in the first place and went back to write it. We could say that's cheating because you already know the end of the story, but really there's an actual story here. It just hasn't been told yet. There's always an origin story, whether it's fiction or nonfiction, because without that origin story, without a specific way in which events unfold so that all the characters find themselves in the situations where we meet them, it would be impossible to accept this false reality that's being shown to us. And this episode of Lost I'm referring to, episode titled 316, that was season 5. So now in our looking at Lost through the lens of having seen it all, we know that there is more history and origin story of the island and Jacob and the Man in Black coming here in season 6. Second, the origin story of both lampposts doesn't have to be out of this world detailed in order to make a difference to the course of events. In The Magician's Nephew, the lamppost was not intentionally stationed in Lantern Waste. It was brought into Narnia through the evil queen and became part of this world because of where and when it interacted with the fertile grounds of Narnia. We don't know why Aslan's song was making the ground fertile enough to cause something inorganic to grow. Lewis doesn't explain the magic of Aslan or of these other worlds beyond our own, but that's kind of the point, right? And I'm not saying that it's okay to just set up a story like Lost and allude to a couple things in the hope that we can all just accept that they are the way they are because they are the way they are. There's a system in the way Narnia works. Magic exists, Aslan exists, and both together bring Narnia into what it is. Diggory and Polly brought Jadis into Narnia and set her loose, thus introducing something foreign and evil into Aslan's otherwise perfect world. And this brings me to my third and last point. When certain components of a story are set in motion, sometimes a thing's original design spirals off and makes that thing unrecognizable. Sometimes that thing is intrinsically purported, but sometimes it's just redefined by evil and still possesses good qualities even though the evil around us tries to make us believe that it is not good. For example, the lamppost, as I said, was brought into Narnia by Jadis and hurled with malice at Aslan. The bar itself is not evil, the bar is inorganic. But in this new world where Aslan is king, that inorganic bar deflects right off of him and becomes part of his world while still bearing the marks of London. It begins to grow up in the ground and is used for good, for its luminous properties, despite having originally been intended for evil. And centuries later, Lucy will enter into Lantern Waste and meet Mr. Tumnus in the presence of something that had been around since the formation of Narnia. And at that time, the whole of Narnia will be under a thick curse of winter where Queen Jadis has hidden the beautiful organic world of Aslan's creation under her own inorganic winter. In Lost terms, then, I see the Losties reclaiming something good that has been blanketed in evil. The first time they all crashed on the island, they saw it as an interruption to their lives, a horror that they must suffer through in a place that was ripe with trials and trouble. This time around, though, they have come back to correct wrongs and fulfill a specific purpose. Whether they realize it or not, they have been slowly reclaiming something that the Man in Black has attempted to redefine for his own nefarious purpose to leave the island. Well, that'll do it for C.S. Lewis Part 2. Now, next week I will be reviewing The Langoliers by Stephen King, and I'm pretty sure at this stage that for our final segment I will be doing a third and last installment of C.S. Lewis, so I really hope you're not sick of him yet. Until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey bookworms. Well, I literally just set down the last book I'll read for Lost in Literature. It's sad, I gotta say, but I also have this strange sense of freedom. It's undoubtedly been one of the most challenging and rewarding tasks I've taken on in my post-collegiate years, and I've learned a lot about analysis, and about Lost, unironically. With that, I have 2 analyses left to offer up to you all, and I'll just get underway here. The Langoliers is the first of 4 stories included in a work of Stephen King's called 4 Past Midnight. Maybe I'll read the other 3 on the plane to Hawaii, but for now, this first story is one that has been referenced by the Lost writers as having had a certain influence on the overall storytelling method of the show. Stephen King, on the whole, seems to have contributed to their writing style. Carrie, The Dark Tower, and his nonfiction On Writing are 3 other King books referenced during Lost's run, all of which I actually read for this podcast, but never had an opportunity to review. The Dark Tower is a book series, actually, and I only read the first one, but I think at least 4 or 5 are referenced at one point or another. The Langoliers bears a few striking similarities to Lost, but it wasn't an overwhelming feeling at all. I'll give a couple of key details away, so spoiler warning. It's really an excellent story, and even if you do listen to this whole segment before reading it yourself, I'd still recommend diving in because there's nothing quite like a good science fiction novella.
The crux of this story begins while American Pride Flight 29er is headed east from LA to Boston. A blind girl named Dinah wakes up mid-flight and discovers her aunt is not in her seat. She soon discovers that most people are not in their seats. Jewelry and all sorts of metal artifacts are left behind, but the people themselves are gone. In fact, only 10 people are still on the flight. Each of them had been dead asleep before Dinah woke them with her wailing. In addition to Dinah, there's an off-duty pilot on board, Captain Brian Engel, who is flying to Boston to attend his ex-wife's funeral. There's an MI5 agent named Nick Hopewell. There is a 5th grade teacher named Laurel Stevenson, who was intending to liaison with a man she'd met in a newspaper's romance column. There's a teenage violinist named Albert Cosner, a teen named Bethany Sims on her way to rehab, a mystery author named Bob Jenkins, an engineer named Don Gaffney, a businessman named Rudy Warwick, and other than the bearded man sleeping in the back, who doesn't really play a large role in the book, there's also a pain-in-the-butt psychotic investment banker named Craig Toomey. Because Brian Engel is qualified to fly and land the plane they are in, he immediately takes on a leadership role, but Nick Hopewell seems to be working in parallel with him. Very quickly, they discover a few things about their situation. There's no radio communication with any other planes or airports or frequencies of any sort. When they pass over the Rockies and fly over Denver, they realize that there's no sign of life below them at all. Everything is very dark. And there also seems to be no rhyme or reason to why the 11 of them are all that remain of a once full intercontinental red-eye. Brian makes the decision to fly them to Maine, where he thinks it'll be easier to make an emergency landing, much to the dismay of Craig Toomey. Now, Craig Toomey is your classic tortured Stephen King character. His childhood is full of emotional abuse that has made him a total nutcase. His psychosis stems from his father's absolute requirement of success. Nothing short of perfect would suffice. There was no rest, no catch-up time. His father told him stories of the Langoliers, monstrous beings who preyed on lazy, time-wasting children. These stories turned him into a dedicated, type A overachiever, and he made up his mind that the Langoliers would never get him. But with Brian's decision to fly into Maine instead of Boston, where a board of directors was waiting for him to attend a very important meeting, his whole world was thrown into disarray, and he quickly becomes a menacing threat to the rest of the passengers. Brian lands the plane smoothly in Maine, but almost immediately they know something is wrong. Leaving out the fact that the airport is absolutely abandoned, the air itself seems dead. There are no smells, no wind, no dogs barking. The colors seem dull, and the sound of their voices or footsteps seem off. When they go into the terminal, they try to eat food and find that the food has no taste, and beer is flat, and matches won't light. Craig Toomey is secretly thinking that the Langoliers have come for them all, but Bob Jenkins, the mystery author, lays down his own theory. He thinks that they have passed through a rip in the temporal fabric which sent them into the past. Of course, his method of telling the other passengers his theory is much prettier than what I just laid down, but that's the gist of it. He thinks that they have been sent back into the past, and what they are witnessing is the death of day. He says this in chapter 5. This is the past. It is empty. It is silent. It is a world, perhaps a universe, with all the sense and meaning of a discarded paint can. I believe we may have hopped an absurdly short distance in time, perhaps as little as 15 minutes, but the world is clearly unwinding around us. Sensory input is disappearing. Electricity has also disappeared. Time itself is winding up in a kind of spiral, crowding in on itself. They make the observation that the place they are in feels old and over. And then young little Dinah tells them all something very frightening. Her heightened sensory feelers and her almost psychic powers are picking up on a far distant noise that seems to be coming closer. It sounds like a million ants chewing away at something, and it gives her a really foreboding feeling. Again, Craig Toomey thinks it's the Langoliers coming to eat their lazy flesh and finds it imperative to make his way to Boston in order to attend that meeting, despite the fact that they have not seen another living soul or any sign of life since landing in Maine. He tries to take matters into his own hands in order to effect his escape from them all, but he winds up getting bludgeoned and suppressed. Then the young violinist Albert makes a very interesting discovery. He hypothesizes that since they were all on the plane, which had its own smells, had electricity, functioned properly, and all of that, he thinks that the plane is still in the, quote, present, while everything around them is in the past. They test this theory by bringing food and beer from the terminal on board the plane, and to their shock and good fortune, discover that he is correct. The beer starts to fizz, the food tastes normal, and the matches that wouldn't light before now light inside of the plane. The sound that Dinah hears becomes increasingly louder to a point that everyone can now hear it, and they're possessed with that same sense of doom that makes it imperative to run from it. Once again, Bob Jenkins throws out a theory that if they passed through a rip in the fabric of time on their way here, they might be able to pass back through it and back into the present. Trusting that Albert's test of the plane will hold true even for fuel, the men begin sucking the fuel out of one of the other planes to put back into their own so that they can make the return flight to LA. Right at the cusp of their escape, they see what accompanies the sound they've been hearing approach. There are these red balls of destruction tearing away at the fabric of the universe, closing in on them as the day disappears into the past. It eats up the scenery right before their eyes. The airport disappears into the black void, and it even eats up Craig Toomey, thank goodness. But Brian gets the plane off the ground and into the air, headed back to LA. Once they make it to the approximate site where they must have been shuffled into the past in the first place, they begin looking for something that looks like a rip. They find it and begin heading toward it until Bob Jenkins makes the observation that the only people who seem to have survived the trip in the first place were asleep. They quickly formulate a plan to decrease the cabin pressure so as to put them all to sleep, and then Nick Hopewell volunteers to be obliterated in order to turn the cabin pressure back on just before they enter the rip, so that it will wake them all back up after they've entered through it, and Brian can land the plane and all that. It works, at least they think so. Still, nothing below them appears to have returned to normal. It's still dark down there and looks vacant. But Brian lands the plane, so albeit somewhat roughly, and they disembark and enter the terminal. Immediately, despite it still being empty and all that, they know that things are different again. There's wind, food has taste, sounds flow normally, and they can feel and smell the air. And then before their eyes, the world comes into being, like it's made, like it's being formulated before their eyes. And Bob Jenkins says that they're witnessing the formation of day, just as they had witnessed the tearing down of day. And they become like new people as they walk through the terminal, seeing people come into being right before their eyes as life resumes. Wow, even a Stephen King novella takes me forever to recap. All right, let's jump right into the parallels. Number one, Stephen King spends a little time throughout the book explaining to us why each character is on the plane. I briefly went over the characters and why some of them were on board, but it is much more detailed than that, obviously. It's very similar to season 1 of Lost this way, where there were so many episodes that began with a flashback to the plane and what had brought a certain character to happen to be on it on that particular day. Number 2, at first I thought that Jack was most like Brian in his natural adoption of leadership responsibilities and unique qualifications to have any sort of authority over a situation. But Jack is more like a blend of Brian and Nick, mostly because of Nick's sacrifice at the end of the book. The scene from the book when Nick volunteers to be the one to switch the cabin pressure back on just before they enter the rip so that Brian can land the plane in LA, that reminded me so vividly of Jack's last moments in the finale episode on Island. Everything from his resolution that this is what he was meant to do, to his last kiss with Kate, to fulfilling his mission, it very much embodied what Nick's ultimate purpose was on the plane. He thought that his sacrifice would set everything right. Number 3. As Brian is trying to refuel the airplane, there's a big skirmish inside the terminal when Craig totally loses it and stabs Dinah in the chest. This blind little girl dies before they can make it back to LA, but really the whole time I'm thinking, she's the sacrifice the island demanded. There are some ways in which Dinah is like Boone, and other ways in which she's like Walt. She was the only one willing to listen to Craig Toomey's rantings about the Langoliers, and even use his terminology in order to speak of the impending doom that was coming, not unlike how Boone followed Locke around and helped him, despite everyone else thinking that Locke was a couple bricks short of a load, and ultimately died as a result of Locke's ethereal pursuits. But Dinah was also a little psychic, and she believed that she could see through the eyes of seeing people sometimes, and it helped her to gauge or perceive situations differently. Walt did have that unsettling psychic quality to him that made his stepfather uncomfortable and also made some odd things happen while he was around, and that's really what Craig Toomey picks up on about Dinah. In fact, a lot of the other characters do too. Laurel Stevenson spends the most time with Dinah of all of the characters and often has that same uncomfortable feeling that we saw people have around Walt sometimes. And finally, number 4. With the exception of Toomey and the bearded guy in the back of the plane who sleeps through everything, everyone becomes unlikely or improbable friends as a result of their experience. When they watch as day forms in front of their eyes and see the terminal fill with people in the present, they have a renewed sense of life that they can carry with them now as they walk back into their lives. The coincidences on Lost, especially in season 6, show us how intimately the lives of all these people were intertwined, and even though the extent to which these coincidences occur in the novella is significantly less pronounced, there's still an important emphasis on how people are capable of connecting on that friendship level given the right set of circumstances. And in both Lost and The Langoliers, it simply comes from the fact that without this plane, their paths would never have crossed. That'll wrap up The Langoliers by Stephen King. Thanks again for listening, and until next time, this is your bookie, signing off. Hey there, all you bookwormy Lost fans. For my final installment of Lost in Literature, I'm going to wrap up our rewatch with a third look at C.S. Lewis. I fear that laying down any theories as to what the finale actually means is just asking for controversy. I struggled with this segment for a while because I know that some people were really upset with the finale and the direction the story ultimately went in. There's a lot about this analysis that I'm not completely satisfied with, but I couldn't not try, right? I want to explain how comparing the finale to the Chronicles of Narnia has shaped my overall perception of the ending. And as I've sort of said from the very beginning here of my book reports, Lost is doing more than telling a story about a plane crash and a bunch of strangers surviving on an island. It's simultaneously giving us a petri dish with a small sampling of mankind and demonstrating that very natural human interactions transpire even under the most primitive circumstances. There are facets of human philosophy and psychology they've intentionally explored, but they were derived based on these primitive, yet extraordinary circumstances. And because of that, it's easy to incorporate the writings of great thinkers like John Locke and Jeremy Bentham and theologians like Kierkegaard and C.S. Lewis, not because they want to convey a lot without saying much, not necessarily, but because one thing we often lack while reading about these theories in philosophy is the practical application of it. What does this actually look like in the real world? What does a clean slate actually mean, and is it legitimate? What writers like Stephen King and C.S. Lewis do really well is find how to fit the everyday everyman into an epic adventure in order to demonstrate how common qualities in human beings create extraordinary good and extraordinary evil. What I enjoyed about critiquing works of C.S. Lewis between writers like King and Dostoevsky is seeing the purpose and drive in these extremely talented minds manifest into something that comes across our laps in a context like this, like Lost. These men have contributed to literature in exceptional ways, and yet they differ so dramatically. But C.S. Lewis's value comes from his ability to explain really deep concepts allegorically and to explain complexity simply. Something I'm not sure Lost ever quite mastered. In my second C.S. Lewis installment, I sat down to write that segment with the intention of getting into his book Problem of Pain, which is his apologist yet highly theoretical response to the popular question, why is there suffering? I feel like the tie-ins between that book and Lost occur on a level that is much more figurative and probably less intentional in the drawing inspiration from sense of it, and more along the lines of that the themes on Lost are what C.S. Lewis dedicated most of his life to understanding and explaining. Because Lost is exploring the practical aspect of philosophy, it just goes to show that when possibly inadvertent parallels like this exist between the show and the works of C.S. Lewis, both have overlapping idealisms of life and living. The writers have said in interviews that reading books won't give us the answers to Lost, but they can at the very least point us in the right direction, right? And if there are no answers, period, I would call that wholly unsatisfying. Just as with Lost, what brings about the final moments of the last book in the Chronicles of Narnia, titled The Last Battle, are very important. But by this time in both the book series and the TV series, we already have a really good feel for how both are unwinding. We know which side is, quote, good and which is, quote, bad. We know what our heroes are fighting for and what they would give their lives for. We know who they will align themselves with. The exciting part is witnessing how that all comes together and what happens as a result of the alliances made. The Last Battle is Lewis's own take on eschatology. Most authors of Lewis's caliber have one such book where they deal with or broach the subject of what comes next. And Lost is taking on their own version of it, too. Here in the last handful of episodes in Season 6, we have a lot of characters saying stuff like, I want to leave. Desmond and Kate, for example. And we can't help but think that they're referring to an afterlife of some sort. It's interesting with something like Lost that hasn't been shy about throwing other blatant theories on philosophy or theology out at us, that they remain incredibly vague about what comes next. Initially, it seems like avoidance. It seems like a deliberate attempt to allude to something they don't want to say out loud. On the other hand, if they are talking about a heaven or an afterlife, where did that objective come from? They haven't spent 6 seasons establishing any sort of structure or paradigm for such a thing so that the audience can understand it. Not in the way C.S. Lewis does it for Narnia. As Lindelof and Hughes said season after season, the island isn't purgatory. I almost wonder then if they weren't trying to allude to an afterlife at all. And as I was rereading The Last Battle, I realized that I was focusing on the wrong part of the finale. It's distracting and easy for me to do because vague allusions to the ethereal are incredibly frustrating. But Christian Shepherd tells Jack what the real point is. The most important part of your life was the time you spent with these people. That's why all of you are here. Nobody does it alone. This is a huge theme in the Narnia books. Edmund tries to go it alone and is lured in by the White Witch, which causes him to betray his siblings and Mr. and Mrs. Beaver. In Prince Caspian, Peter is convinced he can navigate through Narnia, despite having been away for centuries and confronted with an all-new landscape. He demonstrates a lack of trust in Lucy, who tells him that Aslan has shown her the way to go, and as a result he ends up leading them all far out of the way of where they need to be. In Voyage of the Dawn Treader, Eustace is so unhappy with the conditions on board the ship that, at his first opportunity, he gets as far away from his cousins as possible, is lured in by the lust for gold, and turns into a dragon. Christian's next line is important too. He says, "They needed you and you needed them." And this, too, is a major theme in the Narnia books. The Pevensies keep each other in line. They help Eustace to see the value in camaraderie, and they fight to keep Narnia in the hands of the Narnians, whether it be defeating the White Witch or helping Prince Caspian to take back the throne. They all must learn to play different roles while striving toward the same goal. Sometimes, even though the ultimate goal never changes, there are additional goals created by individuals along the way, and they conflict with one another. Peter must learn to keep his anger in check and overcome his stubbornness. Despite always being willing to take responsibility for his actions, he grows book to book in how he treats his siblings. Also, over the course of the books, Edmund is at first presented as spiteful and mean-spirited, but he grows and becomes wise and just, learning to value his siblings more than he values himself, and he learns patience with Eustace. Often Edmund's spitefulness would provoke Peter's anger, but it was also through Peter's leadership and Lucy's loyalty that Edmund comes around. And it's through Susan's cautious tendencies and eventually Edmund's bravery that Peter grows in his abilities as a strong leader. Jack needed his fellow survivors of Oceanic 815 for the same reasons. Even though some of these people provoked within him his ugliest qualities at times, they also helped him to harness them, understand himself, and change the way he goes about using them. They were the ones who taught him how to let go. By learning how to let go, Peter and Edmund, and at other times Eustace, or even Lucy, stop contributing to the problem and become part of the solution. And Jack needed his fellow survivors not because the life he was currently living was bad or intrinsically wrong, but because it wasn't real, and he wasn't living in the fullness of all that he'd had before. It wasn't how things were supposed to happen. However, getting Jack to the point where he will accept the memories he's having as legitimate reminders of who his friends are proves to be quite difficult. Frankly, sometimes we are too stubborn to change. Sometimes we believe that the errors of our past negate us from obtaining good things in the future. Sometimes we hold on to a memory or a feeling and it prevents us from moving forward. Or sometimes we hold on to things we don't know we're holding on to. And an example of this I want to bring up from the book is in the character of Susan Pevensey. In The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe, the eldest of the Pevensey girls, Susan, is a skeptical but ultimately willing participant in the adventures in Narnia.
But as she grows up, her attitude toward Narnia changes, and she eventually insists that it was all the fun imaginings of childhood. When her brothers and sister wind up in Narnia at the end of the last battle with Diggory, Polly, Eustace, and Jill informs King Tyrion that Susan isn't with them all because she isn't interested in anything but lipstick and invitations. Susan was always really eager to be a grown-up, and it caused her to forget about Narnia. Critics of the book have a really hard time with Susan in this description Jill gives. It makes it seem, in a way, that enjoying lipstick and invitations are intrinsically bad behaviors. But I believe what C.S. Lewis is trying to convey is not all that different from what is being conveyed here at the end of the series finale of Lost. It's not bad to love lipstick and invitations, but to love them more than she loves Narnia, or more than she loves her family, that's what's wrong. Susan became so wrapped up in lipstick and invitations that life became more real to her than Narnia was. And Lewis never states that Susan has lost her right to re-enter Narnia, but how can she enter if she doesn't remember? And that's just it, right? Jack can't move on unless he remembers, and he can't remember without his friends there to make him aware. Christian tells Jack that he needs all those people waiting for him in order to remember and to let go. It's interesting to me because as I examine it this way, it almost has nothing to do with life or death or an afterlife. I say almost because, as I was saying, of course there are strong and undeniable suggestions to all three in the finale. But in terms of making this allegory in the series finale applicable, I see everything in the final couple episodes unraveling in a chain reaction. Beginning with Desmond, he carefully sets the others on their individual paths toward awareness, each affecting someone else or multiple people. And even though the life they are living feels and seems real, there is something so much more and so much better waiting for them if they just look a little harder and don't immediately accept what's right before their eyes. At the very end of the last battle, those who have entered through the stable and watched Narnia die before their eyes, they also see something else, very much like Narnia, arise again in front of their eyes. And they realize that the further in they go, the bigger and better it all becomes, because it's the real Narnia, whereas the Narnia that they had experienced before was just the shadow on the cave wall, if you will. We need each other. We need community in order to remind one another of what is important so that we can remember and refocus on those important things and move on with those people that are most important to us. One thing that the Narnia books speaks to me about is a yearning to be caught up in something that is so much bigger than myself and then fighting for it. And I think that's kind of what community is. Without that community, without people we love and people who love us, there's no purpose in moving forward. Jack had people around him that prevented him from being the Susan Pevensey of Lost, and cared enough about him that when they realized who they were, they also sought to have him know himself as well. Sometimes our faults drag us down, like Meg Murray in A Wrinkle in Time, when actually they are our strengths being misused. But without the opportunity to apply them correctly and a strong purpose with which to try, they will always prevent us from living a full life. I'm not sure yet what my takeaway from all this is. As you can probably tell, it's more the beginning of a conversation than the end of one. But that's the great thing about Lost, right? Just because this podcast is ending doesn't mean the conversation ends. Maybe in another 6 years we'll have a party in Hawaii to celebrate the 10-year anniversary of the finale. It has been a pleasure sharing literature with you all over the last year. Please stay in touch. And for the last time, this is your humble bookie signing off.